streaming, and take your time, and we know where to go from here.
All right. I am just looking for the link. Usually has like a minute delay for me, and I got it.
Excellent.
All right. So I am copying the link, and I am going to paste it right now.
Wonderful.
All right. Let me just get that chat open, and here we go. All right.
Thank you.
And I shall bid everybody a hello.
Let's turn on the voice.
I am copying the link, and I am going to paste it right
hello,
now.
everyone.
Wonderful.
And remember to hit those thumbs up, folks.
Yes, we got more thumbs down than ever last time than I ever did before. Boy, we really pissed them off with the last transmission.
Oh yeah, that's because we had like an influx of trolls, like just, and it's probably like the same person on like 11 different accounts. So they like destroy an account and then they create a new account just to freaking do this thumbs down.
There you
It's
go.
really lame. I mean, we all know it's the same guy, but he's just.
But you know what? With the algorithm, whether they hit thumbs up or thumbs down, it notifies people that you're on the air.
Yes. Yeah. So thank you. I appreciate that, Derek. Always.
So I guess negative press is better than no press.
Yes. Yes. It's such is life. And also it's the subjects from what I was able to ascertain of all things. I might bring that up later in passing. The subjects covered. Apparently,
It notifies people that you're on the air.
Just checking that this was working. The people are really upset about vaccines. They love to be anti-vaccinated. They love to get sick. They're just married to this. It is all blended together now in the ideology. That whole Stop the Steal movement of the people who stormed the Capitol were all solid anti-vaxxers, and the anti-vaxxer movement is very much affiliated with them. They were taking advantage of that to promote their propaganda. Here in San Francisco, there's a bookstore that the young lady who owns it is named Raj, and it's Russian Hill Books and she is very similar looking to Jess Raj, Roj of the Roj Report, who interviewed myself, along with Joe Boyer on the Strange Tales Weekly. And of course, a shout out to she, and I really have to, get into contact with her sometimes. These things, of course, my life is so busy that sometimes these things just can't be realized as much as I'd like to realize them immediately, and keep postponing them. But at some point we'll make it happen. And a shout out as well if she's listening to Le Renee of the Le Renee Report. Was that it? I think it was Le Renee, right? Does anyone remember her? She used to.
I remember the name.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
The name sounds familiar.
Hope she's doing well. The problem is I don't look at my Instagram anymore, and I have to reestablish myself on Instagram in terms of just looking at it, and I'll have to do something where I get the notifications on my computer, which since I have a new computer, I don't understand why the notifications aren't coming up. Of course, I haven't downloaded them on the only operational phone that I have, so I guess that would explain it. So I have to download that app, or even if I did, it doesn't seem to be working for me. So I guess I'll have to talk to somebody about that.
You might be able to download an app for Windows.
Windows.
You can get notified.
Well, I guess. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Had that on the old computer, and then everything kind of screwed up because there was some idiot who's just spamming me on the Instagram, and then to stop his notifications, I just pressed the stop of his, and it stopped all of them. So it's like, there you go. I mean, anyhow, the fucking thing is useless anyway. Honestly,
yeah, it is.
I never fucking look at it, and
you type like a few sentences, and that's it.
Yeah, and I can't understand how people are counting on that for communications. So that's got to be one of the worst.
They become Trumpified.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah. Anyhow,
it takes less brain cells to type like one sentence than to give an entire essay.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, nobody reads the entire essay most of the time when you write it, but, well, some people do. Now, live and burning bandwidth is just trying to figure out trying to remind myself what I usually write. So I'm going to let these two gentlemen kind of take us to the top of the hour. I'm going to shut up and retreat into, just pulling my head out of my ass. So it's up to you two gentlemen to come up with enough trivia to occupy.
All right.
You
So-
know what? I came up with a couple of stories about Amazon that I posted in my Truckers Lounge group, and one of them, it says Amazon plans to install AI surveillance cameras in delivery vans. Amazon is preparing to install high-tech video cameras inside its fleet of delivery vehicles to better monitor drivers' behavior, according to The Verge. The information first uncovered in the instructional video sent out to employees and the contract workers about Amazon's new partnership with NetDrain, a California-based company, developed video cameras inside the fleet vehicle to monitor drivers. The device will tell the driver distracted driving, no stop detected, and please slow down. So these cameras are going to talk to them. So we have something similar in our tractor trailers and in our pickup truck vehicles, because when I went to St. Louis last week, they let me drive their pickup truck to the hotel, and they had a drive cam, which means it made it difficult for me to constantly look down at my my phone for the GPS. You'd have to already know where you're going, because with the drive cam, you cannot hold a phone in your hand. You touch your phone, you're fired. So
Ooh!
these so I don't know if Amazon has that policy, but whatever high-tech cameras they got, these cameras are going to be talked to them and tell them that they have distracted driving and different stuff and whatnot. So we do have a upgraded drive cam that's in a couple of our trucks, and it has facial recognition. And the facial recognition is not so it can recognize you. I mean, because it's camera, who's ever driving, that's who's driving. But what it does is it expects your face to be facing forward as you're driving. And if you start nodding off, it's gonna start recording. And when it starts recording, and it records inside and out. So if you go over the line for any reason while you're driving, it'll actually record that and temporarily hold it. And if you do it a second time, it'll record that time and temporarily hold it. And if you don't do it a third time within a certain amount of time, it'll actually erase those two recordings. But if you do it a third time, well, then it's going to hold the recording of all three and send them to your job. And then, your boss, they'll be able to look at them in San Diego at the drive cam headquarters. And the supervisor is also able to go in and look at them and see what recordings the drive cam has on you. So what the job that I work, they don't look over your shoulder or, babysit you or micromanage you, but they got that drive cam on you whenever you're driving. And it does, like, one time a lady was in front of me driving and put on her turn signal, and she had on her turn signal for quite a while, but then she slowed down and she turned. And then at the time, I'm driving and I'm thinking, wait a minute, this car just slammed on its brakes and turned at the last minute. And so they actually called me there in the office and said, you have a drive cam incident. And I actually seen that, I guess she did have her turn signal on for quite some time. I guess I just wasn't paying attention. And, of course, when I stopped suddenly, that sent the drive cam off. And when the drive cam goes off, what it does is it goes back and records 9 seconds earlier before you slammed on the brakes, and then an additional 9 seconds after you slammed on the brakes. So each time they get like a 18-second recording of any kind of incident of what you've done in the truck. Like if you could hit a bump, you could stop too fast, you could turn too fast. It's going to record it all.
Wow.
And if you have your phone in your hand, you're fired.
Wow. Madness. It's just incredible. I mean, well, there you have that. You're never alone.
But this other story that I wanted to touch on with Amazon, since they're taking such a self-righteous disposition here and recording everybody, Amazon kept $62 million in tips intended for the drivers, the Federal Trade Commission says. So Amazon's in trouble. So like you order stuff, and your Amazon driver, comes in, he brings his stuff early. I mean, you order it, and it's like they bring it right away. They're nice, they're courteous, and then you can actually give them a tip electronically, and you like your driver. Hey, give him $5. Go to lunch or something. Well, Amazon said, we're keeping all that shit.
Whoa.
And so they ended up keeping $62 million.
Holy shit!
And tip. Amazon needs to pay back nearly $62 million in drivers' tips that has skimmed over the years, federal regulators said on Tuesday. The Federal Trade Commission unveiled a complaint against the e-commerce giant on Tuesday, alleging that Amazon's Flex program stole nearly $62 million in tips from its army of drivers between 2016 and 2019. And so that number, I guess that number gets even higher when you look at, if you add 2020 and all over Christmas break and everything. Rather than passing along 100% of the customers' tips to drivers it had promised to do, Amazon used the money itself. Daniel Kaufman, acting director of the Federal Trade Commission's Bureau of Consumer Protection, said in a statement. News of the settlement comes as Amazon founder Jeff Bezos said he was stepping down as CEO, capping off a year of meteoric growth for the e-commerce company. Yeah, should I step down too if I had $62 million in the fucking pocket?
He's basically running off with it.
Back, you might as well not step down no more.
What a piece of shit. Anyhow, do go on. Both of you. Oh, we're at the top of the hour anyway, soon enough. But thank you for sharing that. Now that you've managed to destroy our faith in another institution and just convinced us, of course, of the greed of the elite and the boundless greed, the petty greed, the venality of such people, and as well, of course, well, I'll just try and get myself together.
Before we started, Jameson and I were talking about a story, and I don't know if you've heard this one about the Marine Corps yet, Douglas.
Missing plastic explosive?
No, this is from Forbes.
Okay. Robot
motherships to launch drone swarms from sea, underwater, air, and near space. Last week, Louisiana-based shipbuilder Metal Shark announced that the United States Marine Corps had selected them to develop a long-range unmanned surface vessel, LRUSV, an 11-meter robot boat capable of operating autonomously and launching ammunitions, loitering ammunitions to attack targets at sea, on land. The unmanned boat is just the latest of a series of new platforms for launching drone swarms. This meter robot boat capable of weapon system will provide an ability to accurately track and destroy targets at range throughout battle space, according to Metal Shark press release. So we have the Marine Corps getting unmanned drone boats out along the coast of the United States.
No, delightful. I'm so excited.
I think there's a reason why they have it, though. And this next article goes into one of the details as why. This is from Popular Mechanics. American-made spy boat on secret mission washes up in Scotland. Beachcombers on Scottish Isle of Tiree called the local Coast Guard after discovering a mysterious boat-like object. They found the American-made drone wedged between two rocks, presumably after it ran aground. As of now, no one has claimed ownership of the uncrewed boat, and details of how it washed up in Scotland remain a total mystery. The drone, as Maritime Executive explains, was originally tied up in place to prevent it from going back out to sea. But Forbes reports it's been taken to the home of a local man as people kept going out to see it. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah. Experts quickly identified the drone as an American-made liquid robotics wave glider, an uncrewed watercraft designed to self-deploy over thousands of miles and carry a small payload. The Wave Rider is easily recognizable due to the handle on the bow and the set of 3 solar panels. The spy boat also has Wave Rider's telltale set of 3 black stubby antennas, likely for satellite communications, payload, telemetry, and GPS. They have a company video. The boat-like hull is only part of the Wave Rider. The drone also consists of a submarine unit fitted with fins that captures wave energy to propel it forward in the ocean. That appears missing. It may have been lost at sea. The drone's bow is pretty beat up with the edge worn away and buoyancy foam visible, suggesting it spent its time wandering along rocky shorelines. The subunit may have severed from the drone, causing it to lose propulsion and drift. Now, supposedly they stated that the drone in the video, he stated that America has these drones to sort of like protect the Atlantic from what they fear would be strikes from Russian incursion. Mm-hmm. So because apparently the Russians seem to desire to hit our East Coast, which is where all the nuclear shit is. Mm-hmm. So,
I mean, there's plenty of nuclear stuff on the West Coast too, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
There's a shitload more of, as far as power plants are concerned.
Yeah, it's they're all condensed. Everything on the East Coast is much more congested. So
hell of a lot more congested. It makes me wonder if maybe one day I might want to get the hell out of here and go to California.
Yes.
And catch myself some of that radiation from Fukushima.
Oh yeah, there you are.
And a nice orange tan that makes me look like the orangutan Trump.
Yes. There we are. Yes. It's a plan, and so thank you both of you gentlemen. That was deeply appreciate it. We're a few minutes after the top of the hour, which is fine, and we are officially starting transmission. But we're officially starting transmission with both Derek Talley and Jameson Reese holding the stage. I, of course, am just getting myself together before I speak tonight. Sometime after the Super Bowl, we might get Peter Moon and Pac-Man Morales on. And Brendan Zogit cannot join us tonight, but he might join us after he gets home from work, which would be about between 10:30 and 11 p.m. my time, or 10:30 to 11:30 p.m. my time, depending on whether he has to work overtime or not. But it's definitely the Super Bowl day, so it's hitting him hard at the deli, where he's got to provide everybody fried chicken and Super Bowl sandwiches. So
everybody's going to be like 20 pounds bigger when you see them.
Yes.
If you see them at all outside.
Right. And yes, yeah. And I really appreciate Derek Talley actually not being too much of a Super Bowl fan, because it gives us the ability to take advantage of his presence tonight. So are you working tomorrow, Derek? Or what time do you have to be up?
Yeah, I work tomorrow at my usual time. I start at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. But see, I've been having some problems with my car. I've been having like a metal dragging sound coming from my car.
Really?
And it's actually kind of seized up on me, and it's kind of puzzling. So I asked my son to drive it and diagnose it for me. So he said that my third gear is stripped in my Dodge Dart, and so I need to take it to the dealership. So I need to wake up somewhat early tomorrow to get it to the dealership. I know they're probably going to keep it, but the good news is he's working on his car, and he has a second car that he was actually about to give to a friend that he works on cars with. And I said, let me buy that car from you. He said, okay, $300. So I bought a car from Malik, a 1991 Honda station wagon.
Holy shit.
Yeah, well, shoot, them things are reliable. Yeah. So at least I'll have something to drive if I can put this car in the dealership. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to have them look at it and give me a printout of what's wrong with it. And then, I'm just now saving up money. I'll be damned if I'm going to give it all away for a fucking car.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if I could have Malik fix it, I will, or, I'll just drive this other car for a while until I get the money to fix it. But at least I want an accurate diagnosis of what's on. And then there's an off chance that it could be covered by warranty, because that transmission went out before and I didn't have to pay nothing. The warranty covered it. Okay. So now I'm past the warranty, but it still hasn't been that long since, it could still be a recall or something on that car. So.
Right. No, I thank you for sharing that. And oh my God, that's an adventure. How much did you say you paid your son for the car again?
$300.
Wow.
Got me a 1991 Honda Civic station wagon, Honda Civic EX. And shoot, I'm gonna use that as my everyday driver.
Yes, well, you should. Oh my God, that's I'm impressed. Congratulations. So, in terms of how do we say this? So you've got to kind of get up a little early tomorrow, drive that to wherever. They'll probably keep it. How are you going to get back or get to work at that point? You can't take two cars with you.
Right. So I'm gonna see. You know what? I should coordinate this before I go to bed.
Yes.
So yeah. Next time when you go on your dialogue, I'll contact him. But I'm gonna see if Malik can follow me to the dealership. I'm not sure if he has to work tomorrow. If not, then I may have to wait. But see if he can follow me to the dealership, get me back home. And because right now he's still driving the station wagon because his other car is almost finished. So if my dart goes out, then I'm not completely hopeless. You know what I'm saying? I'm just kind of a couple of days away because I paid him for the car. But I just said, just give it to me when you finish your other car, so that when you finish this other car, then give me this car, then we'll be good. So he still got a couple more days till he finishes his other car. So in the meantime, we'll work something out. I'm not totally desolate.
Right, thank God. And so aside from all of that, I think that both of you have quite a bit to catch us up on, especially Derek. We haven't had him on in a while. Was there something that came up with yourself recently, Jameson?
Yeah. Aside from the fact that I was not able to get this leg checked out as I was supposed to, because my mother, there was no way I would have been able to walk there due to the amount of snow that covered the area in which I would go to, to the urgent care. And because my father had some call that my mother had to take, by the time that she was done with the call, it was impossible. So the urgent care was closed. There's not the only thing I have to report is it seems like the muscles are tight, and it seems like the muscles in both legs seem to spasm up on their own after a while. This has a lot to do with my condition, which is the myoadenylate deaminase deficiency. My muscle enzymes are probably as high as someone who does weightlifting or bodybuilding. Needless to say, walking 60 miles in 3 days is not necessarily healthy.
No, it's not. So don't do that. Yeah, I could have done. I understand you do that to burn off whatever calories you get from eating sweets.
I do that because it stops. It drains all this anger I have, this rage.
I understand.
It's like this, or I'm going to just be snapping at everything and everyone. And needless to say, having had to stay home and keep myself as unactive as I normally are, I seem to be at odds with my father. So I'm not going to go there.
Yeah.
I don't need to spill my, dark closet to everyone on air. Suffice to say that I'm someone who holds a very long grudge, and I don't foresee this going away anytime soon between us.
Yes. Well, that's quite common. I mean, this often happens with fathers and sons over the territory of the home. Aside from all of that, was there anything particularly that came up in the entertainment realm that either of you gentlemen found distracted you from all of the trauma of pandemic-based existence in the bubble, or what?
Nope. Entertainment realm.
Yeah.
Like as in like regular media and stuff.
Yeah.
No, not for me personally.
I wanted to go to Gary, Indiana, because one of my favorite Chicago artists. Let me pull it up here on my calendar.
Uh-huh.
Yep, one of my favorite Chicago artists. His girlfriend is having a birthday party in Gary, Indiana, at the Players Nightclub on 1700 Grant Street. Aside from Psychodrama, it's having a birthday party for Noah at Playos, Plyo, Playos Nightclub, 1700 Grant Street, Gary, Indiana, 46404. But unfortunately, due to my car situation, I can't go, because when this first came up, I was just sure that my car would be able to make it to Gary, Indiana and back. And at least it broke down. At least I'm still driving it, but until it does break down. But at least it's drivable now. But at least it didn't. At least I didn't drive it to Gary, Indiana, and then figure out some shit was wrong. Cause then I would have been screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Derek, this may be for the best, because I don't know. I just get the feeling with the clubs, I keep thinking about shootings.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I mean, there's definitely kind of a feeling I had about that as well with some stuff that was going on lately. There's been a lot of shootings. By the way, Derek, I'd like you to check on a few things concerning the Marine Corps. There is a lot of missing plastic explosive that they refuse to provide any backstory for. Obviously,
God.
yeah. Obviously involved. Involving supplying the rioters at the Capitol so they could blow up our government.
That's my first thing that came to thought. Yeah. And did you hear about the Bank of America?
No.
Now they're gonna the right wingers are they're calling the boycott the Bank of America. Calls for Bank of America boycott grow after data given to FBI. Customers are calling for a boycott of Bank of America after report that the bank handed over their account information of hundreds of innocent people in connection with the January 6th deadly riots at the Capitol. At the request of the FBI, the country's second largest bank, allegedly snooped through information of anyone making certain purchases in and around Washington before and after the riots, and handed over the information of 211 people, according to Fox News. Now that's an interesting number, 211. 200. They handed over the information of 211 people, but of course, the number 211, especially if you listen to hip hop, strikes perks my ears up, because first, if you get charged with first degree armed robbery, that's a 211.
Interesting. Okay.
It's like a first degree murder is 187.
Yeah.
First degree robbery is 211. So that's why that number stood out to me. So Bank of America handed the FBI the names of 211 people who Bank of America found suspicious. Only one of those 211 people was brought in for questioning, and none of them were arrested, according to Fox's report. Federal investigation reportedly asked Bank of America for information on customers who made a debit or credit card purchase in D.C., reserved hotels, Airbnbs in and around the Capitol, patronized weapons stores, and made airline reservations within the timeline surrounding the attack. New customers and non-customers alike are calling those reported actions an overreach and taking to Twitter to announce that they are canceling their accounts, calling on others to do the same. Bye-bye.
Please. Conclude. I'm sorry. Go ahead, conclude with the bye-bye. They need to hear that.
This is that's a quote. An outraged customers boycott forum as it is revealed that the bank snooped through hundreds of innocent people's accounts looking for capital rioters. So
I like how they say innocent people. You know, they clearly have.
This is the New York Post, so you know,
Yeah, they clearly have their biases.
Yeah.
But I think that's worth, you know, I think that's something they would have to do because, you know, these people are terrorists.
Yes, thank you very much so, and I cannot overemphasize that. By the way, you know, in terms of Microsoft, they're not going to contribute anymore to the politicians who refuse to certify the popular election. In other words, the certification process that legally recognized Biden as our president was, of course, voted against by any number of Republicans, and Microsoft has gone public saying it will no longer fund them. So this is, of course, another thing that the radicalized white or supremacist movement will simply decry as corporate overreach. And these are the same people who say that we should live in a libertarian system where business decides everything, where the market decides everything, and personal responsibility and the corporation.
And when the market does decide everything, that's when they get all pissy and throw
that's
tantrum.
That's right. The fucking market. That's Microsoft is the market speaking. That's the market responding to the libertarians. At which point the libertarians get all fucking angry. Yeah, so please, both of you gentlemen, go on, take it from there, by all means.
All right. Well, what I will say is that that's the reason why they're all like, "Oh, I only use Linux." Yeah. Well,
yes, that's right. That's why they're all on the little shit bandwidth kinds of deals.
Well, I'm glad they do use Linux because I don't have to see their crusty asses on games.
Thank you. Yes, that's right.
And you have to be really good at coding if you're going to be gaming with a Linux system. Because I tried running a Linux system years ago. Oh man, I think I was running Ubuntu, and it wasn't very gamer friendly at all.
Right. Yeah. By the way, these are like little chicken shit programs that are used by all the freaks that are digging for pedo porn and all the rest of that. It's so anyhow, do go on. Was there any more to that article, Derek?
Yeah, there was. I clicked off of it already. But I got the crux of it, you know, because mainly, I actually pulled up and queued up another one when we get to the you know, get done with the subject. But inmates at a St. Louis jail set fires, break out windows over conditions amid COVID-19. So lots going on over at the St. Louis jail. And you know what? And I've been watching some news lately here in Nashville. I haven't actually pulled up anything, but they said Nashville is becoming like a murder capital. I mean, there's like the killing fields of Nashville, the whole area where I work. Now, before I moved to Nashville area here, I'd never heard of Antioch, but that's where I work. So when I moved to this area, I'm working at a job in Antioch, Tennessee, which is just south of Nashville. Now, I never heard of Antioch before I moved down here, but now that I'm here, we've had 2 mass shootings. Downtown Nashville has been blown up by somebody who allegedly lives in Antioch, and we keep having all these shootings and murders down there. There's like, because, you know, I get off of work sometimes 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, and so they showed this guy fueling up his Dodge Charger at 3 o'clock in the morning, and then this Chrysler 300 comes and tries to rob him and kills him on the spot. And I said, man, that could have easily just been me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So now I got to make sure, instead of fueling up when I get off of work, I got to make sure I get up early enough to fuel. And I'm not even going to fuel up in Antioch. I'm just going to make sure I fuel up here at Murfreesboro before I even go to Antioch, and not even go to one of them gas stations and fuel up at night.
That's good. That's a good idea. What is your company's policy on on driving armed?
Well, we have everybody. Well, this is Tennessee, you know. So I think the policy is no weapons on the premises, and that's because a lot of the places that we go to, we're not allowed to have weapons inside their plants. You know, just in case. But everybody's got them. You know what I'm saying? So the unofficial policy is just don't let nobody see them. You know, if you got them, don't let nobody know you have them, and just, you know, conceal it and just keep quiet about it. Because I've had people show me their weapons at work, and these dudes at work, they be buying some nice equipment, boy. They be handguns with the laser scopes and shit on it. You know what I'm saying? Little small handguns with big old fat laser scopes. Make sure you don't miss your target. These truck drivers be coming up with some good shit, man. But
well, I suggest you emulate them.
It's especially driving around murder capitals and shit, man.
Well, wherever I live, it's the murder capital.
You bring it with you.
When I got out the Queens, when I moved to Chicago was the murder capital, and I lived in Inglewood. Inglewood was the murder capital of Chicago. So finally, when we moved out of Chicago and moved to Gary, Indiana, Gary, Indiana became the murder capital. You know what I'm saying? Once I moved there, you know what I'm saying? And then, so I'm getting away from the Midwest, and I moved down here, and all of a sudden, this becomes the murder capital. So what, is it me?
Yes, you.
Derek, no offense, but please don't move to New York.
We don't want you as a neighbor. We don't want you in our neighborhood, Derek. Yes, yeah, and it's not because you're black. Yeah, no, it's because you just bring it all with you. Jesus Christ. Yeah. At any rate, what you've got to do is begin to stay armed and bring that with you, because obviously it's one of these things where we'd hate to have something happen to you. Oh my God! By the way, so how's your company on vaccines? Is your company gonna help you guys get any?
No, they haven't mentioned anything, you know, but they've gotten real strict with their, every place has, because, you know, my job is to go in and out of different people's plants. And, you know, Bridgestone is a real pain in the ass to get in and out now. They, you know, well, there's one Bridgestone I go to. Well, you know how they got the little laser gun thing? Uh-huh. I don't think these security guards are really trained to know how to use that, because with some security guard, I said, well, can you put it on my hand? You know, just touch my hand. This lady goes, absolutely not. I have to put it on your forehead. So she puts it like a millimeter away from my forehead. And I close my eyes like she's putting the pistol to my head, because it's like she's got to put it. In her mind, she's got to put it like 1 centimeter away from touching my skin, and I don't see how that's healthy if she's using that same gun to test everybody else's temperature before they get in, and not wiping it off. You know what I'm saying? She's a super spreader. But yeah, another, you know, I'll go to another Bridgestone and get another security guard, and all right, I'll be like, is it all right if you do that on my hand? And go, yeah, sure, give me your hand. I'll just do it on your hand. You know, and I said, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? So they have different policies about how to use that gun that they put to your head to see what your temperature is. But my job, we don't do that temperature thing. We just we have mask, all mask. You know, your mask must be worn on the inside of the building the whole time you're in the inside of the building. Of course, when I go inside the building, my first order of business is to make me some coffee, because, you know, we have a coffee machine and they buy us free coffee and shit. So, you know, so I'm not wearing my mask when I go in the building, because I'm going to drink some coffee, and after then I'll put on my mask. But none of the outside drivers. See, we have like outside drivers that come in, that from different companies, and it says Messer employees only on the inside, which means they can't use the bathroom. So we bought them a little porta potty outside. So if a outside driver needs to use the restroom, he's got to go in that little porta potty to where, before he was able to come in and use our restroom. So then we had a driver from Birmingham who's from our company go inside, and then they kicked him out like, what are you doing in here? This must employees only. Well, hold on a minute. I work for the same company you work for. Yeah, well, you're not out of this branch, so get out of here.
Whoa.
It's real, it's they made him stand outside. They loaded his truck and everything, but but whenever I go to their branch, they let me inside their building. You know what I'm saying? They let me inside. So yeah, we kind of feel bad. So like the other branches, whenever they come to our location, they're not allowed in the inside. But whenever I go to their location, they're always cool. You know what I'm saying? It's just they got the sign up that says wear your mask, and even though some of them don't, I wear mine just because I don't want nobody saying nothing to me. But yeah, I'm noticing that companies are real inconsistent with their policies. So I just go by what's written. And so if they have something written that says must wear a mask, I'll make sure I wear my mask, and whatever they got written down. The most high tech temperature taking thing I've seen is I went to another cryogenics company that makes different types of poisonous gas and military grade stuff. It's way out in the middle of nowhere, Tennessee. They make you get out the truck and stick your feet on the yellow lines like you're going to boot camp, right? So when you put your feet in the yellow line, you look in this box, and it has a camera of you on your screen, and then you put you align your head within the outline of the head and shoulders part of that, and it's some distance away from you, but you stand there, and then it goes bleep, and then it tells you 97.7 degrees, and they say, okay, you're good. So nobody has to get up on you and hold the thing like 1 inch from your head and pull the trigger and shit. I hate that. I'm hearing people say, oh, that's messing up your pineal gland and all that shit.
I wouldn't worry about that, but
I doubt it's going to mess up your pineal gland.
Thank you.
I think the problem I've always had with those things is when I come in from outside and they try to check my temperature at therapy, I have a condition where my hands, there's not a lot of blood flow that gets to my hands and feet, Raynaud syndrome. So every time they take my temperature,
I'm the same way, but go on.
Every time they take my temperature, it's like it's ice cold. They're like, we got to take it later. This thing isn't working. Even if they put it on my forehead, it's like ice cold because it takes a long time for my skin to warm up.
Okay. Yeah, no, I got the same thing going down. It may not be the exact same syndrome, but I'm very similar. My circulation is certainly not optimum or ideal, I suppose, or it's just maybe indicative of my background genetically. But I'm appreciative you brought that up. And as for I'm just wondering, with your own health issues, is there any way you can appeal to your insurance for getting the vaccine, some kind of priority on the vaccine?
I want to get the single shot one because because I don't like the double shot one. I don't know, something about the double shot one. It just intuitively rubs me the wrong way. I don't think I would survive it. I think it would kill me.
No, I get it. I
think I'd wind up getting a cytokinetic storm reaction from it, and it would just like wipe me out.
Yeah, well, I definitely am bringing this up simply because we seem to have such a violent reaction to it with my transmission preceding this. And by the way, I'm somewhat distracted here because I'm also responding to Brendan Zogi. Yes, that was it. Yes, that was it. And just going to get that to him. And well,
the thing I realize is that if I do get the vaccine, I still have to wear the 3M mask, which blocks out 100% particles, and I still have to use the face shield because it's like just because someone gets a flu vaccine doesn't mean you're going to go dancing around the flu like a flu clinic where people have the flu saying, "I got the vaccine."
No, I hear you.
Get it.
Yeah. No, that's a funny image, but yeah, that's the case. And
this is the impression that some people seem to have, is that after they get the COVID vaccine, they could go maskless and run around naked and go like, "I got the vaccine. I got the vaccine." To which I say, the Darwin Awards, man. Go ahead.
Yes.
Be my guest. The less humans, the merrier for me.
Yes. Yeah. And so the other thing that that people were responding to, by the way, was not just the vaccines, which to me is bizarre because, when I was talking about the vaccines, the latest transmission was actually, how would I call it? It was an outlier in my normal method of presenting the topic, in that I wasn't even really pursuing it. If Derek or Jameson can back me up.
What I want to say is that it was the most educational one, as well, because we now know that there's no real benefit that the pharmaceutical companies have from vaccinating you.
Yeah, I actually went into
and that in and of itself, that going in depth in that in and of itself is enough to, push away any conspiracy theories like, they want to vax you, they want to reduce the world's population.
Well, that in itself is so fucking stupid. Just to, the funny thing is with that episode preceding tonight's, I didn't even go in depth into that fact. I've gone very much in depth into that in past transmissions, and I think it was like transmissions in which I was talking about autism and vaccines, where basically I went into that, and just so people,
there's just no link.
Thank you, and just so people understand this, there is certainly nothing that can be proven scientifically. Now, one of the things I did in the latest transmission preceding tonight's was I brought up the lovely
Judith
lady
Egert's
son, and she testified, and I have every reason to believe she's sincere. I have no reason to doubt her. I know she truly believes this, and I get this from many different parents, that their child was somehow different before the vaccine, and then after the vaccine something in their child changed. And the way most parents perceive it is that somehow something in the child died. And we have to balance that out as potentially being a very real phenomenon, however immeasurable. And that's the point here, immeasurable. There is something indistinct, nebulous, something that only the parents with this kind of birth connection can truly see in their children, that quote unquote changes. And if that is the case, we have to balance out that personal tragedy shared by potentially many thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. Obviously, not that many parents complain about it, so it's not in the millions. We know it's not in the millions, but we have to balance out that personal tragedy of the loss of something that's precious, but nevertheless almost certainly transitional, because all children tend to change and something dies out as they mature and they get older. This may simply hasten that process. But we have to balance that out with herd immunity. And so when I was saying that there was response to that was negative. There was response to my quote-unquote defending the corporations, which was absolutely bizarre, when I'm simply pointing to the economics of the issue. The economics of the issue being, just to emphasize this again so people understand, the production of vaccines is hellishly expensive, and it does not pay off. There is no profit to be found for corporations. None of them want to do it. None of the corporations voluntarily produce vaccines. They're cajoled into producing vaccines by governments, because the governments offer them stipends that make it worthwhile for them. It's just like your average corporation back in the day, prior to the lunatics like Elon Musk and various just psychotics who have so much money that they have nothing to do with themselves other than create phallic rockets and launch them, and send cars into orbit and have men parachute from the stratosphere and shit. Prior to that time, there's no sane privateer who was going to build a rocket to try and get anywhere, because the cost was just so outrageously outweighing any potential benefits, that you couldn't approach this the way you could high seas exploration in the age of discovery. So it took states to get space programs going. That's how it is with vaccines. And so when you get these vaccines distributed, corporations would not do it at all, except for the fact that governments guarantee that they cannot be sued. That is why George Bush Jr. had to make it law that corporations cannot be sued for reactions to vaccines. And this is not because vaccines cause all that many reactions, but a few people are going to die. And that sounds heartless as hell, but that's reality. That's the way it is with any fucking medication. If you pass out, say for instance, this is what blows my fucking mind, if you pass out fucking birth control shots, which are chock full of fucking hormones that a woman injects into herself so that she won't have children. And I'm not approaching this from any moral condemnation whatsoever. The hormonal shots are extraordinarily dangerous, and women go into homicidal, suicidal ideation. If you don't believe me, ask their fucking boyfriends. And they just take these shots. They turn into raging monsters, and many of them stroke out and become half paralyzed. Nobody's bitching about that and saying, oh my God, the pharmaceutical industries have a horrible plot to turn women into raging monsters that become paralyzed after they stroke out when, they stick these hormonal shots into themselves so they can't have kids. I mean, oh my fucking God. So nobody is approaching saying this is a conspiracy against women. So what is the disconnect here? This is what I don't fucking get. You don't see people who have these kinds of outrageous reactions to birth control shots like you do to vaccines. This is where foreign espionage comes in. The Russians don't give a shit that women in America are injecting themselves with birth control shots that turn them into raging hormonal monsters that wind up stroking out and getting paralyzed. They want that to happen. As far as they're concerned, they don't want you to get your goddamn shots so that you all wind up dying and your population is weakened. The Russians want that. And if this sounds like some kind of paranoid fantasy to you, how much more paranoid a fantasy is that than you motherfuckers saying you got a bunch of millionaires with nothing better to do than try to kill you and the rest of the world's population? Who's the more paranoid? Geopolitical common sense, where nations are weakening each other so they can ultimately level the playing field? Or somebody who believes that there are wealthy people out there who are so crazed that they will bring about the end of their labor base so they have no one to exploit when the exploitation is necessary for them to maintain themselves. That's part of the insanity of the anti-vaxxers, and it's very heavily promoted by the Russian Empire. All of these people are coordinated into the far-right movement, but believe it or not, that was not the result. That wasn't the real motivation for so many of the people who freaked out and put their little thumbs down on the transmission preceding tonight's. It was the fact that I said, oh yes, when I'm feeding on the blood boys over at the harem of my technical father-in-law, my son's husband, that I was comparing them to milk cattle. And then people were saying, how could you compare us to milk cattle? And that really, what the fuck? What do you want to be compared to? It's like, first off, you all want this romantic image of vampires that is somehow totally fucking sexualized, where you're like, somebody is taking blood from somebody they're having sex with. I mean, that alone is what I said. This conflation of food and sex goes a long way towards explaining American overweight. That's what pissed so many people off. It's like, I'm not fat because I fuck with my food. And I'm like, whoa, it's obviously replaced the sexual drive for the majority of you, because you're sitting there stuffing your face all day to the point where no one wants to have sex with you because you look like a fucking couch potato. What the fuck? And then they're all pissed off at me for comparing. Let's look at it this way again so people understand. This has almost convinced me to put up some photographs of some of the blood boys who are my regular go-to for meals and feeding, so that people understand a little bit about this. And I'm sure they still won't fucking get it. But the point is, it's like I told Jameson about the woman who was putting the pictures of all the muscle boys on my timeline because she thought that that would somehow appeal to me. And it's like, when I said that men are more like a food source as opposed to women, who I would never think of in that regard in any normal circumstance, barring like absolute survival situation where if I didn't derive some nourishment from them, I was going to die. When you have a situation where the men are all bulked up on steroids like that, that's like looking at a cow that's all full of steroids and all bulging with artificial tendon so that you have more meat to put on the marketplace. That is not something that's appetizing when you look at that personally. You really wouldn't want to eat that cow. Or when you take a look at your average male who's overweight and balding and has a tendency to have real saturated armpits that show up in their t-shirt, then you look at that and you say, I don't want to take blood from that. It's because that's like looking at a down cow with the fucking mad cow syndrome, all right? And you see the down cow with the mad cow syndrome, and it's like leaning against the fence and shit, even though it's an electric fence and it's being shocked with regular jolts of electricity and still not moving. Okay, you look at that and you say, I don't want to eat that. And it's like, so, you know, I don't fucking get it why you people don't get it. It's how much more detailed do I need to get? And before you people get your head out of the clouds with this Twilight bullshit. It's not the vampires that fucking glitter, okay? It's the blood boys we're feeding off of. And it's like a garnish, okay? So this is why some of them look all made up. And I've been asked about that. Why do your boys that you source for food, first off, why do you prefer the twinks to the muscle men? Wouldn't they be stronger? Wouldn't they be more virile? Yeah, and they're all loaded with steroids, and they got attitude and chips on their shoulder. And, you know, who the fuck wants anything from that? You get a bunch of testosterone that would make me lose my hair. You in terms of the older men that I've already covered that, the couch potatoes and shit, you don't want part of that. With the young twinks, their blood is sweet, all right? Give them that. And yes, they dress themselves up, so it's kind of like the presentation of a meal. They know how to fucking present themselves as a dish. You don't have anyone else who even goes to that effort, goes through that level of effort. The majority of men have no concept of self-presentation. Their concept of self-presentation is to shave, and just about that. So, but just think of it this way. You're probably familiar with the saying that you eat with your eyes before you eat with your mouth. Well, nothing could be more true. So think of it like making a first impression. You only get one chance, and that impression will stick with you until you finish the meal. So food must be, well, it must first be attractive to the eye, which will in turn increase the appeal to the other senses. So an easy way to make food more attractive is by using garnishes. And so that is what many of these young men do who are on the estate, because these blood boys are basically able to present themselves in that manner so that they're at least appetizing. So hopefully that puts that into some perspective for people. So when I'm saying, yes, it's like kind of like milk cattle, that I thought that was the best analogy. Peter Moon, when I explained it to him, he got it. He says, oh yeah, I drank milk from a cow once, a live cow, and I saw the cow, and it was at a farm I was visiting. They provided me milk straight from that cow, and then that cow appeared in my dreams. Now, I'll let him articulate the rest of that. I don't think it went anywhere very raunchy, but it's one of those things where there's at least pleasant memories from what he was deriving his nourishment from. So if people begin to understand my sustenance without all of this neurosis, and I don't see why people keep taking it personally, that, you know, it's like, how can you think of us as something lower than you? Well, I'm descended from predators of a different order of mammal. So you can't keep thinking of this as something where we can be on an equal basis in certain regards. We're different species. The idea of competition is absurd. So
they seem to be personalizing it, but then I'd expect nothing less from Americans.
Thank you. And it's sad. It really is sad because they don't need to do that. Honestly,
it's a choice. It's a choice. It's a choice to be offended by every little nuance and detail that doesn't fit their delusional fancy.
Well, and it gets worse. Like, all of you might remember this idiot. We won't dwell too much on him. He doesn't deserve the attention. But honestly, just to bring up some of the stupidity of people, this kind of incident I had with David J. West at one point really laid it out. When I first was working with David J. West on that vampirology project which originally didn't have that title. That was the title of the book that we unleashed as soon as possible with what notes we could scramble together and find. We're going to republish that with a revised and expanded edition, but everyone is welcome to purchase the one that's out now. You certainly won't regret it, and it'll keep you occupied until the revised expanded edition comes out, which I'll be the first to tell you will dwell more on the history and background behind locating and identifying the vampire species in the former Soviet Union, as opposed to the physiology, which you'll get with the vampirology book if you purchase it. And everyone is welcome, encouraged to do that. You'll understand then what I'm talking about with my background. But in terms of the time that we were originally working on the project, what was it? Half a decade gone by now, maybe 10 years by now. And that was when David J. West, when we started writing that book and co-authoring it at the time, and he was doing his ridiculous thing, trying to make it like a novel, or tell it from a perspective, the narrative of like a love story. Again, taking something that's like a man who's in love with his food. It's so stupid. But
it's like taking a cooking book and trying to make porn out of it.
Thank you. Which is what a lot of cooking is anyway, a form of porn. But that aside, in terms of him, when I was trying to he had no idea, of course, of my background at that time in terms of vampire genetics. And when I just tried to tacitly approach him about the subject and ask him if he had any sympathy or empathy with vampires as a Homo nocturnus, the night man, as a mammalian subspecies, a subspeciation of humanity. Oh no, he said. Oh no, I don't have any sympathy or empathy for something that wants to eat me. And I'm like thinking to myself, this is where the derangement comes in.
Who the fuck would want to eat him?
Thank you.
Wow.
Yes, that was the first thing that came to my mind.
He's like the worst specimen you would want to fucking eat. I would rather, if I were a vampire, I'd rather choke on arsenic than eat his ass.
Thank you. And I was just wondering, how self-indulgent is that? He's short, fat, bald, and ugly, and hairy in all the wrong places. No hair on his head, but he's got it everywhere else. He's got more hair than monkeys do. He's got hair where monkeys don't, in other parts of his body, but there's none on his head. And this fucker is saying, I've got no sympathy for something that wants to eat me. It's like, who wants to eat you? That really said it all. And that's where so many of the people were coming from the other night. They're either pissed off that I feed off humanity, or they're pissed off that I don't want to feed off of them. So which is it? It's both. I'm damned either way. They're all angry because I do what I do, and they're angry because I don't do it to them. So you can't win. You can't win.
Oh my gosh, I could just see in my head, some ugly, thing just saying, oh, he doesn't want to feed off of me. Fuck him.
That's what it came down to. This is what I was getting a lot of, and I'm, it's enough to cause a headache. Honestly, it's just, I'll let these two gentlemen dominate the stage for now. It's good. It's Super Bowl night. I'm sure that we only have people with us who are lacking in the sports gene, and that's fine. That's probably for the best. I'm sure all of the trolls.
That's much for the better.
Yeah, all of the trolls.
All the trolls are out there masturbating to a bunch of guys knocking into each other.
Thank you to a bunch of hormone-infested, steroid-injected, ambulatory bipedal cattle.
I play football. Dude, I think sports are for playing, not watching. You know what I'm saying? When I played sports, I really couldn't stay awake watching it.
There you go. Thank you.
That's... Yeah, I mean, it's like watching someone else play video games.
Yes, thank you.
Because the point, it's like, why would you watch someone else play video games if you could just play the fucking game?
There you have it. I mean, I've nothing against people who enjoy sports and like watching it. I mean, obviously, someone has to, and it's it's better that sports exist than, of course, I mean, without sports to channel so much human aggression, God knows where we'd be. But
feeding people to the lions.
Yeah. Thank you. That's what
Actually,
they were.
I would prefer to watch that.
I can understand. I can relate to that too. People were predicting in much of the science fiction of the 60s and the 70s. Everybody remembers the original Rollerball with James Caan, I believe it was. But honestly, everybody was thinking we would get to that point of blood sports once again, and I'm actually rather puzzled that we never had. It all channeled out into the really weird bullshit like American Gladiator and American Ninja, where you just had people doing obstacle courses, which I never fucking understood.
We do have UFC, and we do have bare knuckle brawling, which is fun to watch. For those of you who like watching people beat the shit out of each other like I do.
Is that legal though? Bare knuckle brawling?
Yeah. It takes place in Biloxi, Mississippi, which is not far from where I used to be stationed when I was in the Air Force. In fact, what's even funnier is that they have like the Air Force flag in the ring.
That's funny. That is funny.
That's very funny.
Yeah, that's right. We have mixed up martial arts, which we can bring up with Daniel Arola again at some point. So we do have a kind of blood sports. And by the way, I remember I was brought into that environment for a period of time, not as a participant, mind you, but just as I knew people who were participating, very similar to Daniel Arola, who got me involved just by taking me to some of the tournaments to watch, where I pretty much, I guess, acted in the role of, there were a bunch of girls who were walking in who had t-shirts that said Mean Girls. So I guess for them, I kind of fulfilled that role. But when they brought me in to just kind of watch them while they were in the ring, the first thing that I notice about these martial arts, mixed martial arts, or these fights is they're not at all like the choreographed fights in movies at all. And I didn't expect them to be, of course. I'm familiar enough with just the reality of violence that the most outstanding thing about the MMA, or mixed martial arts, is that unless people are really into the style or technique of practical violence, they're not going to appreciate it. It's not kicking and flying around. It's just somebody takes somebody down and they basically hold them down until the guy suffocates and says, I can't breathe, and then the other guy wins. I mean, it's just basically one guy tends to get on top of the other guy, and that's the end of it. I mean, that's pretty much what most of those matches are. When I did notice over time some of these, and this wasn't a single experience, this was a period of over a few months involved with this kind of subculture. There was a period where it's just very depressing, because I saw people who got brain injured, and that's got to happen a lot. That's got to. So these people.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's quite common, because if you get KO'd, there's always the possibility you won't be woken up in time, and you'll suffer a lifelong brain injury.
Yeah, and it's just sad. It's just awful.
Well, there's something incredible about the fact that they're willing. I think for me, I just find it incredible that they're willing to go that far and put that much on the line for fight, and so that's what makes it worth watching for me, because it's like, I'm the guy who has to walk 20 miles until my legs break up into pieces. So it's like seeing someone else who would go to the extremes is quite interesting.
I understand. I mean, I get it. So it's but definitely there you have that. And aside from all of that, I'll let these two gentlemen take the stage for now. Now we've got a few minutes to the top of the hour. And Derek, did you find out any more about? There was a bunch of shit going on with the Marines lately. I know a bunch of them were participating, of course, in the Capitol riot, and then you had that, like I said, the missing plastic explosive, quite a bit of it that they refused to talk about. And is there anything else that comes to mind that you know of, Derek? We'll have you kind of look into various aspects of that. I'll appreciate what you come up with. And other than that, is he there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm listening. I'm trying to see what I come up with. But, I've been listening to Military Matters podcast, which is actually a good podcast. Okay. And you can tell that they're not, under anybody's payroll because they're letting loose, but they've been covering that Fort Bragg situation and the murders and everything under there in the lack of the leadership very well on that podcast. So I've been I discovered the Military Matters podcast, and I've been listening to that. They haven't talked about the Marines much lately because there's so much going wrong with the Army and their sexual assaults. I mean, they just cannot get their sexual assaults under wraps. And even with the amongst the men, you have one of the special forces units, you had a guy, I guess he was considered a good soldier and nobody said nothing, but whenever it's not time of war and it's not, apparently he's a good soldier, he's a good fighter and everything, but during times of peace, he goes around and he asks other lower ranking privates and E2s, he asks them for blowjobs, and you got to deal with that fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? So
this is the problem with the quote unquote professional military. This is why we need a draft. This is the professional military. You get people in there who would otherwise be in prison, and they just behave as if they're in prison. That this is the prison rape culture of the American military that I've articulated before. Thank you very much for validating and verifying all of the worst that concerns them. Oh my God, that's disgusting. That is disgusting. And what are they going to do about this? I presume fucking nothing. Saying, oh, but his
no, they have done nothing because even the guy the host himself admitted that when he was a commander, he had a racist put a Confederate flag on himself, and he said, well, the guy is a good soldier, so I'm just not going to say nothing.
That's bullshit.
It took a black commander coming in, pulling him, because this guy's Mexican. The guy who does the podcast, his last name is Rodriguez. He's Mexican. So it took a black guy coming in saying, what the fuck is your soldiers doing wearing Confederate flags out here in the battlefield?
Yes, thank you. This is... oh God, I'm just, don't even get me started. I mean, I'll try and talk about some of this. Is going to try and address this later tonight as I go into arc of narrative. There's just too much to fucking cover. It's just what you remind me of now is like when Lady Gaga, who I personally like. She came out and said she suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder as a result of being raped at the age of 19, which was what led her to being hypersexualized and very display-oriented, very demonstrative of her sexuality, which she based her career on, meaning her career is based on personal trauma. Now, whether that's simply some self-indulgent fantasy or not is up to the recipient of that information to decide. I think obviously it's genuine because she's doing this now after her career is essentially over, or at least established to the point where it's over in any sense where she's building herself up or needs to. So the response by idiots that I saw on the net at that time in 2016 to what she had to say was shit like, no, soldiers returning from battlefields suffer from PTSD. Enough of this vain, glorious nonsense. You know, no, soldiers do not monopolize PTSD. PTSD is something that happens to people who are traumatized. And the fact that people who are in the military have monopolized this that's what's bullshit. So this is something that, you know, I'll try my best to address. It's almost impossible. There's just too much of it. We've got these, in January of 2017, the Baylor football players. I don't know if people remembered them. They committed 52 rapes in 4 years from Baylor University. And that was like between 2011 and 2014. That's 52 acts of rape that were reported, that were actually reported. And these were gang rapes. At least 5 of the gang rapes were on camera.
Now you know I don't watch football.
There we. Yes, these fuckers do everything as a team. Yes, that's right. This is, and that's part of something I don't get. If people don't get my taking blood from twinks in a nice, safe and affirmative environment, what I don't get is a bunch of men who can't operate sexually without the stink of each other because they're so used to smelling each other in the locker room that they can't even have sex without each other. That's something I don't get. So we're on equal grounds in that. I just cannot understand that. No, that is beyond my comprehension. So there we have that. Just wretched subject, but one that needs to be addressed. And anyhow, so you two gentlemen take over for a while I breathe, try and recollect myself, and you know.
All right. So I have a really good article that serious injuries reported after massive 40-vehicle pileup on snowy section of I-80 in Iowa. A snowy section of Interstate 80 was closed Thursday afternoon in central Iowa after a massive crash involving roughly 40 vehicles. Iowa authorities closed the eastbound lanes of the interstate west of Newton after a chain reaction crash happened shortly before noon. The Iowa State Patrol said 2 troopers were in the middle of assisting with several multi-car crashes in the area when a pileup happened. Several serious injuries have been reported in the crash, but no deaths. Well, I'm sure that has changed within the last 2 days because serious injuries become deaths at some point. Iowa Transportation Department spokeswoman Andrea Henry said. The pictures of the crash show several semi-trailer trucks sideways across the highway and at least 6 semi-trucks that slid off the road. One photo appeared to show a state patrol car damaged by a semi-trailer that had tipped on its side. Officials are urging drivers to stay off roads across most of eastern Iowa because they were mostly covered with snow Thursday after the storm moved across the state. Yeah, that pileup, wow. I couldn't imagine the grisly injuries that people had as a result of that. And now there was it's now stated that at least 2 people died, I think, since it was reported in February 5th. And, you know, as we know, as speaking of the weather, we're getting slammed again here in the Northeast with another 1.5 feet of snow to add to what was already 2 feet of a complete fucking mess to clean up. So I just love the winter. And of all the months I hate the most, it's February. Honestly. There's many reasons why I despise February. Aside from the fact that it's my father's birthday, and aside from the fact that it's Thanksgiving. I mean, not Thanksgiving. I mean, fucking Valentine's Day, where all the assholes show, what you want, and I'm like, okay, well, better you than me. You have the disease. I don't.
Oh, God. Don't forget this Valentine's Day is in the same weekend as President's Day. So we've got a kind of
great, a double whammy, a triple whammy of bullshit for me.
And don't forget Black History Month. That's
that's the only good that comes of it. But
of course, they had
honestly,
to give the blacks the shortest month of the year. They had to give them the shortest month.
Well, what I will say is the only good thing about this month will be that it's the shortest month of the year, because I fucking loathe February.
Check this out. I have an article, speaking of Black History Month.
Mm-hmm.
So it starts off with a question. So can my kids opt out of white history? Utah school rescinds offer that would have allowed parents to opt students out of Black history curriculum. So if you're going to Utah and where there is no Black people, and you say, well, there's no Black people here, why the fuck I want to read about their motherfucking history? You can, all the students, the parents can opt their students out of learning about anybody Black, you know. So that's another asshole white supremacist move, you know. But,
good God.
So that's why it starts off with the question. Well, so can my kids opt out of White History Month? A Utah school walked back its decision to offer parents the option to opt their children out of Black History Month instruction after facing backlash from the community. Maria Montessori Academy in North Oregon initially sent parents an email on February 5th, letting them know that they would have the option to opt their children out of Black History Month lessons planned for the month, which their Black History lessons, I'm sure, are so watered down that all they're going to know about Black history is I Need a Dream speech and Rosa Parks sat on the front of the bus. Besides that, they will know nothing else about Black history. So, but following the backlash, the school director, Micah Harakama, told the Standard Examiner in an email on Saturday, February 6th, that parents would not longer have the option to do so. We regret that after receiving requests, an opt-out form was sent out concerning activities planned during this month of celebration, reads a statement prepared by Hirakonda and the school board of directors. We are grateful that families initially had questions and concerns and willing to come up to the table to resolve any differences at this time. No families are opting out of our planned activities as we have removed this option. We'll see. Well, looking at some of the activities that they do during Black History Month, you'd probably be best to opt your Black kids out of it. I remember one year, a teacher wanted to teach the kids about slavery, so she laid a Black boy down on the floor and stood on his back and said, "This is what slavery's like. Weight on your back." And then, of course, he went home and told his parents, and his parents went nuts over it, rightfully so. You don't stand on my child's fucking back, you fucking shithead. You know what I'm saying?
How the heck was he not hospitalized by that shit? Damn, will full adults weight on someone's back? I mean, are kids that large nowadays? I'm sorry. I know it's not appropriate, but I just had to piss that one out.
Right, yeah. So I'm bringing that up, but there's been many such of instances to where white teachers wanted to do some kind of slavery reenactment type shit, and it ended up not going well. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't think ahead.
I think black parents need to. I think black parents need to sit.
I better not do this.
I think the parents need to sit their kids down and say, if anyone tells you to do some fucked up shit just to demonstrate some racist shit, punch them in the fucking face. That's what I would tell my kids. Punch them in the motherfucking face.
Yeah.
Shit.
Then if they ask me about it, I'll say you were teaching them about Nat Turner.
Yeah. What was that stupid? There was that I think what happened to him? Did they force him to step down? It was the black police chief who said something like, was he covering for the cops over in Rochester, New York, where they were like, pepper spraying that young girl or something? There was, good God, there was something recently going on with some black police chief somewhere where he was covering for these racist cops. The good news is that one of these cops the one who shot that one poor bastard, it was either the black guy with the sandwich or the black guy who just happened to be, I don't know, in area, and then the white cop finally got busted for murder. So they finally took one of these white cops and busted him for murder just the other day. And maybe you gentlemen can find out both of these cases, what's going on with either one of them for myself.
That one, I need to find out which one you're talking about, but I do have a couple of sad cases here. One of them, the article says, "You have no idea how hard it is. Black Louisiana deputy left haunting video message about police brutality, racist policing before taking his own life." Clyde Kerr III, a 43-year-old Lafayette Parish Sheriff deputy, left haunting messages on social media about police brutality and the difficulty of reconciling his identity as a black man in his profession before he took his own life on Monday, February 1st, outside the sheriff's office. So he made sure he made it to work first and then took his life outside the sheriff's office. You have no idea how hard it is to put on a uniform on this day and age with everything that's going on, Kerr said in one of the videos. Kerr, a father and military veteran, it doesn't say which branch as of yet, it just says a military veteran, began serving with the sheriff's office in June of 2015. He has served as a deputy in patrol, a member of the SWAT team, and a school resource officer in the Southern Louisiana district. In videos that have gained thousands of views since his death, Kerr spoke to the camera about police brutality against black people and racism within the police division. He said he no longer wanted to serve a department that did not care about people who look like him. I've had enough of this nonsense. I've had enough of all this nonsense. So subservience of serving a system that does not give a damn about me or people like me, Kerr said in a video recorded on January 31st. Kerr said he could no longer abide by the killing that's going on, especially by police, which I am. My entire life has been in the service of other people. Y'all entrust me to safeguard y'all little ones, your small ones, the things that's most precious to you. And I did that well. I passed security clearance in the military, but that has allowed me to see the inner workings of things. Kerr then made reference to some of the unarmed black people who have been killed by police in recent years. Botham, he said, in reference to Botham Jean, who was fatally shot by a former Dallas cop, Amber Geiger, in his home in 2018. Shot in his own apartment, Kerr said. How does that work? Floyd, Breonna, he said, in reference to the 2020 deaths of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and later was fatally shot by police. That was shot is not right. I'm telling you, this is not right, he said. And they're getting away with it. Mm-hmm. Kerr suggests that there would be more civilian oversight and standardized training implemented to improve the way communities are policed. Kerr also talked about his exposure to violence as negatively impacted him. He talked about the trauma of working in the night. Lafayette Police Corporal Michael Maddenbrook was killed, and stressed that he needed members of law enforcement to have greater access to mental health resources. Kerr hinted about his suicide in the video, saying, "I'm a small cog in this whole big machine, but I'm jumping off." He insisted that he made the conscious decision to kill himself as a protest. Lafayette City Marshal Reggie Thomas, the first black person elected to a citywide position in Lafayette, acknowledged the growing problem of law enforcement officers struggling with mental health issues. we realized we need to do something because nationally, a lot of officers are committing suicide, he said. Today, LPD requires any officers involved in a crucial incident to get counseling. Thomas also said officers get counseling without letting the department know. In a newsletter to parents, leaders from St. Geneva School where Kerr served addressed the deputy's passing. Oh, that's right. So he was still a school resource officer when he killed himself. Kerr was well known for his big smile, frequent conversations with students and staff, and friendly fist bumps. We will continue to keep him and his family in our prayers. He will be greatly missed, St. Geneva School leaders said in the news. So, and it shows the picture of a guy. I mean, he's a handsome guy. You know, I really hate that he took that route.
Right. Right.
I have the one you might have been talking about, Douglas. The Andre Hill shooting.
Right. Now, just so that we know it's the one I was talking about, this is where the cop did not turn on his body cam until after he shot him. Okay, that's it. Before you go on with that, we have a public service announcement from Crystal River. Crystal River reminds us that battered woman shelter statistics consistently cite Super Bowl Sunday as the highest amount of battered women entering their shelters nationwide. So chilling, while not surprising. Those are her words, and again, it just it brings outrage.
Disgusting.
Thank you.
Can we just kill off half the men on this planet and be done with it?
Well,
honestly, let's knock off 98%.
Thank you so much, Crystal. I deeply appreciate that. That's heartbreaking, and it's again so expected. I remember Judith Ager told me that she was a football widow, that a gang could have broken into her home and gang raped her to death, and her first husband, would never have discovered her body until halftime. That was the way that this individual was just so riveted to the screen. This is like with your average football game, let alone the Super Bowl, during which time they'd have parties. So we definitely, there is something wrong, distinctively wrong with our culture. And what Derek brought up earlier about the military compounds that beyond. Okay, fact check. Does most domestic violence occur on Super Bowl Sunday? So I'll follow up on that. Let me read that. And thank you, Derek. I appreciate that. So we've got a Snopes follow-up on that. Either way, of course, we know the violence, regardless of what Snopes says. We know the violence, we know how universal it is, and we know how prevalent it is. So go on. Yeah, by all means. Jameson.
Oh, right. Okay, let me get back to that story I was looking at.
Yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, you know what's so odd about that story? Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but if you can look up an image of the victim, when you look up the man's name, the guy, he doesn't even look black. I would never have even...
He's light-skinned. He's light-skinned.
Yeah, I would never have known. Yeah.
My mother often passes for white.
Right.
In fact, Staten Island, where they're so fucking racist that they hate everything black, they often ask if they often there was a time with my father when he wanted to buy a car, he would send her in and he wouldn't go in because they never question her race, you know, whereas like but yeah, it's like Michael Jackson said, black folks come in all shades and colors.
Right.
And so we need to remember that. Now, the article is Andre Hill should not be dead. Former Columbus police officer Adam Coy indicted in murder of unarmed black man. An Ohio grand jury has indicted former Columbus police officer Adam Coy in the what a weird name, in the shooting death of Andre Hill, an unarmed black man. Coy, who was fired after the December shooting of Hill, 47, was charged with 1 count of murder. Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost announced Wednesday night at a virtual news conference. Police undertake the increasingly difficult and dangerous task of Oh, come on. Let's cut the bullshit. They don't protect communities. But every person is responsible for and judged by his or her own actions, Yost said. Neither guilt nor virtue may be assumed by association. The grand jury found the truth. Andre Hill should not be dead. Coy, who is white, responded with another officer on December 22nd to a non-emergency disturbance. Non-emergency disturbance. Emphasis. Call about a parked SUV that had been running on and off for a period of time. Hill was inside a garage and an expected guest at that home. About 10 seconds after encountering him, Coy fired his service weapon at Hill multiple times. Neither Coy nor the other officer turned on their body cameras until after the shooting because of a look-back feature on the camera that records the 60 seconds before they are turned on. The shooting itself was captured on video. Now that they told us about it, officers are going to find a way around it. Good job, news. You just fucked everything up. The shooting itself was captured on video with no audio. The video shows officers getting out of their cruisers and walking up to the driveway to the open garage door at the home. Hill had his back turned to the officers. He turns around and takes 4 steps toward the officers with his cell phone up in his left hand and his right hand not visible. Coy then shoots Hill and approaches him. The audio is now on. Coy tells Hill to roll over and saying he can't see his right hand. Coy asks if a medic is coming but doesn't provide initial aid. Coy 44 is also facing 1 count of felonious assault and 2 counts of dereliction of duty, one for failing to turn on his body camera when he responded to the scene, and another for failing to inform his fellow officer that he felt Hill presented a danger. Coy was arrested Wednesday afternoon, Yo said. Coy had a history of complaints with and issues with excessive force during his time with the police division. Oh my God, why am I not surprised? This is just more of the same. In a written statement, Mayor Andrew Ginther praised the grand jury's decision. The community was outraged by the killing of Andre Hill, an unarmed black man, by law enforcement. The indictment does not loosen the pain of the tragic death for Mr. Hill's loved ones, but it is stuff for, cut the bullshit. It's one step towards justice does not make anyone safe. The shooting of Hill was the second police shooting of a black man in December in Columbus. Holy fucking shit. Casey Goodson Jr. was shot and killed by Sheriff's Deputy Jason Meade at the doorstep of his home earlier that month. That was the guy who had the sandwich. The investigation into that
I'm sorry. That
being
is so awful. That
by-
story is so fucking awful where the guy came home and was he like developmentally disabled too? Because my understanding was that he was kind of waving the sandwich when he came home like I got a sandwich, which is something a normal person wouldn't do. And then the guy shot him saying it.
Who knows what he did? They might have made that claim to say, "Oh, he was waving it, so it must have been a gun." He waved something that looks like a dildo. It's a gun. They don't give a fuck. I mean, it's all right. I mean, it's hilarious that humans are just this fucking retarded, and that society has even lasted this long. But yeah, apparently, God has a sense of humor, and it's dark.
It's very dark. Yes. Oh my God. But please continue. I'm so sorry I interrupted there because that was all in the same place. It's just awful. It's just ceaseless. The
investigation into that is being handled by Columbus Police, the FBI, and the U.S. Department of Civil Rights Justice Division, under the oversight of the U.S. Attorney David DeVilers of the Southern District of Ohio. Listen, folks, if you're black, don't move to those states that have like that little letters in them.
Yeah.
They ain't friendly to you.
Yes. Thank you.
If it's a place where it seems like everyone's like every other person is, well, if it's a place where you're outranked as far as race is concerned, 99.9%, don't go there. Don't
Yes.
do it. Do not be that token Negro, please.
Yes.
That shit will lead you to death.
Yes.
I know not too long ago, a black kid moved from California to, I think it was either Utah or Idaho. But I guess they went to a camping trip there, him and his family. They fell in love with it. They moved there. Turned out that it was 99% white. And
Oh boy.
he went to I guess he was staying at a hotel because his Burger King had laid him off because of his because of COVID. You know what I'm saying? So he was kind of, staying on his own, and there was somebody else at the hotel that was didn't like the fact that he played his music too loud when he drove up to the hotel, and went back and they got in the argument. He went back in his hotel, got his gun, and killed the dude. Wow. And it's just like, hey, you're the only black one there. You're outnumbered. But I got an article here that says from about the Cincinnati police, the Atlanta Black Star. It says, "I did nothing wrong. They hurt me."
Right. Yes, that's the black police chief I was talking about. So go on. Yes.
Lawsuit filed against the Cincinnati police for 2019 vicious attack on an autistic black man who was merely walking home. A recently filed federal lawsuit says that the Cincinnati Police Department attacked and violated the rights of an autistic black man in 2019. According to the documents filed on Tuesday, February 2nd in Cincinnati court, 32-year-old Brandon Davis was subjected to repeat tasing, shoved into a chain link fence, and forcefully kneeled on his back by the CPD officers, Emily Heen, in Western Falls. The suit alleges that Davis was attacked by the officers sometime after 11 p.m. on February 4th, 2019, while he was walking home from a friend's house in Cincinnati, South Cumminsville neighborhood, to the home where he shared with his mother in the nearby Millville district. Davis did not have a criminal record at the time, according to Cincinnati.com, but he was charged with jaywalking, resisting arrest, and being in the park after dark. He spent the
holy shit!
And was eventually acquitted of all charges. Jaywalking, that's it. That in California, they beat your ass for jaywalking. However, David says he was not in the park, but rather near it, and due to the autism, following a safety route that put in place for his protection for whenever he went anywhere. So he was not in the park. He was following a safety route that was given to him, but they gave him a ticket for being in the park because they said, well, you were close enough to the park to be in the park, so we're just going to give you a ticket for being in the park and also give you a ticket for jaywalking. So with the jaywalking ticket, you have to concede that they deserve to beat you. You deserve your beating.
Oh, Jesus, it's madness. And what is that noise in the background? Somebody's got.
Oh, sorry. That's my techno music. I didn't even know that was audible.
Oh, okay. Yes.
I got to turn that down a little
bit. So at any rate, in terms of the police chief, though, they're asking him to step down, right? He is stepping down, this individual, right?
Well, let's see. I didn't read that far into it yet. It says Freshman Gilbert and Ginstein are representing Davis in the case, which is suing for unreasonable seizure, false arrest, and malicious prosecution. They said Dave was targeted merely for walking while black. After being given competing commands, the lawsuit said Davis became overwhelmed by the shouting due to his autism. That's when the lawsuit alleges that he initiated her own vicious attack. It says her, so it must have been a female officer involved, tasing Davis 7 times with a 2-minute, 14-second window during the ordeal. Davis said to have pleaded again and again with Hain and Voss to stop tasing him, and they tried repeatedly to explain that he'd done nothing wrong. Why did they do? So what they did to me was terrible. I did nothing wrong. They hurt me, Davis said in a statement. Despite his pleas, the lawsuit said Hain and Voss pushed Davis onto his stomach onto the ground, and Voss dug his knee into Davis' back while Hain continued to tase him. What a bunch of cowards.
Well, at least he's alive to bitch about it. Jesus Christ. Not to
keep bringing up how men are toxic, man. This is not men. This is white people. There's a female cop and a male cop.
Yeah. that's the law enforcement. That's the entire law enforcement culture. I mean, look at the guy who committed suicide. Admitted that much.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
black police officer from Louisiana. So, that's a thing. You're a target if you're someone who has mental health issues. They will try to exploit that.
Yeah, they will, because they're taking advantage of the stigma of mental health to try and claim that's some kind of danger, when in reality it's usually the opposite. So, by the way, Crystal River does she does say that she doesn't trust Snopes, and
I don't tend to trust it either for various reasons. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure that they're unbiased with their news.
Okay, yeah. And I just had to put that out there because she was the person who originally brought us the public service statement. What was Snopes
if you're
saying?
listening,
Yeah.
please do join us someday, Crystal.
Yes, yes. I talked to her personally just the other night, and she wants to do so, but she's just being a little selective about it. I'm trying to get into contact. Well, I've got contact with Amanda Ute. She has to get Skype set up again, and I mean, she's got an old Skype account, but I'm not sure if she has the password to it anymore. But I'll talk to her about it soon enough. And Crystal River says, "Thank you, dear Douglas. God bless you, honey. Of course." And I'm on your side. There we are. And so she says, "I will." Good, honey. Thank you so much. And with that, of course, we'll continue with some of these various topics that are going on around the country, around the world. I mean, we have, of course.
Oh, around the world, we have a lot going on. There was flooding in Indonesia recently, in which the water was completely red. Mm-hmm. So whatever the water had in it, it must have had a high iron content. Mm-hmm. And now this isn't unusual, because I believe in India, somewhere around 2000, they reported having red rain. And it turns out that scientists believe the red rain was caused by a meteorite that had hit the ocean. And then what happened was, whatever the meteorite had with it, it had a lot of iron content, and that rained down red. Of course, the scientists claim that they found some kind of weird organism that had no DNA in it, and that was exploited for ancient aliens. Go have it. Which I'm sure that the intent behind it was probably to get some more tourists personally. But if there were some strange organisms, it wouldn't be surprising, because there's a lot of Fortean shit that goes on. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean that there's that it's aliens, people. Yes. It just means Fortean shit happens.
Yes.
Charles Fort had recorded a lot of bizarre things, such as raining organs and shit. I mean, real fucking stuff.
Yes.
It's just very weird. Yeah. But as far as we also have there was also a 6.0 earthquake in the Philippines. And because I always like the planet Earth stuff, because it's good not having to deal with the human dungeon of how do we say, it's good not having to see the human shadow all the time. Since I'm extremely focused on the shadow, my own shadow, I really don't want to make time all the time for everyone else's shadows. But
by the way, Crystal River wants to thank you as well. For what you're doing and what you've done. So, so just had to get that out there. Speaking to her now on Skype, so to speak, or having some exchanges with her. So at any rate, do give her a shout out.
Shout out, Crystal. It's always a joy talking to you.
There we are.
Hello, Crystal.
Yes, thank you, Derek. Yes. So, Derek, what exactly was Snopes saying? Were they trying to dismiss the Super Bowl Sunday statement that or what? What were they saying about it?
It said false.
Okay. Wow. I
can imagine how how that would make sense, that Super Bowl, because that's when you have a bunch of people getting together and getting drunk.
Right. At the same time, bring me a
Well, not only
sandwich.
that, the men are all like gassed up on their own testosterone.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh my God! You can see the dick of the guy running through his pants. No. And the woman's like, "Oh my God, what the fuck did I marry?" It's like, "Where's my sandwich?"
Yes.
It just becomes this whole horrible cascade into disaster.
Yes. Yes.
Well, if he's a Bears fan and she's a Green Bay Packers fan, it's bound to happen.
Yes. And Our Lady Crystal says, "Thank you, men, for defending and having care for women's issues." By the way, it's not that I missed the humor of what Derek Talley said, where if the husband and wife are on the side of different teams, but let's just put it this way: that's a bit in poor taste. Not to condemn Derek at all. That would normally fly. That would normally be funny. It's just one of those things where obviously most women aren't into football at all. And these things, as Crystal says, must become men's issues, and she says we're beautiful examples thereof. So
there are exceptions. My mother's into football, so both my parents are into football. It doesn't appeal to me. It's, I can look at it from a perspective of it being a war game, and I can only appreciate it from that. But outside of that, it's like, why am I going to watch this shit?
Yes.
It does nothing for me.
I have to admit I'm in the same position.
It's like watching. It's like when you grow up and you used to watch, like the bullshit wrestling where the guys are like, "I'm calling you out," and you realize how fucking fake and ridiculous it is, and you try to watch it and you're like, this does nothing for me.
Yes.
It's just the same. It's just the same thing. It's like you just don't want anything to do with it. Now I got another good story. This one I thought was very relevant.
By the way, before you go there, Crystal says laugh out loud at Derek's joke. So she did like your joke, Derek. So and just really, are you with us, Derek? Are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, good. I was hoping you didn't get all pissed off because of what I said about the joke. Yes. So Crystal did like it. So thank you.
Oh, that said, before I go into anything serious, let's look at the astrology for tonight. Now, I don't know what this means, but I have this as of, let's see. Let me do a reload just to make sure it's all fresh.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have, okay. We have Luna and Pluto in Capricorn. We have Saturn, Venus, Jupiter, and Mercury in Aquarius. Mercury is going retrograde for those who don't know. So if you wonder why everything's fucked to high hell, that's one of the reasons. I found that out the hard way. Our sun is also in Aquarius. And guess what? Listen, I'm not going to take issue with anyone who's in Aquarius, but based on what I know of my father, is Aquarius seems to strike me as know-it-alls, and it irritates me because I'm a Gemini, and it's like, oh. Well, anyway, that personal tidbit of bullshit aside, no one take that personally. Ceres and Neptune are in Pisces. We have Chiron and Eris in Aries. We have Uranus and Mars in Taurus. And we have Maki Maki in Libra and Haumea in Libra. And the moon is in Scorpio. So there's your planets today. I don't know what any of that means. I'm not going to even bother trying to interpret it. But this app is just really fun.
I don't know one single male that's into that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's mostly females that I know.
Honestly, I find it fascinating personally. But that's because I'm more in touch with the feminine aspect of myself. And that's also why I consider myself neither male nor female.
Well,
despite the fact that I have a male body and a large, well,
I was about to say you seem to be attracted to the female sex, so that's
yeah, I am. I consider myself a lesbian in a man's body.
There we are. And so with Derek, who has,
and I kid you not, I've had quite a few partners who were lesbians.
There we are.
Wink.
Yeah, that's I can understand that. So Derek, have you found any other military issues? Because what I'll do is I'll cover later on the fact that what I had predicted has come to pass. One of the things that I was telling people about was, of course, we had a situation where we were going to employ a black general under Biden for the Department of Defense, as the head of the Department of Defense, and how many people were arguing against that and saying that you can't have a military man in charge of the Department of Defense. And of course, the person who did that, put a military man in charge of the Department of Defense, was Donald Trump. And when Donald Trump did that, of course, everybody was for it because they were saying, quote unquote, that that Trump needed adult supervision. Of course, none of these people provided him any adult supervision. Nobody was able to rein him in, and the end result was that people went back to the insistence that you need a civilian in charge of the Department of Defense because that's essentially a civilian position. So Biden, of course, wanted. Can you do me a favor and identify the black general in charge of the Department of Defense, because I really don't remember his name. But I was advocating, of course, that he be placed in charge because we're going to need the military to help with the vaccination process, because there's not enough frontline workers in the medical field to do this. They're all dying. They're all committing suicide. They're all quitting.
His name is Lloyd J. Austin III.
Thank you. Lloyd J. Austin III. And so he was, thankfully, put in charge, and now we will be deploying the military to help with the vaccination process. So this has to be done because as I said, we don't have the frontline medical workers left, literally alive to handle this. As a matter of fact, I could go on and on about that. I won't overdwell on it tonight, but it definitely, we've got shit going on with the numbers that you wouldn't believe. Because we've got calendar quirks ongoing concerning when the census was taken, none of the virus deaths are going to be seen in the fucking census when it's published. Can you believe that shit? I mean, this is how bad the situation is. Literally, there are about, conservatively, there are about 100,000 missing deaths that should be directly connected or indirectly connected to the COVID. So we know at this point 500,000 have died in the United States alone. Now
the numbers are probably way greater than that.
Yes, I agree. I
suspect we're at 1 million or maybe 2 million.
Yes, I agree. And just a lot of this is not being recorded or taken into account. Again, the vaccine and the whole COVID issue is not the most exciting thing in the world to me. I feel obligated at times to address it because I do have a training in medical journalism, and I try to get people to try to educate people to be less prone to falling towards the forces of darkness in their ignorance and just serving the enemy quite literally with
fresh bodies.
Thank you. Taking the side of the disease. But at the same time, the politics are far more immediate to me in terms of the emotional impact. I'm just glad that that Brendan Zogit provided myself some of these organic reinforcements to my immune system, such as that lipospheric C, that vitamin C. It actually has helped immensely. I'll credit him if he's able to come on later tonight with, once again, saving my ass because I felt a cold coming on. I'm certainly not immune to colds, but haven't had one in forever. And I certainly don't want to experience one, but definitely some stomach discomfort recently, only in the sense of, it being more active than usual, but that's probably because of all the, I did a side trip the other day to Bob's Donuts in Tacoma, half a dozen of those, and that probably had its effect, no doubt.
What's your flavor of choice?
I prefer the jelly donuts, so I take the glazed and the powdered and the chocolate covered, just any of them, the jelly donuts in particular.
I seem to be fixated on the vanilla cream.
Okay.
When they have Dunkin' Donuts up here, it gets so bad sometimes where I'm like buying half a dozen every day, and so I try to walk it off, and well, this happens.
Yeah, don't do that to yourself.
There we go.
By the way, Bob's Donuts in San Francisco, they never have the same thing twice. It's always a different thing every day in terms of, obviously they make different things on different days, and you'll have days where there's crumb donuts and jelly donuts and other things, but they in other words, they're not like a franchise. They're not like a franchise. They're just,
So you couldn't just go like, give me 100 vanilla cream donuts.
Right, no, just can't do that there.
That'd be my method of suicide.
Understood.
Now I had a question. This is something I find odd because I've been doing research on a certain illness, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Now, they said risk factors. In risk factors, they say heredity, age, sex, genetics, smoking, environmental toxin exposure. All that stuff is understandable. Military service. Why the fuck would military service be a risk factor? What is up with that?
Oh, God knows. I can't. Anyhow, Crystal says, I like the old-fashioned fritter cake type donuts with chocolate icing. Honey, why don't you just come on? Honey, just let me call you and bring you on the call. I'm so tempted just to call her and see if I can bring her on. Her statement on her Skype thing says the truth is in there. Honestly, let's see if we can do this.
I like that mindset actually. Looking within seems to be where all the answers lie.
Okay. Yeah, well, let me see if I can. She's one of those people I can't add. Like, she's like Peter Moon. Both of them have some. Let me see if I can get her into the. I can't call her because that would knock us off this call. So, darn, she's so lucky. So you've got that going for you, Crystal. Unless I get you in at the beginning of the show, you're immune to my dragging you on or attempting to do so. That won't stop us from maybe getting Jameson to try to drag you on. I don't know if you have her Skype ID. Oh, by the way,
no, I don't.
Let me check into the chat.
I'd have to add it.
I haven't looked at the chat because I simply assumed nobody would be here because of the Super Bowl. Nobody in any numbers. Hey, Daniel Arola says, hi, I hear you guys. Hi, spelled H-I-G-H. And he says, the last Super Bowl party I attended was over 6 years ago, and the only thing I really enjoyed was watching Bruno Mars and his group dance and get down during the halftime show. I'm not even a fan. Vicky Johnson says, hello, loves. And so, hello, Vicky Johnson. Mwah, love you dearly. Zozo, XOXO, says, my history teacher taught me about.
Oh, man, we got a massive fucking piece of turd here. Holy shit.
Anyhow, Veronica
infected the chat room.
Okay, so Veronica Barrera says, buenos noches, Didi. A todos. So, buenos noches a todos. Mwah, Senora Barrera. Love you. I'll let our man Jameson handle the infestation, if there is one.
Yeah, this shit is funny as hell, actually. Let me show you.
Jameson, can you try and bring Crystal on? Do you have her Skype ID?
I don't have her Skype ID.
Okay, let me see if I can get that too.
I'm going to just hide this user because they're just.
Okay.
I wanted to indulge and laugh at some of the shit they said and how ridiculous it was, but
Okay, give me a second here. Let me see if I can get the. Oh, here we are. Send Skype ID. Let me see Skype name. Add to favorites. Chat settings. How do I do this? Schedule. Send message. Start call. Let me try and get her ID over to you. How do we do this again? Where I try to give her Skype ID to you. Let me see.
Maybe you could just type it in the chat message and I'll type it in and use it.
Let's see if I can. Well, the problem is I'm not seeing it the way it used to be. Share contact. There we are. Share contact to Jameson Reese. There. Just sent her contact to.
Now, where do I go to see it? Oh, there we go. Contact card. All right. Crystal River. Crystal. All right. So,
let me go over to Jameson and see if I can get his contact going over to Crystal. Why isn't this working? I don't want to knock myself off this call. So let's see with Crystal, because I'm trying to bring her on and I just can't. Oh, let's hope this doesn't knock me off the. If I get knocked off, let me. Well,
okay.
I can't.
I added her as a contact. Okay. So let's go back into the chat. Wow, I'm so.
Well, can you call her? Try and bring her on the call. Can you bring her on?
Yeah, I am, but okay. But I got to get the box. Oh, okay. Here we go. I'm still getting used to Skype. Mm-hmm. I'm still a virgin with this.
We all are.
Advanced technology. Right. All right. So.
By the way, Derek, are you there? Derek? Where the fuck?
Okay. Yeah, we're calling Crystal River now.
Yeah. Honey, are you there?
It worked.
It worked! Oh, thank God. Oh, darling. So, here we are on Super Bowl Sunday night. Derek seems to have disappeared. I do hope he comes back. I was going to have fun with him about... Oh, there you are. Derek, I was hoping that you could also join us soon with a comment on just how useless the so-called good guy with a gun theory is, when we've got an example in Arizona where this woman was a concealed carry type, and she basically shot one of the workers in a store because she was trying to fire at a shoplifting suspect, and she shot the store employee instead.
Wow.
It's an example of where they always say the only thing to stop a bad guy is a good guy with a gun is all bullshit. But on a happier note, we have Crystal River. So Crystal River, honey, so glad that you're with us. And Crystal River, of course, will be joining me in the very near future, or sometime after Asian Lunar New Year, perhaps. And this is because we've got a few things we're going to be working on. In April, it will be Sexual Assault Awareness Month. We'll be talking about several issues. After the Asian Lunar New Year, we're going to take some time to address what's been going on with Marilyn Manson, a subject that was brought to my attention by John Warrington more than anyone else who was following that situation. Right now, Crystal will talk about anything she wants to talk about, and she's welcome, of course, to bring up any contrapuntals to anything I've said about vaccines or masks or anything like that. Of course, I'm not quite sure if that's very exciting. I'm not quite sure if that's...
We got better stuff to talk about.
Yeah, tell us, honey. I'm just so glad you're here, and so catch us up on what's going on.
Just let me know if you can't hear me, because I'm working with some old headphones. I couldn't find my good ones. So,
you sound wonderful.
You inspired me to come on. I'm too flaky to plan to come on, so this works better for me.
Wonderful.
But I just wanted to talk about domestic violence.
Yes,
since
please.
you... Yeah. Okay. So, the reason why I agreed to come on after the Lunar New Year celebration is because you said it was Sexual Assault Month, which I wasn't aware of, but anything that brings awareness to this issue. And I have a couple of books that I wanted to have a chance to look into and read before we discussed it more, but I'm going to go ahead and put the titles out there now, if that's okay.
Please. Anything you want, honey.
Okay, so this did start with the Marilyn Manson stuff because, as you know, last time we talked about the West Memphis 3 and the people in Hollywood that came forward to defend them, and Marilyn Manson being one who is very close with Johnny Depp, who we've already raked over the coals, and he's gotten his... He's in the stockade, the public stockade. So he's been Me Too'd and outed as abusive. And that's a good thing. All the companies that were working with him dropped him. And hopefully that process is now happening with Marilyn Manson as well. His ex-wife, her name is, I don't want to get it wrong, Evan Rachel Wood. She came out this past week, and she has been basically reporting on a person that had been abusing her for the past 2 years without naming them. And behind the scenes, she was getting in touch with his former exes, and 5 or 6 of them all came out with her on the same day. And these women stood in solidarity against Marilyn Manson and the abuse, extreme, sexual and otherwise, that she and her son had suffered at the hands of this monster who was basically getting a pass because he dresses like a monster, so he couldn't really be a monster, and it was all supposed to be only his stage act. But she has come out saying that he is just absolutely horrible to her, and all these other women came out on the same day. So because of following that story, she turned me on to a couple of books that she is reading and programs she's following that are helping her and her son recover. One of them is a man named Tony Porter, who works in he's given lectures within the military and the NFL and the NBA and other men's groups, right, discussing this issue, right, of violence against women, and how we can really more about how we can raise boys that aren't a part of the rape culture.
Right.
So his name is Tony Porter, as I said, and his book I've pre-ordered it. It hasn't come out yet. It's called Breaking Out of the Man Box, A Call to Men. So A Call to Men is the program that he's been taking to different men's groups. And the other book is called The Book of Dares by Ted Bunch and Anna Marie Johnson Teague. And it is also based on A Call to Men. It's called The Book of Dares, 100 Ways for Boys to Be Kind, Bold, and Brave. Yes. So these people did research on or questionnaires for boys and found out that boys are interested in the concept of dares. So they wrote this book in that context of 100 positive dares, like dare to show your feelings, etc.
Yes.
So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up, and I'll come
wonderful.
back after I've had a chance to read it all.
Oh, that's wonderful, and we definitely look forward to that. But while you're here, I'll reinforce some of what you say so you can respond to what I have to say about that. I do want people to know that when we talk about breaking out of the man box, obviously you're talking about someone, in my case, who cross-dresses, and I'm fairly proud about what I can do in that regard, and that is, of course, part of a cultural tradition, even more so than simply some form of self-expression. It is something that dates back thousands of years in the ninja tradition that I inherited from my mother. In terms of what we have today in the West in particular, these gender stereotypes that make everyone so uncomfortable with what I do, they're destroying girls, but they're killing boys. And that's no exaggeration. Of course, it doesn't matter where in the world you live. All the lessons about gender start early, and they have lifelong consequences. Now, there was a study in the Journal of Adolescent Health, and that was way back in 2017. And that found many of the norms around gender in what was expected of boys and girls. They become entrenched in adolescence, and they have negative impacts that carry into adulthood. Now, everybody knows this to some degree. Existing research well before then showed that gender roles can harm both sexes. But the Global Early Adolescent Study, that's the one that I sourced back in 2017 that I found so enlightening. Global Early Adolescent Study. That looked at girls and boys between the ages of 10 to 14 years of age and in about 15 countries with varying income levels. And they found many of these stereotypes are simply universal. And so when it came to the John Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health that funded this, they found that the biggest myth perpetuated about gender is that once girls hit puberty, that they're vulnerable and in need of protection to preserve their sexual and reproductive health, while boys are seen as strong and independent. And this is a myth. and it changes how the world sees both sexes during adolescence, and basically it continues to treat them throughout their lives based on this. How you perceive girls and boys is socially driven. It's not biologically driven. And so among the consequences that study noted when girls conformed to gender stereotypes was depression, child marriage, leaving school early, and exposure to violence, because the men who say they're going to protect them are their greatest abusers. And when it comes to the consequences, when boys conform to gender stereotypes, they engage in physical violence to a much greater extent than girls. They die more frequently from unintentional injuries. Well, a lot of times they do incredibly stupid things. Skateboarding down rails in concrete environments, for instance, etc. But they're more prone to substance abuse and suicide, and they have a shorter life expectancy than women. So I think one of the major takeaways from that study was that it's important to challenge gender stereotypes when children are young. And so that's the real window of opportunity to really address these attitudes and beliefs before they become cemented later on. Now, honey, I'd like you to kind of provide us some perspective on that, and then I'll turn towards another subject that we both want to cover just a little bit tonight. And this we can do independently without you needing to read up on anything, because your own life experience is more than adequate. Yeah, do give us a response.
Yeah, a couple comments on that. One is that as girls, we're taught that boys will pay more attention to us in pink than in any other color. Jameson, I know what you're going to say, but anyway, that is true, that boys do love pink and they're drawn to it, yet they're not allowed to wear it. So that's weird. And also, this Tony Porter I've seen a couple of his lectures on YouTube while I'm waiting for the book, and I'll send you those, Douglas. They're very enlightening too. But
thank you.
One of the things he talks about is how a man will, when a woman walks up to her car, and this is dear to my heart because you know about my carjacking story I told last time when I was carjacked.
Can you relate it again so people understand it? I think it's important.
Well, I was carjacked in 1996, and there were two men that were already in my car that has dark tinted windows before I got into it, so I didn't see them. But one of the points that I'm looking for his name, Tony Porter, makes in his lecture is that as men, they're taught that wouldn't be manly for them to check their back seat before they get in the car. So as men, they get in the car, especially if they're in front of a woman, they wouldn't want to be caught dead checking the back seat. Where we as women, which I didn't know this in 1996, but we tend to look and check in our back seat before we get going, because just the threat of violence makes us constantly aware in ways that men wouldn't want to look like a sissy to do the same thing.
Right, and this is an ever-present terror in women's lives, because women need to do that because they are the greater target. So please go on, honey. Yeah.
Right, I've been checking ever since. Yes. But he just brings up some really good points, and that's one of them. And did you want to ask me about something else or switch gears?
Oh no, please continue. You helped catch people up on a bit about what happened to you, though I don't think they'll appreciate the sheer enormity of it. So yeah, I'd like you to tell us a little bit about it basically wound up with your hair being run over by the tire. If you could give us a bit about the story so people understand the enormity of what happened to you, because this enables people to understand that you are traumatized, and that's an important part of what we'll talk about. For all of us, I'm traumatized, you're traumatized, and this is one of the things that I say needs to be understood, and not a monopoly.
I think that's something, you and I share that, and that I sort of, last night when we were talking, I sort of use that as a cop-out or an excuse to why I'm flaky and why I may schedule something and not show up. And it's not an excuse, but it is a frame of reference.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what happened, more briefly than last time, people can listen to our last show to get the full story, because it makes me nervous to even go into it. And I'm not properly medicated for that right now. But
thank you.
Yeah, it's 6/6/96, which I see now as an occult date. And also I feel that there was someone in my, let's just say, family member who was behind that happening. There were people that were occult members that had it in for me. But I was protected by angels when it happened. I was pulled to the back seat of my car by a person who was in the back seat after I got in my car and they asked me to drive, and I knew that going to the second location would be my death. So I pulled over, and they didn't tell me to, and they got angry from that. And one of them, the one in the back seat, hit me in the back of my head really hard. It tried to knock me out. I still have a scar. And then they started to pull me, putting their hands underneath my armpits and pull me back to the back seat. And they were calling me names and telling me I was really going to get it now or whatever. And so something told me that as I was being pulled to the back, this was it if I didn't do something to get attention. So I used my foot to beep the horn as many times as I could, and this got the attention of people in a restaurant. But there was a big window overlooking the whole incident of people in a restaurant, and a nurse saw the whole thing, and she came out and basically saved me after they had thrown me out of the car because I was causing too much trouble and making a scene. They threw me out of the back seat of my car, and in my I've lost the word, but when you're in shock, I was in shock. And so I got up and I tried to run alongside of my car and reach into the back seat where the window was slightly cracked. I tried to reach into it and grab onto a seatbelt and like like I was gonna stop the car. I don't know what I was thinking.
This was you were basically, you were not reasoning with the conscious mind at that point. What you were doing was...
Plus, I'd just been hit on the head.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
And when they threw me out, I hit my head on the concrete, and they drove off. And when the nurse took me to the hospital, and when I came to, there was a police officer there to take my report, and the nurse told them that I couldn't talk long. Not that nurse, but the hospital that was taking over, because they had literally driven right next to my head and burned rubber into my hair, showing how close they came to like running over my face, actually. But yeah, so I survived that. And the reason why is because when I was trying to make a ruckus, when I realized I was going to die otherwise, I feel like an angel came and gave me some sort of superhuman power where I was able to overcome these two grown men. And I'm a small girl. I weigh less than 100 pounds. I'm 5'1", and there's no way I got out of that by myself. So I credit that to angelic assistance.
Right. Thank you. I'm sure that was
also because that was part of spiritual warfare, because what was behind that was occultic. So yes.
And in terms of the background in the occult, I'd like you to tell us about what you're willing to tell us. As a matter of fact, we can go into that another time. What I'm going to do is we'll cover some of these other aspects as well. By the way, Jameson, whenever you wish, you can bring Peter on, and Peter will he'll cooperate with Crystal, of course. He knows how important it is that Crystal is with us. So do bring Peter on. He'll say hi to us. And what we're going to do is take advantage of this time with Crystal, of course, to talk to her a little bit about getting over trauma. And Peter, can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, hopefully
Hi,
the echo.
Hi, Peter.
Hi there. Who was the female?
That's Crystal River. Who is the female? You like that?
Hi, female.
Okay, somebody's
I'm
got
the token female.
Yes. Somebody's got the computer on. I think that's Peter, because this started.
I don't have anything on.
Okay, for some reason we've got some kind of echo when you came on. That has to be due to some kind of feedback or something?
Well, we could hang up and you could try again.
Okay. So what
I'll
we can...
hang up.
Yeah, okay.
Just try me back.
Yeah. So there, then that... did anyone else hear that echo besides myself?
Yes.
I did. I'm still recovering from the shock of Peter saying he doesn't have anything on.
I'm rejoining the call. How does that work?
Much better. I know. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's not?
No, it's not. It's definitely coming from something that you got going.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll close out of Skype, reboot Skype, and we'll try it from there.
Sounds good.
I'll probably be able to rejoin the call, as a matter of fact, but I'll cut out of Skype, and I'll tell you.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you. And so in the interim, when it comes to getting over trauma, honey, I'm just wondering how you feel that this affected your ability to sense things. Like you are extremely sensitive. I can vouch for that. You're very sensitive to what's going on with people. You're very sensitive to a kind of psychic connectivity with the universe. You have access to much...
I'm glad you brought that up
you.
Because I had it more when I was a child, and it was unadulterated by religion and adults and school and everything, making that not be something accepted. But when I went through that trauma and others, and they were occult-based traumas, but those actually woke me up and allowed me to, let me allow myself access to those sensitivities again.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, that does make sense. And so our man Peter seems to be back with us. I'm not hearing the echo now. So say something, Peter. Can you say hello?
Okay, that's good, because
There we go.
I cut out of Skype.
Okay. Yeah.
Came back.
Okay. Wonderful. We're very glad to have you with us tonight. We're going to ask how Super Bowl went and whatnot.
Well,
but
let's let Crystal continue for now.
Most certainly. And as I was going to say, this will be after we feel that Crystal has, had her time on stage, which I'll extend for as long as I can, because we're just so privileged to have her here. And we were so privileged to have her here in the past when we were addressing things that impacted us all. Now, I suppose when your sensitivity to these issues were, basically impacted by this kind of trauma, and we know that it was occult-based. That's something I don't want to go into right now, because that's something that we'll have to wait until we're a bit more prepared for that.
Right, but to talk about the healing from those situations, I was unable to work after the incidents that happened in my life, and so I took the time alone to heal, and I went into the energy healing aspect of the work that I do now, that's now become more prominent than anything else I do. And that's how I was able to heal from those things. So if that's the direction you were going.
Yes. Thank you so much with that. And in terms of what you were doing to help that healing and all that, where were you? Was this in Texas where this took place?
That took place in Texas, yes.
Oh my God. And Texas it's full of so much that people don't understand. It's not all just a bunch of Christians with big hair and big churches. It has this very vicious occult undertone that because it's right on the border of Mexico, and you might remember Matamoros, the Mexican satanic cult.
Yes, Mark Kilroy.
Could you tell us a bit about that?
Okay, so the case was about Mark Kilroy. He was a college student who they were spring breakers, basically, who went across to Matamoros to party and didn't come back home. And his family had been searching for him for a while. I mean, I don't remember every bit of the story, but the way I recall it, it was discovered that while there were drunken spring breakers across the border, they were taken by satanic cults and ritualistic killings, murders were done on them. Mark Kilroy was the Matamoros case that I remember.
Now, from what I remember, they basically boiled him alive in a giant cauldron and cannibalized him. Does any of that strike any memory bells?
I don't remember. I didn't know that. I remember seeing it all in the news, and when it happened, I may or may have not have been too young to my parents to let me hear all the details, or I really don't know what age I was, but I am familiar with the case. Okay. I remember when it happened here.
Yeah. And in terms of other things that happened that are similar to that, is this all kind of cross-border phenomena, or is there a lot of other things going on that are just in Texas itself? I presume that would be the case. What's going on there?
Okay, so I can point people to a YouTube documentary called "The Clown and the Candyman," and that is about cases that were formerly considered lone wolf serial killer type cases, but now there's being a case made for the fact that these serial killers were not just lone crazy people, but in fact all connected, and linking it to a satanic pedophile ring that was sourced out of
San Francisco, of course.
Dallas connected to San Francisco. So it was, I didn't want to leave Houston out of it because we're close to the border, which causes a lot of crime. So that we've got now the MS-13 gangs and the issues there. But basically, I don't think Spring Breakers do the Mexico thing like they used to ever since the Mark Kilroy. But it's all related. So in the early 70s, there was a case here of a neighborhood very near me called the Heights, where a man named Dean Quarrel was dressed. He would dress as his job was to be a clown at kids' parties. He was very prominent in the neighborhood. He was friends with everybody. People thought he was, a good guy. No one suspected him or thought he was a weirdo or anything. And when boys started going missing, a total of 33 all told, a weird number, but they were found buried under his warehouse, and he had been burying boys for so long that he had to find other places. And one was in Galveston, to bury more bodies because, and then when he was caught, he bragged that, he had been investigated. Police were following him for many years before they caught him. And he just assumed he would never be caught because he claimed to be a part of this ring that was protecting him. That was powerful politicians and elites and etc.
Now, my mind conflates him with John Wayne Gacy. Was that an alias or a different person?
John Wayne Gacy is the Candyman. So the story of the clown and the Candyman, it sort of links starting with Dean Quarrel, which was the first. There serial killers were a theme in the 70s into the 80s. The Zodiac Killer and, Ted Bundy, all of them. So that sort of trend started with Dean Quarrel in Houston and sort of wrapped up with Gacy. So that's what the documentary basically takes it from Quarrel to Gacy. At Gacy, and shows they both said the same thing, that they were doing this connected to this ring that was coming out of Dallas and going to San Francisco, which leads us to the Presidio, which makes sense.
Yes, and of course, I had shared with Peter Moon some of the information about Michael Aquino. I had told Peter Moon something he hadn't been aware of before, that Michael Aquino had written pornographic novels I've told people about my own involvement with illustrating and authoring pornography, both in writing and in illustration. In other words, like paperback novels that were published for the pulp shelves and the illustrations for the covers thereof, and within adult comics, as they call them. And when it came to Michael Aquino, he took advantage of that to actually outline many of his actual human trafficking operations in such a manner that he could always deny this as simply fantasy, saying that, but what he was really articulating was reality, and articulating what he really did and how people were brought into contracts in terms of selling their own children, like the father of Johnny Gosh, who sold him when he had gambling debts, which I actually found out from Derek Talley. Derek Talley, could you come on for a moment and tell us where you sourced that you had heard of a book or you had read a book in which that was brought?
There's two of them. There's two must-reads, and one of them is called The Franklin Cover-Up, and the other one is called The Franklin Scandal. Okay, so The Franklin Scandal was written by Nick Bryant, and The Franklin Cover-Up was written by a detective involved with the case. Gosh, I forget his name, but I think of him as the hero of the Franklin Scandal, because without him, we wouldn't know what we know today. As a matter of fact, it started with him doing the investigation on Boys Town, and being that he actually went to Boys Town as a child, and he wanted to be a priest, and as a Catholic, he didn't know that Catholic priests couldn't get married, which was why he ended his, quest to become a priest. But he's still a Catholic. But But when they told him, and I'm going to look up his the Franklin Cover-Up.
Mm-hmm. And while he's doing that, just so people
understand, I recommend those also, but there's also another book written by Johnny Gosh's mother called Johnny Doesn't Live Here Anymore.
Yes.
And that is what her account tells of Johnny actually, after he had grown up, he came home one night and he visited his mother in the middle of the night, and he said he escaped to visit her. Even though he was an adult, he had to escape to visit her, and he had to go back because he was under the threat that they would hurt his family if he didn't stay doing what he was doing. And what he was doing was...
Yeah.
Right.
And isn't that book called Why Johnny Can't Come Home?
That could be it. That could be it. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's why Johnny Can't Come Home. But okay. I'm talking John DeCamp. John DeCamp is the one who I call the hero of the Franklin Scandal, just due to the fact that when he heard about the pedophile priest and the molestation that was going on there, he got so angry and said nothing like this has ever happened and never will happen. And he says, I'm going to investigate. He goes, to prove that this isn't true. But he says, if there was a scandal going on like this at Boys Town or in the Catholic Church, I would be the first to say something. Well, guess what? He did his investigation, and to his surprise, he found out it was all true, and he was, in fact, the first to say something. He wasn't like a Rudy Giuliani who was going to cover it up for his people. He was like a Douglas Dietrich who said, I want to save the children, and I'm going to come out and expose this. And to this day, he's getting death threats for exposing what he exposed about the Catholic Church, which is his own church, which he's still a Catholic. But he gets death threats to this day. So I think the Franklin Cover-Up and the Franklin Scandal are both good books to read, because when you read the Franklin Cover-Up by John DeCamp, you're getting somebody who had feet on the ground doing this, from the beginning. Like when you're reading the book of Matthew in the Gospel, you're reading the book written by someone who was actually there during the whole time. But then when you read the Franklin Scandal by Nick Bryant, you're reading the book of a very good investigator who came after the fact to do the research and what happened. It's kind of like when you read the book of Luke in the Gospels, because Luke wasn't there during everything, but Luke, came after the fact and did all the interviews in order to get what he needed to write the book of Luke. So I kind of think of these as these two books as two books that need to be read together. One who was there during the whole time, and one who by a real good investigator who came after the fact and gathered all the facts because he didn't believe it. Nick Bryan didn't believe it. Even after
I have a personal friend who is one of the boys.
Oh, wow.
Oh, really?
We want to hear about that. But before that, honey, could you tell Derek what you told me, that he's basically been such a comfort to have on bandwidth next to me, that his voice you found to be very integral to the integrity of the program because of the calming effect he has. Could you tell him a little bit about that, honey?
Well, yeah, you just said it.
Hey, well, coming from you, it'll mean a lot more.
Thank you, Crystal.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
You're welcome, Derek.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so go on, honey. Yeah, from there.
Well, I was just going to say that on that night when Johnny Gosch did come home, he told his mother, "You don't understand." She said, "I'll get you a lawyer. We'll take this to the police." He said, "You don't understand. I can never leave. It would put you in danger." And so he had to go back, and she had never saw him again. So she did get to know that her son was alive, but he did tell her the details of what he had been doing. It started out with, and this is another thing that reminds me of the Gacy and the Dean Corll cases, that these boys first Johnny Gosch was a paper boy, and he was snatched on his paper route when he had been surveilled, and they were waiting to catch him because the father, who was separated from the mother, owed these elites. He owed, and they took him as payment because he was into the sharks for money. But all of the boys in all of these cases said that it started out as grown men giving them a place to go drink and party and smoke after school. And when they would be drinking, then it would lead to taking off their clothes, getting their clothes taken off, getting pictures taken, and getting money for the pictures, and actually leaving and coming back, because that was a place to get free beer. And who cares if you had to take your shirt off and take a picture that was weird, but not, porn yet. And then they would end up dead.
There you go. And this is part of a kind of stupidity of young men falling for something like that. But of course, I have to hold my judgment in abeyance. It's something that still nonetheless should not be happening. When you mentioned, of course, the John Wayne Gacy, the interesting thing was that so many people identified the smell from his home as just being beyond intolerable. His neighbors kept reporting the smell, the stench from his home, and it was all the bodies of boys buried under his home that everybody could smell in the neighborhood. This was like over a period of decades that this guy was piling up bodies. And of course, John Wayne Gacy was just part of this clown for kids kind of environment where he had photographs all over his home of his shaking hands with Nancy Reagan, various other movers and shakers, both politically and in the entertainment business, because he was supposed to be doing so much good shit for kids.
That's why he felt protected. He was the candy man who would offer not candy but drinking to the kids, but the other guy was the clown. But the thing is that the reason he felt protected, and the people you see him shaking hands with, that implicates them as who he said he was working for. Without naming names, he said that that he was a part of this ring that was out of Dallas and San Francisco. So the police that were on his trail for 2 years were openly surveilling him. Like, they would wave to Gacy, he would wave back, and he would say, "Come on, let's go for the day." And they'd follow him all around. And sometimes they'd be in the same restaurant with him, and he'd say, "Well, come on over and sit at my table. I'll buy you a beer." So the cops actually the investigators went to his table, talked to him. He was a funny, charming, nice guy. And they were just waiting. And one day he invited them into the home, and the two officers went into the home and they smelled the smell. And that's when he finally got caught. But a lot of it alludes to the fact that one man alone couldn't have done all this.
Right. And I think that's so important. And of course, this is nationwide, and the center of the web really goes back to the Presidio of San Francisco for that time and that place, which lasted for decades, and was one of the reasons, of course, the base ultimately had to be closed down, was because of the bodies under the Presidio military base itself. So when it came to this kind of dealing, as I said, articulated by Michael Aquino in his pornographic novels, then you have this situation where he's literally like a serial killer, taunting the world. He's taunting the world. And in terms of the Maori Terry, he wrote about the Ultimate Evil, which was the title of his book, in which he pointed out that the Son of Sam in New York was speaking about how he was part of this network, and he was going to basically squeal. He was going to rattle on everyone that he knew of until they came in and intimidated him and shut him up. And that's something that, of course, Peter Moon can attest to in terms of how the author of that book ultimately, with his frustration, how the system just aided and abetted the cover-up by always keeping the news bits about these incidents atomized and compartmentalized and separated so that all of the stains could never converge into one giant saturated outburst of shame on the fabric of society itself. The police made certain to compartmentalize all of these crimes and are therefore complicit as a stratum of society in protecting these individuals, aiding and abetting them while they continue their reign of terror. So the real tragedy of this is that this is what QAnon is protecting when they distract from the immediacy of it and turn it into something that is warped out of perspective. That, of course, was Aquino's intent. And when we return to where you're coming from with this, it's one of the things that I think you're very brave and courageous to bring up. With John DeCamp, one of the things that I can relate is that John DeCamp, he wrote his book, and then at some point, all we have is the word of David Schroeder. And David Schroeder insists that at some point he met John DeCamp. And I believe him. I have no reason to disbelieve him. And David Schroeder, for those of you who don't know, is an individual who basically considers himself one of the primary victims of Michael Aquino. And he was, for a period of time, one of Michael Aquino's favorites. And he's exhibited a lot of hostility towards myself because David Schroeder says that when I came along, Michael Aquino would no longer have much to do with him. And he blames me for attention being taken away from him towards myself, which is interesting because obviously I never had the relation with Michael Aquino that David Schroeder had, which was sexual and very abusive in the most immediate and physical sense and the most exploitive sense imaginable. And this has left David Schroeder basically dysfunctional. He's incapable of functioning and interacting with society in any normal manner. And so with David Schroeder, why he would resent me so much.
Stockholm syndrome.
Thank you. Yeah. And so, but David Schroeder at one point, when he started complaining about this, that's what it basically was kind of like a complaint that Michael doesn't pay attention to me anymore. It's like that. He encountered John DeCamp, and he handed John DeCamp, I think, the manuscript, so to speak, the basic text of his own autobiography, which came to be entitled, when it was published, self-published, I believe, it was entitled The Rabbit Hole, which is according to the one man I know who read it, who was given a free copy, was that man who trademarked his name, Brian William Hall, who was running the conspiracy conferences. And he appreciated it because he's basically gay, and he basically said it was like gay sado porn, like sadomasochistic gay porn. It was just every other page. He would just flip the page. He said no matter what you flipped it to, it was stained with some kind of pornographic reference. It's like, turn to one page, spiked dildo, turn to another page, bleeding anus. It just... So to him, he enjoyed it thoroughly. He wanted to lend me the copy so I could review it. And I said, no, not after you read it. I'm afraid the pages are all going to be stuck together because you ejaculated over it so fucking much. But, that being said, the thing that was rather tragic about it was that when he brought this to John DeCamp essentially said, this is what David Schroeder says. He says that John DeCamp said, when you release your information, it's basically going to be monumental. It's going to have a monumental impact. Of course, it did not. But that was forever stamped on David Schroeder's head, and it's another reason why he's frustrated with the world. Personally, I don't see why John DeCamp would tell him something like that, maybe just to try and encourage him or give him a positive outlook on life, give him something to live for, but that you can't always be kind by doing something like that, and it doesn't really work. It provides people a lot of real false expectations, and the real reality is most people really just don't understand where David Schroeder is coming from. He has a very strong belief in the occult. He believes that he could strike back at Aquino through the occult, and maybe all that worked in the end towards Aquino's early death. I don't know if David Schroeder ever claimed credit for it with an occult attack, but there were certainly many strange posts that were published around the time of Aquino's death where people were kind of claiming that. One of them might have been David Schroeder under an alias. So just putting all that out there as part of the damaged goods left behind. And with Johnny Gosch, the situation was not just that his mother would have been in trouble had he tried to reunite with her, tried to escape his life. What Aquino said about him pretty much said it all. That I feel was much more true to the situation. Was that Johnny Gosch at that point was addicted to violent gay sex. He could not leave that environment because at that point that was his life. He was as addicted to that as other people would be to drugs. So he wasn't going to, he couldn't come home again because at that point in his life, that was all he had to live for, was that violent gay sexual exploitation that had been indoctrinated into him. And that's what Aquino had bragged about. You see that articulated in his pornographic novels, which is what makes them important historically. They're basically testaments in terms of an operational proceeding towards human trafficking. And therefore they expose how this kind of industry works. So when we're confronted with this incredible international level of evil, the horror of it is you get the amateurs in who are basically consumers of a kind of what I'd call vicarious pornography. These are people who don't want to be seen as consumers of porn directly, so they present themselves as crusaders against child exploitation, but they're really part of a subculture in QAnon and such kinds of cults. They're part of a subculture that thrives off child exploitation, and they essentially maintain themselves as trying to liberate children therefrom. It's part of a sick cycle where they simply expedite the process. The only way that this can really be stopped is by doing what we're doing so that people become educated and make certain that their own children are not exposed to such exploitation and then don't become victims like David Schroeder and Johnny Gosch. And these people are victims for the rest of their lives, and they're damaged essentially beyond repair, because unless society mobilizes to address these issues, there's not enough of society dedicated to this problem to deal with what they're dealing with. In terms of I'm going to take this back to Crystal, of course, and we're going to ask her to kind of parallel this and try and contextualize it in what women suffer in terms of violence in terms of trust, because, basically we have to come to terms with the fact that obviously children being exploited is terrible, but we're dealing with a situation in which women are exploited by society in general. 1 in 6 women has been the victim of rape or attempted rape. And that means if you look up from whatever computer screen you're looking at when you're accessing this live stream, whether you're at the office or back in the old days, maybe an e-cafe, whether you're misusing the school computer, or whether you are on public transit, if this were the pre-COVID world, or of course most of you now are all at home, the odds of one of the women around you having a rape story are about as good as the odds of an adult with a tattoo regretting it, or the odds of a pack-a-day smoker dying from a disease caused by cigarettes. But you would never know it.
Douglas, yeah. I wanted to bring up something because I wanted Crystal's opinion on this also. Actually, 2 things. First thing, right quick, I still want to get a hold of rapper Bizzy Bone from the group Bone Thugs and Harmony. If you remember me telling you about him, at age 4, he was actually the first person who was rescued because of the program America's Most Wanted. I think he was like one of the first features on America's Most Wanted, having been kidnapped at age 4. And he's willing to talk about it. So I know all the Chicago rappers. I don't know any Cleveland rappers, though. They kind of don't get along with each other. So I'd have to go see what channels I can go through to try to get him on the show. But when we get him on the show, I was hoping that Crystal Rivers could be with us, since she's kind of familiar with that whole era. That's all from the era of Johnny Gosch and the Mission Children of Omaha, Nebraska, and the Franklin scandal. And America's Most Wanted started because of Johnny Gosch, and it just so happened that the first person who they found on America's Most Wanted was 4-year-old Brian McCain, a.k.a. Bizzy Bone from Bone Thugs and Harmony. But I have a recent story here. Family of missing brothers, 3 and 4, here we go with a 4-year-old again, said they received death threats after the boys disappeared 2 months ago while playing outside their California home when the gate was left open. The family of 2 missing brothers said they have received death threats after the boys disappeared 2 months ago while playing outside their California home. Orson West, 3, and his 4-year-old brother, Orman, were reported missing from the California city just days before Christmas. Parents of 6, Trezo and Jacqueline West, who fostered the boys in 2018 and adopted them the year after, said the back gate had been left open when they had vanished. Now the toddler's adoptive uncle, Jamal Watkins, has told ABC, "We offered a reward out of our own pockets. It is misguided to blame uncles and aunts and grandparents for children who are missing that we love and care about them and who we're trying to find." He said in a statement, "What has continued is the alarming number of threats of physical violence, including death threats, intentional harassment, and misinformation being perpetrated by groups and other individuals. As a family, we have had to be even more cautious to not engage directly with individuals who has trespassed on various family members' properties, hurled insults, reported false information deliberately, damaged property, and created hate-filled, hostile environment." Their adoptive grandmother, Wanda West, added, "I know they were really good parents as far as I'm concerned. Right now, there are people outside the home talking about where are the boys." It's like people don't realize we're giving, we're hurting just like they are. Police said they suspect foul play in the boys' disappearance. California City Police Chief John Walker said, "We have not ruled anyone out." So I was wondering why they were getting death threats, but these are adoptive parents, and I guess people feel that these parents have something to do with the disappearance of these 2 boys.
Yes, that was one of the reasons why I wanted Derek to bring it up, because I suspected that, it's there might be in the realm of possibility, the possibility that the parents had did something similar to what the boy in the story's father had done and sold them off and did some contract thing.
Yeah.
I'm picking up something on it. I want to say that I don't feel, and this is psychic intuition, I don't feel that it has anything to do with the adopted parents. What it has more to do with is the fact that the boys were already in the system in the first place, and having been in the foster care program automatically puts you could just call it like in a registry of who they pick and choose from.
Thank
off
you.
A menu.
They're on the menu. Go on.
Yeah, that's it, on the menu. I just wanted to say that. I mean, I will be doing energy work and for those boys because it's really upsetting to hear about it. But I it's just like John Benet Ramsey, they're gone.
Yes, that makes sense, and that's the case. That's usually the case with these children who disappear, and we try to be optimistic about it, but we're really just providing ourselves a kind of false sense of hope. Many of the times that people who are psychic, who work with the FBI and the authorities to find these children, many of them become burnouts because most of the time they're not saving children at all. They're simply helping the police and the authorities locate dead bodies. The reality is that these children are exploited like expendable toys, assets or animals or playthings, and discarded after use. So this is what brings us to the point of Crystal River with her abilities. I'm hoping that you don't burn yourself out on this. I suspect. And
Never.
Yeah, okay.
I also want to say that with Bone Thugs and Harmony, first of the month, but I wanted to say that is why he was able, whether he knows it or not, to become a rapper that was so well compensated, because that was the payoff.
Mm-hmm. And so honey, but I suspect that in order to prevent yourself from being overexposed to this negativity, I suspect that's probably why you don't work with the authorities in locating missing children.
No, I don't trust the authorities. They're a part of it.
Thank you. So that's important, and that's something that I can certainly relate to. And about the death threats, that is why they're getting death threats. That's why they're now a target, because the people that have them or took them, I don't think they have them anymore, but the people that took them are the ones making the threats, and it's covered up by the authorities, the police, if anything. Now,
you can go into why Douglas, why it's not even allowed to be reported as ritual, satanic, abusive. I mean, that's what it really is, and that's the cover-up. Thank you,
and that's so important. And again, credit to Lena Shea, who in the past was able to find the occult crimes handbook that was written under the advisement and consultation of I'm having a hard time recalling her name now. One of the individuals I approached during the days of Michael Aquino and everything going down at the Presidio, the blonde, tall, Nordic policewoman that was a specialist in occult crime and who helped to produce that handbook on occult crime for the authorities. And of course, it was the man who was sent against.
What's her name? May Brussels?
No, God, no. That's the old biddy. That's the old biddy who was who was researching Michael Aquino and wound up dying because of it. It was Sandy Gallant. And so Sandy Gallant wrote that, and Lena Shea actually found a copy of it, which I didn't even know was out there. Of course, even that was censored to a degree. Parts of it were excised from the PDF, but what was left was out there. And so, credit where credit is due. She found that, and so we do have a copy of that available. She did place it up at some point somewhere. But all of that aside, the Lieutenant Colonel James Channing was dispatched at the time by Michael Aquino to basically shut that down. He approached all of the authorities at every level. We're talking about the large municipalities, of course, and their police departments, along with federal authorities and state authorities, basically crusading so that these people would be appealed to by having to do less work, and just telling them that if you get involved with occult crime, you're going to be bringing in everybody, because much crime is occult, much more crime is occult than people realize. And so James Channing was pointing out, as the most tried and true and very tired, hackneyed cliche example, he kept pointing out the Roman Catholic bank robber example. Like if a poor, Latin American robs a bank and drops a saint's medallion of the Roman Catholic Church in the on site the crime scene, does that implicate the Catholic Church? No, of course not. And so his point was, therefore, when you find satanic regalia, yeah, of course, when we think of priests who might have, if we think of priests who might have been butt fucking him when he was young and rendering him unemployable through trauma, and that's how he wound up robbing the bank, a case could be made for that. But of course, a case could be made that historically the Roman Catholic Church is one of the largest criminal organizations and longest running. These things can happen. Of course, we also appreciate, both Crystal and myself, other aspects of the Roman Catholic Church, because it is a very ancient organization, and therefore, of course, there's going to be corruption that infests it after thousands of years of standing. But we certainly appreciate much of the pomp and regalia and pageantry and the tradition, and etc. But in terms of what Channing said was, therefore, if you find all of the satanic paraphernalia around various crime scenes, if you were to implicate that into as evidence, you would bring in everybody, because he was saying it would bring in Marilyn Manson, it would bring in all of the heavy metal community, it would bring in just everybody, and therefore you shouldn't do it, and just dismiss with that evidence like you would the Saint's medallion on site, the bank robbery. And so they all went for it. All of the police went for it. Now, of course, this is why police binders, such as DEA manual, Drug Enforcement Agency manual, if you ever get your hands on one of those, they're all ring binders. The ring binders so that the new kinds of crimes, the new kinds of pursuits, or whatever the law enforcement organization or network is concentrating on can be entered or removed easily. That's why when you see the occult handbook on crime, it's the real thing, because it has holes in it on the scan for ring binder entry, and they just took all that out of the ring binders and threw it away and burned it, because they never wanted to deal with it. This is again part of this kind of aiding and abetting of the satanic conspiracy that is taking thousands of children. But all of this is parallel to what women suffer with violence against women. It's parallel to it, not necessarily entirely connected, but certainly one of these things that I will never allow anyone to forget. And so in terms of, now that we've kind of covered that so people get a basic understanding of, Sandy Gallant had been the expert on this. She helped to bring down the Presidio network, and then this could have been made a national effort wherein law enforcement could have been mobilized to contend with this. All of that was destroyed by Aquino's aide, James Channing, who they made a movie about called The Men Who Stare at Goats, just making him look like the greatest guy on earth. He was played by the sex bomb George Clooney, for God's sake. The man who brought you Gladiator. Played Marcus, the general of Rome, Maximus. And so there we are. This is the kind of the situation that we're in, and it led, of course. Peter can give us a little bit on the background of Maori Terry and how he killed himself ultimately, or rather, drank himself to death essentially when he was confronted with the hopelessness of this. And we have to maintain our strength in the face of that which can engender such hopelessness. So, Peter, if you could come on for a minute and then segue back to Crystal, that would be appreciated.
Yes, I'm a little behind in terms of following the exact thread. I mean, I've been listening, but certainly with Maury Terry was the actually he won a I don't know if it was a Pulitzer Prize. It might have been but he definitely won a prize for his book, The Ultimate Evil, which went into the details of the Son of Sam murders. And this is, I've talked about this at least twice before, but it's because we're on this subject of evil and predatory evil people exploiting children and all this sort of thing. It's, I mean, this stuff has been going on since before the Bible was written, and it's very old, and it's always shocking. And it's, the more you learn about the evil that gets done, you see that not so much gets done about it. It is a self-sustaining, continual, propagation. Now, and we have a lot of it, we have a lot of evil propagating itself in our culture right now. It's becoming a little overwhelming to the average person. Now, Maury Terry, and the way this comes home, to bring it home, is that I had read his book at the recommendation of a friend of mine who was very involved in he had a wife who was, I guess, a witch. I don't know if he called her that, but she was some kind of real dark practitioner of the arts, and he got involved in the court system of defending men's rights, whereas they would in the Nassau court system, Nassau County, they will just crucify men for any reason they can when it comes to parental rights and this sort of thing in family court. It's very prejudiced against them. So he stood up and became an expert. He knew more than attorneys did. He wasn't an attorney. He was an architect, but he knew more than attorneys did. But he told me to read this book because there was some connection in it to some of the stuff that went out at Montauk. It was more the Hamptons was one of the characters. Sadomasochistic stuff that was going on out in East Hampton, which is just a relatively short drive from Montauk. That's where many of the movie stars and whatnot live, people like Martha Stewart. So you always go through the Hamptons, and East Hampton is one of them. Southampton is the old money. That's old money. East Hampton is more nouveau rich and movie star types. But and anybody in New York City will have a house in the Hamptons. But anyway, Maury Terry had done a very good job of writing this book. It's I think one of the largest criticisms of the book was the fact that there were no prosecutions. And I don't know why the book should be criticized for that. One of the biggest finds or revelations in the book is that there was this district attorney in Brooklyn who was covering up all these child abuse cases, and he was involved in covering up some of the Son of Sam stuff, and he was exposed as a pedophile. Yeah. And he was run out because they just couldn't hide it. And he did. So anyway, Maury Terry, and how I found out there was a I'll go back to it was just after Paula had gotten here, mm-hmm. and I was using her as a sounding board to figure out David Anderson's lessons that he had taught me in Romania, and also what he had on his website. I was able to sit down and figure it out by using the darkroom, the Qigong darkroom, submerging myself in darknesses, and now I had somebody's ear. Paula was living with me, and I could just sit down and listen to this, and she would just by being there listening to me, I would talk through some of my understandings, and this resulted in the videos that are now at the Time Travel Education Center explaining the math and physics of why time travel does not violate the laws of math and physics. Anyway, so I'm working on this, and at the same time I get a contact from somebody who was involved. David Berkowitz is the convicted Son of Sam murderer. Mm-hmm. He will testify, as will Maury Terry's book, that there were several people involved. It was a cult. This man that contacted me was in David Berkowitz's apartment on the day David was arrested. He was, however, a victim of the cult. He wasn't a perpetrator. Much of it took place at, I forget the guy's name, Untermeyer Park. Untermeyer was a very rich Jewish industrialist, and the park was all based upon a Kabbalistic theme. And he was willing to take me to the park, show me where all this stuff happened, and also introduce me to people who had, hot leads of the Son of Sam stuff. And this is like, the Son of Sam was 1977. Here it was over 35 years later, 37 years later. And, he's like giving me the hot leads. And he says, you're the one to write this book. You're the one to write this book. I like your work. And I looked at this and I said, oh my God. I said, I don't have time to write this. And if I had engaged that, I would have taken all my work off of the work that I did with the time travel.
Right.
And I'm so glad I didn't, just for that reason alone. Now, I wasn't making any money. I was like really doing a lot of projects at that point that were not generating any money, mm-hmm. Any significant money. And that was that project, which basically has kept my website. My website pays for itself. That's about all it does. It doesn't make a lot of money. It generates just enough to pay the somewhat substantial fee for maintaining the website. But I was also doing the Montauk, El Proyecto Montauk. I published that myself in Spanish. That was not a great generator of money. And what is it? I redid the Seventh Seal. I had to produce that, and I put that into print on demand. I took it off of the mass market and put it into print on demand because it's such a thick and expensive book. So there was a lot of time spent that I wasn't generating money. I was having a very hard time. And this guy had offered me to pay for me to write the sequel to the Son of Sam stuff.
Holy shit.
And I really could have used the money, but I didn't even consider it because I said, that's not the way I work, number one. I don't work as a pay for hire. It's just, I've never worked that way. I don't want to work that way. I don't. But what I did do, which I thought was very gracious, I said, I will edit the book for you, and I will, edit it, and I will publish the book. And here's a free copy of my book, The White Bat, which actually teaches you how to balance the hemisphere of your brain, of both brains, and to write, because writing is a process of balancing the intuitive with the linear. When you're writing a documentary or nonfiction, you're a creative writer because you're creating a picture, you're creating escape. Even if you're writing about a baseball game and what happened in the baseball game, you're recreating the picture. So you're creating it. You're taking facts and you're positioning them in such a way that the audience is informed and hopefully entertained. And that's what makes a good journalistic writer. He's informing the audience. And this guy, he just didn't respond. He didn't respond. What did happen during this period was in fact, I think he identified it for me, but there was a big banner hung on the transmitter at Montauk. One of my friends notified me, sent me a picture. I put it in my newsletter. It was a banner hung with the anarchy symbol. And he explained to me that was a Satan symbol. It was like, there might have been some message with it, but it was sort of like, okay, we're here, we're taking power. We're in charge. This is the Montauk Transmitter Building. This is the most cogent image of the Montauk Project. Here they are sitting there, and it was like as if it was a personal message to me. I can't say that it was, but being that I've been the archivist of the Montauk Project, it certainly felt like a personal message to me. And I said, now, and I've said this before, if I were to have investigated that, I would have ended up down some dark alley with a pair of red eyes staring at me.
Yes.
And do I want to even be in that alley? Do I want to be staring at that red eyes? And knowing damn well that nobody's going to be coming with me to, let's go down here.
Right.
It's people aren't going to come on board for such a potential altercation. So this is the problem. And we get back to the bigger problem of prosecuting this crime. It's you can't control what you can't control. And your job is not to be a prosecutor unless you happen to be a prosecutor. And as Mae Brussel found out, who had a very good heart and was trying to get the bottom of so much evil, it consumed her. It consumed her. And as my Qigong teacher would say, where your mind goes, your energy goes. So if your mind goes to occult crime, your energy will go to occult crime. And the police are not usually very, what do you call it? They're not running they're not looking for work to do.
No. Yeah.
They're not looking for work. So when you go to them,
they're looking for Douglas's jelly donuts.
Yeah, exactly. Well said. They want proof. They want proof because they can't move without proof. And this is a problem for them. They are sort of strapped. Now, when we go to the situation at the Presidio, and they basically found no evidence, it's kind of like finding no evidence of voter fraud. If you say there's no evidence, there's no evidence. In the case of the Presidio, these kids had chlamydia. Well, how did they get chlamydia? It's like, and then they kind of just brushed it away without answering to that and saying, wow, I really can't pin the tail on the donkey. It's because they didn't want to. It was very obvious. And you had all these enablers. Yes. And addiction. So this fits the syndrome of addicts and addiction. People are addicted to the Stockholm syndrome, addicted to the abuser. Just like Douglas had told me that Biden's going to be doing the equivalent of fireside chats like FDR. And FDR was like, people were starving. They were in bread lines. And he would come on once a week with his fireside chats, and people would listen to the radio and, hey, we're going to get you Social Security, we're going to get you this, we're going to do this, and the only thing to fear is fear itself. And people responded to him. They loved him because he was the voice in the wilderness that was reassuring them that things were going to be all right. And he had magnificent public relations in that respect. Meanwhile, it didn't matter whether he deserved them or not. He was doing all sorts of horrendous things, as you will read about in the upcoming book. But this is a problem. So, as they say, Biden will be doing fireside chats and reassuring people, and there is a tremendous amount of denial going on with the people in the government and the people who support the government, whether it be the government of the last administration or this administration. It's just that the congressmen are working for, it's all lobby money. It's all money that they're given by lobbyists. And the first thing they do when they get into office is they start, kissing the ass of their sponsors, because they need more money for the next election. So they're constantly bought and paid for. And this is stuff you never see. When they show C-SPAN, they don't show the lobbyist influence in C-SPAN. They show you a bunch of nonsense of people running around in, the invasion arena. It used to be called the Capitol building, the invasion zone. And it's like there's this big thing, we can't have violence. We can have violence in Minneapolis, in Portland and Seattle, but we can't have violence in the Capitol. It's like this double standard. So whatever. But the thing is, as an individual, what's most important is where your mind goes, your energy goes. So if your mind goes into satanic crime, your energy is going to go there. And do you really need to be in that space? I think most people probably not. You need to be doing something positive, because if you start doing something positive, and your time might be more efficient if you go out and feed homeless people or help people in need. They don't have to be homeless, but help people in need, rather than trying to pin the tail on some murderer who is very good at getting away and is hard to prosecute. And I don't mean to put Mae Brussell down, because she did a lot of inspirational work, but I can't say, maybe she would have had a happier life and done more good if she had been doing charity work, directly helping people. I can't speak for that. I can't say she would have. I really can't say that. But one has to ask that in their own lives, because most people are not taking on the gargantuan task that Mae Brussell tried to. She was trying to save the world in a way.
Basically, yes. She was trying to save the world, and that was something that Michael Aquino had a lot of fun with. And I want to thank you for bringing that point up. So, Crystal, tell us, when it comes to this kind of subject, based on what Peter Moon said, that you obviously don't want your mind to be too involved with dealing with these forces, because these forces wind up infecting the mind. They wind up generating either a sense of hopelessness or depression or persecution, etc. How do you maintain your sense of health and balance? And I know that you help people, of course, through what you do. People call you for advice. So, and then, of course, you have your own personal traumas to deal with, which are substantial. And with all of that in mind, with everything we've been discussing, try and put that into some perspective for us. Because, like I said, I've seen people. Oh, one of the people I knew, her name was, oh God, what the hell was her name? I've actually purged her from my mind, because there was such a tremendous conflict she had generated between Judith Agert and myself, simply because of everything that had happened during a period of time where I was still communicating with her, and I had been interviewed by the individual who was physically intimate with her, and he started behaving rather strangely. What was his name? The guy who used to be part of Megadeth. Gentlemen, if you help me out with that, it was the man who was part of the Megadeth band, who wound up doing his own radio show for a bit, and he had like
Oh! You mean the dude who looks like Putin?
yeah.
All right, I could type that in a search.
Yeah, but it's not him. It's not him. It's the guy who was just in the Megadeth band for only a year. But anyhow, so it doesn't really matter. She was a psychic who actually worked with the FBI, and she because she was trying to find kids and she was finding them dead all the time, it wound up with her suffering from morbid depression. Obviously, Crystal is extraordinarily healthy and functional.
Dave Mustaine.
Yeah, it's not Dave Mustaine. It was the other guy who was just there for Joe. His name was like Joe or something. It's something really.
Okay.
Yeah, mild. Yeah, Dave Mustaine looks kind of like Putin, but no, the guy I was dealing with he had his own little radio show, and he was all fucked up, and he wound up in the chat room.
I know I've heard that name so many times and I can't remember it.
Yeah,
it's purged from my mind.
Yeah. We're all good at that, and it's probably how we maintain our sanity. It doesn't really matter. He was another person who had a habit of recording phone calls and then uploading them on the net. So, honey, you just take it from here and give us a little bit about how you deal with this. You're obviously much more functional than so many of the people I've dealt with in the past. So, tell us how you stay that way, and give us some more insights into everything we've been discussing, from what you sense in the higher plane or what you sense personally based on experience. Is she still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I was on mute. I would say that I would just like to direct it back to the more positive part about it being a systemic thing. And rather than having a military draft, I'd like to see a draft where everybody would have to take like an online class to be aware of this kind of stuff before they have children. And it's really about a lot of it has to do with, I don't see it as a left versus right. I see it as a class thing, as a rich versus poor, if you will. And I see that it's actually the wealthy preying on the other class. There's only two classes now, really. So I feel that, for example, in the case of Dean Corll, he had enlisted two young men that were around the age 14 who didn't have dads living in the home and were needing a father figure. And he took on this father figure way to them before he introduced them into taking naked pictures. And then they ended up, these two guys named Henley and Brooks, those are their last names, they ended up giving Dean Corll the remainder of his victims. They even turned over their friends in some cases, even people at their school that they sort of envied. There was this popular football player type kid who everyone in the neighborhood knew him. He was like a hero at school for being in all the sports and having good grades or whatever. And he had a mother and father. And so these two fatherless boys that had gotten hooked up with Dean Corll were kind of envious of this kid, and he became one of the victims who was murdered and found buried with all the other remains. But so what happened there? And then when the mothers have to go out to work and there's not a father, the kids go into the daycare. And a lot of times people can't afford daycare because the daycare is more expensive than what they make on the wages that they make. So they have to apply to the state for the child care, and the state just, there you go, there's the system again, puts them into these, the child care, where that's an at-risk place to be as well. They just get put on the menu. So it's really systemic.
Thank you.
It starts with what's going on in the family, breaking down the family unit.
Yes, thank you. And well, the family is so broken in this day and age. What do you recommend about the family?
So then what do we have? Instead of expecting people to get married and stay married for life, now that we see statistically that doesn't happen, we can prepare people instead of getting kids with the programming on movies of expecting that to happen, but more prepare for the way life really is, where people go from relationship to relationship, and then you have the stepfather in the home with a little girl who's getting mature and she's no relation to him. So there you go, there's more problems. So that's how the 1 in 6 women are getting assaulted, and it's probably a higher number than that. But with the boys, I would say the boys are more vulnerable with the not having a father figure, and it doesn't work to have this Big Brother program or Boy Scouts, because that's where the predators go to find boys.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And haven't the Boy Scouts been disbanded? I know the Girl Scouts are still with us, thank God, because they're not loaded with a bunch of fucking perverts. But the Boy Scouts themselves were like disbanded or something, or they were working on that. What's the deal with that?
I really don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I do know that before it got disbanded, if it did, that it was. It was just exposed for being, like, all of these men that we've been talking about, these serial killer types, had some kind of connection with Eagle Scouts or Boy Scouts or things like that too.
Yeah, well, both Anton Szandor LaVey and Michael Aquino were Eagle Scouts, not just, Boy Scouts, but Eagle Scouts, the elite of the elite within the Boy Scout community, having brought their way up through the ranks, dealing with all the horny scoutmasters and responding positively to their overtures. So there you go, a little bit of that breaking in for you, but yes, hopefully they're done away with and replaced with something in the future that makes more sense. Honestly, I appreciate what you're saying, and certainly what you're talking about in terms of having people educated. It's not so much a draft. In your case, what you're talking about is having people educated in the realities that we're dealing with as a society, our failures as a society. So in terms of, educating people, then, oh God, I'm just getting some input from that I'm going to keep private. Somebody just gave me some information that about the Boy Scouts that I'm not going to share. But thank you. I appreciate their sharing that with myself. At any rate, honey, with education, that's what's important as well. We need to educate people into the ugly realities of a dysfunctional society. And when it comes to what you're dealing with, I think that it's... I think that you are helping people individually with what you do. And is there any kind of, like, keeping people's names and identity secret? Have people ever called you for advice on your psychic hotline, so to speak, that essentially were impacted by this kind of phenomena?
No, the majority of my clients, there seems to be a trend. So most of them are women, and most of them are dealing with relationship issues. And as we go deeper into it, I always find that the men are violent with the women, and the women don't even come initially and say, this is about violence in my relationship. They're just trying to fix the relationship, and then it comes out that the guy's violent. That's the majority of what I work with.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that's why this Tony Porter, A Call to Men, and all that stuff is just sort of, I just fell into it.
Crystal, they're addicted to the behavior of accepting the behavior of the violence, and it's going to go earlier probably than the relationship, but it's just, it could come from their father or somebody else, but it's just an addictive behavior pattern, and you don't know how to stop it. You can't stop it, or at least you think you can't stop it, and this is a big problem.
Yeah, and a lot of it, when you say it comes from the father, a lot of it's just from the absence of having a father a lot of times these men feel comfortable to do this because, excuse me, I had to clear my throat. Okay, because there's no strong male role model in her family that makes the guy feel like maybe I shouldn't mess with this chick.
Okay. And
I'm just saying what I'm seeing in my work, boots on the ground.
Right. No, that's wonderful. And so I appreciate you sharing that. In terms of what Derek was bringing up with the books that he was referencing, and when I brought up David Schroeder, I was just wondering if you got any impression around any of that. Have you ever encountered this person anywhere on YouTube, or do you know who I was speaking of? I was just curious.
No, I think I've heard you talking about it before, but no, the only thing I got was the Stockholm Syndrome, and I just blurted it out.
Right, which is perfect. There's all too much of that, and that's kind of what, in a sense, Johnny Gosch even had, as I said, because he had just found himself just so ensconced into that lifestyle, he couldn't perceive himself leaving. And so when it comes to this kind of effect of on our society as a whole, and our attempts to deal with a dysfunctional society, our attempts to heal a dysfunctional society, obviously I do my best to present solutions. So when we're confronting what's going on right now, we're in a period of flux. Our society is just in a period of fear. There's a lot to be afraid of. And it's one of those things where we're just going to have to do our best to deal with it on a day-by-day basis. And certainly you're joining us tonight is a privilege that helps us do that, because we can basically start to talk about some of these issues and experiences and kind of confront them. When you were in the hospital, ultimately, and the rubber burned into your hair and all the rest of that at that time, and you were talking about how you couldn't work afterwards. It was one of these, what came to my mind was this kind of rehabilitation, during which time you just felt that you were, was it kind of like your PTSD at that point, your trauma, was it such that you were hypersensitive in work environments, or was it such that you just kind of like couldn't tolerate the company of other people, or were you afraid to go to and from work, just all of it? I mean, you must have been overwhelmed.
Well, I relayed this last time, but I did have PTSD after the carjacking, and the way it showed itself was I was recuperating at home I had a broken leg from this. Okay, so I was on crutches for about 6, I want to say months, but I don't know if it was weeks. I just remember the 6. But anyway, I was on crutches for a long time after it, and I was staying at a family member's home. I was afraid to stay at home. So they had a package delivered one day while they were both at work from UPS. I was staying at my brother's, and he and his wife were at work, and they had a package delivered from UPS, and I got up and looked in the peephole, and I was literally, in my mind, I assumed that this person was dressed up as UPS because they were going to attack me. So at that point, I realized that this was really affecting me, like in the PTSD way, and I went and saw someone and got help. And I did go back into the workforce at that point. And after the second major trauma that was much worse than that, well, there were 2 more. After those happened, they happened in 2004 and 5. And after those, I never went back into the workforce. What I did was I decided I needed to heal myself with energy healing. Mm-hmm. And so I became educated in all of that as much as I could. And I still am today. I'm never not taking a class on something or working with some sort of master in something. So that stuff just became my life, and I never went back to work for anyone else, because then I started giving these gifts that I was getting to other people. So that became my work.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Now, you don't need to keep saying that I've talked about this before, because bear in mind, we always have new listeners. And it's very important that people hear these things again if they've heard it before, because a lot of times the first time they hear it, it really doesn't sink in. And it's only by repeating these things over various episodes that people begin to actually get to know you. And that's important. That's the way it is with myself. I repeat myself all the time. And I'll share the same experiences again and again. We all do that. So don't be, no need to be defensive about it, so to speak. I understand you're not defensive per se, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Got it.
Yeah. And with that, when we were talking about you and I privately, I'm sorry, I just have to bring this up because I'm going to see if you feel comfortable about it. We were talking privately about Max Spears, and I experienced a little bit of what you experienced. In a sense, Max Spears paid me a visit, because it was right after we were speaking to each other, and I shared this with our young lady, Crystal here. I got thrown up onto my recommendations on YouTube, a Max Spears interview conducted by Carrie Lynn Cassidy with some of the Project Camelot kind of iconography, their kind of symbolism, their format, their thematic. And when I tried to look that up again to grab a screenshot for Crystal, I couldn't find it. It was just, there were interviews by Carrie Lynn Cassidy involving Project Camelot with Max Spears. Couldn't find any of it that was specifically the one I saw recommended to me right after I had gotten off the Skype call with Crystal River. So it was almost just like, as she said, just kind of a message that he was, that he was listening in and kind of, sharing a little bit of his participation there. Certainly he was someone that I would like. I'd like you to just go a little bit in that direction and share with us a little bit about what's been going on in shall we say, his post-mortal interactions with the world.
Well, I would just say that I'm done with Max, but whenever I think I'm done with him, he isn't done with me. So he does give messages once in a while about him. He appreciates the work that Douglas and I do together. Whenever we talk, he'll tend to leave little things like what he did to Douglas last night, because we talked about him in our conversation, and then right after we hung up, that happened to Douglas. And in our conversation, we were talking about how when I was on the last show, like a few days later, I think our last show was Halloween based, and it was after Halloween, and this happened like in the first week of November, where I got like 4 messages, one after the other, that were just so unmistakably Max. His mom had liked something on my page, and then I got a notification from my Crystal River Psychic and Occult Knowledge page, which Max and I used to work on that page. I started the page and I made him an admin, and he would go on there and talk about different tarot cards and things like that and do readings through that page. And our relationship took place in 2016. So I woke up on November 11th, I think, in 2020, and got a message, a notification that someone had liked a post from that light page they liked the post, but the post was all the way from June or July of 2016. You have the screenshot of it, Douglas, when it was. So it was basically a current notification on someone liking a post all the way back from 2016. And as the person who authored the page, I can see, only me, but I can see a little note underneath it that says, this post was authored by Crystal River or Max Spears or whoever made it, and it indicated that the post that the person had liked was originally authored by Max, and it was of the Star Tarot card, And Max wanted to be a star so bad, and did become a star with, you know, what he was doing. But he just, then another person named Max Choosewell, which is obviously like an alias, had also liked something that day. So it was just a bunch of just random silly Max stuff. But it got us going in the way of the conversation about how some people's life is their death. And we talked about Mae Brussel and
Yes.
people that basically become a martyr.
Yes.
And I said that.
By the way, I'm just going to clarify this for people. What we mean by that is just like our young lady Crystal River had told myself, if Mae Brussel hadn't been murdered by Michael Aquino, she never really would have heard of Mae Brussel, and that it was essentially her martyrdom that made her a known person to the world. And that's quite true. Outside of conspiracy specialists or people involved with occult research, nobody really knew about Mae Brussel to any great extent. And so this is what we meant.
Still ignored largely.
Yeah.
The conspiracy community does not appreciate her whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's almost like, you know, the JFK, she started with the JFK assassination, but when she ends up on the Aquino trail, that's where, like, that just shows you that the conspiracy researchers, there are some who have diligently chronicled Aquino to some degree, but they couldn't get rid of him. But for the most part, there people are listening to New Age sponsors and people like George Norrie and Art Bell, who are sponsors of Aquino.
Right, that's quite true, and that cannot be overemphasized. So my point being that when it came to the awareness of Aquino, it was, in the case of many people, through the death of Mae Brussel. And in that sense, she did something in death she could not do in life, which was bring attention to this individual and his predations. Of course, it's not necessarily something that was, as Peter Moon said, necessarily positive, and her life could have gone in other directions. Such being whatever it may be, back to Crystal, when we were talking about Max Spears, in a sense, Max Spears' death made him something that brought awareness to people that they may have not have had before about that subculture, that world that he was a part of. The problem is I don't think most people will know what that world is exactly. They look at it and they don't really get it. So go on. Yeah.
Well, it also would lead anyone who just heard about his death, even when they didn't know him in life, to look at his final interview where he was literally being killed on the interview, and he was talking about Michael Aquino.
Yes, and myself, and you,
and me,
and you. Yes, yes, and so what I'm. This is going to sound funny, but what I'm concerned about is when you say I'm done with Max. I can certainly understand that, but do you think it breaks his heart on the other side, or? I guess we don't have an answer.
I thought maybe she
Oh, I'm sorry. I said on the other side, there are no broken hearts.
Okay.
They have a different perspective, but no.
Okay.
I think he appreciates that we are doing what we're doing. So that's enough for him. That's all he's getting.
I wanted to ask a question though. I'm just curious. I don't want to veer off subject, but this has been haunting my mind for a long time. So is there a continuity of consciousness as we sort of, you know, being cognitive of your surroundings and taking information after death of the body?
I don't think it's the same for everyone. I think everybody has different journeys. And Douglas and I were also speaking about that last night. How he asked me, since we were experiencing this phenomenon, did I feel that this meant that Max was somehow trapped and couldn't move on? And I don't feel him as a ghost that's miserable. I feel like his work here that he wanted to do, the message he wanted to get out, I told Douglas that it was inhibited by his ego. And so once he was removed from here, where our egos can trip us up, he's continuing the work in a way that's more effective. And so when he's done with that, I'm sure he won't stay where he is now forever. But my point being that I don't think the journey is the same for, everyone.
Once you're dead, you don't have a ego to prop up. You might, but you don't have a physical identity that you've got to prop up and worry about feeding and.
No, what I mean is there some kind of is there still a degree of awareness though after death? That's what I mean.
Well, she said yes.
Again, I think it's individual, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's an individual journey for each one of us, because each one of us is going to be, it depends on what kind of baggage we had in life. Let's put it this way. If we have certain, this of course is something that could fill volumes of books, but basically if you've worked on your stuff in life, if you've worked on your issues, and left yourself without that much baggage or attachment, then you're kind of more free after death, and you're kind of, nevertheless, like I said, the soul is really composited. There are elements.
But there's a difference between soul and awareness, though. I mean, because a soul seems to be something that's completely impersonal when you think about it, because that's the reason why walk-ins are possible.
Well, the soul this is the compartmentalization of the soul that I'm speaking of, but I'm speaking of it in a more holistic aggregate sense than you are. So you're looking at it as the component which can perform that kind of walk-in. And here we'll go to Crystal River again. Tell us a little bit about the walk-in phenomena, what exactly that means to people, so that people understand it when we use that term, Crystal.
Well, I have a friend who's a walk-in. His name is Arthur Neumann. And he's been interviewed on Project Camelot under the name of something else. He first went with a name that Carrie gave him to be anonymous, but he describes it as...
By the way, if you could go on mute, Jameson, while she talks, because we're getting your wheezing for some reason.
Oh, no, that was my chair. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So go on.
He just describes it as he was a young man when... something else walked into his body and took over and was a genius and was hired by NASA and stuff, and that he didn't have those abilities before.
Sounds a lot like that Preston Nichols guy almost, but go on. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just think there's different ways it can go down. I hate to bring up this guy, but if you look at the early work of James Caswell before he just became James Caswell that we know now, when he was Michael Prince, his very first his story, you can find it online for free in a PDF, but you won't find anything else online about James Caswell ever, because he's not allowed to ever go on the internet for life. Not even to look up, how do you spell cat or something.
Wow.
So there's no danger of him doing what he used to do. But he has a story of two souls entering his body at once and battling for the to be the captain of the ship. Okay. So I don't think it's just one thing. I think these are different phenomenons.
Okay.
Well, I was told by someone that I had a walk-in, and I will say there was a point in time when I was the guy who I had broken a friendship off with. There was a moment in time where he told me something, and he said something about me changed. It just seemed like it was a different person he was talking to. The reason why I ask is because it seems like, my conscious awareness as I experience things around me has not changed, even though my personality has. And so, I'm forced to sort of, I don't know, I guess, assume that the soul the soul might not be something as personal as we think it is. And, I'm not concerned of what happens to my soul after I die. I don't care what happens to the soul. I'm concerned about, will my conscious awareness still exist? I just want to preserve my conscious awareness, even if it means I can upload myself, even if I have to upload myself into what's his name's, that nut job's internet. Oh God, I don't even know. What's his name? Whatever.
Someone who had such an idea, I suppose, of consciousness.
Musk. Yeah, Musk.
Elon Musk's internet. Yes.
I mean, the whole thing is, ego or no ego. Yes, I've experienced being no ego, having no ego on really, really, really extreme drug trips, but there was still conscious awareness. And I do not wish for my conscious awareness to discontinue.
Well,
after this physical body passes.
Excuse me, Jameson. I hear what you're saying, and what you're getting in here is this turns into semantics.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at the internet here, and it says, this is just somebody iterating. Soul is not consciousness. Firstly, everything has a soul, but not everything has a consciousness. Memories are associated with consciousness, not soul. It depends how you define it.
Yeah.
Like, what is? I'm going to look up the definition of a soul, at least a regular definition, because
there's
like in
no regular
Scientology,
definition. There's no consensus definition for the word
in
soul.
Scientology, we didn't have a soul.
Yeah.
It wasn't that you were soulless. You were a spirit, and of course you carried all of your baggage with you until you could handle your baggage. So it's something I really don't think about too much. It says here, the spiritual or immaterial part of a human being or animal regarded as immortal. In this definition, you would be a soul. It's a way of saying the spirit in that particular definition. And then it also says emotional or intellectual energy or intensity, especially as revealed in a work of art or performance. Well, that has soul. The spiritual principle embodied in human beings, all rational human beings. The animating, I think this is the best definition here, the immaterial essence, animating principle or actuating cause of an individual's life. That is what animates matter. That which animates matter is the spirit, the soul. Theological definitions might it says Christianity, the spiritual is part of a person capable of redemption from the power of sin through divine grace. Saying, the power of sin, that's something you're tethered to or struggling with. But yeah, it's like, it sounds to me like you're looking at soul from the reference of baggage. It's almost like a tag.
No. I'm not looking at it from that perspective. I'm looking at soul as something that, I'm looking at, all right, look at it like this. Say you're playing a computer game, right? Well, my human body is the computer game, right? So a soul is whatever user is, is observing, this game in motion. Basically, the soul will come, get the experience points it needs, and leave, and another soul would jump in if it needs experience points. You know what I'm saying? The soul is
I understand the model.
I
understand the model, but the point is that it's not really what is, shall we say, I don't really care to address the subject. It's not a subject that I have any interest in.
I would like to say, in energy healing, we like to say that what you resist persists. So if there is something that you have an extreme aversion to, or you're really in fear of happening and you don't want that to happen, then you're sort of beating the energetic drum of what you don't want, and you're putting yourself on the frequency of that event, and you're making it more possible or probable that that is what will happen with your journey. So I would say, if you're getting that constant nagging feeling of, I don't want this to happen when I die, that's really your higher self speaking to you, telling you to do the work now while you're living so that you won't have that result. The light work.
There. And I think that at least leaves us with a ground to stand on. And in terms of moving forward away from that particular subject, you can't resist asking, of course, and I do ask Mr. Jameson Reese to go on mute simply because your chair has that horrible squeak to it that makes it sound as if you're wheezing. It makes me really worried about your breathing. It sounds almost as if you have a mask on at home. But yes, there we are. Anyhow, I want to thank Mr. Moon for helping us with talking to Crystal yesterday, and I want to thank Crystal for gracing us with her presence tonight, and hopefully she'll be more comfortable to do this much more often in the future, because I do want people to know that your services are offered on all of your Facebook timelines. Tell us a bit about all of your Facebook timelines, why you set them up, and how people can contact you so that they can ask for your advisement in energy healing, or some of a bit of your, what would you call it, just kind of intuitive consultation, just go a bit in that direction for us.
Well, first of all, I would say in a practical sense, don't call me for a reading if you don't have PayPal or Venmo, because those are the only two ways that I am able to be paid. So if you have PayPal and you have Venmo and you would like a reading, my phone number is publicly listed. It's on all of my Facebook pages, and they are Crystal River Psychic Readings and Occult Knowledge, Fey Wisdom, Heal Your Water, and what's the fourth one? Augury Apothecary.
Yes.
Augurie Apothecary.
Tell people a little bit about the etymology of that, the history of that term.
That page is about holistic healing, so you'll find stuff about essential oils, crystals, alternative medicine, and then the Fey Wisdom's all about fairies, and the Heal Your Waters, energy healing, and the other one is readings. But they all have the same phone number, and you can message me on any of those to schedule an appointment, or even text me at that number that's listed.
Right. And now, I don't expect you to consciously remember this, but you and I were talking, and I want to say hi to some people in the chat room while you and I are talking now, before I get this out. Peggy Wood says, I have a walk-in experience. Thank you, Peggy. I appreciate you sharing that. It looks like it was a positive for her. She's got the nice little peaceful smiley face and the heart next to it. And there we are. Then we've got somebody out there who's, Jameson, if you could help us with that. Yes, just get in there and take care of the troll that's invaded the chat room now. And we've got the same number of people attacking us tonight as have done before. So it looks like we've got a permanent retinue that we've accumulated like dust bunnies. And so everybody, make certain to put a little upvote just to balance them out. Other than that, I'm certain that our popularity will increase with the continued appearances of Crystal.
I already blocked Faceless YouTuber.
No, it's Petricity. It's
okay.
Since they're begging to be banned, and that, of course.
All right, yeah, I'll hide them.
Yeah, and if we could block, we would. Unfortunately, that power is not given to the people who run the YouTube videos. That's something that YouTube engenders a kind of power on the stalking potential. So in terms of speaking of somebody who was stalked, and when I was reminded of Tracy Twyman when we were talking about the children and some of the children being threatened, and that's what was going on with Tracy. I'm not quite sure if that's what you were thinking of the other day when you brought her up. So I was just wondering if there's anything that came up recently, because you said there was some months ago when you were going to come on, and that was when I had prepared to have yourself on, and it just didn't happen. It's one of those things where, of course, you're dealing with a lot of your own issues, and you're dealing with a lot of things going on in life. So what is it that was going on with Tracy that you might recall that you could bring up with us tonight?
I really don't recall. I don't. And I don't have any updates about Tracy. If that one comes to mind, I'll share it, but right. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was definitely something at the time that was on your mind that you had brought up with myself, and then it just didn't. Unfortunately, some of these things they're very much in the moment, and when
I know. Maybe if I scroll back up, I'll find it, and when I do, I'll let you know.
Sure, that's fine. And other than that, thank you for being with us tonight. Stay with us as long as you want. And of course, I'll turn to you again, whenever you wish. And just go ahead.
I'll probably take off for tonight.
Understood.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
And I will come back with anytime there's issues we can highlight about domestic violence. Like you said, the month of April is sexual awareness.
Assault awareness
awareness month.
Yeah, and there's going to be other things that are going to be coming up before then that we can speak of. But aside from that, again, feel free that you can bring up the point that you don't agree with me on everything, especially concerning issues such as masking and the vaccines and the like. So do express that before you go, so that people don't feel that you're necessarily echoing everything that I say myself.
Also, I just want to say, if I can get Busy Bone, I want Crystal Rivers to join us. If I can get Busy Bone.
Yes, I will.
Yes, by all means. It wouldn't be the same without you, honey. So you would help immensely in his healing. That would be part of that. And so, honey, thank you very much for blessing us with your presence tonight. That was wonderful. You take care. We'll speak again soon, and we'll turn towards Peter Moon after you're gone. But anytime you feel the need, because you can jump back in on the call anytime you wish after you're off the Skype call. That's the beauty of the Skype. Feel free to jump in if you feel you have something to say that is that you feel would be constructive. So
thank you so much, Douglas. You guys have a good night, and I love you. Bye.
Love you dearly. Thank you, honey. That was wonderful.
Right.
And yeah. And so, Peter, in terms of your, did you ultimately, I take it the snow prevented your personal football game in the morning, but I'm hoping.
No, it did not. No, it did not.
Didn't? Oh, tell us how it went.
It was rather amazing. I got an email this morning from my doctor saying, these guys they got 10 guys coming. So I said, well, he says, I don't know if the field's playable. I said, I said, I went in my backyard. I said, I'll bring my snow boots. And I went out there, and there was, the 10 guys didn't come, but they had been out shoveling the field the day before, and they created a mess. They created a mountain. They didn't shovel off enough snow. There was it wasn't big enough to play in, so they created a bit of a havoc. This thing will take weeks to for the mound on the field of the snow to go down. So they didn't show up. We had about modest 7 guys, and we played a game, and we had a lot of fun. It was only about 45 minutes. But to be out there in the snow, it was snowing, it was fun. I said, you guys can watch the Super Bowl tonight and say you were out there playing football. It was so exhilarating that I'm driving home, and I see my wife walking on the street. She's going for a walk in the snow, and I say, let's go. Would you like to go out for breakfast? Yeah, wow, fun. You go out, and then by 1 o'clock, the snow was so bad you couldn't go out. So it was really fun.
That's wonderful.
A lot of, and it was, you see, you're running in snow. I'm wearing, hiking boots. I don't get my feet wet, but everybody's neutralized and running in the snow. But it's just, I feel so good. I feel like the best I've ever felt in my life, and I've just turned 68. So this is really good. Maybe arguably not quite as physically fit as maybe when I was 28 or 30, but I feel equally good.
Well, you're more fit now than most Americans ever are in their entire lives. So you've got...
Well, yeah. And one important thing is people get older, and people won't listen. But in fact, I even saw a device for stimulating your feet, putting frequency into your feet. And I can't think that it's bad, but your feet have to be worked and active. This means going for walks, getting reflexology, stimulating your feet, rolling a ball on your feet. The feet have to circulate. It's so key for the circulation. When you go to sleep at night, or when you wake up in the morning, you need to wiggle your toes and wiggle your feet. It's so important. I remember my uncle, once removed, my father's uncle, he'd go out in the backyard in San Pedro every morning, and LA is cold in the morning. People think it's subtropical or what. It's cold in the morning because it's got the water. He was right near the water. He'd go up, put this cold water over his entire body for circulation because the doctor told him to do that, and he needed to. We thought it was quite comical, and it was a horrible way to be. But, there are other ways he could have gotten circulation. But certainly putting cold water, well, that's why people go out in the ocean. They go out and the polar bears go out in freezing weather to do that. So today was a very good day.
Right. By the way, you can tell people that the polar bears are people in a club that goes by that name, so people understand what you're speaking of. Otherwise, they assume you're talking about literal polar bears, please. So do disambiguate.
Exactly. Yes. The polar bears. Yeah. So that's what I have to say about that.
Wonderful. And how did the game go on television? How did that? Because none of us watched it, so we need you.
Well, this is inspiring because the Tampa Bay Bucks, quarterbacked by Tom Brady, it was a blowout. In Tom Brady, what's inspiring about it is Tom Brady is 43 years old, one of the richest men in America, one of them, not a billionaire, but rich enough. And he's 43 years old, and he says, I'm going to come back next year and play some more. And what people don't realize, he takes good care of himself. He drinks Kangen water. Kangen water is a sort of a pH balanced water. But the thing is, 43 years old is nothing. 43 years old. I'm not surprised at all he can do what he does at 43, because the only thing he can do is he can throw a football and he can think. Athletically, he's subpar to almost everybody on the field. And he will be the first to say that. He's very smart. He exhaustively studies the opposition, and he can throw a football. And he knows what to do, and he has a lot of experience. So it's not really amazing. It's just that he's in his groove. So it's really neat to see that. I didn't watch the halftime. My wife watched the halftime, and she said she likes the performer called The Weeknd, but she said it was all ritualistic and very disgusting what they were doing. It was all like ritualistic, she said. They all had masks on, not the COVID masks, but more like an occult mask, which served as a COVID mask too. But they were running around in the field. I was out doing some work outside during the halftime, so I missed it.
Okay. Wow.
You didn't miss much. Miss much. Even if you're a football fan, you didn't miss. It was very boring too, because they have these long commercials. Yes, I said, why am I watching this?
Yeah, that is bizarre. Yeah, and I think that's actually so offensive.
The commercials weren't very good either. And I'd find myself channel flipping, you know, it would have been 3 minutes at least. That was the good old days of television. You'd go, they'd have a 60-minute commercial, a 60-second commercial. And this is the 1960s, and it was always a minute. And if you wanted to get something from the refrigerator, you had to go time yourself, you know. Okay, I got, 5 seconds to get there, 5 seconds to pull it out, 10 seconds to, put the bread on the butter, whatever you're doing, or the butter on the bread, or whatever you're doing, and get back to the TV to get it. And you felt like a minute was a long time, and you were being gypped. But now commercials last routinely 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, they're like video essays. And YouTube was like that, and it's thanks to Brendan Zogit that I was able to get rid of the ads on my YouTube by downloading a program that worked with the Mozilla Firefox. And so this was incredible. I couldn't believe how few people had downloaded this program and taken advantage of it. Comparatively speaking, it was only like a few thousand. And it blows my mind that people wouldn't take advantage of it because YouTube just installed something, or they reinstituted or reestablished their format where you can't skip.
What program is it?
The ads. We'll ask Brendan when he comes on. That's the I don't remember offhand. I'd have to go back to the apps. But I appreciate your asking. Thank you. I'm so sorry I don't remember. But the YouTube just did something where you can't fast forward the commercials, and these are this is no joke. These commercials are, I'm not exaggerating. These are literally like what you would call infomercials back in the day of late night television, where they're taking half an hour. So you've got something, and there's two of them. So it's like an hour in the video before you get to watch your video. Okay, that's untenable. YouTube's killing itself by doing that. I know for a fact there were other people experiencing that besides myself, because when I looked it up, there were other people pointing out I can't fast forward my commercials on YouTube, my ads. And so this is like, so then when I talked to Brendan, he was able to help me with that. He had just done it himself. And so, my God, there's so much that I couldn't do at all without Brendan in terms of this transmission tonight. Any transmission, we have a lot of this is thanks to Brendan with his technical support. So we've got Brendan's technical support. We've got our man Jameson working on the production. We're riding the call tonight on Derek Talley's cell phone, which he leaves on until he gets to work in the morning. And he'll have to retreat to bed a little early tonight. I hope he's coordinating with his son to make certain that he gets that ride tomorrow, or his son kind of follows him to drop off his car at the repairs. And of course, Peter was dealing with a number of challenges with the plumbing at home that hopefully are going to be solved very soon. Very glad that he got in what football time he could amidst all of that, as well as being able to take in the Super Bowl as well. So aside from that, Peter, one of the things that we can share with people is we got very far in working on the chapters of the book together. We're going to be doing that again, hopefully tomorrow night, certainly on Tuesday. And
what time should I expect you tomorrow night, your time?
Oh God, that's the problem. It depends on what time I go to bed in the morning.
Give me. I just want to make sure I'm around.
Yeah, understood.
I will be around, but I make sure, because I do need to go to Home Depot to get some plumbing parts.
Oh, by all means, take care of that throughout the day.
But I'll do that as soon as Paula gets home.
Oh, right. I'm not going to wake up tomorrow, realistically speaking. First off, so I've got the food bin out so that the Meals on Wheels can make their delivery. When they drop their delivery off, then I bring that in, and it's sometime after that I'll go to sleep. So that's between 8 and 9 in the morning. So realistically around 8:30. Then by the time I go to bed will probably be about noon at the latest, hopefully, probably around between 9 and noon. And then what will happen after that is that I will likely be asleep until, quite realistically, we can, I'd say just the day is yours, really. By the time I wake up, you will probably be going to bed. Because
what time will you wake up?
Realistically, if I go to bed at around 9 in the morning, I won't be getting up till around 9 at night. I mean, it'll be like that. So yeah, tomorrow will probably be the day that we're not tomorrow, but let me see, what time is it in New York? Is it midnight yet? It's about 10 to 11.
It's a little after midnight.
Yeah, so by today we'll not likely be doing anything. It'll be tomorrow we will do what we did the other day, and we will we'll start earlier. We'll start earlier because the other day I got up late, and Tuesday we'll get more done than we did the last time we worked on it. And it was just an educational experience for both of us, and it was wonderful. It was enjoyable, and it's amazing just how much that Peter Moon was able to find out there. And of course, I've got to provide him some more photographs and illustrations. And I, even though I won't be getting to that I'll probably do when I wake up tomorrow night. Is I'll go through that. That way, I'll have some stuff for you. The next time we speak on Tuesday, and that way I'll have that to send to you, and then I'll be able to personally tell you where these things might fit. And of course, so that's very inspiring. So we've got the book coming out, which is I guess why we're getting so many attacks from the trolls, who are now amassing together to put a dozen thumbs down on each one of my episodes, which, as Derek Talley said, they're simply informing other people that I'm live on bandwidth and promoting myself. So there we have that. Negative publicity is just as productive as any other kind of publicity. So the fools are, working for me for free. And they're...
I guess what I didn't get a chance to ask you, now that you've read the manuscript up through chapter 12, I guess it all reads good to you, right?
Yeah, remarkably so. Very much.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, and then we'll just move right along.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of clarity, a lot of the points are brought across. And let me try and emphasize something to people. I really cannot express how indebted I am to Peter Moon for really helping to keep things in a context where they are historical in nature and therefore easier for people to assimilate, to take in the information, as opposed to what I would do is I would tend to lock in much of the relevance of the history to current events by using certain terms like terrorist as opposed to military, or say, for instance, the kind of pointing out the impact of the vaccines taking the lives of many troops, and kind of putting that in context of what we're dealing with today with the vaccine controversy. Peter Moon has done so much to basically neutralize that, to basically the information is hard enough to take in as it is, not because of the difficulty in writ, which Peter Moon has taken care of. He's made it all quite accessible, quite legible, quite readable. We might even polish down even a little further some of my terminology, might even take away some more of the terminology that is so obviously Dietrichonic. But in terms of everything in general, Peter's made it accessible. And beyond that, he's helped me to keep it from being too controversial in the immediate sense. If we make it relevant to where we're at today, in too incisive a sense, it's just too inflammatory for people, because otherwise what's already difficult for people to absorb or to take in, it becomes too impossible. They're too triggered, they're too emotionally wrought, or they feel violated enough. They'll truly feel they'll become enraged if we use some of the kind of connections of history to the more immediate moment in some of the ways I normally would have done. So Peter's been invaluable.
Yeah, it's not necessary.
Yeah.
Because this is about the history of the United States. The book is not about current events.
Yeah.
They impact current events in certain respects, particularly the vaccination stuff, but
Yeah.
it opens people's minds. And of course, the Roswell stuff pertains to the mindset. It was interesting. I asked my daughter about the movie or the TV show Roswell.
Yeah.
And she says, "Oh, that was on a long time ago." No, I no, that like it was on from the 90s or something. No, Roswell is still on.
Right. Well, it's a different it's a different Roswell. Just so you know, your daughter's quite correct. There was a different Roswell that was on in the 90s. This is a perennial, evergreen field of exploitation for the. It's basically, unfortunately, not even something so cynical as people just making money off something that continually sells. The truth is, nobody is fucking interested in Roswell. They're tired of it, and the government just keeps funding these new television series to be promoted so that they keep the Roswell cult alive. The government is vested in it. It's not no one is so stupid involved with networks today where they say, "Hey, let's do another series on Roswell." First off, if anyone ever suffered a visit to Roswell, which is just a one-horse town that has nothing to offer in terms of industry, and I mean fucking nothing, you would ask yourself, why does this place exist? Well, it exists basically on government funding. They've got a museum where they've got the alien in place of God, where they literally have the kind of divine touch of the Da Vinci kind of painting that you find in the Vatican, only it's the alien giving the divine touch, E.T. style. This is the kind of cult that's built up in this. It's like a Stephen King story, like Children of the Corn. You have a cultic community that is for all intents and purposes morbidly inbred. And anybody who goes there would say, "I never want to come back again," if they have any sense of sanity.
It sounds like Twin Peaks.
Yeah, and then they decide, well, let's make another series about it? I mean, come on, give me a break. So this is obviously something that is continually just funded again and again by the U.S. government through the various networks. And this is why they keep doing what they're doing. So you get Roswell, how would you say it? An iteration. You get an iteration and then a reiteration, and it just goes on as if they're trying to make certain every generation gets programmed by this. Well, that's exactly what they're trying to do. So that's the thing that needs to be emphasized.
Did you ever see the movie or the TV show on the Sci-Fi Channel, Taken? The Steven Spielberg production?
No, God, no. But go on, tell us about what
I remember, she's still my friend to this day, but one of my friends in New Jersey, she got so excited about it and she, wanted to watch it, and she'd call me every night after it would run.
Uh-huh.
I was post-divorce at that time, and I don't know why she was so excited about it. One of her best friends, who was also a friend of mine, was a Bud Hopkins abductee. She was a bona fide abductee. Mm-hmm. This girl was a psychic. She's a professional psychic. She, when I first met her, she was like whacked out of her body. I remember she sorted it all out. She was like, I don't even remember her being an abductee, but she got so interested in it. And so she kind of like, made me watch it. I had nothing to do at that time. And I watched it, and we got a big kick out of some of the characters. We were goofing on it. I couldn't take the whole thing seriously. But it was very expensively produced. The writer, I think, got paid about $30,000. And this is like a whole series. This went on and on and on. He got ripped off. Because it was like the first thing he'd ever written. And Spielberg, I think, was very proud of the fact that he only paid him $30,000.
There you go. Oh my fucking God.
It wouldn't matter if he paid him $200,000 to Spielberg.
Yeah.
But in any case, it was, as I recall, I think it's centered around Roswell. Mm-hmm. and the crash.
Well, one would assume.
And the,
oh, you're talking about
the
Taken.
secrecy of it.
You're talking about. Yeah, go on.
The secrecy of it was this military man who was like putting the screws on everybody, including his own family that he married into. I think he married into to get closer. He was like this great manipulator. And finally, he was out manipulated himself as the story goes on. And it just got really stupid. It got really stupid. And I'd like to watch it again just for perspective now, and what was going on there. Because as I never could get, the only abduction stuff I really had to take to heart was Preston's stuff, because I wrote a book with him.
Uh-huh.
And he talks about like his experiences where he actually received information and became much more brilliant with electronics. And his father verified this. He says, yeah, one day he was just like a genius. He was already good with electronics, but then it was just over the top. And Preston said this was after he'd been taken to the Pleiades and he would, was just downloaded information. And that stuff can happen. You can just have, you can tap into intelligence, because intelligence is not, people that they get inspired. They hear spirits, they hear things. That's intelligence. Intelligence is not just what you learn in school. So people get inspired and whatnot. So one of the problems sometimes is that the switchboard is too busy and circuits can override it. Therefore, what's going on here? What the hell is going on in this head? So be it. But the whole abduction phenomena, I remember one of my friends said, boy, think what they had us all believing back there, when she's talking about the old abduction days back in the UFOs. When I first got involved with Montauk, there are two reasons I didn't go to these conferences. Number one, I wasn't interested. And number two, I was never invited as a writer. I was a very popular, Preston more so, but he wouldn't be invited either. We were persona non grata in UFO crowds.
Right.
Which was kind of like, okay, fine with me. You want to promote the work, but it was actually a badge of honor and distinction as well.
Yeah.
And I certainly never had to answer, I still don't have to answer to the Roswell stuff, because I never, was
part of that. Yes, thank God.
Never was part of it. But the only thing that really caught my interest is that he used to sell a DVD of it, was a broadcast of the radio actually announcing the flying saucer crashing. That we had the radio broadcast of that. Somebody had put a CD, and I used to sell that. And that was interesting, because God, wow, the radio's announcing it. That was, and as Joe Matheny said to me, he said, yeah, he says, I always wonder, what was that? He says, they obviously did that, but he always suspected it was a psyop or a PR ploy, which definitely bears out with all the stuff that you have presented. Makes total sense.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, definitely glad that we could cover that tonight. So let me take a look at inside of the chat room, just see where everybody is. Wow. Just looking at something that here we are. Oh, wow. Now this was interesting. Okay. So I want to thank Peggy Wood, and that's delightful. And of course, everyone else who is doing their best. we have some wonderful people who have come to check in. And in terms of those who spend their time with us, this is a valuable investment of your time, or rather your time is valuable. And the fact that you spend it with us, I hope, has been rewarding. Certainly, we've gone in directions tonight that we don't usually go in. And we do have a lot of viewers with us tonight. And that's always appreciated too. In terms of what I said about Peter and how helpful he's been about taking the tone of the book, the nature of the book in the right direction, it's one of those things that will make very hard information to absorb, or rather to take. You can absorb it. The problem is whether or not you can handle it. When it comes to when Peter brings up stuff like the Roswell series, what I'm curious about is whether these series that were brought up before, the one your daughter remembers, or the new one now, I'm wondering if they brought up the 509th Bomber Group very much. I'm suspecting Steven Spielberg did in his Taken series. Was that the case?
I just don't remember. 509th Bomber. I mean, this was all about aliens. I don't remember anything that would have. Who needs Japanese? You know, it just, it just didn't seem to be.
Because the Roswell series, I know that the movies that they made of Roswell would oftentimes bring up the 509th Bomber Group, and they did this so that they could always use that as like a example of how infallible these people were. So when they say they're aliens, there has to be aliens because this is the 509th Bomber Group saying that there's aliens. And this is something that no one has investigated very much, and you and I don't really need to. And people can investigate this on their own, and we'll see what kind of results people come up with. But the 509th Bomber Group has been a big part of the promotion of the alien myth. And these are the people, of course, who were involved with Roswell. These are the people who have been the people who add their reputation to Roswell. Is that the Roswellians will always bring up the 509th Bomber Group saying, oh, yeah, they said it was aliens and all that stuff, so it must be true. These are the men who dropped the atomic bomb. So it all becomes conflated in the American mind, where the Americans feel that the atomic bombs acted as a signal to the aliens in outer space to come visit the Earth and gift Americans with high technology, as of course was the myth in the day after Roswell that was promulgated by Philip Corso. And so all of that aside, we don't need to overdwell on it tonight. I think everybody listening gets the general direction that we're going in, and they can appreciate that. Now, in terms of what anything else that comes to mind in terms of the world around us, I know that you were bringing up, for instance, the violence that happened in the Capitol and how the Democrats have turned it into a permanent military base. One of the things that I do need to emphasize, of course, is there's not really a choice, because it's not that there's anything going on right now. It's not like there seems to be any danger of militias storming the Capitol anytime in the near future. Rather, it's that the Capitol Police, who had a budget of $500 million, just were proven so corrupt, so ineffective, and just plain, how would I say it? Just ineffective, that the military almost has to be there, because this is really the only thing they've got that is enforcing any law and order. They can't trust the police. That's really what it's come down to for Washington at this present time, at this moment in history, to put that in some context. I could go.
There is a picture. I just looked up. There's a picture. USA Today, fact check. National Guard will remain in D.C. through Trump's impeachment trial. So it's like the impeachment. I guess they're worried the impeachment trial is going to be rushed. And it showed. This is so disgusting. Listen, this is just absolutely effing disgusting. It has troops in the Capitol building laying down like a bunch of homeless people.
Yes, yes, yes.
This is unacceptable. It is unacceptable for America to have this crap in their capital. If you want to have troops, don't have them laying down. This is disgusting. They could be taken out like this. They should be at alert like the Swiss Guards, and those who are not on call, they want to be on call, like they can be away somewhere close by on call in cots, but not sleeping on the floor.
Right.
In the Capitol building.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. By the way, I'm not.
And this is not good for anybody.
Yeah,
it only engenders hatred towards the people who are, the Congress, and I can't imagine the troops like them. The troops probably feel the worst about it at all. And from what I understand, these are not top troops. These are National Guard.
Yes.
Which means old men with inferior weapons.
Yes. That's quite true. Everything you say is true. And that picture is actually, for what it's worth, comparatively old. By the way, I'm not defending the whole situation over there in Washington, but just to put it in some context, that picture is comparatively old because that was when they called them in on the day of the riot. So on the day that the Capitol was stormed, they were pretty much brought in at the end of the day, and that was them overnight, where they had nothing. There was nothing that they could provide them. There were no hotels that were open, so they just basically all clumped together. Actually, that's something not even homeless people would do. So it's just something that they had to do.
Trump gave him his hotel.
By the way, that's something that I checked into, and that was something that I think was. I don't think that was the case. I heard that, and I checked into it.
It was reported on the news.
I'll have to check into it again. It's one of those things where it was one of those things that was reported or maybe even a kind of misreported. But I'll check into that. That was one of the things that I think Trump was really involved with. So many other things. I don't think he really had an opportunity to even deal with that. So looking at it now from my memories of what I looked into at the time, it was said that Donald Trump invited the National Guard members to stay at the Trump Hotel in Washington so that they didn't have to sleep in a cold parking garage. But from what I was able to follow up with my connections that I maintained with people who were in the military, the National Guard received no offer to stay at the Trump Hotel in Washington. And a matter of fact, later on, a spokesperson with the National Guard Bureau told the Associated Press that they definitively received no offers to stay at the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C., the former president's hotel at the time. After the National Guard troops came to Washington to secure President Joe Biden's inauguration, they were temporarily assigned to take rest breaks in a parking garage. And so you had these images of the Guard members that were camping on the garage floor on January 21st that sparked this widespread outrage, of course, and a lot of misinformation online. That's when one really popular Facebook post was circulating, and that's where I first saw it, that President Trump said he's opening his entire Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C. to the National Guard troops, whom President Biden and the Democrats literally kicked to the curb, having sent them to bed down in the unheated Capitol parking garage with no food and only one toilet for thousands of men. And of course, it ended with the God bless President Trump. He was still president at that time, actually. But and then there were other posts that I did recall, and some of them were saying most media won't tell you that Trump has offered the National Guard still remaining in D.C. to stay at his hotel. But the Guard officials have confirmed that, so this is apart from just my own sources, they finally came out and they stated it. So the official statement from the National Guard is that the troops already had hotel rooms and there was no such offer from Trump that was ever communicated. So the man who was sourcing that, or was the source of that official statement, was Major Matt Murphy. He was the media relations officer at the National Guard Bureau. So he's the one who told the Associated Press, we have not received any offers at the National Guard Bureau. And then there was...
I wouldn't believe anything the Army says, particularly their press agents. And I could easily see Trump having done that just to tweak Biden.
I can imagine that. No, I mean,
just to tweak him.
Yeah, there's logic to what you're saying.
Yeah. And I mean, and they could have also erased erased all this stuff. But whatever it is, it's a mess. Yes. This whole thing is a mess. And they're going to, I could just see the Biden administration lying their ass off about the troops every which way, because that's who he is.
Well, I'll tell you something that puzzles me. What puzzles me was that there was this briefing that was around that time, and that's when Army Major General William J. Walker said that the Guard members photographed in the garage on January 21st were taking rest breaks. And what I can't understand is, why would anyone cluster like dust bunnies for a fucking rest break? I mean, that's something that, like, you use the term homeless very astutely. That's what.
Well, because I've been in Penn Station,
Yeah, that's
Penn
what they would
Station
do for
in
body
New York.
work.
It's like it has been I see how the homeless used to hang out there. I don't know I haven't been there in a while, but
right.
This is.
Yeah, it's what people would do for body warmth. That's what they would do to preserve body warmth in a cold situation. But, on a rest break, why would they do that? It's just bizarre. So I see what you're saying. I mean,
well, I've watched the Army lie their ass off.
Yes.
It's actually a military technique to lie.
It's true. No. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's also a political tactic to lie.
Yeah, you're preaching to the converted. I mean.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying there's such liars that why does any believe anything that comes out of their mouth? It's like it is just the epitome of disgust. We're writing this book because it's like lying. They're addicted to lying, and I keep hearing stories of, I didn't know Biden was going to do this. It's like, what stupidity? Why would you be surprised at anything Biden did? Right now, they've just appointed one of Hunter Biden's old partners into the Department of Justice to oversee the case that's going to prosecute Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
Or not directly oversee it, but he's in other words, there's a conflict of interest there. Saying the Republican pundits are saying, well, this is obviously they're sending a signal. We're going to take care of Hunter, and you better not go after Hunter, who just got a $2 million advance for his story of being addicted to drugs, and
holy shit, jeez,
Jason, $2 million to Hunter Biden.
Yes,
I mean. This is what's wrong with the world. In other words, Hunter Biden is the smartest man that Joe Biden knows. I mean, this is like dysfunction flying out. I mean, people would point out Trump's narcissism. He's the healthiest president we've ever had. The things he'd say about himself, which was just like so offensive to people. Trump was so offensive in the way he'd say things just about himself and his bragging. And I understand that people were offended by that. But I can't understand why those same people are not offended by Joe Biden. It's okay to be offended.
I'm offended by Joe Biden.
Well, yeah, but you're not one of those people. Or you wouldn't be offended by him. It's like it's just I mean, why in other words, they don't say anything bad about him. Like, he's our guy. He's our guy. I mean, it's a conspiracy of silence. It's like, he's like, from the first time I ever heard of this guy back in the 80s, I said, all I saw, this guy's a liar. He was, the plagiarizing his speeches, whatever. He was just a liar, which makes him a good politician. And when you can, and it's all about lying and get away with it. Like, look what I can get away with. I can get away with being feeble. Oh, nobody seems to care. I mean, that's the illusion we're living in. Now, I've never staked invested my heart in politics or who's the president. They're all on the suspect list to be suspect. It's like, who are, you have to, you just hope they don't get in the way. Like, I like the way Wall Street treats the Congress. They like a locked Congress because they say if nothing can get passed, then the markets can thrive. So when Congress is jammed, they like that, and then make the market go up because they can only count on Congress to do things that will hurt the stock market.
Well, hopefully hopefully things will change with the stimulus package. Obviously, we certainly need the stimulus package, and Yellen, who's in charge of course, the finance, the Treasury Department, involved with it. Now, I think, let me see, Janet Yellen.
He's now, Secretary of the Treasury.
Yeah, she was she was saying that if we just get the stimulus package out, at least statistically, we would get full employment within a year. Of course, we're going to have an unemployment problem perennially, but it's I understand what she's saying. And obviously, I'm just disappointed that Biden is just, allowing the Republicans to basically take away the $2,000 and replace it with this stupid $1,400 idea, claiming they already gave us $600. I mean, this is so fucking stupid.
But what I don't understand about the COVID relief is that, like, Canada will give each citizen $2,000 a month that's been COVID struck, and in other words, it's 2,000 Canadian dollars are not as much as US dollars, but still, it's a consistent thing. It's not like, it's like dropping, food in crates over a starving population. It's not going to go very far.
It depends. I mean, certainly the Berlin airlift was an example of doing just that. They were dropping crates of food to the people in Berlin that were surrounded by the Soviets, and it helped. It certainly kept.
I wasn't talking about Berlin. I'm talking about dropping crates into a country.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But and somebody's going to take the crate and take it all for himself. But this is just a stupid idea. And the other problem with these checks is that most of the money is being just put in the bank, because most people don't really need it. Now, there are people that do. So what they should do is offer a debit card so Amazon gets the money,
Well, they're encouraging people to spend. They're definitely doing that.
Yeah, but if you give them a debit card...
then they'll do it. Yeah, no, I get it.
Then otherwise it's no good. Say you use this debit card and it stimulates the economy. Don't stick it in your bank account, especially if you don't need it. Because I can't imagine that anybody where my wife works,
right?
They all get checks,
right?
None of them need it.
No. I get what you're saying, but remember, you're seeing a very limited part of the world in that sense. Most people.
Well, I'm not saying don't give it to the people that need it. I'm saying most of the people.
No. I get it. I get it, and I get what you're saying. I think that the majority of the people who are getting it are in need of it, and that they're going to spend it because they have no choice. They're not going to...
No. It's like half of the people that get it don't need it. Now, that's a lot of people that get it. We're talking hundreds of millions. But they could instead of giving it to the people that don't need it, they could give it twice as much to the people who do need it. I'm saying it's all screwed up. It's just throwing money out the door, and too little of it gets to the people. Pardon?
What constitutes a person needing it or not needing it?
Well, some people, as they say, if they put it in the bank for a rainy day, they don't need it.
There, yeah, I can agree with that.
I'm the bank for a rainy day, and now my transmission is going out, and I'm going to have to blow the whole thing and then some.
I'm sorry, what was that? You wanted to report on a story before you went to bed. If you could tell us a bit about what you were going to, that would help. And
let Peter finish. I was just kind of interacting with him.
Well, I'm not talking about people that are. I'm not talking about, I don't know if that money's going to give you a new transmission. Right. Those things are pretty expensive. But in any case,
I put it in the bank for a rainy day. But then the rainy day, it's like the Dodge Dart said, "Hey, you got money in the bank. Now's the perfect time to let this transmission go."
Yeah, but okay. There is obviously room for people that do need that. But I'm talking about, people that have multiple houses and, they just don't need it. Yeah. And I'm not talking about somebody who might. I mean, there are people that will need it for a rainy day.
Yeah. Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah. No, believe me, what Peter is saying has validity in the sense that what Peter is saying is that, unfortunately, we have a large part of America that is getting money they don't need because they're distributing this money basically evenly. They're just saying it would be like a flat tax doesn't make sense because a flat tax winds up taxing the poor far more than it does the rich. A flat tax, if everybody got taxed the same, the flat tax, let's make accounting easier, really makes no sense because it's going to have a far greater impact on the poor than it does on the rich. So this money being given out is too little for the people who really need it and too much for the people who don't. And yes, they will.
Also, yeah. Taxes don't make any sense. I mean, they do archetypally, but what I'm saying is I hear this stuff saying, so they're saying, well, Joe Biden, we need infrastructure. We need infrastructure, and the Republicans need to work with the Democrats on infrastructure so that this will create jobs. But where are we going to get the money? Because the people are going to have to pay for it. The stupid thing is the people don't have to pay for it. In other words, just write the money. Instead of giving it to Exxon or some defense contractor, which is what it all does, just put it into the infrastructure. It doesn't have to be paid back. The Congress can print money. When it can print money, it doesn't have to pay it back to anybody. This is the most absurd thinking. This whole idea of debt. We have to pay back. Who are we borrowing it from? Who are we borrowing it from? The Congress can coin money. And it can inflate, because when it inflates the economy and creates jobs for everybody, all of a sudden there's all this money flying around. And this taxation that occurs, we got to pay for this. If you study some of the earlier work of, what was that guy, Gary Allen, None Dare Call It Conspiracy. Yeah. He would demonstrate how basically rich people cause poor people to pay taxes to pay for what they need. It's all a big scam. Yeah. The whole tax system. Now, where the only reason it has validity is under the astrological sign of Scorpio, which is the eighth house of the zodiac, which controls Scorpio, was ruled by Pluto, and it controls sex, death, and taxes. It is the sign of control. Scorpio means I control. So taxation is a control system, and it's there to control you. And it's there to control you through sex, death, and taxes. It controls you through sex by saying when you can have a baby, when you can't have a baby. You have to be married to have a baby. It controls marriage, the marriage laws. Like right now, it's you can't, pagans, it's illegal to be a pagan in America. We have freedom of a religion, but you can't be polygamous, because you would, if that's your religion, which paganism is often polygamous, not always. Mm-hmm. So we don't have freedom of religion in America. We have freedom of religion if you want to be, as long as you're not polygamous. Now, I don't have a big issue with this personally. but
Right.
it's a huge contradiction because people, well, we all think like Moses. We all believe in Moses. The law system is called Mosaic law that we're based upon. And so there are so many contradictions in the way we live. And I batted up against these things 20, 30 years ago when I saw, how people were they're crackers. They're just all crackers. And I'm not talking about Roswell. I'm talking about the things they think about, the things they believe, the things they recognize as natural. It's completely and patently absurd. But to fight against it is the same as fighting against this evil. It's like you're not going to make any progress. Just like one of my friends, when he moved out to the Bay Area, when he was younger, he just used to make fun of gay people all the time. He thought that was so funny. And then he realized it was a losing game. I can't make fun of them.
Yes.
Because there's just it's not only there's enough of them, it's just I can't do this. It's like it's so he accepts it. Just like when my wife came to America and she's in New York and seeing these frequent public displays of affection with gay people. She's just like shocked. She
Yes.
cannot believe it. You don't see PDAs like that in San Francisco.
Right.
You don't see it. I mean, nobody does that because of COVID now, but it had stopped. And New York City was really, really big on it. You don't see people, heterosexuals doing public displays of affection like that. It just was very, so I'm saying, I tell her, you just have to get used to it. And I think she is used to it now, but it's just like it shocked her. So people are, people have their sensitivities and their judgments. And it's, as they say, I think when I was in high school, all of society looked like a bunch of bullshit. I don't think it's changed. It's a different type of bullshit. And then at that age, you don't have any pragmatic foothold in the world. So it's like it's easier to reject and to see the contradictions and the stupidities. When you have to engage in the pragmatism of the world, then you are vulnerable to adopting it and becoming an enabler of it and believing in the religion of being a good citizen or whatever the hell it means, whatever that, or believing in your government, believing this. So much for my sermon.
Yes.
I think I can go. I think I can go to bed now. But what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just saying your sermon's very much appreciated, and we love you dearly and share that love with Paula, and hopefully you'll get everything tended to tomorrow, it being Monday. Hopefully you'll get somebody to help you with that plumbing issue. That
we're supposed to work on Tuesday, and that's a good day.
Yeah, good.
To work on Tuesday because I have the plumber coming on Wednesday. Not that will greatly interfere, because he's going to be doing the work, not me.
Okay, understood.
But I like to be there to listen to his humor.
Right.
But anyway, no. So Tuesday, it's very good if we can work on Tuesday as planned.
Yeah, we will, and I'll call you earlier than I did. I'll start reaching out to you much earlier than I did the last day that we were working together, which was Thursday, I believe, or Friday. I can't even remember what day it was. Saturday. It was Saturday, right? Yeah, I think yesterday.
It was Saturday, yeah.
Holy shit! Feels like a lifetime ago. Oh my god! And but definitely, thank you so much for talking to Crystal as well. And with that, dear sir, you may go into the gentle night, and we'll be speaking again soon enough. And God bless you for what you do.
Okay, well, thank you, and good night to everybody, Jameson and Derek and Crystal, if you're still listening. Yeah. Okay, good night.
All right, good night.
Good night. So we're going to turn the stage over to Derek Talley now. He's actually going to hold the stage for me for about, a little bit of time. He's going to have to go to bed soon enough, but basically, as far as I'm concerned, the next hour is his if he wants it. I'm somewhat being facetious there, but he's going to dominate at least for around a good half hour. So I'm going to go mute and take care of some things. I'll be back. I'm going to leave you to basically report on a number of issues that you've been looking into, some of them fairly alarming. And I'll certainly let you know when I'm back and just kind of join in with you, even while letting you dominate the stage for a little while after I return. But I'm going to get myself some refreshments and also just kind of, prepare myself to go into monologue when you yourself are done. Does that sound like a deal, Derek?
That sounds great.
Bless you. Thank you so much. And so I'm going to go mute now. And thank you so much, Derek. And I know exactly what you're saying about the money. As soon as you got that $600, your card decided it was going to eat it. It's just, and it's fucking, it sucks. It sucks. I mean, look at what happened with me. The fucking computer. I remember I had to buy a new computer as soon as I got the $600. The modem, the old computer wouldn't, but it all worked out for the best. I mean, and look at you got the new car and, so to speak. And so anyhow, I'll go mute for now and I'll be back. I'll let you know when I am.
All right. Thanks a lot. Yeah, and see, that's one reason I go out of town. Whenever I'm with, before I used to call it flex driver. That's what it's always been called before. But since we did the merger and there's kind of, there's small minor changes that are happening. They now call my position, they call it a sort driver, like special forces. Like I'm a cryogenic truck driving special forces truck driver, you know what I'm saying? But I can see why they have it set up like that. It must have been somebody who was in the military that's in the company that's making up these decisions. But in a way it is. I'm for, the average person at my job works from 10 to 12 hours a day. We can work up to 14 hours, but they work every day and they go home, especially if you got kids, you know what I'm saying? But the flex drivers, which are now called sort drivers, we do that, but we're always on call for if there's any place in the country that needs a truck driver. So, whether, like last week I went to Hartford, Illinois. I've been trying to get down to a brand new plant that we built that's it's in Georgia, but they built the plant to actually service North Florida, but plants in Georgia, Adele, Georgia. That's what it's called. So I've been wanting them to send me up there. So I'm just kind of on call to go anywhere around the nation, or even long layovers from the job, and that pay is pretty good. You don't get the average. You actually get kind of paid double for doing that. But the drawback now is, I would say the drawback would be exercise, but I've always told myself no excuses. So I pick a Holiday Inn to go to in order to, do my layovers, because they let you pick your own hotel. If you don't know where you want to stay, they can certainly, look up the area and get you a place and book it for you and everything. But I'm at the point to where whenever they tell me that I'm going somewhere, I book my own hotel. They gave me a credit card, that I use a company card, but I book my own hotel. I kind of make all of my own arrangements, except for plane tickets. The only arrangements they'll make for me is plane tickets if I need those, But other than that, I usually book my own arrangements. And now that the COVID hit, and this is my first time doing one of these since COVID hit, there's, it's a culture shock. No swimming pool, no weight room, and breakfast as you know it in a hotel is gone. You know what I'm saying? I mean, before they had the biscuits, the gravy, the bacon, and you could still eat healthy with all the different fruits and stuff. So, you know, if you had discipline, you could just bypass the biscuits and gravy and bacon and just go get you some bananas, oranges, and they got yogurt and different. Well, that was before. Now you get a Jimmy Dean sausage that's in the wrapper, and they have to hand it to you. You can't go get it yourself. And so they fired laid off all the staff, because they used to have, Holiday Inn used to have a kitchen staff that actually took care of all that stuff. So that, you know, that now it's run by one person, and if she's checking someone in or checking someone out at the front desk, you just got to sit there till she finishes checking them out, and then run over and hand you a sandwich, and then run back over to the front desk. So it's the layover experience isn't as fun as what it was before, but I've got to find another hotel that that actually has an open swimming pool, which is a shame, because I done racked up so many Holiday Inn points. That was one reason why I chose Holiday Inns, because I got the IHG points, which isn't just for Holiday Inn, but any hotel under the IHG umbrella, which they have some very nice hotels. The Holiday Inn would seem like mediocre. It's like a step above Motel 6 or Motel 8, you know, so it's a good, decent hotel, Holiday Inn, but then you have luxury hotels like the Staybridge, which is also an IHG hotel. But the Staybridge, you have a full-size refrigerator, you have a stove, you have 2 rooms, you have like a living room and a bedroom, and the bedroom has the bathroom attached to it, and you got a TV in both the bedroom and the living room. And I stayed in one of those before, and oh man, it was nice. It was just like, man, it was like living at home. I said, man, I could stay here, you know, I could live here. It's basically a small apartment, you know. But I do have some stories here. We were talking a little bit earlier about some of the things that were happening in the military, and particularly the Marines. And we touched on the sexual assault that was happening in the Army. Well, now here's another story I have from the Marine Corps. Missing plastic explosives from Southern California base raises questions the Marines won't answer. And that's the name of the article. It raises questions that Marines won't answer. And this is coming from the San Diego Union Tribune. 10 pounds of C4 plastic explosives is reportedly missing from the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms. And, you know, that's only 10 pounds. So, you know, they must have a very tight way of keeping track of that, because you figured you skim a couple of pounds off of here and there, and they'll notice. You figure 10 pounds, they're not going to notice 10 pounds. I mean, you can stick 10 pounds up under your blouse and walk away with it, and nobody would ever know. So, you know, they're keeping very tight tabs on this C4 explosive and what's happening to it. Military investigators are searching for 10 pounds of plastic explosive reportedly missing from the Southern California Marine Corps base, according to a report from 10 News. Jeff Houston, a spokesman for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service, NCIS, confirmed in an email the agency was investigating but declined to answer several additional questions about the case. Out of respect for the investigative process, NCIS does not comment or confirm details relating to ongoing investigations, Houston said. The explosives are thought to have disappeared during training at Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center, 29 Palms, 2 weeks ago, according to the report. Marine officials declined to specify what the units of the base had in the custody of their explosives when they had accounted for it. There's a reward for the return of the explosives, 10 News reported. Marine officials at one Marine Expeditionary Force based at Camp Pendleton declined to comment, as did the spokesman from the Marine Corps headquarters in Quantico, Virginia. A spokesman for the base located in the Marine Corps in the Mojave Desert, just north of Joshua Tree National Park, did not respond to a request for comment on Friday. The missing explosives are 1.34 times as powerful as TNT plastic explosives and are relatively stable compared to other explosives. They have an indefinite shelf life and require detonators to explode. About 1 pound of C4 is powerful enough to destroy a car or truck, an explosive expert told 10 News. So I wonder what happened to this C4. Yeah, so you should keep a tight inventory on what's happening to it, because if you got 10 pounds stolen and then you have 1 pound is powerful enough to destroy a car or a truck, well, shoot, you can destroy 10 cars, you can destroy 10 trucks, and you can put it on the front door of your enemies or of a business that you want to rob. You can put a pound, half a pound on the front door and blow that front door off. Get a firecracker with a long fuse, that's your detonator. Boom! Go inside and take the goods, especially if you know where they're located. The Marine Corps base at 29 Palms is used for training by Marine units from both the West and East Coast. Photos recently published by the Defense Department show several units trained at the base in January, including the Camp Pendleton Base 3rd Battalion, 5th Marine Regiment, and the 2nd Assault Amphibian Battalion based in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. So that's it for that article. So we don't know what's happening with that C4. I hope they find it, but, chances are somebody's planning something. Somebody's planning some terrorist attack. We've seen how many military people were there at the White House. So who knows what's in the mind of these people? That's the scariest part. We have no idea what it's about to be used for. So let's just hope that turns out. Let's just hope that turns out like it's supposed to. I don't know what else to say about that. I posted some other stories to my. I have an uplifting one that's kind of like totally changing gears here. But a Black couple celebrates their 15th wedding anniversary with their 11 children. So within 15 years, they managed to pump out 11 children. So at least somebody's having some sex. An African-American family has gone viral after sharing their photos on Instagram in celebration of their 15th wedding anniversary with their 11 children. The husband, identified only as Kamo, posted several beautiful oceanfront photos on his Instagram account with a bio that reads, "Husband to a queen that gave me 11 kids." Now that's sweet. The couple will not only celebrate their anniversary, but they were renewing their vows. The caption for the photo posted reads, 15-year anniversary, 2005, we got married in the courthouse. No wedding, no rings, 15 years and 11 kids later. Our kids make us so glad to share this moment with them. He married his wife, Sim Moore, in 2005. He said that their children are aged 2 through 17, with the eldest one being born in 2002. In the photos, it can be seen that the couple has been blessed with 4 handsome boys and 7 beautiful girls. Well, God bless them. Well, that's a good story for a change. Did I hear you back, Douglas? I thought I heard Douglas come back.
Yes. Yes, I'm back in a sense. So you're doing well enough. I am just listening and absorbing the information that you're sharing with us. So aside from all that, do you need me for anything?
No, I thought you may want to chime in on something. A little bit earlier, you were talking about rain that was red rain. So I actually looked it up, and I actually have a recent story posted February 8th, 2021. Indonesian town turns blood red after flood hits Batik textiles factory. A surreal blood red river has inundated the Indonesian village of Jagat in the wake of floods hitting a nearby textile factory, causing a frenzy on social media. Thousands of Twitter users have shared photos and videos of the village south of Pentagon and central Java being flooded by crimson-colored water, with some saying it reminded them of blood. Pekalongan is a city known for batik and traditional Indonesian method of using wax to resist water-based dyes.
Right. Thank you for bringing that up, by the way. I think that's important. Selena's with us now after a very, very busy day. I was hoping she could also share with us some of what went on with her. So thank you, Derek. That was deeply appreciated. Selena, honey, catch us up a little bit on what went on today that you're willing to share. Let's see if she can get off mute.
Oh God, no. Hi, Douglas. Actually,
yeah, honey.
It's not that I could share this, but it just I got involved with this rental property that people don't qualify, and it's the landlord that they don't want to rent it to these people. Just because they have, oh my God, I don't know, it's okay to share, is that they're in a program, and then these people, New York rental laws are very strict. Some having problem with people because I feel so bad for them, desperately looking for a place to rent. But it's a problem in New York that people don't pay rent, and New York landlord law and rules are in favor of tenants. So homeowners are all, when they rent, they're very strict. They want who they want. So in between, here I am dealing with people. This family, nice young couple. It just it's a Chinese woman, and the man it's an African American man. So they gave me their paperwork and all this thing, but it turns out that they were lying. So it's just so emotionally disturbing that it's just hard to deal with. So
I can imagine. Oh my God, that's heartbreaking.
It's very sad. It is very heartbreaking. So these people called me late. I was sleeping, and then I woke up. Now I feel so hungry. I didn't have any dinner, so I was afraid to check messages. Oh God, it makes me cry or something. Like they really want the place, but they're lying. I think they mentioned they have children and all this. So I don't know what to do. So that's why I don't do rental.
Right.
It's always you're up against with people that they're in need of a place to rent, but it's hard to find. So it's the agents that we all agree that it's emotionally very disturbing. But there are people like you and me,
Yeah.
But it bothers me. So I was very disturbed today that what am I doing? And and here I am with the landlord. They have their they're right in their way. It's just that the whole situation is so broken or something. And then all kinds of people. It's not just people have job and money. People there are in program, they get vouchers and stuff. There's this woman, so it's just, I don't want to talk about much. It's very, very heartbreaking.
Yes.
I was just thinking about it, what to do tomorrow. I just don't want to wake up tomorrow because there's 3 people. They're gonna call. They left a message. I didn't return their call. So yeah, I mean, it's very emotionally stressful.
Yes. Oh my God.
And
Well,
I'm so sorry that I didn't, but you know what I do lately, like, I just message you, or, I get so distracted with this. It's not just, one thing, it's many things. So it's hard to explain that, you just, solve other people's problem the way they want, and they don't want to understand. They will blame me and all this. So I just suddenly, like, I get so overwhelmed. I just stop thinking about everything. I just go somewhere, sit down. I was like sitting down. I did my work, and very close to that house there's a Starbucks, and then I try to go there and just to sit down, and it's snowing. It snowed all day today.
oh wow.
So yeah, I mean, it's just sometimes I get lost with work.
Well, I noticed how dangerous the roads were. I'm just glad you got home
No,
safe.
it's not dangerous. The road is not a problem. Roads are simple. They clean the snow, and that's how it is. People who live in New York, it's nothing unusual or anything. We're used to with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, aside from all of that, honey, I hope that you get yourself some rest. You're going to go eat now, right? Get some calories in.
Yeah, just I'll have some smoothies that I made. So I'm just gonna have that. I don't have to then chew anything. Just want to do something. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So I'm gonna go now, and all I can say, pray for me,
yes.
to deal with these people until
Yeah.
all I need one tenant to rent the place. So I'll see how it's gonna work out tomorrow.
Yes, our prayers ascend for you, right, Derek?
I appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, Derek.
Yeah.
How
Hey,
are
how
you?
you doing?
Haven't heard from you for a long time. Hope all is well.
Yes, I'm doing good. How are you?
Blessings. Yeah, just working, getting by, just like everybody else.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
life.
well, it's not like everybody else, honey. Unlike many people, you deal with people on such an intimate level. You see every aspect of their lives because because they have to expose that in order to try and get things. So it's very tough, and I'm just I feel bad for what you're going through right now, but we're behind you and we're praying for you, and we definitely.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, honey. And we love you. So you get
Love you
yourself.
too.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll touch base.
You
Good
bet.
night.
Good night, honey.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye for now.
Night.
Yeah. And yes, definitely appreciate what our man Derek was bringing up about Indonesia and that blood red river that has been that was a result of recent flooding, I believe. Now it might be industrial fluvia or it might be just mineral content, but we'll let Derek kind of give us a hint as to what he feels is going on with that. So by all means, Derek, feel free to pick up where you left off. Derek.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, this is about the Indonesian town that turned blood red after the flood hits the textile factory. So it was the textile factory that what their materials started that.
Yes, yes. Go on. Yeah.
The Pentagon, the Logan is a city known for batik, a traditional Indonesian method of using wax to resist water-based dyes to depict patterns of drawing, usually on fabric. I'm so afraid that this fellow gets into the bad hands of hoax spreaders, Twitter users. That's what one of their people were quoting, because the city that got hit with the flood, it got the flood had flooded the textile factory, and it had this material in it that's used for dyes and to make it to where when they make a drawing or a pattern, that the dye that they put on there is water resistant. It's got saturated in the water. It makes the water look like blood. So it's called Batik Fabrics. So this place is known for manufacturing of traditional Indonesian Batik fabrics. Rivers around the city are regularly polluted by runoff from the inks used in the process. Environmental authorities have deployed a truck to suck up the blood-red floodwaters. And I know that's not cheap, because I used to work for Safety Clean, and the most money-making truck on Safety Clean was the vac truck. Like whenever to pick up the flood waters or any waters that were flooded. Oh, it cost a lot. It cost a lot per gallon to pick up the flood waters, because you can't recycle it. You really can't do nothing with it. There's places that process it and burn it and whatnot, turn it into steam.
Mm-hmm.
But I really don't know what they do with it when they get it. Fear-mongering narrative about the signs is the end of the world and the bloody rain, and the water's being turned into blood. So they came out ahead of all this and said, look, it was a textile factory and it had this dye in it, and that's why the waters are red. Bright green waters covered another village north of the city during the flood last month. So the bright green waters didn't bring too much of a news article, but the red waters, the blood waters, did. So sometimes there are purple puddles in the road. Twitter uses Area Judd, who claimed to be from the area, said in 2018 a study found that wastewater from Batik industry was having a negative impact on the environmental health of the residents in that Indian city, and recommended that the installation of water treatment facilities. That's what they need, wastewater treatment facilities. And one thing I know about from when I used to work for Safety Clean and Crystal Clean is that the wastewater facilities and the oil recycling facilities kind of work as one. They work in one place. So you got a truck that has oil in it. They purify the oil and put any moisture from that oil into the wastewater treatment. And then you got trucks that actually just pick up wastewater and, put it in there. So I don't know how they process the wastewater, because I wasn't in that division, but I was in the division that processed the oil and recycle it and turned it back into used oil. So I don't know a lot about that process, but I know about my part in the process. I had to actually go pick up the wastewater, the waste oil, which from most of the time I went to mechanic's garage, and we had a test that we had to do. And so whenever I went to an industrial type place, I would have to check it for PCBs. And PCBs, you put 1 gallon of PCBs in your oil tank, the whole thing is junk. Now all of a sudden you're going to have to pay thousands of dollars to get rid of it, as opposed to earning money from it by recycling it and putting it, and as a matter of fact, I believe Chrysler got in trouble for using oil that's been recycled that had PCBs in them in their cars. And so that I believe that was like back in the 90s, probably late 80s. But they don't make the PCBs oils anymore, but tons of it is still out there. So we always have to test for it to make sure that we don't get it. And also we'll come up with a false positive when it comes to power steering fluid, because power steering fluid is actually made from a bean. There's a bean that they take the oil from the bean and to make your power steering fluid. So, and when we test it for PCBs, it always turns up as being positive, even though it's not. There's no PCBs in it. It just comes from a different type of oil. Yeah, I never knew that. But the section head for disaster migration and pre-preparedness of the Pecologian Disaster Mitigation Agency, Dennis Agayus, confirmed that the photos being circulated were real. So I had to go through all that just to say that the photos being circulated were real. There's no Photoshop. The red flood is due to the bactic dye that has been hit by the flood and will disappear when it mixes with rain after a while, he said. So just like all dyes, it's just going to eventually dissipate and disappear. Police told local media that they were looking for those responsible for discarding the used dye that discolored the floodwaters. Well, if it flooded the factory, whose fault? You know, you can kind of get. I can see how they can say, "Well, we didn't throw it away. It's just it flooded and it took our, it took our stuff." So,
right, and this might have been what I was speaking about earlier. So appreciate your input on that. Aside from that, I'll continue just getting my act together. Going to be taking over the monologue soon. We've been on for approximately 5.5 hours, and I'll probably be on for the remaining 6. So we've got half an hour left in which I will invite our man Derek to just cover a few other topics. Then he'll be off to bed to prepare for an early day tomorrow, comparatively speaking. And definitely so appreciative of yourself, Derek, and Jameson Reese, who I presume is still with us. And I certainly sent my regards to Crystal River, so hopefully she's still listening. And she definitely has a lot going on, of course. So let's see now. In terms of what's out there, I'm definitely appreciative of the people who had asked me about Myanmar, but there's not much more to tell, really. Of course, there's always a lot to go into with a situation like that. I don't think that there's all too much that many people can relate to here in the West, but we do have a situation going on in Russia with Navalny, and I'm so glad that Brendan Zogit brought that up. And he may be home any minute now, or he might be home by 11. So let's take a look at that. Let me go into Messenger and ask him what his progress is in that regard. There we are.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to read another story that I have here. And it's about that ousted Rochester police chief. The story reads, ousted Rochester police chief, it quotes him, nothing egregious in the video of the black suspect who died after being restrained. So, of course, it's egregious. So we'll see. We'll take a look at the story and take a look for ourselves. The ousted Rochester police chief said he saw nothing egregious in a body cam video of officers using a hood to restrain a handcuffed, mentally disturbed black man who later died of asphyxiation. Well, shoot, there you have it right there. They put he was handcuffed and they put a hood over his face so he couldn't breathe, and he died of asphyxiation.
Holy shit.
Nothing about that.
Oh,
that's like people come on to try to say, Derek Chauvin didn't kill George Floyd. George Floyd died of an overdose. He was going to die. Yeah, those people are out here. Yeah. So, it's strange to see. The ex-chief LaRon Singletary told the city council hearing Friday that he didn't think the footage of the March 2020 incident showed evidence of a crime. Well, shoot, you know what does show evidence of a crime? The dead body that died of asphyxiation.
Yeah.
There's your crime right there. You know what I'm saying? Do I even need to finish reading this? Well, I'm kind of stalling because for some reason it looked like that's where the story ended. And so I'm scrolling down and it's trying to get me to click on all these other stories. Oh, here it is. Read more. I have to click to read more. Okay, so now
What's happened with this black police chief is that violence against blacks has become so normalized to him that he cannot perceive it as a crime.
Right. So I guess that's one way to deal with it. And then the other way to deal with it is like the Louisiana sheriff that offed himself.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Is this really a profession for the black man? I think black men should be in policing, but they shouldn't team up with these policemen, these police forces that are currently out here that derived out of the slave catcher movement. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? These policemen are just slave catchers. Yes. You know what I'm saying? That's what they were called before 1865. Their job was to round up slaves. And then after 1865, they were just, out to enforce the black codes, find ways to put them back in slavery, because the 13th Amendment does not end slavery. It just kind of shifts the ownership of the slavery to the government, saying that slavery, and indentured service should not be allowed except for in the person is duly convicted. So it doesn't say justly convicted when you read the 13th Amendment. It just says duly convicted. So that means as long as the officer did a good job in planting his drugs on him, and the judge did a good job in throwing out evidence that would have exonerated him, well, then that person has been duly convicted. They go to prison, and now guess what? You can put the factories inside the prison, because the 13th Amendment says that now they can be slaves again. And then there you go, voila, whether it's making license plates or who was it, Briggs and Stratton? One of these, there was one company that when they left the United States, it was a big uproar, because this is an American-made company that went over to China and started putting factories over there. But then when they came back to the United States, you didn't hear everybody say, yeah, it was like real quiet as kept. They came back to the United States because where they came was they built factories inside the prisons and said, we're just going to take advantage of this whole slavery exception clause in the 13th Amendment and get us some slaves to help us build our lawnmowers and small engines and stuff like that. So, that's what it is. They got these contracts with these prisons, and they have to keep these prisons filled. Prisons are like hotels. They hate empty rooms. And so that's what it is. Well, it appeared that there was nothing egregious at that point in time, said Singletary, who was later fired for his role in the death of Daniel Prude. Singletary testified that he told Mayor Lovely Warren about the incident in real time. Prude, 41, who struggled with mental problems, died a week later. I told the mayor that there were no strikes, there were no punches in regard to the video, Singletary said, according to the Democrat and Chronicle newspaper. Warren said Singletary had sought to downplay the role of police in Prude's deaths of his own failure of leadership. There you go. Just like leadership at Fort Bragg and how they had to fire 14 officers so far, which that's the terminology they used, but nobody was actually discharged. They don't get fired, they just kind of get reassigned. Yeah. He counters that the mayor pressured him to falsely say that she didn't know about the damning body cam video until much later. So now it was the mayor who pressured him. So now it's the mayor's fault. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna get ousted anyway, there's comes a certain point to where you say, you know what, mayor, fuck you. I'm going to the media. The video was not released publicly until last September 2nd, and led to several days of racial protests in upstate New York City of 206,000 people. Well, that kind of reminds me of the Nazi soldiers that were saying, well, hey, I was just doing my job, you know what I'm saying? And so, it's just so lame. At what point do you stop being a coward? There was eight pastors, 8 Lutheran pastors that spoke out against the genocide in Nazi Germany. That's it. Only 8. So, that's just something to think about. So you have, I can't really see too many black policemen speaking out against the violence against blacks, unless, you end up like Christopher Dorner and they put they ruin your career for it, and you ended up going on a manhunt and they hunt you down and kill you, or you end up like the Louisiana sheriff who spilled all the beans and started talking about George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and everybody, then went and killed himself so they can't do shit to him, because they would have.
Yes.
So
yes, that's true, and it's just it's unspeakable. I mean, I'm left without words, and just the fact that you have a chief of police being that asinine about everything. So at any rate,
look at Lori Lightfoot was supposed to be some type of change. She done turned out to be the biggest flake ass. Because then during all the protests, she said, "I am not going to call in the National Guard." And then Donald Trump come and pull her behind the woodshed and shook her up a little bit. She come back and said, "Okay, we're going to call the National Guard." And then when you got the this footage, now she's a black woman, and she was sitting on this footage of Chicago police in a wrong raid with this lady butt naked, and they held her at gunpoint in her own house. And rather than say, "I'm firing all you punk ass motherfuckers," she said, "Oh, well, this is going to affect the city, so we got to keep this quiet." And she sat on it and kept quiet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, what the fuck? Does anybody have any balls nowadays or what?
Not really. Too many people don't, that's for sure. It's a sad world we live in. But, we've got to maintain hope for the future. We've got, a good future ahead of us if all of us cooperate and act, we mobilize for the struggle ahead, which is basically a civil war. And we will see if that... we will see who survives, who's left standing. That's what it comes down to. So just oh my God, it's just a bad scene right now. So aside from that, there was were you able to find anything on that individual in Arizona who wound up shooting the shop employee when they were trying to defend from a shoplifter of all things? I mean, my God, we're not even talking about an armed robber. We're talking about a shoplifter. And some woman decides she's going to be the hero, pulls out a firearm, and winds up shooting the store employee. This is the kind of shit that allowing your average civilian to carry a firearm leads to. People use these firearms in anger. And hell, you can't even trust trained authorities to employ force with any degree of professionalism. So how can you expect your average civilian to do so? We definitely live in a society that has its priorities all wrong. So
well, I have the story right here. Arizona hardware employee shot by bystander who tried to stop shoplifter. An employee at a hardware store in Phoenix, when a bystander fired a shot at a shoplifter and missed, striking the worker. Oh, wow. An employee of an Arizona store wounded Saturday when a bystander shot and missed a fleeing shoplifter and struck the worker instead, authorities said. You know what? Fuck that person with that gun. I would have, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
According to the Phoenix Police Department, around 9 a.m., authorities responded to a report of shots being fired outside of Howard's Ace Hardware store, KNXT reported. Authorities said the employee was trying to stop the shoplifter and had run out of the store. The television station reported. A man who was standing outside the store witnessed the chase and fired a weapon at the shoplifter, reported. KSAZ reported, however, the shooter missed and struck the employee. The television station reported. You know what? That person, how do we know that person who struck the employee wasn't trying to help the shoplifter and just fucking changed his tune when he got caught? I'd go with that angle. I'd put that fucker in jail forever.
Thank
you. The victim was taken to an area hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries, according to KNXV. The person believed to be the shoplifter left the scene before the police arrived, and the television station reported. The person who fired the shot remained at the scene and cooperated with authorities, according to KSAZ. It is unclear whether charges will be filed. Yeah, I'd file charges, especially if you haven't had any training. You know what I'm saying? If your training consists of watching Dirty Harry reruns on TV and not going to act gun range, well, yeah, you're going to sit in jail. You can do your training reading books on how to fucking shoot for the next 20 to 25.
Oh my God. Yes, this is definitely the kind of analysis that I wanted. We're in very dangerous times, and people walking around with firearms trying to play vigilante, they don't make it any safer. They make it a lot worse.
I blame Charles Bronson. Remember Charles Bronson? Charles Bronson?
Yeah.
Well, when I was a kid, before I even knew what racism was, or before I even got jaded anyway, I had enough common sense to know. And old black people like Charles Bronson. I don't know why. You know what I'm saying? But old people be like, "Oh, there go Charles Bronson. He tough." You know what I'm saying? So I watched Charles Bronson movie, and he had a scene to where there were these two old couple, nicest, most beautiful, loving 90-year-old couple that you ever run to meet. All of a sudden, 5 black punks with bandanas around their head, kick open their door and climb through their window and say, "What's up, pops? Give us all your money. We gonna fuck you up." And the white couple was just like, "Please, it's just me and my wife. We're an old couple. Please let us go. We're gonna fuck you up, pops. Give us all your fucking money before we fuck your punk ass motherfucker up and beat the shit out your punk motherfucking ass." So finally the old man goes to the drawer and pulls a gun, and the black people's like, all right, pops, we didn't mean no harm. We's leaving. And so then they left, and after they left, the police come and said, "We got a report of a gun here." "Please, officer, we're just an old couple. We don't mean any harm. We just an old couple that just so nice and sweet. We would never hurt a fly." "Well, we got a report that there was a gun, and we want that gun right now." So the police came. They confiscated the gun. The police left, and then the black punks came back and said, "What you gonna do now, motherfucker? Where's your fucking gun now, motherfucker? We're going to beat the shit out your motherfucking ass and steal all your money." And then they just started crying, and those black people just beat them up and took all their money. You know what I'm saying? And so I think whenever I get pulled over, that a white cop is getting perpetual fucking revenge for that one fucking scene.
Right.
Over and over again. Whenever I hear Alex Jones saying, "The police are coming to take your guns. They're going to take your guns, and it's the black people's fault." I mean, if you're wondering how is white people taking white people's guns, black people's fault. All you got to do is watch a Charles Bronson movie, and you'll be like, "Oh, okay." You know, I even one time watching a Charles Bronson movie, and they had a Cadillac, man. It had Daytons, it had Vogues, it had the big antennas that they had back in the 70s, and I said, "Man, you know," I said that car is sharp. And Charles Bronson came and took a bat, hit the window, and said, "This looks like a nigger car." Well, actually, he said it looks like a pimp car. You know what I'm saying? But he meant to say it looked like a nigger car.
Right.
But I was in love with that Cadillac. You know what I'm saying? So I guess it is a fucking nigger car. You know what I'm saying? But he beat it up with a bat and let him know ain't no nigger cars being parked along my fucking streets. We need to clean these streets up, and we gonna start with the fucking nigger cars. So.
Oh my God. This is I agree with you. The media has an effect, and it's like wartime propaganda. We're not exaggerating here. This is something that needs to be taken into account. We're dealing with an indoctrinated public. And so the public provides us police officers who then reinforce this indoctrination. And it's so when, of course, as I've said before, when we're dealing with police work, my idea is for a draft of females of all races, of course, that to serve in peace enforcement, which is what we need to term law enforcement. It's also called peace enforcement. There's a reason for that. Increasing the peace, which women will do far better than men. They'll have to act in squads, of course, and be trained to act in squads. But this is where we are faced with a situation where we cannot have men enforcing the law anymore. There's just too much of this killing. And this is what men do. And unfortunately, many of them are veterans of the military, and that's what compounds the problem. So when it comes to blacks that are working in this kind of environment, it destroys them. So we need a draft of women of all races to enforce the peace. We need a draft of men into the military so that we don't have this so-called professional class of rapists who are treating it as their own private prison circus where they can go around butt fucking, other men in the service. This is.
Well, I think the woman would be worse. Look at Amber Geiger and Betty. So every time Jameson Reed says, "Well, we need to turn it over to woman and let it be the woman," are you saying Amber Geiger for president and Betty Shelby for vice president? I fucking hate those bitches.
Let me put it into some perspective. I hear what you're saying. Let me put it into some perspective. To validate the worst in female behavior, this is the problem when you let women into a male-dominated police force. When you've got a male-dominated police force, the women who join are obviously dysfunctional. And I've seen this with my own eyes, that they're basically, a good example is, it's an unwritten rule, but just something that is known, that when you're a police officer and you're enforcing the law, you either dress somebody down when you stop them for speeding or whatever, or you give them a ticket. It's not both. You don't do both. You can shout at them, tell them that how irresponsible they are, give them a lecture, and when you do that, it's pretty much understood, okay, you're not giving them a ticket because there's no reason to do so after that. You've made your point. Either that or you give them a ticket if you don't have the energy for that, or feel that your lecture would be pointless anyway, or maybe they don't even speak the language. It could be different reasons. But what I saw at one point in my work with the police department was a woman who did both. And this is an example at the petty level, just at the annoyance level, of something that was extraordinarily unprofessional. And at the worst level, I saw and I could go on about this for hours, just examples of women overcompensating. So I remember there was one case where a criminal was taken down and he was handcuffed and he was on the ground And then a woman police officer happened to arrive on scene at that point. And she felt like she hadn't done anything to contribute. So she ran up to the suspect on the ground and kicked him. He was like, okay, what was the point of that? There was no point. It's just she's a cunt. And she's trying to prove she's one of the boys by participating. And that's the only way she could prove it. This is where we're at.
Christopher Dorner, one of his complaints was when they demoted him, Christopher Dorner of the Los Angeles Police Department, he said it was a woman who beat up a handicapped person in a wheelchair, and so he complained about that, and he ended up getting in trouble for complaining. So. Yeah, I know what you're talking about with the whole overcompensating part.
Yeah, and I've seen that over and over again, where again a suspect will be up against the wall, and then suddenly the female cop shows up and is just trying to prove herself to all the boys. So she is screaming at him in his ear and just tormenting him, basically taunting him. This has got to stop. Now, these are women who are overcompensating in a patriarchal all-male environment. This is what produces these cunts. The way to stop it is to empower women. And this is why I say when you have a draft and you have a bunch of women who are working together, who are not dysfunctional individuals trying to break the glass ceiling in a male-dominated environment, the results will be infinitely better. Trust me on that.
You know, the Los Angeles, the males in the Los Angeles Police Department, do you know what they actually call women? I found this out.
Oh, what? Tell me.
They call them split tails.
Yes, that's right. I've heard that term before. Okay, yeah, and so there you have that. Of course, that's offensive as hell. Yes, incredibly offensive. And you're bringing that up to make a point of what? You're making a point of course, the dysfunctionality of the environment, I presume.
Yeah, the environment that the women have to go to, but then the very fact that I just thought that was a strange term. I don't know if you ever heard it before, but split tails. I take it that means that whenever a woman comes on their force and they get upset and say, "Man, I can't believe we're hiring so many split tails." Well, I mean, what is this? The guy who told me about the term said, "What the hell is a split tail?" And they said, "Oh, that's a BITCH, a split tail." So he had to think about that for a minute and said, "Well, I guess they call it a split tail because she's got two holes down there."
Yeah, there we are. We don't need to get too graphic with this. This is kind of like when Jameson Reese brought up menstruation and menstrual blood, and this is like it's amazing how we get into these kind of niche subjects at times. So with that, I'm going to basically kind of go into monologue. I guess I might as well get started. Thank you for taking us to this point. Actually, before I do, let's bring Jameson on with yourself, and let's see if we've left any stones unturned. We've got till the top of the hour, as far as I'm concerned. It's we've got about a little over 10 minutes. Jameson, are you with us? And just want to bring you on stage with Derek Talley and myself. Let's see if he's got to be there. Jesus Christ.
Probably grabbing something to eat.
He usually says when he's gone. Let me see here. If he left that. Why would anyone shoot a shoplifter? He was saying. Okay. He's back. He's got to be there. So.
Hello?
There you are. So what was that? You were on mute or what?
No. This headset just completely stopped working.
Oh, wow.
I don't know why. I had it plugged in, and so now I have to speak into the computer
Yes, yes. So there
Do I
was. I'm sorry.
Do I sound clear?
You sound great. You sound great. Yeah, and I want to thank. I'm sorry. What was that there?
Oh, I was telling him we hear you.
Yeah,
Jameson.
good. I want both of you gentlemen to know how much I appreciate both of you for everything you've done tonight, helping to make things work. And so, what exactly is the plan for your cell phone, Derek? You're going to leave it on all night till the point when you wake up. So that I can run the show on it, right? That's the plan. Good. And were you able to contact your son Malik to help you arrange some kind of, something for tomorrow?
Well, I texted him. He didn't answer. So if I don't do it tomorrow, I guess I'll have to do it on Tuesday.
Well,
I'll prefer to do it on.
Okay, at least that means you get to stay up a little later and go, and sleep a little later, right? Right?
Yeah, I'll be standing by.
Oh, I'm not asking for that. I can understand if you go to sleep. There's no need to stress yourself. What I mean is, it does mean you can sleep a little later if you're not turning it in tomorrow. The car, I mean.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, there we are. And aside from that, I do want people to understand because we've got that lovely Crystal River, and both she and Peter Moon feel that there's a lot of fear in the attitude towards COVID, a lot of exploitation of fear and all that. And what I need to emphasize is there's no real fear-mongering here. We're in a very serious situation. We're so overwhelmed by COVID deaths that America's largest cemetery is refrigerating bodies. So just bear in mind that this is something to be taken seriously. And we just do our best to actually not cater to fear and false news in this program. It's one reason why we generate so much hostility. Now, one of the things that I notice about Peter is that he follows a lot of these source sites that, and one of them is Facebook, where he sees the memes I was referencing and was under the impression that Trump had given his hotel over to the National Guard to use. I hope people understand this did not happen. So I don't know if either of you gentlemen heard me when I was talking about that. And, yeah, thank you. But beyond that, feel free to take us to the top of the hour. I want both of you gentlemen to kind of have a conversation here. And I want to thank Derek for bringing up that rapper, and hopefully we can bring him on along with Crystal River on the same episode sometime soon. And aside from all of that, was what Derek Talley, what he was talking about in Indonesia with that river of red, was that different from what you were talking about earlier, or the same river?
No, this is something recent. That one in Indonesia, it was a recent story.
The one I was talking about was from the 5th.
Okay, so
okay, yeah. Probably was okay, but it was this year though, right? 2021.
Yeah. It was as in a few days ago.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably the same one then.
Thank you. I just needed to clarify that. Otherwise, if we've got red rivers appearing all over the place, there is something to start worrying about. In terms of the...
It's called chemical contamination.
Thank you. I was going to say, in terms of, pervasive pollution, if nothing else. Now, could both of you gentlemen look up a few things for me? I'm trying to find out what the connection is between child labor in the palm oil industry and Girl Scout cookies. Could you gentlemen kind of look that up for me? Somebody has sent me some information on Girl Scout cookies and child labor in the palm oil.
I went into the palm oil thing many broadcasts ago, where they were using children and women to...
But I'm specifically asking about the time between that and Girl Scout cookies, because we brought up Girl Scouts earlier.
Put the palm oil in the Girl Scout cookies.
Mm-hmm. So if you could look that up, I'm sure if you enter those terms, you might come up with something. And there we are. And in terms of Derek, I want to thank you for what you've done here. Also, bring up a few more things that come to mind. There were several other things, like I said, that had gone on with the Marines lately. Most of it usually involving idiots who had been involved with the fucking raid on the Capitol. So have you got any news on any of that, like any of these Marines that went rogue, so to speak, and violated their oath by storming our capital to try and overturn our legitimate government? It's anything you can bring up in that regard will be appreciated, because it is a problem, and it is something that defines the problems that we're dealing with.
Yeah. Well, I do have a story here that we had just brought up, and it says child labor in palm oil industry tied to Girl Scout cookies, and this is coming from the AP. They are two young girls from two very different worlds, linked by a global industry that exploits an army of children. Olivia Chavin, looks like she has the same last name as Derek Chavin, the one who puts his knee on people's neck. Olivia Chavin, a Girl Scout in rural Tennessee, was a top cookie seller in her troop when she first heard rainforests were being destroyed to make way for the ever-expanding palm oil plantations. One of these plantations is a continent away. 10-year-old Emma helped harvest the fruit that made its way into a dizzying array of products sold by leading Western food and cosmetics brands. Emma is among the estimated tens of thousands of children working alongside their parents in Indonesia and Malaysia, which supply 85% of the world's most consumed vegetable oil, and Associated Press investigation found. Most earn little or no pay and are routinely exposed to toxic chemicals and other dangerous conditions. Some never go to school or learn to read or write. Others are smuggled across borders and left vulnerable to trafficking or sexual abuse. Many live in limbo with no citizenship and fear of being swept up in police raids and thrown into detention. The APU U.S.
disgusting
record and the most recently published data from producers, tradings, and buyers to trace fruits of their origin of labor from the processing miles from the palm kernel that were crushed into the supply chains of many popular kids' cereals, candies, ice creams sold by Nestle's. Nestle's a very evil company. Unilever, Kellogg's, PepsiCo, and many other leading food companies, including Ferrero, one of the two makers of the Girl Scout cookies. So it was a little Girl Scout who was actually one of the top sellers of her Girl Scout cookies that became conscious and said, wait a minute, where is this material for this Girl Scout cookies coming from? And she first discovered that it was that rainforest were being cleared to grow this. And then she discovered that it was child labor that was being used to get the palm oil, to make the oil for the cookies. So, I kind of started off not giving her props, or not even in a good way. But again, I'm going to give her her props for being conscious of that. And her name is Olivia Chavin. So God bless Olivia Chavin for being a conscious little Girl Scout. And even though she's one of the top sellers, she didn't let that blind her into where is this stuff coming from, Right. So Olivia, who carried a badge for selling more than 600 boxes of cookies, and had spotted plum oil as an ingredient on the back of her package, but was relieved to see a green tree logo next to the word certified sustainable. So there you go. You see the green tree label and you see certified sustainable. So then that leads you to believe that everything that you've eating all the ingredients are being responsibly sustained. She assumed that this meant that the thin mints and telegogs weren't harming rainforests or organoids, those harvesting the orange-red palm fruit. But later, the whip-smart 11-year-old saw the word mixed in all caps on the label and turned to the internet quickly to learn that exactly what she feared. Sustainable palm oil had been blended with oil from unsustainable sources. To her, that meant the cookies that she was peddling were tainted. Thousands of miles away in Indonesia, Emma led her class in math and dreamed of becoming a doctor. Then one day her father made her quit school because he needed help meeting the high company targets on the palm oil plantation where she was born instead of attending the 4th grade. She squatted in the unrelating heat, snatching up the loose kernels littering on the ground, and knowing if she missed even one, her family pay would be cut. She sometimes worked 12 hours a day, wearing only flip-flops and no gloves, crying when the fruit's razor-sharp spikes bloodied her hands, or when the scorpion stung her fingers. The load she carried, sometimes so heavy, it would lose her footing and went into the very mills feeding into the supply chain of Olivia's cookies. Wow. So I'm dreaming one day I can go back to school, she said, told the AP, tears rolling down her cheeks. Child labor have been a dark strain $5 billion global palm oil industry, though often denied or minimized. Kids simply helping their families on the weekends or after school. It's been identified as a problem by rights groups, the United Nations, and the U.S. government. So, so props to the little girl, Miss Chavin there, Olivia Chavin, for not letting that go. So she looked on the back of her box and she said sustainable. So she said, okay, good. These Girl Scout cookies that I'm selling, they're sustainable. But then it said mixed. And she goes, wait a minute, something's wrong. Let me look this up. Turned out mixed means sustainable mixed with unsustainable. And she took action.
Holy shit. Yes, that's incredible. That the duplicity of the labeling it's so insidious. I mean, that alone is shocking. At any rate, so there we are with that. Well, I am going to start monologuing. I'll have to go into solicitation. Before I do so, I want both of you gentlemen to say goodnight. I will, however, expect, if at all possible, that Jameson stay with me, of course, in the sense of being up as a backup. And, of course, if I call for him and something has happened, like he drops off or something, or his headset explodes or the like, I will call on Derek, and hopefully that would wake him up. But other than that...
I'll say up
I
go to the hospital tomorrow, or urgent care at least, because I do not like the way this leg looks or feels.
Understood.
It's not going well.
Okay. So you're going to hang up for now and go to bed?
No, I'll chill with you guys. I'm not gonna sleep at all.
Okay.
Because as soon as the urgent care opens, I want to be right there. That's why I'm not sleeping.
All right. Okay. All right. That's definitely. I understand. I definitely understand, and I'm so sorry about what happened the other day, which kind of prevented you from checking into it then. But just for the sake of, just for the sake of form, both of you gentlemen say goodnight to everyone now.
Good night, folks.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Derek. Have a blessed night and a wonderful day. So of course, it's been a struggle to get to this point in its own way. However, I think it's been a positive struggle. We've been through a lot tonight. We've had a lot of people checking in with us. And it was Super Bowl Sunday. I really didn't think we'd have that many listeners, but we actually had quite a few. So I was very impressed, and I want to thank Jameson Reese for handling some people who attempted to invade the chat room, and he took care of that with great aplomb. Very much appreciate it, and I appreciate all of you who are investing your time to be with us. It's an honor to work for you, which is essentially what I'm doing. I'm working for you. And because I'm working for you, of course, it does help to be remunerated. This is Mein Kampf, my struggle, and it also be thine own. So contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings, incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube channel, the Maggot channel, at youtube.com/C/Maggotor, which itself be spelled MAGGOTAUR. And he is the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Threx, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, he electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address at john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Maggotaur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He's the man who took it upon his own initiative to download into his own personal hard drives the majority of everything I've ever published on YouTube, and thereafter we were able to reconstruct my legacy online when it was scrubbed therefrom no less than thrice, or 3 separate times. Each time he served as the bridge between the Akashic records, so to speak, and the data matrix of the material world, enabling my virtual personality to interact with yourself in context of a legacy. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of myself from the internet and all venues able to communicate with you, educate and inform yourself, and of course the cult of the kings of Edom, the worshippers of the anti-gods, the Herodians, those who would, if they could, kill your god, as Herod once strove to do back at the time of the youth of Jesus. And these are the same people who would annihilate all life on the earth today in the vainglorious hopes of attaining apotheosis, or godhood themselves, through the destruction of all that was the creation of the divine. Spread the word to resist them. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolfus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while you're there at the homepage of showsdd.com, a footnote on mine bio, sire, which articulates the meaning behind my biological father's name, the name what made the man. And having thus informed, elucidated, educated yourself, take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well, and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions and encourage others to do so via paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Obmasa Eruditio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make us donation online using either thy credit or debit card. There's a reason we offer this option. That would be the red button on DouglasDietrich.com. That's in case using the yellow button, which takes you to PayPal, provides you with the action that you must take to retain a complete contribution. You have to indicate myself as friend or relation. You're not allowed to choose one or the other. It is either one. Include it in the same category via the PayPal. Otherwise, that faggot Peter Thiel will reach in and take his cut, which will basically ruin your contribution by turning it from an even number into some odd-numbered sponsorship. You don't want that. There should be no problems, of course, with indicating myself as friend or relation, since we're all friends here, or otherwise, logically, you wouldn't, or rather shouldn't, be here. And, of course, we're part of an extended electronic family. Otherwise, if, for whatever reason, you still find it distasteful to indicate myself as friend or relation, then by all means, rather than the yellow donate button at DouglasDietrich.com, you use the red donate button, where you can use any other credit or debit option other than PayPal, and thereby eliminate the middleman, or should I say the middle fag in this situation, Peter Thiel, whom we don't need to give a dime to, since he's already stolen so fucking much. Aside from that, of course, no matter which button you use, you have to return to the yellow donate button anyway to take you back to showsdd.com, where on the homepage you will reward yourself for having rendered contribution unto me by providing yourself a registration into the archives, and thereafter you can log in at your convenience, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Lin Zujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, our Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities, on site the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked upon the earth in conjunction with Mother Earth herself to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore. We're on the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will their membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you could visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. /donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress, Selina Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight. whom you can visit at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled Bizarehd, he being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and who self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulliver's, the son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead the resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, I Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D or the Master of Enlightenment, myself is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services, rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear at incomparable sacrifices to myself, and most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time every Sunday and Wednesday night, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich while indicating myself as friend or relation, so that a pound of flesh is not removed from your contribution, thus rendering it the lesser by the biggest faggot in the world, Peter Thiel, lover of Jared Kushner. And all sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives thereafter by rewarding themselves by hitting the homepage of showsdd.com to register thereinto and enable themselves to access at their leisure thereafter all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Okay. Now, in checking into the time we have left, I'm going to start the show tonight in a rather unusual way, because I, of course, came on the way I often do, with my head up my ass and just not really prepared for a analysis at the level that so many of these events and phenomenon need to be analyzed. I will, of course, conduct those analyses, but I'm going to work myself into the zone. By first starting with something I totally disagree with, and that will be this Washington Examiner editorial that doubtless influenced Peter Moon, or editorials like this. And this one is a reactionary rag. It is directly affiliated with Fox News. And the person who wrote it, I really couldn't even get their name because their presentation format is such that this stuff is generated doubtlessly by a kind of a staff that would probably be using a house name anyway, meaning a name that they share among various writers. That's how they run a lot of these hack organizations. And what this editorial is attesting, trying to insist upon, is that Democrats should not turn the Capitol into a permanent military base. So let me read this to you, and I'll respond to it by vis-a-vis someone else, in a sense, to get towards my point. So I'm going to be taking into account a number of different pundits, and then round it off with the rest of my monologue that will follow thereafter. So what this clown is saying is that nearly a month after rioters ransacked the Capitol, thousands of National Guard troops remain in Washington, D.C., protecting the city from an elusive extremist threat that has not materialized. To be sure, the National Guard's presence was necessary on January 6th, when extremists attacked the Capitol. It was also necessary in the days immediately after the riot in case of any lingering violence. But it appears the threat of violence went home. President Biden's inauguration took place without incident, and lawmakers returned to their work with only a few additional security checks to show for it. So why are the troops still in Washington? No one can give a straight answer. Citing anticipation of civil disturbance in the nation's capital, the National Guard has been ordered to remain in the city through the end of March. Barbed wire fences block off a huge area of the Capitol grounds from the public, and in many parts of the city, roads are still shut down. Some members of D.C. law enforcement want these security measures to be made permanent. This is ridiculous. There is no specific, credible threat. The government should not make a habit of deploying a large standing army as a precaution. Even Acting Secretary of the Army John Whitley said he wasn't aware of a specific threat. He told reporters, "There are several upcoming events. We don't know what they are over the next several weeks, and they're concerned that there could be situations where there are lawful protests, First Amendment protected protests, that could either be used by malicious actors or other problems that could emerge." Democrats have argued the National Guard's presence is still necessary because former President Donald Trump's impeachment trial could attract agitators again. But if Democrats have evidence of a planned January 6th-style protest, they have yet to share it with anyone else. And by the way, they don't need to because the people online already have. All of these white supremacist, male incel, terrorist networks are more than open about their plans. It is clear, this editorial goes on to say, Democrats want to keep the apparent threat level as high as possible for partisan reasons. The Capitol riot exposed a very ugly element within the right wing, and Democrats want to make sure that this is the defining feature of their Republican opponents for as long as possible. It does not matter that the Capitol riot was carried out by a rogue group of extremists. Democrats want to make all Trump supporters and Republican voters the villains so that they never win an election again. Enough is enough. If Democrats want to make a point about the grand old party, that's the norm in the back and forth of politics. They don't need to make the nation's capital a military base to do it. And members of the National Guard do not like being used as political props. Democrats should, if they have the ability and the will, simply encourage voters to hold Republicans accountable at the ballot box. In the meantime, it's time for our troops to go home. The city can work out a plan with National Guard officials to make sure reinforcements are sent quickly, should a credible threat appear. Until then, the troops should be dispersed. The fences should come down, and Washington should get back to its business, instead of acting like it's a city under siege. And, as I said before, of course, the military has to be there because the police aren't worth a shit, and they know they aren't worth a shit. This is why there's only one option left. And as for the troops going home, what the fuck is their home? from this point forward, the Capitol is their home. And yes, the Republicans are all the villains who are supporting Trump as an insurgency and are trying to overthrow our legitimate government. As a matter of fact, I'm going to ask Jameson just a little bit here. Jameson, if you can look something up about these Republicans refusing to go through the metal detectors. They're coming into work, government, armed, and they're refusing to turn in their firearms. These are people who are essentially not just the enemy, they're the armed enemy. And as a result, the threat is always there so long as Republicans are within the Capitol. It's that simple. Now, Giuliani, who urged an angry #MAGA crowd to carry a trial by combat, his very words during a so-called Save America rally, has since tried to whitewash his role in inciting the 6th of January's violent siege at the Capitol in a tweet which also included a new conspiracy theory about the pro-Trump attack on the nation's capital. The former New York City mayor actually said, "Our cause is to obtain an honest vote and to end voter fraud before it becomes a permanent tactic of the enabled and media-protected Democrat Party." Oh, you like that. Enabled Democrat Party. Now our man Jameson Reese found Republican Congressman Louis Gohmert and Andrew Clyde have been fined $5,000 each for refusing to go through metal detectors. And that will be increased to $10,000 the next time they pull that shit. These are people who are trying to kill the legitimate lawmakers in our government. They are, and this is a follow-up from a foreign newspaper, the British Independent, they are refusing, Republicans are refusing to go through metal detectors set up inside our Capitol following the riots. This is an open admission of their desire to carry out acts of violence against our lawmakers. They are the enemy on domestic soil. Now, videos of the deadly riot showed police letting crowds of Trump cultists storm restricted areas of our Capitol grounds while Congress worked to certify Joe Biden's election victory. Other images showed an officer taking a selfie with a rioter after the mob breached the legislative building, and another cop hand-walking a Trump supporter down the stairs. The head of the U.S. Capitol Police, Chief Stephen Sun, defended his agency's response to the riot, saying officers were overwhelmed and outnumbered, but acted valiantly when faced with thousands of individuals involved in violent, riotous actions. Now, Joe Scarborough, who is a longtime critic of Trump, as I myself am, called for the outgoing president, now our former president, and his eldest son, along with his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, to all be arrested for inciting violence at the Capitol with their constant lies about our election. And in a fiery segment on his own MSNBC news show, Joe Scarborough called for the former President Donald Trump's arrest while blasting the United States Capitol Police Force's passive response to the violent mob that stormed our nation's capital on the 6th day of Yestermenses last month. The Morning Joe host even dropped an F-bomb while denouncing the behavior that Capitol police officers displayed when hundreds of overwhelmingly cracker white extremists were vandalizing what was once thought to be a highly secured building. And so, to quote the furious Scarborough, in terms of what he shouted in his Thursday morning program, not too long ago, to put this in perspective as to why we need the National Guard in place. Here's what he said. If these insurrectionists were black, they would have been shot in the face. And my God, if these insurrectionists were Muslim, they would have been sniped from the top of buildings. I want to know from the Capitol Hill Police, what? Is it just white people, or is it Donald Trump supporters? Why do you scream at people for walking across the street 3 blocks away from the Capitol? Why are you not as badasses around the Capitol, but then Trump supporters come in and you open the fucking doors for them? You open the doors for them and let them breach the people's house. What is wrong with you? Are we a nation of laws? Are we a nation of one man? Donald J. Trump called for the insurrection against the United States of America. He called for it. Rudy Giuliani called for combat justice just an hour or two before this happened. Donald Trump Jr. said, "We are coming for you." And if Donald Trump Jr., Rudy Giuliani, and Donald Trump himself are not arrested today for insurrection and taken to jail and booked, then we are no longer a nation of laws, and we only tell people we can do this again. And of course, we have proven ourselves not to be a nation of laws. And of course, that is why these motherfuckers are going to do it again. And that's why the National Guard has to stay in place until we rid this nation of Republicans. Or they will kill all of us. End of story. There is a woman named Amy who works for the Chicago Tribune who adds another perspective to this before I go into monologue. And she runs a column, Dear Amy, which is like Dear Abby. You know, back in the day, you used to have these women running advice columns. And I'm so glad we still have them because it's nostalgic for me. And with Dear Amy, she received a letter, an open letter. All these letters to columnists such as she are open letters that read, I saw my next door neighbor in the footage of the rioters at the Capitol on January 6th. After the election in November, this neighbor moved out of his house and back in with his mother. Of course, that goes without saying, right? And got involved in all the Stop the Steal efforts that culminated in him traveling to Washington, D.C. and storming the Capitol. Just another fucking mama's boy. After I showed the footage of him to his Biden-voting wife, she told me she'd been texting with him during the day, telling him to stay away, and telling him that it was a federal crime to go inside, etc., but that he'd gone inside anyway. Later, I heard that he was so excited about seeing himself on this video footage that he's planning to get it made into a photo and have it framed. He's been my next-door neighbor for 9 years. When his tree blew down, I grabbed my chainsaw and helped cut it up. When my fence blew down, he came over and helped. He's jumped my car battery. I've cut his grass when they're out of town. Next-door neighbor stuff. I don't know if I should report him or not. On the one hand, if those people aren't punished, they might be emboldened to do something else. I also don't believe the penalty, if any, will be significant. Signed, Concerned in the South. That's another tradition with these advice columns. Oftentimes they're anonymous in the sense that you just sign it off on something that's specific to your situation. So Amy answered, and let me see if I can get her full name. Amy, Chicago Tribune, so I can credit her more properly. And Ask Amy is, she may keep her surname secret for the sake of personal security for all I know. But I think she's Amy Dickinson. There we are, Amy Dickinson. So what she had to say in response was this. Dear Concerned, as of this writing, over 200 people have been arrested for participating in what Republican, former, in the parentheses, Majority Leader Mitch McConnell called an armed and failed insurrection attempt in the U.S. Capitol building by a, quote, mob which was fed on lies provoked by the President Donald Trump and other powerful people, unquote. The FBI has explicitly asked for the public's help in identifying participants. Send online tips to tips.fbi.gov. That's tips.fbi.gov. Or call 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-225-5324. 1800-225-5324. She goes on to say, USA Today is publishing an updated list of those arrested, including details of their alleged crimes and how they were caught. Some have turned themselves in, but the Bureau has also reportedly received over 140,000 tips leading to arrests, the majority coming from family members, friends, neighbors, and people who went to high school with the rioters and recognized them from footage taken inside the Capitol. So yes, report your neighbor, unless you have reason to believe that doing so would place yourself in danger. If your neighbor is so proud of his crime and behaving so boldly now, there is all likelihood that someone else has also reported him, his wife or his mother, for instance. Being a helpful neighbor to you does not preclude this person from also being a danger to the public and to the republic of our constitutional governance, our republic. So that is her answer, which is exactly what I would have said. And this is what brings us to the ill-advised bail that was provided for Kyle Rittenhouse, who was the little white son of a bitch who brought a mass shooter's favored weapon, the AR-15, to a protest against the violent murder of yet another black victim and killed 2 white people with the aid of the police. This is the kind of bullshit that we're dealing with. This is where my analysis comes in. Kyle Rittenhouse's fate reveals all you need to know about law and order as viewed by the Republicans who threaten our republic. On Tuesday of this week last, prosecutors revealed that they had lost track of Kyle Rittenhouse, the 17-year-old Illinois resident who murdered 2 white people at anti-racist protests in Wisconsin last August. Now Rittenhouse, who has pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of homicide and a felony count of attempted homicide for the person he critically injured, was seen recently partying with Proud Boys. Yes, the Proud Boys, declared a terrorist organization by the Dominion of Canada, our neighbors in the Great White North. And all the while flashing white power hand signs while out on bail. His legal team now says he is in a safe house after receiving death threats and that they need to keep his location secret. In other words, they're more powerful than our duly elected government. They're more powerful than the law. In the meantime, he has become a folk hero in all conservative circles, with his name appearing on T-shirts, declaring, in Trump's own words, Rittenhouse did nothing wrong. And right-wing activists have raised more than $2 million United States dollars in donations for a legal defense fund for this cowardly white supremacist murderer. The glorification of Rittenhouse, who believed himself to be in Kenosha as part of a militia and whose attorneys have insisted was acting in self-defense, is part of a rising cult of the vigilante, one that has found an eager following in the past half-decade. Former President Donald Trump helped fuel that rise. He personally suggested Rittenhouse was acting in self-defense, and his Department of Homeland Security sent around an internal memo directing federal officials how to respond to any questions about Rittenhouse. Trump also welcomed other vigilantes into his circle, giving a prime speaking slot at the Republican convention to Patricia and Mark McCloskey, the St. Louis couple facing charges, to which they pleaded not guilty, for brandishing firearms at protesters who walked down the street in front of their house. The embrace of these armed suspects might seem to contradict the right's law and order message completely, but vigilante mob violence has always been part of law enforcement in these United States, a complement to state power rather than a threat thereunto. Both have been required to uphold America's racial order, and both will need to be radically reimagined and ultimately dismantled if this country is to ever have a fair and equitable justice system. Though we tend to think that the state has a monopoly on legal violence, that has seldom ever been the case. White vigilantes have always acted as an extension of state violence against black people and all other people of color and their allies, often with the tacit approval of police, prosecutors, and juries, in a spectrum of legal and illegal acts that together create the political idea of law and order. That has been the backbone of right-wing politics for more than 100 years. It's easy to caricature this relationship between the law enforcement and vigilantism as a feature of the Jim Crow South, when the Ku Klux Klan worked with local sheriffs to attack black people and their white Republican allies who seemed to imperil the social and political order of the white South. But Klan violence persisted after Jim Crow, and vigilantes have worked with and been part of governments throughout the United States. This was especially true in the years after the Civil Rights and Voting Acts, the Voting Rights Act, when white vigilantism became a powerful force in American culture and politics. A wave of vigilante films, as described by Derek Talley in the 1970s and 1980s, all depicted white men only, fed up with the limits of policing, eager to take the law into their own hands. In part in response to rising crime rates and in part in response to growing black political power, two forces routinely conflated. White vigilanteism, featured in movies like Dirty Harry, where the vigilante himself was a cop, and Fighting Back, where vigilantes worked in tandem with the police. Filmmakers were inspired by people like Anthony Imperial, a city councilor in Newark, who formed the North Ward Citizens Committee, a white vigilante group in New Jersey in the late 1960s. Referring to the Black Power group that notably was not granted the same freedom to act as vigilantes, Imperial famously warned, "If the Black Panther comes, the White Hunter will be waiting." Now, Ronald Reagan, then the governor of California, pushed for gun control laws in response to Black Panthers carrying firearms. In other words, they're all pro-NRA until blacks start carrying guns. in reporting on Imperial. Circa 1968, the New York Times wrote that police officially frowned on his organization's street patrols, a description suggesting that unofficially they were all the more supportive. As were voters in New Jersey. Imperial would go on to serve as a member of the New Jersey state government throughout most of the 1970s. Juries, too, sometimes went easy on vigilantes. In 1984, when 4 black teenagers approached Bernard Goetz on the New York City subway and asked for $5, Goetz shot them all and then fled the scene. He became known as the subway vigilante, lionized as a force of white order in a city plagued by what was propagandized as black crime. And during his trial, Goetz confessed that he'd hoped to kill the teens, who he thought were about to rob him, and that the only thing stopping him was that he'd run out of bullets. That the young people he shot had committed no crimes did not faze Goetz, nor the jury that sentenced him to just 8 months in jail for criminal possession of a weapon. That vigilante spirit infused the rise of everything, from neighborhood watches to militias in the decades that followed. And though the militia boom that started in the early 1990s at first centered on groups that were explicitly anti-government and anti-police, over time it has grown to include groups who see themselves as an extension of law enforcement, whether as unofficial border patrol agents seizing suspected migrants, or armed groups defending Confederate statues, or countering anti-racist protests. Police have often welcomed these groups, as seen in the footage from Kenosha, Wisconsin, where shortly before the August shootings, officers thanked all the armed men, including Kyle Rittenhouse, who appeared at the protest. This was not an uncommon sight at all protests this past summer, nor at the Capitol was it any exception. A recent report by Michael German at the Brennan Center for Justice outlined not only these incidents, but the ways militias have maintained active ties with law enforcement, including officers who are part of these groups. The line between police and vigilantes oftentimes blurs, not only because some officers approve of vigilanteism, but because some officers likewise engage in unlawful, yet unpunished, uses of force against black people, as decades of police riots and brutality so demonstrate. Some lawmakers welcome them as well, helping to enshrine vigilanteism into law. The radical the gun jurisprudence and legislation of the past few decades has enabled citizens not only to legally arm themselves with military-grade weapons, but to deploy those weapons against other humans in increasingly unrestricted ways. That's the case in states like Florida, where the law allowed George Zimmerman to follow, stalk, and murder 17-year-old Trayvon Martin. That said, as the insurrection at the Capitol last month proved, neither police nor lawmakers are themselves safe from vigilante violence. Considered oath breakers by the mob for not helping overturn the election, these members of law enforcement and Congress were no longer viewed as instruments of law and order, but violators thereof. That mental shift helps to explain why people bearing Blue Lives Matter flags overwhelmed and injured Capitol Police in violence that left one police officer dead and another committing suicide. Of course, not everyone can engage in armed vigilanteism and escape unscathed, left to skip bail or ransack the Capitol. As the staff writer David A. Graham noted in The Atlantic magazine in 2016, gun radicalism has extended always exclusively to white Americans. When black Americans take up arms, it quickly becomes clear that they are what he called the Second Amendment's second-class citizens, arrested, charged, and most often simply killed for the sort of gun ownership that white Americans consider their sacred right. Thus, while black vigilantism may exist, it is far riskier to engage in and far less likely to receive the sanction of law than its white counterpart. Rittenhouse has, of course, been charged, and the facts of his case have been investigated to damningly condemn him for what he is, a murderer. But there are, well, everyone on the right who instead see his prosecution as a disruption of a tacit understanding that white vigilantes have been sanctioned to police and, yes, most especially, injure and indeed kill anti-racist activists whom they see as disruptive of the racial hierarchy. And no wonder they think so. They have more than 100 years of history itself, proving that most of the time, that's exactly what so-called law and order means. White nationalism gave us the climate emergency. And now it's our biggest obstacle to saving our planet therefrom. These are the cultists of the kings of Edom, the red gods, the anti-gods, that wish to see the entities of entropy emerge victorious and reduce the divine order of our Creator into chaos. The Capitol insurrection proves white nationalism is the biggest threat to the natural climate. We all watched in horror last month as hate-filled maniacs marched into the core of our country's most sacred spaces. This seditious act of treason wasn't any spontaneous lapse of security or the flailing throes of a defeated president. It was a calculated attack on our shared future. 2020 was the hottest year in all recorded human history. Every single square inch of the continental United States was warmer than normal. Our country and our nation are in a climate catastrophe that demands an unlimited state of emergency. Not only do white nationalists understand that, they embrace it. This country was founded on the exploitation and extermination of non-white people who live together with nature, not in opposition thereunto. Over the past half millennium, 500 fucking years, that racist underpinning has continued to escalate the climate emergency into catastrophe. If we do not acknowledge the racist roots of opposition to climate action, the world is going to keep spiraling towards chaos. It's bad now, but it will get much, much worse. The problem is not Donald Trump himself, or even the several hundred insurrectionists that breached the United States Capitol
with the intent to kidnap the vice president and members of Congress and publicly execute them in public view. As horrific as this past month has been, the problem of white nationalism is far more widespread than almost everyone cares to admit. As climate activists know from Harvard political scientist Ulrike Chenoweth's work, it only takes 3.5% of the population engaged in active protest to change the very course of history itself. While nonviolent revolutions have historically been twice as successful as violent ones, obviously, violent revolutions can also be successful. As shocking as last month's events were, the most serious attack on our country since 9/11 and the worst attack on our nation's capital since the War of 1812. A YouGov rapid poll found that more than 20% of registered voters, including 45% of all Republicans, approved of them. That's more than enough people to forcibly block climate action and render our planet uninhabitable. I will say it very clearly. White nationalism is the threat to this planet. White nationalism is the threat to our planet. Trumpism and the rise of big lie politics, climate denial, anti-masking, embracing conspiracy theory, is all rooted in white supremacy. It's all rooted in the lie that this world belongs to me and not you. It was rooted in the opposition to the Paris Agreement. It be rooted in the America First doctrines that have systematically dehumanized people of color and kept climate refugees from entering this country. Amid all the chaos in Washington, D.C., on that first Wednesday of yestermenses, on the very same day, the Trump administration carried out an attack on the environment that was decades in the making, successfully auctioning off oil and gas leases in Alaska's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, a longtime dream of the fossil fuel industry and hardcore climate deniers. Like I would explain it to any kindergartner were I ever invited to speak in such an environment of children just coming into awareness. Racism is stealing. Stealing lives. Stealing property. Stealing self-worth and personhood. And stealing is bad. White supremacists aren't bad because they're white. It's because they steal. And the goal of American white nationalism is to steal this country and our collective future for themselves. In recent years, white nationalists have increasingly embraced eco-nihilism before carrying out mass shootings. Neo-Nazis are exploiting the climate emergency to recruit people. White supremacy means supremacy over Mother Nature herself and the endless rape of the earth. As Sarah Schmarsh has written for years, white nationalism is not a case of rural backwards hillbillies. It's in the boardrooms. It's in the white exodus of all public schools. It's in the privatization of health care. It's in the fossil fuel industry. It's in the White House until of late. And even more importantly, as climate scientist Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson wrote after the murder of George Floyd last summer, racism steals time from fighting climate change. In Dr. Johnson's op-ed, her opinion editorial, she quoted Toni Morrison, saying, "The very serious function of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being." That was the explicit goal on Wednesday, as dated the 6th day in January of this 2021st year in our Lord. Not just to prevent Congress from certifying Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as the next leaders of the American empire, but to prevent them from carrying out their stated goals, advancing economic, social, racial, and climate justice for everyone. White supremacy exists to hoard resources on a finite planet. And that's exactly what the Trump administration's climate policy was during his time in office. It's what sociologist Daniel Aldana Cohen calls eco-apartheid, the surging fight to preserve the fossil fuel industry and the massive radicalized, racialized inequality it creates at any cost. It was there in the attack dogs and water cannons unleashed on indigenous water protectors at Standing Rock. The vision of that world is truly bleak, and it's been in motion for decades. Right now, there are 80 million refugees around the world, a number that could swell into the hundreds of millions without urgent climate action taken now. The people who did the least to cause the climate emergency are bearing the brunt of its effects, and that's by white design. Climate change is steroids for nihilism, denying survival to the very groups of people that would otherwise enable survival for us all. Lifting people out of poverty, guaranteeing human rights, making certain every single person has a livable future, all that costs money. And the bottom line is, the main thrust of climate denial and delay has always been rich white men who don't want to pay the bill for the mess they made. Chaos and collapse are not inevitable. Climate justice means explicitly confronting racism and white supremacy. In 2021, one of white supremacy's biggest functions will be attempting to stall, sabotage, and derail the rapid transition to a zero-carbon world. We cannot let that happen. In these first 100 days of the Biden presidency, it's all on the line. In the best-case scenario, Trump would be arrested or be convicted by impeachment per Chapter 115, treason, sedition, and subversive activities under Title 18, Crimes and Criminal Procedure of the U.S. Code as quickly as possible. Preventing Trump from ever reclaiming office immediately, by any means necessary, is just as important to prevent short-term violence as it is to ensure the best chance possible for a nationwide emergency mobilization on climate for the rest of this decade. White nationalists cannot be left unaccountable for an attack on this scale, or else they will continue to grow in ambition and scale until we all lose everything. All of this is why vote is never the only answer. Our country was founded on white supremacy. This really is who we are. But it doesn't need to be who we will be. We can and must build a very different future by organizing. And you don't have to be an outdoorsy nature lover to be down for the cause. POCs. The POCs, or the peoples of color, are on the front lines of the climate crisis. At the close of 2015, over half a decade ago, the nation was still reeling from news that residents of Flint, Michigan, where our dear friend Paquan Morales still lives, had been drinking and bathing in water contaminated with lead a potent neurotoxicant. Though the mostly black community had long been voicing concerns about the troubling quality of their drinking water, government officials assured them time and again it was safe. 6 years and countless deferred complaints and organized protests later, it finally hit mainstream news that the residents of Flint have been drinking and bathing in water contaminated with lead levels several thousand times higher than the federal maximum, because local officials simply failed to use the legally mandated water treatments that would have kept them from being poisoned. As a result, all 9,000 children under 6 years of age in Flint who have been exposed to the tainted water are at a high risk for neurological damage. The most recent data as of March 2021 proves the water still isn't clean enough for human consumption. While the travesty in Flint is not directly connected to the climate crisis, it is still profound illustration of what happens to communities of color across the country. Dr. Beverly Wright, a sociologist and Black African American female CEO, Chieftainess Executrix Officier of the DSCEJ, the Deep South Center for Environmental Justice at Dillard University, has testified that they're more likely to have toxic facilities sited near them, people of color, less likely to receive adequate protection to prevent disasters, and less likely to get the kind of immediate response white communities get when emergencies occur. Herself having documented that the poisoning of Flint is a familiar scenario for those working on environmental and climate justice issues. And as the effects of the climate crisis grow increasingly serious, they can turn deadly for people of color in ways that their white neighbors aren't yet facing. To quote her testimony, at length and verbatim, the Black African American Chieftainess Executrix Officier, Dr. Beverly Wright, has said, communities of color are in double jeopardy from the climate crisis. First, if you're a person of color, particularly Black or Latino, you're more likely to live near toxic facilities like petrochemical companies in Louisiana producing toxins that shorten and impact quality of life. And then our communities are on the front line of impacts from climate change, living in places where there could be more floods and a higher incidence of different climate-related diseases. For poor communities, there's also not having access to any health insurance or medical services. Communities of color are disproportionately affected by all of these things. It's beyond time to do something about this. That's why it's so important to expand the conversation around climate justice, ensuring that all people, regardless of race and ethnicity, get equal protection from the worst effects of climate change. While suffering disproportionately from the climate crisis, communities of color are also leading the way toward change that works for all. They're living in toxin land. Dr. Wright's own lifetime body of work exposes a disturbing pattern, namely that people of color are differently impacted by industrial pollution and can also expect different treatment from the government. She and her peers have expanded their definition of environmental justice in recent years to include the term climate justice, since they say the same is true when it comes to polluting fossil fuel facilities. Communities of color experience worse effects and receive fewer protections than white communities. Specifically, COCs or COCs, communities of color, are more likely to breathe in polluted air. According to the NAACP's, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored Peoples, 2012 cold-blooded study, cold-blooded. Communities of color breathe in 40% more polluted air than white communities across these United States. Fossil fuel technology is directly to blame for some of this pollution. For example, a 2014 study out of the University of Minnesota confirmed that people of color in these United States are 38% more likely to be exposed to the asthma-causing pollutant nitrogen oxide from climate-warming cars, construction equipment, and industrial sources like coal plants. Communities of color are more likely to live near coal plants. Though African Americans make up but 13% of the U.S. population, a startling 68% live within 30 miles of a coal-fired power plant, compared to 56% of whites. The NAACP has proven this zone is where residents breathe the most resultant pollutants, which can cause a range of health problems, from heart attacks to birth defects to asthma. Although Latinos make up but 17% of the U.S. population, 39% live within a 30-mile radius from a coal plant. Some Native American lands are home to large coal reserves, resulting in tribes across North America feeling the toxic effects from coal mines and plants. Communities of color are more likely to live near toxic sites, including those housing waste from fossil fuel infrastructure. Exempli gratiae, Dr. Bullard, a professor at Texas Southern University known as the Father of Environmental Justice for his pioneering work in the field, points to the aftermath of the 2010 BP, or British Petroleum oil spill. When a BP underwater oil well burst in the Gulf of Mexico in 2010, it leaked a mind-boggling 184 fucking million gallons of oil into the Gulf. BP hired private contractors to clean up the oil-coated sand and refuse from the 120 miles of Gulf coastline the well had polluted. A wonderful little Jewish girl, I forget her name. She was somewhat inspired by Harlan Ellison, so her name was Ellison or something like that. She had a Facebook page on afterlife in the Gulf of Mexico all about this. Dr. Bullard has since testified that while the spill and the environmental devastation it wreaked are well known, what is less known is that the waste from the shoreline cleanup effort was trucked to landfills, all of them in black communities in Louisiana and Alabama and Florida, himself emphasizing that such was but a case of history repeating itself. In 2009, 3.9 million tons of coal ash spilled from a Tennessee Valley Authority power plant. In the aftermath, the toxic coal ash was actually shipped more than 300 miles from the power plant site by train, where it was dumped in a landfill located in a rural and completely black populated Perry County, Alabama. And there be even greater environmental impacts. The United Nations' IPCC, the International Panel on Climate Change's 2013 Climate Change Science Report, states with 99% certainty, that's a lot of certitude, that more frequent and more severe weather events like droughts, intense heat waves, and more frequent, intense, heavy rainfall events, superstorms, are a consequence of the climate crisis. And it is communities of color that bear all the brunt of all those events, as concurred in the conclusion of every consulted expert. Exempli gratiae, Alan Parker and Zoltan Grossman of the NIARI, the Northwest Indian Applied Research Institute, write in their work entitled Asserting Native Resilience, published by Oregon State University Press circa 2012, and I'll read therefrom, that indigenous nations around the world are already being affected by climate change, therein attesting that native rights are primarily place-based rights based on their long-time occupation of indigenous territories. Climate change shifts and disrupts plant and animal habitats, and in doing so, forces cultures to adapt to these conditions or die. Several Alaskan and Pacific Northwest native communities that have long subsisted on traditional fishing and, hunting and fish efforts have seen an unprecedented drop in their food supply because of rising temperatures wreaking havoc on fish and wildlife. Parker and Grossman have writ that many natives, Alaskan natives, may have to relocate entire villages due to thawing permafrost caused by global warming. Climate change can be a culture killer for some tribes as well, with Parker and Grossman so noting that the loss of culturally important species on which traditional knowledge depends will make it more difficult for elders to practice and pass their knowledge on to future generations. Other communities of color are also feeling the heat. In mine own Golden, California, for example, Mario Santoyo of the California Latino Water Coalition has documented that record heat waves and droughts are affecting Latino communities hardest throughout the state, himself testifying that being a farm worker is a hard thing. Your average U.S. citizen is nowhere near interested in doing that kind of work. And when farmers don't have enough water, they may adjust the number of acres they farm or the types of crops they harvest. In both cases, they need less labor. As state farmers see their fruit and vegetable crops shrink from lack of water, it's the state's majority Latino farm workers who are struggling most as a result, as they scramble to get enough hours picking crops to earn even a livable wage. So, Latinos are first to be displaced from jobs, and they'll often be among the last to recover economically, with Mario Santoyo attesting that when you look at farmers and developers, the water crisis has an impact on them without question, but also a good proportion have the financial resources to adjust. Their world doesn't end, not the way it hurts the Latinos. Santoyo's own parents were farm workers, and he worked in the fields himself as a youth. But many Latino parents, including his own, labor on farms so their children can have a better life. He and his siblings all went to college, and he says that's the case for many farm worker families in California's Central Valley. However, Santoyo has proven that even Latinos who may not be struggling economically still find the water crisis impacting them disproportionately, himself observing that in 2006, when we formed the center, if you looked at who makes the decisions about water in the state of California, the one thing you would never have found was a single brown face among them. So the coalition engaged with local and state legislators, drummed up community support, and regularly communicated with the state Latino caucus. Today, Santoyo affirms that 'tis thanks to these efforts that there's been some progress, though it's nowhere near where we want it to be. We're still trying to wake up those who need to understand. This brings us to this legacy of unequal protection. One of the most important elements of climate justice movement is the effort to ensure that communities of color get equal protection from their government officials from the worst impacts of the climate crisis. Nearly every expert I've ever spoken to has pointed out, to the fallout from Hurricane Katrina as the poster child example of climate injustice. It must be said that experts are uncertain just how much Katrina's severity was tied to global warming. However, recent studies, including the IPCC's 2013 Climate Change Science Report, have proven that over the past 30 years, the intensity and duration of hurricanes have increased significantly, which may be due, at least in part, to the higher sea levels and warmer ocean temperatures caused by climate change that in turn cause hypercanes. Dr. Wright grew up in New Orleans, which has seen its share of stormy weather, but she herself has confessed that prior to Katrina, hurricanes in her experience had just been synonymous with heavy rain and a party for her and her family. Then Katrina struck. The Category 5 hypercane came in from the east over Lake Pontchartrain and the Gulf of Mexico and hit the completely black African-American neighborhoods of New Orleans East and the Lower Ninth Ward the hardest. Over 80% of the homes lost in Katrina belonged to black African-American residents. And Dr. Wright has since exposed a history of government neglect of black residents as the cause. To trace that history, you have to go back to the year before I myself was born, 1965, the year the city experienced another devastating storm, Hurricane Betsy, which also swept through New Orleans, East and the Lower Ninth Ward, taking hundreds of lives, all of them black. In the aftermath of Betsy, the city and state government naturally agreed that the levees protecting New Orleans from floodwaters needed to be shored up. But the money the federal government poured into post-Betsy recovery was never distributed equitably. Dr. Wright has since amassed evidence that in New Orleans, there were and still are levee boards who decide how federal funds to build or support levees are spent. So resultantly, a new plan to protect New Orleans East and the Lower Ninth Ward, the neighborhoods hardest hit by Betsy, was never even launched, until nearly 30 years later, herself thereafter testifying that much of the money went to Lakeview, which is completely white, and not to areas where there were now no levees whatsoever, and would be immediately flooded if there was ever another storm. Since the levee boards are completely comprised of white people in wealthy areas, those people were always on top of getting their properties protected. Fast forward 40 years to 2005, when Dr. Wright records that Hurricane Katrina was approaching the Crescent City and the levees protecting white neighborhoods like Lakeview were all in place, extremely high, and able to withstand the storm. But as Katrina hit those same black neighborhoods that had been devastated by Betsy, the levees protecting them were the weakest points in the system, built by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and completely stuffed in their hollow innards with pulp newspaper. And so they broke, as they were intended to break, with Dr. Wright going on record to confirm that, in her words, our legislators forever and always had been protecting white people only. Had they done it for everyone, it would have been a strong levee. But because they didn't, the storm washed away the part that was supposed to protect us too. And so she watched the waters rise around and into her own beautiful home in the upscale black African-American neighborhood of New Orleans East. When she returned after evacuating, she testifies her community looked like an atomic bomb had gone off. Though her house was still standing, everything inside was saturated with liquid, completely damp and covered with extensive mold. She had to use a breathing apparatus, scuba gear, complete with an oxygen tank, just to pick her way through the wreckage, since the high levels of lead, arsenic, and the carcinogenic benzopyrene contaminated the air and the soil, along with all of the spores from the mutated mold. As the keeper of her family's photo archives, she was devastated to find that all of her treasured pictures were gone. Although black residents had been hardest hit by the storm, they once again found themselves shunted to the back of the bus for government disaster assistance. In fact, they actually found themselves under the bus, further victimized thereby. In her book entitled The Wrong Complexion for Protection, published by New York University Press, circa 2012, from which I myself have been sourcing much of what I now relate to you. Dr. Wright concludes that African-American Norlanians watched with horror as the first rebuilding plans were presented to the city council. The map clearly showed that the areas slated for immediate redevelopment were those that had received the least amount of flood water. None whatsoever, areas where only white citizens lived. The areas that were completely inhabited by African Americans, specifically New Orleans East and the Lower Ninth Ward, were slated for no redevelopment and were instead to be converted to green space, parkland for the whites to walk their dogs. With one stroke of a pen, she writes, our land was taken away and all our inheritance lost. Today, Dr. Wright and her colleagues at the DSCEJ provide legal assistance and run classes to help black people learn their rights in dealing with climate and environmental disasters, and they also train people in skills needed to cope, such as mold and asbestos mitigation, weatherization, and green construction. While the center and other activists eventually helped funnel federal funds into and obtain local permission for rebuilding parts of the Lower Ninth Ward and New Orleans East, they continue to battle for equal protection from future Katrinas we know will arrive, the hypercanes caused by climate change. So Dr. Wright reminds us by her own efforts that the good news is that the levees have finally been strengthened all around, and the most vulnerable areas of the city are better protected now. But Bob Jacobson, an engineer who worked on the East Side levees post-Katrina, cautions that they're only engineered to national flood insurance standards, not to protect against another Katrina, which is what the future will bring. The city's evacuation plan, therefore, needs to be comprehensive and equitable, and whether it is remains to be seen. Now you can join those efforts. There'll be a number of POC, or People of Color-led climate groups you should support today. Because clean water, access to fresh food, and the impact of climate change and the rate of greenhouse gas emissions are all critical environmental issues that contribute to our overall health and survival, it's important that the black community in particular makes environmental welfare a top priority. There are several black-founded organizations currently taking the initiative to ensure their communities are nourished and given the necessary tender loving care to thrive for generations to come. Whether it's tackling environmental issues or growing fresh produce in a neighborhood garden or motivating black folks to seek healthier lifestyles, which I know is pretty hard to envision, these black organizations are putting in work. In fact, 4 black environmental orgs you should know about almost immediately come to my mind. Urban Habitat. Urban Habitat is a Bay Area-based organization in my own Golden Gated, San Francisco, Greater Metroplex region, comprised of advocates for housing, transportation, environmental and climate justice. Through advocacy campaigns, extensive research, and the building of people power, the organization addresses the disproportionate rate at which the low-income population and people of color are negatively impacted by California's climate catastrophe. The organization's own comparatively recent report on the climate crisis so states that public transportation in the Bay Area must counter a legacy of racial and economic inequality while also addressing a new set of challenges that are shaping the politics and economics of diverse communities throughout the region. The need for higher use of public transportation is a result of the excessive use of greenhouse gas emissions. What this means is that the number of drivers on the road must begin to decrease for the environment's sake. A recent report on the housing crisis that was conducted by the Urban Habitat Organization mentions the results of gentrification and the excessive increase in displacement and homelessness. The work Urban Habitat has done ultimately facilitates the rethinking of policy and advocates for those who would otherwise remain voiceless. Then there's Philadelphia Urban Creators. The Philadelphia Urban Creators began when a group of young people of color saw immaculate potential in a run-down 2-acre garbage dump and decided to revitalize the land for the betterment of their North Philly community. In 2010, the group established both an urban farm and a creative hub for young community activists and advocates. The organization has since grown into a multifaceted environmental organization with several agricultural focus programs. They serve the community through several initiatives, including their regeneration program, which proves to significantly decrease recidivism by providing formerly incarcerated and court-involved youth with job preparation and urban farming opportunities, and its summer youth leadership program, which helps develop teenagers into agricultural leaders who are concerned about their surrounding environment. Through their Life Do Grow farm, the group grows and distributes fresh produce to local families and even sells to restaurants in the area. If you're in Philadelphia, head over to Farmer's Keep and grab some fresh fruits and vegetables from them. And there's also the Green Worker Cooperatives. Now, Omar Freila, an Afro-Dominican Bronx native, serial trailblazer, a social entrepreneur, and movement builder with a passion for community self-determination and creating solutions to social, environmental, and economic injustice, who has been an environmentalist for over a decade, founded Green Worker Cooperatives with the desire to create more, well, in his own words, to create a more democratic economy rooted in racial and gender equity. Now, the South Bronx-based organization serves immigrants and communities of color, with Freila emphasizing the importance of building worker-owned green businesses in communities instead of letting out-of-state business owners or gentrifiers who don't care about the well-being of black communities take over. Omar himself having been quoted as saying, "When you have owners who are workers, then that means the owners are living closer to where their facility actually is, which means that those owners are less likely to make decisions that are detrimental to the health of the neighborhood because of their ties to the neighborhood. You don't gas your own neighborhood because you don't gas your neighbors, and you don't want people talking bad about you at the supermarket." So the organization created Co-op Academy, which is an intensive 5-month business boot camp for aspiring entrepreneurs who want to better their environment through their startups. The academy is comprised of classes and the assistance of business coaches and services that will prepare participants to launch their businesses at the conclusion of the course. And finally, there's Outdoor Afro. Now, Outdoor Afro is a national nonprofit with 80 leaders in 30 states with the goal to increase outdoor recreation within the African American community and change the face of conservation. Now, according to the Outdoor Afro, their website, that is, the organization consists of groups of trained volunteers who lead activities such as hiking, biking, camping, environmental education, conservation stewardship, and more. Founder Rue Mapp told CNN the history of slavery in this country has often resulted in a negative association with nature for the African American community, but her organization strives to change that. The nonprofit aims to change this as well as correct the misleading narrative around black folks and global travel. Most recently, a group of 11 people ages 25 to 60 years of age took a trip to Tanzania to climb Mount Kilimanjaro, the tallest mountain in Africa. And despite their lack of professional mountain climbing experience, they dedicated themselves to training and transitioning, well, to healthier diets. And according to ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, albeit each individual did not reach the top, the collective groups gained a sense of pride in their ability to step outside of their comfort zones. Now, they wouldn't want to really all reach the top because you can freeze to fucking death at the top of the equator. Mount Kilimanjaro historically has always been covered in ice. Of note, analysis of African ice cores, yes, ice out of Africa, drilled from Mount Kilimanjaro, had beforehand revealed catastrophic droughts, shrinking ice fields, civilizational shifts, and a biblical secret deep within the ice. I'll provide summary in a second. In the year 2000, God, I can't believe that's 21 fucking years agone. Ohio State University researchers studying the rate of ice melt atop Tanzania's Mount Kilimanjaro analyzed ice core samples retrieved from the then rapidly shrinking ice fields located atop the mountain, and therefrom constructed for the first time a climatic record of the African continent. Along with Professor of Geological Sciences at Ohio State, Dr. Lonnie Thompson, other members of the research team, to give them credit, included Ellen Mosley Thompson, Professoress of Geography, the wife of Dr. Lonnie Thompson, Victor Ĵagorodnev, and Henry Brecker, Mary Davis, Keith Henderson, Ping-Nan Lin, Tracy Machioda, Vladimir Mikalenko, Douglas Hardy, and Jurg Beer. And that's the fucker's name. Now, the project itself was supported in part by a grant from the Earth System History Program of the National Science Foundation. Now, to reiterate the aforesaid in specificity, while emphasizing the urgency prompting this expeditionary project even then, in 2000, the first year of the third Christian millennium and the 21st century, which we're still in, and nowhere halfway near yet through the halfway point, researchers at Ohio State University extracted 6 core samples retrieved from 3 shrinking ice fields atop Mount Kilimanjaro at a drill site located above 19,300 feet in what the researchers described as the last opportunity to establish an ice core record of the African climate. In particular, the scientists planned to look for chemical markers in the ice. In this case, that's a spike in the isotope chlorine-36, a radioactive remnant of nuclear bomb testing in the 1950s that scientists used to calibrate historic records in ice. The same spike has been found in South America and the Chinese mainland. After calibrating the time frame of their samples, the scientists found that the tropical glaciers from where they were extracted began to form 11,700 years agone. They also found chemical and atmospheric evidence of 3 catastrophic droughts that were 8,300, 5,200, and 4,000 years agone, the last of which was characterized by a visible layer of dust that marked a 300-year drought in the region described in the biblical book of Genesis. Detailed analysis of these 6 extracted ice core samples containing critical environmental information that spanned nigh 12,000 years proves that those tropical glaciers began to form about 11,700 years agone, with these cores also yielding the remarkable evidence that we had 3 catastrophic droughts that plagued the tropics, 8,300, 5,200, and 4,000 years agone, all taking place over the fields' 11,700 year history, one of which coincided with the biblical story of Joseph 3,600 years agone. The story of Joseph tells the tale of a brother spurned by his kin, who then rises to a coveted appointment by the Pharaoh of Egypt himself. The findings of this cited study parallel the existence of Joseph and his prophetic dreams described in the Bible. Now, in terms of the full story, to kind of put this into a perspective that makest more sense of context, the ice core samples, all ice core samples, play a vital role in understanding the history of our planet. Climatic events spanning thousands of years are recorded in layers of ice, in much the same way that tree rings paint a picture of the environmental conditions that existed during their growth and development. As ice and snow layers build up over millennia, particulates, oxygen bubbles, and dissolved chemicals captured in the snow become part of the ice to create a record of climate conditions. Now, on its website, the National Science Foundation Ice Core Facility, which was not affiliated with this study I'm describing, then explained that layers of ice accumulate over seasons and years, creating a record of the climate conditions at the time of formation, including snow accumulation, local temperature, the chemical composition of the atmosphere, including greenhouse gas concentrations, volcanic activity, and solar activity. So, a detailed analysis of those 6 cores retrieved from the rapidly shrinking ice fields atop Tanzania's Mount Kilimanjaro proves that those tropical glaciers began to form about 11,700 years agone. And these cores also yielded remarkable evidence of these 3 catastrophic droughts that plagued the tropics, as I said, 8,300, 5,200, and 4,000 years agone. Lastly, the analysis also supports Ohio State University researchers' prediction that these unique bodies of ice disappeared into the next 2 decades. The victims of global warming at this point in this year, they must all be completely gone by now. You're free to look it up and see if there's any still there that may have reformed. If so, it's a good sign and cause for hope. These findings that I'm citing were published in the journal Science on the 18th day in October, about 48 hours, 2 days before my own birthday, circa 2002. And I haven't really gone back to look at them ever since, but to relate to you what they revealed then, Lonnie Thompson, the aforecited professor of geological sciences at Ohio State and leader of this expedition in 2000, the year 2000, to retrieve these cores, called Kilimanjaro's ice fields stagnant and said they were wasting away even then. Now, Thompson and his colleagues retrieved these 6 cores from the mountain 2 years, well, it took him 2 years to do it, because his team had to spend more than a month camped at a drill site above 19,300 feet. And after a logistical nightmare requiring the hiring of 92 porters and obtaining 25, a quarter of 100 official permits, the team returned 215 meters, that's about 705 feet worth of frozen ice core to the freezers at the university's Byrd Polar Research Center. And these collected ice core samples were then analyzed and described in a study published in the October 18th, 2002 journal Science, which I'm reading from, which characterized 3 catastrophic droughts in the region, one of which coincided with the proposed drought depicted in the story of Joseph. The findings provide evidence that events depicted in the Bible occurred paralleling the existence of Joseph or his prophetic dreams, albeit no human, anthropological, or archaeological remains were recovered at the location of the ice core sampling itself. Now, one key to dating the core came with the finding of this chemical marker in the ice, a spike of the isotope chlorine-36, a radioactive remnant of nuclear bomb testing throughout the years 1951 through 1952, the same spike appearing in cores the team had retrieved from both South America and mainland China, and this allowed them to calibrate the historic records trapped in the ice. So clues from these cores suggested a much different, far wetter landscape near Kilimanjaro 9,500 years agone than exists there today. At that time, Lake Chad, now the fourth largest body of water on the African continent with an area of about 17,000 square kilometers today, covered some 350,000 square kilometers, an area larger than the Caspian Sea, and inland sea throughout North Africa. The analysis of the core showed a 500,000-year period beginning around 8,300 years agone, when methane levels preserved in polar ice cores dropped dramatically. Emphasizing that the methane levels would register the extent of the wetlands thriving in the tropics, Thompson confirmed that we believe that this represents a time when the lakes of Africa were drying up. The cores showed an abrupt depletion in oxygen-18 isotopes that researchers believe signals a second drought event occurring around 5,200 years agone. 5,200 years ago, this cool, dry event coincides with the period when anthropologists believe people in the region began to come together to form cities and social structures. Prior to this, the population of mainly hunters and gatherers had been more scattered. The third marker is a visible dust layer in the ice cores dating back to about 4,000 years ago. Thompson concludes this marks a severe 300-year-long drought which struck the region. Historical records convey that a massive drought rocked the Egyptian Empire at the time and threatened the rule of the pharaohs. Until that time, people had been able to survive in areas that are now just barren Sahara Desert. Mount Kilimanjaro's findings so provided evidence to support the story of Joseph, a well-known Bible passage recorded in the book of Genesis that described a catastrophic drought in what is now Egypt nearly 4,000 years ago. That Genesis story tells the tale of Joseph, the son of a rich man named Jacob. Joseph was given a colorful coat by his father that at the time would have held prestige in a world where vivid fabrics were costly to dye. Joseph's brothers grew envious of their father's perceived preference for Joseph and ultimately captured and sold Joseph into slavery. After suffering years of servitude and imprisonment, Joseph reportedly gained a reputation for interpreting dreams and told the Pharaoh of Egypt that the land would experience 7 years of bounty, followed by 7 years of famine, which ultimately led to his role as a key advisor to the Pharaoh himself. Though no archaeological evidence or written record exists to confirm the biblical account of Joseph, the BBC, or the British Broadcasting Corporation, reported the study was published that the ice core samples confirmed that the drought did take place roughly 4 millennia agone, a time that correlates with Joseph's story, projected to take place around 3,600 years ago. In short, the findings' evidence exists to suggest that the droughts and the following centuries of famine described in the Bible hold truth. The very next year, circa 2001, Thompson initially predicted in a presentation at the American Association for the Advancement of Science that Kilimanjaro's ice fields would vanish within 15 years. Now, more recent evidence reinforced that prediction. By now, there must be no ice there. If people find it there on Google Maps or whatever, that's a good sign. In fact, by using global positioning from satellites, aerial maps, and an array of stakes placed on the ice cap, the researchers were able to confirm 20 years ago that the volume of the glacier was shrinking as well. They were also able to show that the margin of the northern ice field had retreated more than 2 meters since the year 2000, when they reported on this again in 2001. With automated weather stations on the summit of Kilimanjaro and on the lowlands nearby, then providing scientists with the ability to monitor local conditions in the region, with Thompson, then attesting that with another major El Nino event expected soon thereafter, that, well, to quote his T, what happens on the mountain will be very interesting to watch. We found that the summit of the ice fields has lowered by at least 17 meters, nearly 56 feet, since 1962, the year before my sister was born. That's an average loss of about a half meter in height each year. That's more than 2 meters worth of ice lost from a wall 50 meters high, 164 fucking feet of ice. That's an enormous amount of ice. Whatever happened to cause these dramatic climate changes in the past are certainly occurring again now. But today, 70% of the world's population lives in the tropics. They will be dramatically affected by events of this magnitude. We have to find out what causes them to happen. So, with that in mind, with that of the biblical connotations, what I've said about white supremacists holds true for Christian nationalists in America, the Protestant fundamentalists. Christian nationalism is a threat, not just from Capitol attackers invoking Jesus. Christian nationalists inside our government are working quietly to take America for their version of Jesus. They are the most resilient danger to religious pluralism, including Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley, two of the biggest bastards that ever lived and walked the earth. Now, after a portion of the white mob entered the Senate chamber on January 6th, a handful of men mounted the podium. One of them lifted his hands and cried out, "Jesus Christ, we invoke your name, amen." Then Jacob Chansley, sometimes called the QAnon shaman, took his bullhorn and announced gratitude to God for being able to send a message to all the tyrants, the communists, and the globalists that this is our nation, not theirs. And he, of course, was bare-chested to expose, well, aside from his nipple rings, his white supremacist tattoos. Whereon he paused briefly to remove his Viking-inspired horned headdress and cap, presumably to assume a properly humble posture as he claimed the United States for himself and his fellow believers. The violence was roundly condemned, if a bit mealy-mouthed in Republican quarters. People spoke of the criminal threat against members of Congress, staffers, and police. They lamented the violation of sacred civic space and all democratic norms, what few we have left after Trump. And many were especially dismayed to find police, veterans, and elected officials among the rioters, individuals who had taken oaths to serve and protect the nation they were now attempting to overthrow. All because Josh Hawley wants all of us to live by his values, if they let us live at all. It's easy to protest when white Christian nationalism turns violent. Within the chorus of critics, however, are a substantial number of Christians who plan to take the country for Jesus another way. Senator Josh Hawley, the Republican from Missouri, a leader of the misinformation campaign that led people to falsely believe that the presidential election was stolen, is among them. Now, in speaking in his official capacity as Attorney General of Missouri, circa 2017, he then proclaimed at a Pastors and Pews meeting that their charge is to take the Lordship of Christ, that message, into the public realm and to seek the obedience of the nations, of our nation, to influence our society, and even more than that, to transform our society to reflect the gospel truth and lordship of Jesus Christ. Now, Hawley's aware that not everyone will become an evangelical Christian Protestant fundamentalist, but believes we should all live by his interpretation of Christian values, with the Lieutenant Governor of Texas, Dan Patrick, asserting that elected officials should look to Scripture when making policy because every problem we have in America has a solution in the Bible. Now, in their book entitled Taking America Back for God, which is subtitled Christian Nationalism in the United States, the authors Andrew Whitehead and Samuel Perry define Christian nationalism as a collection of myths, traditions, symbols, narratives, and value systems that idealizes and advocates a fusion of Christianity with American civic life. It includes assumptions of nativism, white supremacy, patriarchy, and heteronormativity, meaning heterosexual supremacy, along with, like straight sex supremacy, along with, from their book, along with divine sanction for authoritarian control and militarism. It is as ethnic and political as it is religious. This is an ethno-religious war we are involved in. The agenda is not always explicit. When Senator Ted Cruz talks of restoring America, he means to recover what he believes is its original identity as a Christian nation. Historian John Fay has argued that Cruz's outlook reflects the Seven Mountains dominionism of his father, a conviction that Christians are called by God to exercise dominion over every aspect of society by taking control of political and cultural institutions. The Seven Mountains: religion, family, education, government, media, arts and entertainment, and business. While Ted Cruz is too politically savvy to endorse dominion theology outright, he employs code words like religious liberty to sustain Christian privilege and cultural authority. It is a long-term strategy articulated decades agone by a leader in the Christian Reconstructionist movement, Gary North, who argued that Christians must use the doctrine of religious liberty to advance their agenda, hoping to raise up children who know that there is no religious neutrality, no neutral law, no neutral education, and no neutral civil government. Then they will get busy in constructing a Bible-based social, political, and religious order which finally denies the religious liberty of the enemies of God. The Christian right has embraced this approach in multiple court cases and bills distorting the very meaning of religious freedom. I myself do not wish to emulate QAnon enthusiasts in projecting a deep state conspiracy, but there be Christian nationalists embedded throughout our governing institutions now. Courts, military, legislatures, agencies, police. Many are regular figures at the Capitol and in the halls of power. Distracted by those ready to bring on the apocalypse, we have not adequately exposed this more resilient threat to religious pluralism in the American empire. Religion is a dangerous business. Most people have never heard of Project Blitz, for example, but it was responsible for at least 75 bills, 750 bills in 2018 that advanced Christian nationalism. They have a playbook developed by the Congressional Prayer Caucus Foundation with model legislation designed to privilege, quote-unquote, traditional Judeo-Christian religious values and beliefs in the public square. The term Judeo-Christian is in and of itself a perverse appropriation of Judaism, deployed as a cover for Christian exclusivism. That playbook advises beginning with bills that require schools to teach Bible courses or offer release time and to display "In God We Trust" banners. Their parallel project to set the motto in license plates has been linked to corrupt fundraising practices. The second-tier proposals include Christian Heritage Week and Year of the Bible to reinforce the idea that America was and always will be a Christian nation. The third tier focuses largely on religious liberty as a tool for exempting religious individuals and organizations from all laws they do not like, especially laws that prohibit discrimination or protect women. If officials object, the spin machine can go after them as anti-faith. Yet, faithful Christians are among those mobilizing to stop a Christian takeover of this nation. Christian vampires like myself, and many others who tolerate ecumenicalism. In July of the year before yesteryear, 2019, the Baptist Joint Committee for Religious Liberty launched Christians Against Christian Nationalism, identifying it as a distortion of the gospel of Jesus and a threat to American democracy. Given their early persecution in this country, Baptists recognize that religion is a dangerous business, especially when coupled with state power. The difference between them and their Southern Baptist counterparts, many of whom are involved in the Christian nationalist movement, is consciousness of the vital self-critical dimensions of faith. Whatever one's spiritual life stance, we are choosing in every moment whether its power will be wielded for harm or for blessing. So, it's more important now than ever that the black community in particular take environmental matters into their own hands to not just maintain comfort and health on the planet today, but to plant new seeds that can secure a future for the communities of tomorrow. Communities for the hope of our future. I don't know where we goest from here, honestly. But I know that chaos and collapse are not inevitable. There are futures where justice and equality and a thriving spirit of mutual prosperity for all living things will flourish. And so that's what we have to fight for. If there's anything we've learned from 2020, it's that the old world is never coming back. If we're going to build a better world that works for everyone, we are the ones who are going to have to do that work together. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his book by that title, The Unfinished Man, or scenes from his cinematic documentaries thereof in production. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson is spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. The TucsonMurders.com or telephone the Baron Ben Astenius himself personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And neglect not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. That's Man of the Soil on YouTube. You'll know you're in the right place when you see the young white blonde chick with a nice set of pins, a medium-sized rack that's behind a green t-shirt that says Ace Hardware, after which you can feast your eyes upon Ben Astenius himself in his flight suit, so to speak, his racing one-piece, wherein he's racing his sprint car across the lawn, the AstroTurf, which is the lawn you never have to water or mow. And he's doing this, of course, on your behalf to demonstrate how good this lawn can be for you. As well, of course, you can thereafter regale yourself in the most positive sense with aerial drone footage of his work on landscape architecture and the yard work that's performed to recreate the yardscape of his clientele. This bird's eye view will enable you to see his bringing in the men in brown from from south of the Great Wall, which never got built, thank God. That will, of course, enable you to sit back and watch while they provide you the greatest show on dirt, and enable you to enjoy your yard space, front, back, or on either side of your propertied estate. Oh, Sammy Romero says, heading off to bed, Doug. God bless. Catch up with the rest of the stream tomorrow. Thank you, dear sir. Let me tell him, blessed be my dear blood. Blessed be my dear brothers. There we have that. Hugs. Okay. Now, in terms of getting back into the zone again of analysis, after taking a look at WTF, Mr. What the Fuck says, good afternoon, Douglas and all. Good afternoon, good sir. So glad to see you among us. And with that, going to check around at some of the live streaming stats and see where we're going with the concurrent viewers. And good number of people watching, always welcome. And checking in here. going a little bit around the net to see what's going on out there. Gonna take this, move it around, get my screen back into some focus. Hopefully everyone out there is enjoying my analyses. I look forward to more interaction in the chat room. And, of course, let me check around some more. See what's going on out there. Everybody, your participation is more than welcome. And with that, let me get this back up again. Kind of resetting all my screens in front of me. Keeping track of the various Facebook timelines and incoming communications. And with that, of course, we're going to one last check here on the time we have remaining. 8.5 hours have passed. We have, I guess that leaves us 3.5 hours left. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Yes, 3.5 hours left ahead of us. Let's see if I can make that work. Now, in terms of yourselves, again, I ask everyone, put a message into the chat room. Let me know you're listening, and let me know the quality of the sound. Okay. Checking out what else there is to analyze and report on, but I pretty much know what it's going to be. All right. Pick up the calculator here. And I hope everyone is doing well this Sunday night. Okay. Holy shit. Alright, so... Okay then. What we're witnessing, of course, throughout all of this existential struggle is the end of our enemy, the end of the Republican Party. We are witnessing the death throes of the Republican Party. Most certainly, we are seeing the end of the Republican Party as a sane, legitimate political party. The majority of the members of the party have lost all touch with reality. They are living in an alternate universe where Trump and Trumpism are ascendant, the election was stolen, and murder and mayhem are acceptable ways to govern. Behavior, rather misbehavior, that would never normally be tolerated does not even merit reprimand. Takest, for instance, Representative Lauren Boebert of Colorado. She wants to carry a gun into the Capitol. She is in a chronic Twitter feud with a Parkland massacre survivor. And the Republican reaction? Crickets. And how about the infamous Marjorie Taylor Greene? Where do I even start? Maybe with the Jewish lasers igniting wildfires from space? Her support for QAnon? How about her belief that all school shootings are staged? And what did the Republicans do? They assigned her to the Education Committee. Of course. That's not crazy. That's batshit psychopathic. Did they learn nothing from the Betsy DeVos debacle? Marjorie Taylor Greene's playing the victim now. Don't fall for it. She personifies the Republican Party and its perversion of freedom. The Republican delirium drawing the most attention is the party's indulgence of Marjorie Taylor Greene as she turns madness into martyrdom. Mustn't alienate the QAnon caucus. Can't win elections without them, and if Democratic leaders aren't exactly cannibals and pedophiles, well, they want higher taxes on the affluent and more Americans enrolled in Obamacare, which is pretty much the same thing to a white Republican. But there was a less noted sequence of events recently that, in its way, said just as much about how lost the party is. As is so often the case in Republican politics, it involved guns. Many House Republicans have been freaking out, no exaggeration, over the installation of metal detectors along their paths to the House floor. Some of them have pointedly bypassed these devices. Others have railed against them with a righteous fury that would lead you to believe that instead of being checked for lethal weapons, they're having their Newsmax printouts shredded or being outfitted with muzzles. Oh, don't get any ideas. Apparently, if you can't pack heat in proximity of Nancy Pelosi, you're living in a totalitarian state. That's not me being sarcastic. That's Representative Debbie Lesko's actual interpretation of the events. Lesko, an Arizona Republican, tweeted that the new security screening was proof that lawmakers now live in Pelosi's communist America, all because they can't point a gun at her head on a daily basis. Representative Devin Nunes, apparently forgetting how little trouble he had with Donald Trump's fondness for Mother Russia, echoed that theme. I'm not joking. When you talk about the fall of the Soviet Union, what did they start to do? Now, Nunes is a California Republican, one of the few from a blue state. They started to crack down. They started to crack down on people. And that's what you see here. I'm not joking. This guy is bemoaning the collapse of the Soviet Union by saying that they got too totalitarian. These lawmakers are ridiculous. But they're ridiculous in ways that illuminate two themes that keep growing brighter. Or maybe I should say darker. In Republican politics now. One is the reflexive attempt to divert attention from the florid craziness in their own ranks and own base by screaming communist, socialist, or radical left. The other is to claim that they're protecting freedom when they're sanctioning insanity. I'm more interested in the latter, but first a look at the former. How did Marco Rubio, emblematic of all the Republican senators who are determined to stay cozy with Trump supporters, respond to Trump's richly earned second impeachment by saying that the radical left was out of control? Mind you, the radical right, bloated by Trump's fictions and most Republican senators' silence, orchestrated the deadly events of January 6th, but confronting that head-on is of no political use to Rubio. So instead, socialism, cancel culture, the radical left, and Ilhan Omar. House Republicans unwilling to recognize Greene as seriously dangerous and unfit for any public office, let alone the House Education Committee they placed her on, said that if Democrats were going to go after her, Republicans should go after Omar, a Democratic member of Congress from Minnesota. Equivalences don't come any falser. I have real, lingering concerns about the Judeo-phobic ring of some of Omar's tweets and remarks, but I have no memory of her ever signaling support for the execution of Republican leaders, as Green has done in regard to Democratic ones, or of her publicly harassing the survivor of a horrific crime, a la Green in one of the Parkland High School students she so terrorizes, or of Ilhan Omar signing on to a secession of the most out there conspiracy theories out there, whereas Green is a platinum level frequent flyer on crackpot airlines. These lawmakers are as different as water and kerosene. Many Republicans immediately accepted Green's speech on the House floor on Thursday, during which she disavowed QAnon and the idea that school massacres and the September 11th terrorist attacks were all hoaxes in which no one died, as a redemptive apology. It was nothing of the kind. She played the victim, deriding big media companies and cancel culture and insisting that she never once said any of the things that I am being accused of today during my campaign or since being elected. So we're not supposed to be bothered by the promotion of a deeply twisted conspiracies just a few years, not decades earlier. That would be more foolhardy than forgiving. To quote as she, I was allowed to believe things that weren't true. Allowed to? No, ready to, eager to, itching with paranoia and hate, which she then spread like a sexually transmitted disease. To quote as she, I'm a very regular American. If that's remotely true, this country is in much bigger trouble than I ever thought, and I've been plenty worried these past 4 years. To anyone who did not sense the hollowness of her contrition in real time, she proceeded on Friday into this weekend to tweet that she had woken up literally laughing, thinking about what a bunch of morons the Democrats were for granting her a stage and a moment that enhanced her celebrity. For good measure, she denounced this Democrat tyrannical government. Then she held a news conference and complained that Democrats only care about pushing their socialist agenda through. They only care about taking away our freedoms. It's the way she waves the flag of freedom, saying that she fights for it while being denied it, that perhaps enrages myself the most, because it's such a perversion of that ideal. Michael Tomasky wrote an excellent column in the New York Times late yesteryear about the way in which Republicans, who have long branded themselves the party of freedom, now use the word and its variants in selective, wrong-headed, and destructive ways that wind up endorsing recklessness more than liberty. He noted that John Stuart Mill, one of the key authors of the Western concept of freedom, rightly recognized that it must stop short of behavior that harms our fellow citizens. Removing Representative Green from her House committee assignments, which the House did on Thursday night by a 230 to 199 vote, with 11 Republicans joining 219 Democrats in favor of her ouster, wasn't the death of free speech. Green remains free as an individual to spout the shit she's always spouted. But Congress has the right, and I'd argue the responsibility, to make crystal clear that such shit be vile, dangerous, and antithetical to anything and everything that democratic government should be about, and to hold Green to account for her actions. What happened to Republicans' belief in personal responsibility? the party of personal responsibility, won't hold Green responsible. Requiring that people wear face masks in crowded settings in the middle of a once-in-a-lifetime plague does not repress individualism. It protects many individuals so that they're free to continue breathing and living thereby. Sensible firearms restrictions are not any insult to freedom. They're a bulwark against bloodshed and chaos, protecting the freedom of high school students and others to go about their days without the constant gnawing fear of being shot. That brings us back to those metal detectors in the United States Capitol. I can see how, in another saner country, at another saner time, they might be dismissed as the gratuitous props of a party staging political theater, which is what Republicans accuse Democrats of doing. But context is everything. Those new detectors popped up after a violent invasion of our national capital. Proudly gun-loving Republican members of Congress have bragged about carrying their firearms everywhere and have coddled voters on the far right who espouse violence against Democrats. In addition to which, why not have the House set a good example for a country that needs as many of them as it can get? On Tuesday night of this week last, Democrats insisted on a vote on fines for House members who avoid security screenings. It was part of a measure about rules for the debate over a budget resolution, and it passed 216 to 210, with all of the Republicans who weighed in and 3 Democrats opposing it. Representative Greg Stoib, a Florida Republican, had previously delivered a floor speech in which he said that the detectors weren't merely unnecessary, they were atrocities. Once upon a time, that word had meaning. But then, once upon a time, freedom did too. Thankfully, the Democrats are always more rational. Representative Jimmy Gomez of mine own Golden, California, introduced said resolution to have Green expelled from Congress for sedition. American politics would be a lot better off if we had a lot more of Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the Democrat from New York, and a lot less of Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, the representative from Georgia. AOC, it asked Ocasio-Cortez, is an asset for Democrats, whilst Greene is an albatross for the red Republican insurgency. The Democratress from New York, also known as AOC, continues to make waves for promoting the Green New Deal and Medicare for all. On the other hand, the Republican from Georgia has made her mark by fanning the flames of hate. While Green favors fiction, Ocasio-Cortez's fight against the perils of climate change is rooted in science. The problems that Green brings to the red Republican cult table have been well documented. She is a follower of QAnon, a group which believes in conspiracy theories about liberals, which would be laughable if they weren't so scary. The first-term Republican representative liked, thumbed up, upvoted social media posts that called for the execution of deep state FBI agents and a bullet to the head, be quicker, for removing Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the Democratress from mine own California. She also described the shooting at the Parkland School in Florida that killed 17 teenagers as a false flag operation designed to build support for gun control. Pelosi has called Green's comments about the Parkland shooting absolutely appalling. And while the House Republican Minority Leader, Representative Kevin McCarthy, the Republican from California, called her statements deeply disturbing, he has not found her comments disturbing enough to go so far as calling for her to be removed from her committee assignments. The House voted Thursday night to strip Green from congressional committees. The fact that McCarthy didn't take action at all against Green, he voted against the resolution to even remove her, is deafening. Instead of holding Green accountable for her comments, the majority of red Republican cultic House members have rushed to criticize colleague Republican Representative Liz Cheney, the Republicaness from Wyoming, for her vote to impeach President Trump. While red Republican cult insurgent representatives have been silent about Green's transgressions, the Senate Republican Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, the Republican from Kentucky, slammed her. He called Green out for her loony lies and conspiracy theories. On the other side of the aisle, Ocasio-Cortez's positive contributions stand in stark contrast to Green's negative commentary. The progressive Democrat has been working within the system to make major policy changes. Ocasio-Cortez's advocacy for stronger environmental protection and comprehensive health care has made enemies among Democratic congressional leaders, but AOC has made the Congress better and the Democratic Party the stronger thereby. Every caucus needs a conscience, and AOC, along with other progressive Democrats, fill that role admirably for the House Democratic majority. President Biden has acted quickly and decisively with executive orders to protect the environment. It is hard to imagine that the candidate who ran as a moderate would have been so aggressive as president without the fervid and unrelenting advocacy of AOC and other progressives. Biden has not endorsed the Green New Deal, but he has acted to bring the United States back into the Paris Agreement, has issued executive orders to stop the Keystone XL pipeline, and scaled back oil drilling on federal land in Alaska. Biden has also installed two heavyweights into his cabinet, former Secretary of State John Kerry and former Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Gina McCarthy. They are senior White House advisors that will fight against climate change and are welded solidly into presidential domestic and foreign policy. Now is the time for the Democratic congressional leadership to embrace Ocasio-Cortez. If they have any doubts about the value that she brings to the Democratic Party, all they need to do is take a long, hard look at the menace that Green poses to the red Republican insurgency. Descending back down to the topic of batshit psychopathology thereby, need I remindest thyself that Trump's legal team quit? What really caught my attention was the reason why they quit. They were working on a defense that trying Trump for impeachment is unconstitutional because he has left office. Very reasonable in terms of technicality. Just what would you expect from a crack team of attorneys? Technical approach. But Trump doesn't want that. He wants them to argue that there was election fraud. He just can't let it go. Losing the election is something that he just simply can't wrap his brain around because his head's got that dead squirrel on top of it that keeps flopping against his orange forehead, and that empty space between his ears just echoes. And as if all that isn't crazy enough, Trump, encouraged by Steve Bannon no less, is considering representing himself at the trial. What is it that they say about a defendant who represents himself? that he has a fool for a client. And this is the man that the Republican Party has sworn all allegiance unto. They honestly believe, not think, but believe, that he will lead them to victory in the 2022 midterms and the 2024 general election. Republicans are no longer living in the same reality as the rest of us. The reality where Biden won the election by 6 million votes, where thousands of Republicans quit the party after the insurrection, where Biden's approval rating is 54.3% higher than Trump's 49% at the peak of his popularity in 2020. What will the Republicans do when Biden does an end run around them and passes his $1.9 trillion United States dollar relief bill by budget reconciliation and people get vaccinated and the economy starts to open up? When he reopens the health insurance marketplace so that people who lost their health insurance can get coverage? When millions of infrastructure and green energy jobs are created? Will Republicans try to convince Americans that their lives aren't getting better? That the Democrats have somehow brainwashed them all into thinking that their lives are getting better? It's looking pretty certain that Republican senators will not vote to convict Trump of inciting the insurrection. It seems that the best we can hope for is censure, which means nothing to Trump. He will focus on the fact that he was acquitted again, which brings us to the risks of Trump's impeachment trial. Given the importance of condemning Donald Trump's destructive actions, the message sent by an acquittal may be worse than no trial. Donald Trump is no longer president of these United States, and that in and of itself is a tremendous relief. It is also the centerpiece of his defense in his upcoming impeachment trial, his second in 13 months. Scarcely 5 weeks after the insurrection on the Capitol, the same Senate chamber that was desecrated by Trump's cultists, with one rioter even declaring at the dais that Trump won the election, will be the court of impeachment to try Trump for inciting violence against the government of these United States. Yester Septimania, last week, Senate Republicans tried unsuccessfully to prevent the trial from even going forward by claiming that it is unconstitutional for the body to try a president who is no longer in office. 45 Republicans voted to quash the trial on that basis, including Mitch McConnell, who as majority leader made clear that a Senate trial could not begin before Trump left office. Their ability to rally round that uncertain constitutional argument and to avert their eyes from the question of Trump's guilt appears likely to keep him from becoming the first impeached president to be convicted in the Senate. The Constitution's Article 1, which giveth the Senate the power to try all impeachments, saith that the remedy for a conviction shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold federal office. A separate provision in Article 2 saith, the President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. To some, that language means that the Senate may not try a former official who, by definition, cannot be removed from office. The constitutional scholars Bruce Ackerman and Gerard Maglioga wrote last month in the Washington Post that the Constitution envisions impeachment only as a tool for proceeding against a president while he remains in office because impeachment's purpose is removal, not punishment. It is not frivolous for Trump to claim that since his removal is now impossible, the Senate cannot try him, let alone convict him. That argument is the focus of Trump's answer to the impeachment article, which was filed by his new lawyers on Tuesday, after he parted ways on the Saturday beforehand with the attorneys who had previously agreed to represent him in the trial. The apparent rush job resulted in the misspelling of United States in the title of the document, among other errors. There have been several other instances in which the permissibility of the Senate's trying a former official was hotly debated. The first impeachment in American history was of Senator William Blount in 1797 for a plot to help the British gain possession of the Spanish territories of Florida and Louisiana in an attempt to increase the value of his own land. The day after he was impeached, his colleagues voted to expel him, so he was no longer a senator. Months later, the Senate convened as a court of impeachment in order to try him, but Blount's attorneys argued that the Senate lacked jurisdiction to do so because the senator was not in the constitutional category of officers who were impeachable, and because, in any event, he was not an officer after his expulsion. Ultimately, the Senate dismissed the case, stating that this court ought not to hold jurisdiction of the said impeachment. But it did not specify whether that was because Blount had been a senator or because he'd been expelled, so it's difficult to take the case as precedent for or against trying Trump. The impeachment of William Belknap, the Secretary of War under President Ulysses S. Grant, is more instructive. In 1876, just minutes before the House was set to impeach Belknap for accepting bribes, he resigned his position. The House went ahead and impeached him anyway. The Senate also proceeded to try him, amid debate about whether resigning should allow a then official to evade impeachment and conviction. A majority of the Senate voted to convict Belknap, unfortunately not the required 2/3, so he was acquitted. The vast majority of senators who voted to acquit did so not because they thought that he wasn't guilty of the offense, but rather because he was no longer an official. The Belknap case provides clear Senate precedent for trying a former official after he has left office, and his attempt to avoid impeachment by ending his own tenure in the nick of time vividly illustrates the importance of allowing Congress to hold officials accountable for impeachable acts during their last days in office. But Belknap's acquittal can also be claimed as a guide by Senate Republicans who will vote to acquit Trump on the view that the Senate cannot try a former official. A third precedent dates from 1926, when the House impeached George English, an elderly federal judge, for corruption. He resigned 2 days before his impeachment trial, and the House then opted not to push the trial forward in the Senate. This example adds to the ambivalent landscape. On the one hand, Congress's decision not to pursue a trial was directly in response to English's resignation, which may lend support to the idea that an impeached official who is no longer in office should not be tried. On the other hand, Congress in that instance did not say that it was constitutionally compelled to drop the impeachment case, but rather that it chose to do so. Most scholars who have studied the issue, believe that Trump's impeachment trial is constitutional. Yestermensis, but last month, more than 150 constitutional scholars signed a statement concluding that the Constitution's text and structure, history, and precedent make clear that Congress's impeachment power permits it to impeach, try, and convict former officers, including former presidents. The House impeachment managers' brief exception to impeachment, and that presidents do not get a free pass to commit high crimes and misdemeanors near the end of their term. But the argument that the Senate lacks jurisdiction was worrisome enough that more than a third of the brief was devoted to refuting it. The most compelling of the counter-arguments relies on evidence of the framers' understanding that in England and in the early American states, impeachment, conviction, and disqualification of former officials for misdeeds in office was widely accepted. Senators have sometimes referred to themselves as jurors in impeachment trials, but it is more accurate to compare their role to that of judges, because they do not only examine the evidence and determine the facts, they also decide for themselves what the Constitution's impeachment provisions even mean. It is unlikely that the question of whether the Senate is permitted to try Trump would be resolved by the Supreme Court, given that courts would likely deem the issue to be a political question, left to Congress to answer. That means that each senator has the final word, expressed in his or her vote to convict or acquit. If Republicans wish to acquit Trump, they can foreground the alleged illegality of the process, sidestepping even hugely damning facts as beside the point. Apart from the argument that the trial itself is unlawful, Trump's defense will argue that his actions were political speech protected by the First Amendment and that his impeachment is government retaliation for unpopular speech. The House managers have argued in their brief that the First Amendment does not help Trump, relying on the Supreme Court case of Brandenburg versus Ohio, which held that speech is unprotected if it is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to incite or produce such action. Trump's lawyers will want to focus narrowly on his specific words and offer innocent meanings for them. Exempli gratiae. Trump urged a crowd of followers on January 6th to fight for election security in general, not to violently stop Congress from counting electoral votes. And he urged Georgia's Secretary of State to examine ballots for fraud, not to find votes using fraud. But the question of whether he did, in fact, incite violence against the United States government is properly evaluated by looking not only at his words, but also at his determination to remain in power despite losing the election, and at the tragedy that ensued on January 6th as culmination of that relentless quest. The defense will argue that Trump's intent in all his actions was not to tell falsehoods, make threats, or encourage unlawful behavior. The fact that the former president's best available defense, one that will appear to have been successful when he is acquitted, is that he did not believe that he'd lost the election and did not know that his followers would become violent against the government he was telling them to fight, is a manifestation of how, in our time, willful blindness is rewarded. The most demonstrative rejection of the Senate's authority to proceed against Trump will be for him to decline to present a defense there at all. But his lawyers appear to understand that Republican senators will glom onto the constitutional argument about jurisdiction in order to countenance their votes to acquit, while Trump and his supporters will be able to claim that he won at trial, finding in his acquittal a confirmation of the election fraud lies that drove them to violence against their own government. We'll get the worst of all worlds. a divisive impeachment trial that inflames half the country and that brings no vindication for the other half. Given the vital importance of condemning Trump's destructive actions, the message sent by an acquittal may be worse than no trial at all. And further, the result may complicate any effort by criminal law enforcement to investigate and indict Trump for inciting insurrection or even levying war against the United States. As we look ahead then, even those of us who supported impeaching Trump for his catastrophically dangerous conduct in January in the hopes of removing him might reasonably feel dread at the consequences of trying him for it in February. The Democrats have 2 years to make Biden's agenda a reality and show the American people what life is like under a competent president who cares about them, who spends his days governing rather than playing golf and tweeting. 2 years before the midterm elections. Will more lunatic Republicans be elected to Congress, or will sanity ever prevail and people vote with their wallets, confirming their desire to be governed by a party that inhabits the same reality as the rest of us? I sayest thee nay, as the Republicans refuse to purge their party of lies and hateful rhetoric. After 4 years of refusing to hold Donald Trump accountable for his lies, conspiracy theories, and hateful rhetoric, Republicans passed up another chance to purge those forces from their ranks this Thursday when they overwhelmingly opposed Democrats' efforts to rebuke Georgia Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. The Red Republican insurgency is complaining that Democratic leaders are not only overreaching, but also setting a dangerous precedent in both punishing Greene and pursuing a doomed-to-fail impeachment trial for an ex-president in the Senate next week. But genuinely unprecedented events have forced Democrats to take action. Despite national outrage about Trump's undemocratic actions, only 10 House Republicans voted to impeach him last month. And most Republicans balked Thursday at punishing Greene for espousing the dangerous lies and violent rhetoric that threatened the future of their own party, with only 11 House Republicans joining Democrats in voting to kick Greene off her committees. Before being elected to Congress from Georgia, Greene compiled a long list of unhinged comments and social media posts, including endorsement of violence against and assassinations of top Democrats, 9/11 trutherism and denials of mass school shootings. For weeks, she has been unrepentant, at least until her fate was sealed Thursday, when she showed shades of contrition on the House floor, albeit her combative speech adopted many of the outlandish tropes of Trumpism. Paradoxically, by seeking to punish Trump and Greene, Democrats may actually be helping to perpetuate the cycle of victimhood and complaints about cancel culture that each uses to crank up the anger of their radical base. Greene has seized Trump's mantle by remaining defiant and insisting that she will never apologize for her mistakes in interviews and social media posts. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy called the move by Democrats to take away the Congresswoman's committee assignments a partisan power grab. Rather than taking full responsibility for her actions in her Thursday speech, Greene said the media that exposed her lies and lunacy is as bad as the QAnon conspiracy she espoused. She called Democrats, rather than Trump's rioters who invaded the Capitol on January 6th, a mob. Before the vote on Thursday, she tweeted, It's not just me they want to cancel. They want to cancel every Republican. Don't let the mob win. That's all the Trump playbook. Green is following a familiar playbook. Trump has long used the idea of victimhood as an anchor of his appeal to grassroots supporters who feel ostracized from the Washington establishment. In fact, one of the pillars of his defense in his Senate impeachment trial next week will be an argument that Democrats are trying to cancel his right of free speech, which he used to discredit a fair election and to send a mob to sack the Capitol. That's a message Green herself echoed with her mask on Thursday, which read, "Free speech." Green's loss of her committee assignments may actually give her an opportunity to portray her rebuke as the result of standing up to liberals and even establishment members of her own party. She has told her supporters she has raised at least $1.6 million United States dollars during the uproar over the past week. And she's now sure to become a star of right-wing conservative media and the Republican primary circuit, while establishing a template for how an extremist, conspiratorial outsider can swiftly gain fame and political power in only a few weeks in Washington. While just 11 House Republicans voted to remove Green from her committee assignments Thursday night, 61 voted the night before to remove Wyoming Republican Liz Cheney, the third-ranking member of the conference, from her leadership position over her vote to impeach Trump. Rather than showing contrition on the eve of the vote to oust her from House committees, Green told the Washington Examiner that in removing her from her assignments, Democrats don't even realize they're helping me. I'm pretty amazed at how dumb they are. She argued that the loss of her committee assignments would give her more time to help future candidates of her ilk in the 2022 terms, the midterms. She has said she hopes to keep driving the Republican Party further to the right in Trump's own image, telling the Examiner that Trump is sick and tired of weak Republicans that won't fight. Apparently, looking to score points as an outsider, she also called Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell Mr. Big Turtle and described McCarthy as all talk and no action in that interview. Republican strategist Rob Stutzman observes that the entire Marjorie Taylor Greene disaster has been a meteor headed directly at the GOP conference since she won her primary. She should have been put on the bench then, but the president liked her and liked the Q crazies because they liked him. GOP leadership needs to get on to cutting this craziness out of the party or it will proliferate. Think of Green as a virus. Forceful and decisive action has to be taken to prevent the spread. It's difficult to see majorities in either chamber in 2022 if this defines us. Republicans could have taken more forceful action to drive Green and her radical sentiments from their party at any time in the last few months, or over the past year when she was running for Congress. Instead, Green got a standing ovation from many in the House Republican conference meeting Wednesday night midweek last. Similarly, a majority of the House Red Republican insurgency voted not to certify President Joe Biden's election, relying on a fantasy of lies by Trump and ignoring his failure to produce any evidence of fraud. The former president on Thursday declined to answer for his seditious behavior, turning down a request by House impeachment managers to testify for his trial. Nevertheless, the vast majority of Republican senators will punt on casting judgment on the unprecedented insurrection incited by an outgoing president by taking refuge in the dubious claim that the trial is moot because he's a former president. They're charting their 2022 path here. The furor over Trump and Green shows that even with the ex-president out of office, most of the Washington red Republican insurgency is not willing to take issue with the radical fringe that festers among its most loyal supporters. They're Edomite voters, the voters for chaos, the chaos vote. By backing Green and refusing to take action against her reprehensible rhetoric, McCarthy has made clear that he believes the path to victory in the midterm election lies in the support of those who manage to keep extremist voters within their ranks. On Thursday, the former Ohio Republican Governor John Kasich said on CNN's The Situation Room that, in the House, I tell you what I think's going on. I think they're trying to play both sides. They don't want to aggravate the people who sort of sign up to QAnon and these conspiracy theories. They don't want to aggravate them, but they also want to win the majority. It's all a fight for power. McCarthy's approach also means that the hopes of establishment Republicans, especially in the Senate, that the end of Trump's presidency will lead to an ideological reset for the party are likely to be dashed, in the short term at the least. For many in the party, Trump's unrepentant departure after trying to tear democracy down with false claims of voter fraud and Green's rocket to fame as a Make America Great Again heroine are a nightmare scenario. The direction of the grand old party raises the question whether its endless quest to appease its most agitated base activists will yet again squander its support among more moderate voters in the suburbs where elections are won. On Thursday, South Dakota Republican Senator John Thune told CNN's Manu Rahu that I do think as a party we have to figure out what we stand for. And I think we've got to be a party of ideas and policies and principles and get away from members dabbling in conspiracy theories. I don't think that's a productive course of action or one that's going to lead to much prosperity politically in the future. So as establishment Republicans in the Senate fret at the pandemonium being unleashed by their House colleagues, Democrats are already making an aggressive effort to expose Green and her ilk as the authentic face of the red Republican insurgency. Democratic House Caucus Chairman Hakeem Jeffries so told CNN's Aaron Burnett on Thursday night that the House Republican Conference has been taken over by QAnon Caucus, the Crackpot Caucus, and the Conspiracy Caucus at the same time. The party of Lincoln is gone. The party of Reagan is gone. The party of John McCain is gone. This is now the party of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, I'm going to return to the attacks on Ocasio-Cortez. When I return, I'm going to ask our man Jameson Reese to take the stage. And let's see if he's there.
Oh, man, your timing is horrible.
Oh, my God, what happened? Are you okay?
No, I was just about to. I'm just in the middle of a game.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, holy shit. I'm sorry. Can you handle it?
Yeah. I'll. It's just, I'm probably.
Tell people how the game is going. Tell people how the game is going. I'll go mute, and you can keep them up to date on all that's going on, and I'll be back as soon as possible. Okay, about 10 minutes at the longest. Well, maybe you can. Do you need some time? What do you need?
No. I probably wasn't going to win that one anyway.
Okay.
All right. So.
All right. Thank you.
I got some stuff I can go into.
Great. great. Thank you. I'll go mute. I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the longest. Okay, bless you. Thank you.
So, there's something I've been wanting to know, and that's when we're supposed to get our next, stimulus checks. So, I actually came upon an article that went into that. Now, let me see if I can find it. Whoa, excuse me. Whoa, allergies. All right. Yeah, pay that no mind. Let me just see if I could find this. If not, I'm just gonna go with whatever article I just happen to pull up. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Yes. When will your third stimulus check arrive? Why the timeline has just sped up. There's a new date on the calendar to pass another COVID-19 stimulus package. Here's what that could mean for your next stimulus check. After the grueling months of stalls and clench-fisted negotiations over the second stimulus check, it may be hard to believe that a third stimulus check could be weeks away from approval. Why weeks? Why not days? That's so lame. On Friday, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she aims to pass the $1.9 trillion stimulus package in 2 weeks before handing the bill over to the Senate, where the controlling Democratic Party plans to shoulder through a vote without Republican backing. Would the bill beat the previous forecast date of March 14th? Absolutely, Pelosi said, without any question before then. Okay. A speedier timeline means a stimulus check for up to $1,400 per person could get out the door quicker, and perhaps with more important changes too. Underpinning the revised timeline is a call to target the stimulus check, which would restrict the number of people who ultimately receive it. The stipulation might suggest, alongside a new allotment of $1,400 for dependents of all ages. Well, that would be great. There may, however, still be hurdles and delays that would not be great. For example, the impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump, which starts February 9th, could potentially push back Biden's stimulus agenda. Why the fuck would that push back the stimulus agenda? That baffles me. There would also be the inevitable gap between approval of a $1,400 stimulus check and the time it lands in your bank account or mailbox. Below, we've mapped the possible dates your check could arrive, depending on your payment priority group, and have answers to other important questions like what happens if your third payment appears in the middle of the 2020 tax season. This story is frequently updated. New stimulus payment schedule, 2 possible timelines. Next week, we will be writing the legislation to create a path to final passage for the Biden American Rescue Plan so that we can finish our work before the end of February. Pelosi said February 5th, casting a new possible target date for when Congress may approve the bill and the $1,400 stimulus check to go with it. Calculate your potential total here. We've mapped out some hypothetical dates for 2 situations. If the bill were to pass before the end of February or by March 14th, a date when some existing benefits lapse, the chart below highlights when the IRS can potentially send the next stimulus check based on how quick the IRS processed and sent out the second stimulus payments. Note the checks for different payment groups. Direct deposit, physical cash, EIP cards may begin to show up at different times, and it could take weeks for people in a group to get all their funds. So Consider these dates a starting point only and read on for more details. We'll refresh these dates as the situations change in Washington. In other words, there's no fixed date. Stimulus check passes Congress. They have Friday, if it passes, by February 26th, it will be March 12th. If it's by March 1st, it will be March 14th. If it's by March 8th, it will be March 22nd. So are they basically telling us that we're not going to get any stimulus for the month of February? Yeah, man, that fucking blows. If it's March 15th, it will be March 29th. If it's March 22nd, it will be April 5th. If it's May 3rd, it will be May 3rd. Oh, wait. Never mind. I didn't even read what was corresponding. Oh, my gosh. This doesn't make any sense at all. All right. Stimulus check passes Congress Friday, February 26th. Friday, March 12th. Stimulus bill signed into law Monday, March 1st. Sunday, March 14th. No, this still doesn't make any sense. Well, I'm not even going to pay that any mind then. Folks, disregard that. That was just like whatever. This is an important question. Direct deposit recipients typically get their stimulus checks faster, as evidenced by the first two rounds. But there have been issues both times that saw deposits going to temporary accounts, which were rejected by banks. That is so lame. The IRS told CNET in January that some people who received a physical check or EIP card the first time may get paid by the other method the second time around. And anecdotally, we've heard a lot of people receive direct deposit payments the first time, finally getting an EIP card in the mail, and not electronic bank transfer, 2 weeks after the IRS tool said payment was issued. Our recommendation is to make sure you have direct deposit set up with the IRS as part of your 2020 tax return, if you ordinarily file taxes. We also suggest you attempt to file them quickly, so you're set with the most recent financial information. Why the fuck should that matter if you get the stimulus or not? I see what they're doing there. I see exactly what they're doing. The other groups loosely defined by us include Social Security beneficiaries who receive payments a different way the first time if they're part of SSI or SSDI programs, and people with more complex scenarios which could lead to potential issues or holdups receiving their money. People in different child support situations have been one example, and so have people who are incarcerated, as well as those with complex citizenship scenarios. How quickly could the IRS send out all the new stimulus checks? In fewer than 3 weeks from the date the second stimulus bill passed in December, the IRS Treasury sent about 147 million payments. That was a tremendously fast turnaround. Back in March, it took the IRS 19 days after the first stimulus bill passed for the check to the first check being issued. The December 27th stimulus package gave the IRS just 17 days total, including weekends, to legally send out the payments. Though some people have reported they received their EIP cards 2 weeks after the date the IRS tool said it had shipped. If you didn't get yours, you have to claim it as part of tax season 2020. So if you're someone who doesn't file taxes, that's where they get you.
Wow. Hey, you're handling it well. I really appreciate this, Jameson. You're really getting better with a lot of your narrative, and I think that's well, it helps me out enormously. So thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Forgive me, I just got a runny nose.
Oh, yes, thank you. I was worried about that. Have you caught a cold from all that
Yeah.
walk? Oh, shit. Jeez, why do you do this
Probably.
to yourself? Yes. Oh, my God. Of course, when you go to the ambulatory care clinic, you might expose yourself to something else, but you better do it. You better go, like you said, and I'm glad that you're staying up and preparing to do that. So do
I
update.
really want to take chances with this thing because last thing I want to find out is I have something like compartment syndrome, which which does seem to come with the territory if you have like the myoadenylate deaminase deficiency.
Holy shit.
So, yeah, I'm all sorts of fucked up. Yeah, there's the reason why I'm not bringing another life form into this world.
Well, I want you to keep us updated on your either privately in private message to myself, or certainly I think you should do that for all of us on your Facebook timeline. Just give us an update on how your trip goes and how your visit goes and what kind of diagnosis.
I'll be sure to let you guys know how many days I have left to live.
Probably a lot more than you want. Things being as ironic as they always are.
Honestly, I want to be immortal, but I just want to be able to not age, like to literally just be stuck in the same form I am right now, forever.
Well, you and I both, I can relate to that. I share the same kinds of desire. It's, of course, one of those things where we will have to count on technology's emergence in our lifetime. And we're fortunate that we live now where such a thing is possible. And even though I'm Damphier, or a quarter of Amphiardic, I still will ultimately age as time goes on. And of course, we'll seek to reverse that as you do. So we share that objective, and I can, empathize. So we're, aside from all of that, I wanted to go to the chat room and thank you for what you wrote. You wrote, expect nothing less from politics other than dysfunction and inconsistency, after which you assured me the sound was clear. Then Veronica Barrera entered a lot of hearts. So, muchas gracias, señora. And Archie Roku arrived and said, love and blessings to you, Doug, and all of Team Dietrich. Looking forward to catching up on the show later, with a thumbs up and saying, hey, Derek, get rid of the Dodge and keep the Honda as your daily. Nothing better than an old school Civic. So yes, I agree with that. I'm sure Derek does as well. And Derek is hopefully sleeping at the moment. I don't want to wake him up by saying his name. And yes, that's right. That would be cruel. And as for otherwise, was there anything else you wanted to bring up before I go back into monologue?
Nope. I just now that I read this article, I am just morbidly depressed because I blew all my fucking money.
Oh, right. You mean the where they're offering stimulus and how they're going to fuck us over with the $1,400 check and all that, and I had to blow all my money too, and so did Derek. Derek had to spend on his car. I had to get a new computer. What was your burden? Or dare I ask?
Boy. It's my primary vice and food, junk food, like a lot of junk food. I should be dead with the diet I have, but
my son called up the other day because we're preparing for the Valentine's Day, President's Day weekend, and of course, just to remind people, the next transmission will be my last prior the new year. It will be the last transmission of the year by Asian reckoning, Asian Lunar New Year. Eve Day will be Thursday the 11th. So Wednesday's transmission will be the last transmission of the year of the, and fuck me if I don't remember what this last year was, but we're entering the year of the ox, which of course was, if I remember correctly, the year of both Mao Zedong and Adolf Hitler. I think we're both born in the year of the ox. So we're heading into the metal ox, specifically the metal elemental ox. Metal ox, which means really relentless, charging. Yes, we'll see if we enter a bull market. And we have a, definitely have, how would I say this? Anyhow, so he wound up calling me while I was eating a jelly donut, thinking about, junk food indulgences like Jameson was bringing up. And he started, really ragging on me like I'm diabetic or something, which I just really didn't get. And I told him, sometimes I have to reverse the role and play the role of father myself. And I told him, I myself, I really can't believe some of the things I see you put inside your mouth. And I don't mean just dick. It's like, this is like, who is he to suddenly come on me? Anyhow, I love him dearly, and I'm glad he cares. But it was just such a strange thing to suddenly harp on. And, I guess he's really concerned for just the richness of the diet. Of course, when he sees me intake the blood, that is a very rich diet. And that's actually responsible for much of my tooth decay in terms of the blood intake. It's that rich. And so I guess that could be a vampire joke, right? My teeth got so dull that I had to give up drinking. Everybody, drum roll.
I'm an ox.
You are an ox. Holy shit, it's your year. Congratulations.
Yeah. It's my year, and so far it sucks.
It hasn't started yet. It hasn't started yet. It's not going to start until the 12th. It won't be the year of the ox till the 12th. The 11th, Thursday, will be the New Year Eve day, and Friday will be the day we enter the year of the ox, and it'll take a 2-week process, 2-week transition. And but I'm happy for you. You should celebrate. Whatever you do, we don't want you to overdose.
Well, my celebrations, I don't know how to celebrate, honestly. That's actually kind of sad. I don't know how to celebrate.
Well, you do in your own way, I'm sure. And at any rate, you have us as your extended family, of course, and I'm sure we'll have something to celebrate when we get a update on your diagnoses of when you return from the urgent care clinic, or is it what do they call that? Ambulatory care, urgent care. They've got
urgent care. Yeah, it's urgent care.
Yeah, here in California, it's called ambulatory care, meaning you can actually walk in of your own accord and power and on your own 2 feet, and therefore you're ambulatory.
Hopefully they don't cut my leg off.
I don't foresee that. I don't intuit that would happen. I know it's easy to worry about these things. I know how you feel. It's like, but if that did happen, wouldn't that get you like a higher rate of disability than you have now, potentially?
If that did happen, I would probably overdose myself to death, knowing that I can never do the one thing that lets me release anger, which is walk.
Well, wait a second. People walk with peg legs. People have walked with peg legs for centuries.
Yeah, but you see, I'm one of those people who, when I suffer, I want. It's like if I endure that, I would want everyone else to have their legs chopped off.
Well, I know what it's like to just have something, to have something like that happen is something you don't want. It's like that's how I was with my teeth. I've worked hard to keep my teeth. And so, it's like that. We shouldn't try to lose things if we don't have to. So, anyhow,
I do not want to lose anything I have.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I'm going to go back into monologue. Love you dearly. Say goodnight to all our listeners for now.
All right, good night, folks.
Yes, and thank you so much. All right. In terms of one of the things that shocked me was I had a dear friend of mine who actually related to me these attacks against the woman who I've been defending throughout tonight's arc of narrative, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And this is something that I hope Crystal River listens to and very much will appreciate her listening to this, because this is something that will go into the territory that I feel she'll appreciate. It will bring us into what women are constantly suffering as attacks on their character whenever they try to bring up aspects of trauma, as was experienced by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. So it's all about tracking viral misinformation. And I'll ask their permission first before I bring up their names. And but a friend of mine who's normally quite astute comes up to me and is regurgitating all this vile crap about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, that she wasn't at the Capitol building during the storming of the Capitol, that she was making all this op-ed read for sympathy. And now this is beneath disgusting, because no, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez did not make up her Capitol riots experience. Now, since the representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the New York Democratress, took to Instagram Live on the Monday following the weekend after the January 6th riot, was like when she was relating what it was like from inside the Capitol complex. There have been critics claiming she wasn't where she said she was, or that she couldn't have experienced what she described from her location. All these claims are false. Well, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez was not in the main domed Capitol building when the rioters breached it. She never said she was. She accurately described being in the Cannon House office building, which is part of the Capitol complex and is connected to the main building by tunnels. In her live stream, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez recalled hiding in a bathroom and thinking she was going to die as unknown people entered her office and shouted, "Where is she?" They turned out to be Capitol police officers who had not clearly identified themselves, and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez said so on Instagram. She did not claim that they were rioters, only that from her hiding spot she initially thought they were. During the riot, reporters wrote on Twitter that the Cannon building was being evacuated because of credible threats, and that Capitol police officers were running through the hallways and entering offices, just as Ms. Ocasio-Cortez described. The false claims about her statements have since spread widely online, much of the backlash stemming from an article on the conservative-personated reactionary Red State blog, and a live stream from the right-wing commentator Steven Crowder. Now, on Thursday of that first week of Yester Menses last month, Representative Nancy Mace, Republican of South Carolina, tweeted, "I'm 2 doors down from at AOC and no insurrectionists stormed our hallway." But Ms. Ocasio-Cortez never said insurrectionists had stormed that hallway, and Ms. Mace herself has described being frightened enough to barricade her own fucking door. A spokeswoman for Ms. Mace
then said on the Friday into the weekend of that first full week of last month that the Congresswoman's tweet had been intended as an indictment of the media for reporting there were insurrectionists in our hallway when in fact there were not, and that it was not at all directed at Ocasio-Cortez. In response to Miss Mace's post, Miss Ocasio-Cortez tweeted that as the Capitol complex was stormed and people were being killed, none of us knew in the moment what areas were compromised. And a spokeswoman for Ms. Ocasio-Cortez told myself that the lawmaker had no additional comment, nor is one really needed. Others have corroborated Ms. Ocasio-Cortez's account and confirmed that the Canon building was threatened, even though the rioters did not ultimately breach it. Now, Arie Robinhaft, a deputy manager for Senator Bernie Sanders' 2020 presidential campaign, tweeted that he was in the Capitol tunnels during the attack. As Mr. Robinhaft moved toward the Canon building, he wrote, members of a SWAT team yelled at him to find a hiding place. And Representative Katie Porter, Democrat from my own California, went on record via the MSNBC that after the Canon building was evacuated, she and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez both sheltered in Ms. Porter's office in another building. She said Ms. Ocasio-Cortez was clearly terrified, opening closets to try to find hiding places and wishing aloud that she had worn flats instead of heels in case she had to run. Now, this brings us to a response to AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's revelations about what took place the day of the insurrection itself. Know this much. January 6th, 2021 must stay with the Republican cult forever, a brand upon their filthy foreheads, to forever shame and disgrace their corrupted minds. I'm not sure there be many who would deny that overall the American people have short attention spans. Considering how we already seem to have moved on as a nation from the fact that the President of the United States incited a violent mob on January 6th to storm their Capitol in a last fleeting attempt to retain all power, I'm not sure there's a lot out there that can really get us to stop, think, and actually reflect upon the gravity of a certain event or reality. On Instagram Live, however, none other than Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez managed to draw our attention back to what took place that day and the ramifications not only on herself personally, but the country overall. In recalling her experience and what happened to her personally on January 6th, AOC described in detail how she genuinely thought she was going to die. She described hiding in the bathroom, second-guessing her decision to hide there, and getting ready to go hide in the closet instead when she realized that whoever was trying to get inside her office had already succeeded. And retreating back into the bathroom, she hid behind the door, hearing repetitive yells of, "Where is she?" And back pressed against the wall with the door concealing her. That was the moment AOC told those watching that she thought it was over for her. And becoming visibly affected by describing what happened to her, she has gone on to describe how she lost all sense of time and had no idea how long she was actually hiding from the person yelling, who ended up being a Capitol police officer that had not identified himself. Like a fucking idiot. Eventually, AOC began to tear up and said she remembered thinking that if this was how it ended for her, she was okay with it because she had fulfilled her purpose. She looked through the door hinge, watched a white man in a beanie open the door to her personal office, and said she had never been quieter in her entire life. AOC's staffer, who told her it was okay to come out later, told her after they had realized it was a Capitol police officer that he hadn't been sure if the officer was there to help them or hurt them either, because everyone knew you could not trust the white Capitol police. None of them who were white you could not trust. Not her words, but mine. But she obviously knew such, as did her aide. The officer screamed at them to leave the building and go to another building she did not name, not giving her listeners, her viewers, any specific location within it. And now, in the aftermath, AOC and others who have demanded those who helped to incite this event be held accountable have been mocked, called hysterical, and even been told to apologize. Perhaps the most powerful moment of her entire recollection was when AOC came forward and told her audience that she was a victim of sexual assault when she was younger. And crying, she said, trauma compounds on each other, and went on to add that the tactics of denial and minimization members of the Red Republican cult insurgency are deploying to downplay the events of January 6th are the tactics of abusers. Considering the threats of violence and sexual violence that AOC has dealt with on a near constant basis since she entered the national stage, coupled with everything that was happening around her, can anyone really be surprised that she is taking this personally? Frankly, we all should be. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is explaining something about trauma. We should listen. It was on Monday opening this last work week. The night thereof, the representative, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, has been prompted by so many Republican attacks to tell a story about the trauma we knew about and the one we did not. And during an emotional Instagram live, which has now been viewed 3.6 million times, Ocasio-Cortez said the fear she experienced in the Capitol riot last month was amplified by a previous trauma she had never spoken about publicly: sexual assault. And with her voice cracking and her eyes tearing and her hands clasped, she revealed she hadn't told many people that in my life, but when we go through trauma, trauma compounds on each other. After her harrowing account of how she hid from a violent mob on January 6th, Ocasio-Cortez received an outpouring of support from colleagues and other survivors who saw themselves in her story. But still, we had those cultic critics deriding her and claiming she was weaponizing trauma for political gain. Journalist, I can't even call him that. The trash peddler, Michael Tracy, accused her of emotional manipulation. All trauma experts concur Ocasio-Cortez's reaction is normal and expected, and her account aligns with what science proves happens to a mind and body under extreme forms of stress. When someone has a history of trauma, a new traumatic event, even if it's a different type of trauma, can reactivate similar feelings. It's likely, per all expertise on the matter, that Ocasio-Cortez's experience with sexual assault intensified what she endured at the Capitol. Per clinical psychologist Seth Gillihan, trauma doesn't speak in words. Trauma isn't processing sexual assault or capital assault. What it's processing is an overwhelming sense of danger, of feeling powerless, feeling my life is out of my hands. From an outsider's perspective, the sources look different, but inside our bodies and minds, it's exactly the same message. It's not triggering trauma, it's trauma overlaid on trauma. Trauma doesn't recognize time. What often happens for trauma survivors is things are put to rest, but in a new event, at a neurobiological level, a new trauma can activate those traumatic associations and bring them all flooding back. It can happen in an instant. It's sad that for predictable political reasons, someone divulging traumatic events would provoke invalidation and hatred. Wouldn't it be nice if we could all do just the opposite? Support each other in these things? We're all going to go through trauma at some point. We need to be there for each other as much as we can. That was the quote from clinical psychologist Seth Gillihan. Trauma compounds trauma. A trauma response occurs when we need to protect ourselves physically and emotionally from an overwhelming experience that is more than our nervous system is able to digest at once. Emily Sachs, a clinical psychologist who specializes in trauma, has attested that the basic definition of being traumatized starts with exposure to something that causes extreme fear, helplessness, or horror, and then results in a number of symptoms or experiences that can unfold over time. Women are historically much easier to disbelieve and discount because of their marginalization. It's low-hanging fruit to say she's lying or exaggerating. Then we don't have to reckon with what kind of true disaster just happened. Though there are many different ways to be traumatized, our body has a single stress response system. If the original trauma was a natural disaster and the second was a car accident, the car accident is going to bring up the same feelings, even if outwardly it looks like an entirely different event. Though Ocasio-Cortez did not elaborate on the details of her assault or comment further, experts conclude her feelings may be more closely linked given that both traumas were intrapersonal. Jennifer Gomez, a psychology professores at Wayne State University, confirms that sexual assault, in her own words, which I will quote at length and verbatim, is a violation that taketh their power away. The insurrection also is very deliberately and explicitly taking power away, with harm directed at specific targets, like women of color, more than others, like white men. AOC and all the many others who have experienced violence is reacting normally to extreme events. The links between sexual assault and the insurrection in particular are profound. Trauma is hard to grapple with. It is difficult to hold in our minds that we live in a world depraved enough for rape and violence to be as common as it is. It can be easier to deny that reality, perhaps especially for people who are far less likely to ever experience such traumas, such as white, straight, rich, cis men. By cis men, Jennifer Gomez is referencing CIS, meaning cisgendered, men who are so wrapped up in their own gender identity as masculine that they are toxic in their manifestation of their masculinity. Straight, heterosexual, cisgendered men. Abusers demand silence. This is returning to the words of Jennifer Gomez. Abusers demand silence. The trouble is such a silence mandate is crazy-making for people who experience the violence and who see the world for what it is, a place that includes such violence just as much as it includes joy. The assault on the Capitol was a potentially life-threatening attack, a trauma compounded by Ocasio-Cortez's experience with sexual assault and made all the more terrifying by the death threats she has received since she was elected to Congress. Trauma survivors cannot simply forget. Ocasio-Cortez said she shared her experience at the riot in such vivid detail because she was frustrated by attempts to minimize what happened. In an interview about the Capitol riot with Fox News last month, Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican from Texas, said, "I think it's time to move on." In her video, Ocasio-Cortez said, "They're trying to tell us to forget about what happened. They're trying to tell us that it wasn't any big deal," without confronting the extreme damage, physical harm, loss of life, and trauma that was inflicted. Trauma leaves traces on the brain and associations of danger, uncontrollability, and unpredictability that can last a lifetime. Some trauma reactions show up right away, while others show up months or years later. Some survivors find themselves triggered by things that are not objectively considered even dangerous, but that remind them of the past. And others, like Ocasio-Cortez, find old traumas reactivated by new traumatic experiences. These stories are all too often always dismissed as a form of self-protection. Experts agree people will go to great psychological lengths to create distance between themselves and someone else who has experienced something violent or painful. Sometimes it looks like victim blaming. She's overreacting, people say, or she brought this upon herself. Experts say Ocasio-Cortez's gender is likely influencing reaction to her emotional disclosures. It's much easier to suggest Ocasio-Cortez is fragile, oversensitive, or even politically motivated than it is to accept the horror of what happened to her. Ocasio-Cortez likened these denials to the behavior of abusers. All experts agree and conclude denial and victim blaming are common tactics abusers use. The secondary trauma? Being disbelieved. For trauma survivors, support from others is a crucial part of recovery. When a survivor is not supported after a traumatic incident, that creates secondary trauma. Reactions of others who don't believe survivors or who downplay the seriousness of a traumatic event has a devastating effect. And this is why watching the Capitol riot was so triggering for some women. When an overwhelmingly white male mob rampaged the Capitol yestermensis, armed with guns and zip ties, attacking police with metal pipes and erecting a gallows, the nation reeled in horror. But amid the rage and shouting, the offensive t-shirts and bare-chested bravado, many women all saw something too familiar. It wasn't just masculinity, or entitlement, or supremacy. All experts caution against writing off the male rioters as aberrations. A lot of what these men were expressing is an extreme, they say, but it can be useful to look at extreme elements of social movements for insight into pressures at the center. Kristen Barber, a sociology professores at Southern Illinois University in Carbondale, and editors herself of the journal Men and Masculinities, professionally attests that it was all of it altogether that made the Capitol attack possible and often allowed us to overlook the quieter attacks on our everyday lives. To quote the doctoress Kristen Barber at length, watching these images are triggering for people who experience the everyday violence of white male supremacy, whether that's black men who are patrolled by white police officers on the street or women who feel threatened by white men in their spaces on a daily basis. It's a reminder of the everyday stresses that come with living in a world that's shaped by white masculinity, and that your wellness comes second to their expressions of dominance, which they see as their divine birthright. To continue with her quote, she says, "When I watch politicians say, 'This is not who we are,' I think this is absolutely who we are. To think that this is not who we are is to be ahistorical. This is white male supremacy as it always has been. It's important to not hold those men up as anomalies, but as symptoms of a larger cultural illness." Experts concur demonstrations of toxic white masculinity have mental health impacts on everyone, but especially women, and can create stress, anxiety, and trauma. These displays remind us the threat of violence always looms. About 1 in 4 women have experienced sexual violence, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner during their lifetime. This is according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and approximately 1 in 5 women in these United States has experienced a completed or attempted rape. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, 75% of violent incidents involve male offenders. This brings us to a collective and individual trauma response. Research proves everyday sexism is linked to post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms in women. What some women experienced that midweek Wednesday in the first full week of Yestermenses was collective and individual trauma and re-traumatization. Re-traumatization, all experts agree, regardless of whether they've experienced male violence directly or not. It's why women try not to walk alone in the dark, no matter whether they've grown up without ever being scratched or grew up on the streets. To quotist Deborah Molin, a psychology professoress at Texas Women's University, at length and verbatim, "We can have physiological responses. After the riot, one of my former students told me she couldn't get out of bed. I've heard lots of accounts of women I know who have been uncontrollably crying. I've read several accounts of people who vomited. They were so upset and distressed by what they were witnessing. What we're seeing is a reaction to the ways that people of color, women of color, and women more broadly have been pushing against the scripts of masculinity for a long time. And I think that's extraordinarily threatening to the people who descended on the Capitol and felt so emboldened to deface it. This is performative masculinity. While a minority of white women participated in the Capitol riot, and 2 died quite deservedly, many women watching from afar did not see any single man defending the country, other than one black man, Eugene Goodman, who took the motherfuckers on a wild goose chase to try to lynch his black ass. What they saw instead, as all experts concur in analysis, were otherwise men who felt entitled to defend their dominant place in the American empire. The riot, the midweek riot of the first full week of last month, happened in the midst of major cultural, political, and demographic shifts. A record number of women now serve in Congress. Experts say it's likely no coincidence rioters took pictures in Pelosi's office rather than in Senator Chuck Schumer's. Right before the mob began its rampage, President Donald Trump told his supporters, "You have to show strength, and you have to be strong." Jackson Katz, an expert on masculinity and gender violence, has confirmed that Trump called upon men to perform their masculinity, to demonstrate power, himself concluding that a national conversation is needed on the psychological and emotional toll outdated notions of masculinity have on society. To quote his T, the whole thing was a performance. It's all about, I'm a man, and our country needs men who are tough enough and strong enough to defend it. Being a strong man in the 21st century, to me, and being a strong white man, is not trying to hold back the tides of history. It's trying to adapt and evolve and redefine strength, resilience, physical and mental health. On Tuesday, as dated the 12th day of Yestermenses, Trump's former chief of staff, John Kelly, a retired 4-star Marine general who served as Trump's top aide before his resignation in 2019, said that his former boss can't admit to making a mistake because his manhood is at issue here. I don't understand it, although I had to deal with it every day. If you are a survivor of sexual assault, the organization known as RAIN, the largest organization which deals with these issues, RAINN, which I have brought up in the past as very much an organization to support. RAINN, Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, is an American nonprofit anti-sexual assault organization, the largest in the United States. Make certain that if you have been a victim and you need help, you give them a call. They offer support through the National Sexual Assault Hotline at 800, that's an 800 number, it is free. That's 1-800-656-HOPE, HOPE, which numbers out as 4673. HOPE equals 4673. The number is 1800-656-4673. And, of course, you can contact them online as well. Their phone number again, 1-800-656-HOPE. That's 1800-656-4673. Online, it's online.rainn.org. Online.rainn.org. If you or someone you know may be struggling with suicidal thoughts, you can call the United States National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK. That's 800, again, a free call, no charge, 273-TALK. That number's out as 8255. Once again, that's 1-800-273-8255. 1800-273-8255, any time of day or night, or chat online. The crisis text line provides free 24/7 confidential support when you dial 741-741. That's 741-741. The Red Republican cult insurgency can never, ever be allowed to live the events of January 6th down. For as long as the Republican cult remains an organization within American politics, what happened that day has to stay with them. They own it. Representative Katie Porter recalled when AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, eventually came to her office after the ordeal she went through with Capitol Police. Completely shaken, Congresswoman Porter attempted to calm her down, said she was a mom, and assured her that she had enough food there to last them a month if need be. AOC's response was that she hoped she lived to become a mother. There is no unity, no healing with the people or lawmakers who caused that. This was bigger than monkey fuck Donald Trump and his desperation to remain in power in the days leading up to the end of his filthy presidency. This is about Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Mo Brooks, Josh Hawley, Ted Cruz, and every other fucked up lawmaker who went along with the president's efforts because they knew that every single person Donald Trump managed to enrage and rile up was their potential voter. This is about elected officials who put the lives of their fellow lawmakers in jeopardy because they wanted some cheap points for their upcoming electoral ambitions. Impeaching the president is not enough. Every single lawmaker who took part in the rhetoric and incitements that led up to the riot must be forever removed from office. Of course, this is about far more than just AOC and what happened to her personally. For the sake of preserving whatever we have left of our democracy, and in order to prevent a hostile, authoritarian, right-wing takeover from ever occurring, everyone who aided and abetted those responsible should never be allowed to walk the halls of power ever again. Donald Trump himself could just melt away, like he once said the coronavirus would. Donald Trump followed Senator Joseph McCarthy's How to Be a Demagogue playbook to the letter about, well, all throughout his shocking rise to power and stormy 4-year presidency. Now, with the Senate set to launch his third impeachment trial, or triumph for conviction resultant his second, however it rolls out, Trump should take one more lesson from McCarthy. The red-baiting lawmaker vowed to fight on after the political establishment shunned him in 1954, and his millions of boosters were ready to rally yet again, but instead the seemingly shameless Republican from Wisconsin quietly decamped in a way that helped the nation heal. Trump's debt to Low Blow Joe was apparent from the first. In lieu of solutions, the former president, like the senator, pointed fingers. Attacked, both bullies aimed wrecking balls at their assailants. When one charge against a manufactured enemy was exposed as specious, they lobbed fresh bombshells. Each made his name into a ubiquitous brand. Neither had any master plan other than accruing and hanging onto power. Both astounded the world and themselves by rising as far and fast as they did. Candidate Trump bragged to supporters in 2016 that I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters. 62 years earlier, polling pioneer George Gallup, whom the Gallup poll is named after, offered an eerily similar forecast about Joe McCarthy's minions, saying that even if it were known that McCarthy had killed 5 innocent children, they would probably still go along with him. The connection between the twain is more than hypothetical. The flesh and blood link was Roy Marcus Cohn, that ingenious and imperious attorney from New York. In the 1970s, an aging Roy Cohn taught the fledgling Trump the lessons he had learned a quarter century before from his own then boss, McCarthy. How to slander opponents and contrive grand conspiracies. Trump has celebrated his connections with Cohn, although never, ever with McCarthy. McCarthy gripped the public's imagination for precisely as long as Trump, a full 4 years. At the start of 1954, the anti-communist senators' favorability ratings were higher than the anti-immigrant presidents ever were, with a full 50% of Americans saying he was doing a good job, and his name implanted in public discussion an ism that became synonymous with reckless accusation and guilt by association. But then McCarthy put in his crosshairs an enemy too big to bully, the mighty United States Army he had once himself been a part of. And this was, of course, that same junta that had propagandized itself into the hearts and minds of the American public as the most stout-hearted and sacrosanct institution in America. The army of Michael Aquino and the daycare centers which processed 100,000 children a day, that I witnessed myself to be nothing more than a meat grinder in pedophilia, and one which had promoted itself as just having waged a lethal war on the Korean Peninsula against communists in the day of Tail Gunner Joe, as McCarthy was known because he had been a tail gunner on a bomber over Europe in the days of the American Army Air Corps. By the end of the Senate's famous Army McCarthy hearings, wherein the Army had character assassinated Joe McCarthy and, having destroyed, incinerated his documents of service, claimed he had never been in the air, the senator's popularity had sunk to 34%, which is almost exactly where today's polls put Donald Trump. That December, the Senate finally summoned the backbone to condemn its rogue colleague, McCarthy himself was unbowed, branding the Congressional Tribunal a circus, pledging to get back to the real work of digging out communism, and even talking about running for president. But he didn't. It was partly that he wasn't well. He'd been in and out of Bethesda Naval Hospital for a bad back, aching elbow, wrenched knee, herniated diaphragm, painful gallstone, bleeding gums, obstructed sinuses, throbbing headaches and hemorrhoids, sore feet and a scarred liver. His medical records reveal one more malady that mounted alongside his political woes and likely exacerbated his physical ones: substance abuse. He was a drinking man in a drinking town. By the middle of 1956, a year before he died, McCarthy confided to doctors that his alcoholic intake is 3 highballs daily. A neurologist wrote, "Patient has been recovering from acute hallucinosis and delirium." There was more, however, to this last closing chapter of the senator's saga. He realized it wasn't just a censure vote that he'd lost. His assaults on Dwight D. Eisenhower's White House ensured he'd be shunned not just there, but at the Army, the State Department, the FBI, and even the post office. Newspapers banished him to page 25, next to the corset ads, or wrote him out entirely. So did his Senate colleagues, being subjected to a punishment so extreme that it had been meted out just 5 times in that chamber's 165 years to that point, meant trading in the badge of the outlier, which McCarthy had proudly worn from his first days in office, for the stigmata of the shunned that made him the butt of even the president's jokes. So while he remained a U.S. Senator, he did so softly enough that few noticed him anymore. And while he publicly insisted he'd run for re-election back in Wisconsin, he confided to a companion, "Gene and I have enough money for a small cattle spread in Arizona. I might open a little law office for friends and neighbors with my books and degree right on the place." Is there a chance that Trump might likewise just melt away? It seems inconceivable, but it did for McCarthy too, who also coveted the spotlight and continued to inspire tens of millions of true believers. What is clear is that the rogue ex-president has already taken matters several steps further than the outlaw senator ever did. McCarthy fought hard and dirty to win offices for himself and his allies, yet when either lost, he accepted the results. And while he delighted in riling up his unflinching disciples, he stopped short of inciting insurrection. If the former president continues according to form, there is one outcome that seems certain. He will displace McCarthy as America's archetypal demagogue, and McCarthyism will be replaced in the American lexicon by an ever more unnerving doctrine, Trumpism. And to be called a Trumpist in the future will bear the onerous onus that being called a McCarthyite did from the 1950s through today. Now, let's check the live stream. and I can't believe how much time we still have left. An hour and a half. No one's entering anything new, though I'm grateful for what they entered before. And I guess in the hour and a half remaining, I can touch upon some subjects I was going to touch upon. I guess one of the few things that I'll have to do first is remind everybody about the GoFundMe. And of course, I'll go back to Messenger so I can access the link to my own GoFundMe. And here we are. There we are. Now let me see if I can grab that up there. Now, in terms of, yes, Google Docs. This is where I can grab that blurb written by the lovely Selina Khan. Okay, let me take this further down. Searching the blurb out. Okay, everyone is welcome to interact and chat. Always good to have that interaction. Now, here's what Selina Khan wrote. English is a second language for her. This is always priceless to me, and I always paraphrase it as best as possible. Forever grateful I am to everyone for their donations and contributions. Words simply cannot describe my appreciation/gratitude. But I just wanted to emphasize a little bit about my GoFundMe. As everyone knows by now, the cause of my GoFundMe campaign is that I do need and must change my current YouTube recording studio setting, as in the computer, the headset and recording devices, lighting fixtures, soundproofing my room, so on and so forth. Presenting 2 nights a week live transmission to you, all my beautiful lovers out there, oh, she's so precious in what she writes, from my city to all around the world, is the only life that I have. Again, I always roll my eyes at this point and whisper under my breath, God forbid. And you are all my true motivation for my work. I would be no one without all of you by my side, from the closest to the farthest. However, many years of use, all my studio equipment is beyond obsolete now. Therefore, I have created this GoFundMe fundraising account for donations to update my studio, and this campaign has a time limitation. In my case, my GoFundMe campaign, named Urgent Contribution, will expire in March of this year. At this point, I urge everyone, please become a contributing member of my mission, my work that I do as a public informant to bring truth to this world, to those who are seeking truth. Again, to everyone, I am in dire need of my studio equipment. Please contribute. Donate between now and March. My blessings be unto all. And from the more practical perspective, as writ upon my GoFundMe, could have been improved, but I never put the energy into it. Impacted by both mechanical and psychological injuries that be catastrophically chronic in nature, I am enrolled in the 250% Working Disabled program, wherein disabled individuals are required by law to work so long as our income is maintained at less than 250% above the federal poverty level, to thereby become eligible for Medi-Cal via paying monthly premiums based on net countable income until the age of 65. In other words, I'm required to work until the age of 65, and this enables me to receive the constant medical care I conditionally require to functionally survive. And I meet the 250% WDP, or Working Disabled Program, requirements in turn by hosting this bandwidth transmission program, Critical Omissions. So to continue my work by which to literally maintain my very life, I must establish a professional grade in-home studio with the latest equipment to meet technological quality standards that will be adaptable to emergent systems technologies as they come online. therefore, do join in, and it will be, of course, appreciated beyond my ability to express. I've got 2 comments here. And, of course, Stephen Myers said 2 months ago, always with you, DD, though wonderful Initié said, I donated because Douglas Dietrich helps spread awareness, and he has taught me so much over the years. I would like him to be able to continue transmitting with all the necessary equipment. His selfless service to humanity can never be repaid. Oh, God bless her. Okay. And hugs to Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother. And with that, of course, we can return to some arc of narrative. My voice is pretty much fucking shot. I'm not quite sure we can. And anyhow, let me refresh myself a bit. You get to hear me drink. God. I'll start in on the alcohol soon enough. Oh, and Amor Fati says, hello, Douglas. God bless. Provides a heart. Thank you so much. Hugs. I don't know what gender Amor Fati is, so hugs or kisses, whichever be apropos. They say, what a great transmission, Douglas. Thank you so much. I deeply appreciate that. And I will try and continue to burn bandwidth. He says, could you speak more of Mexico and Canada in context of North American politics, economy, culture, strategic partnerships? I would like to hear more of Mexico. Mexico's going through very hard times right now. They have they're very impacted by the COVID-19, and obviously, Mexico deserves a lot more attention. Canada does as well, of course, and I've spoken of Canada quite a bit in the past. And everyone, do maintain Maria Michaela Grigorich in your thoughts and prayers. She seems to have disappeared, so I pray she's doing as well as can be, and certainly I'll do my best to try and address something about Mexico. I know that there's been a lot going on lately, and more than I can do justice to. I might even have to save that for next transmission to go into for a little bit. But let me take a look online at what in particular is going on in Mexico that I might be able to provide some analysis on. Of course, the first thing that comes up is Mexican food near you. From what I'm seeing right now, it looks like Mexico's vaccine program has pretty much had if this were a rocket, it's something that blew up on launch pad. It's like an abortive launch. This has not been going well down there, south of the border. I can't believe this. There's this cunt who was charged in the U.S. Capitol riot who asked the judge if she could take her vacation down in Mexico, and he's given the go-ahead to do it. I was just laughing whenever I read that because I couldn't believe that anyone would ever allow her to do this. She's not going to be heard from again. She's going to go via Mexico back into the States under some kind of assumed alias, no doubt. But this will be her chance to escape. And just like they gave to that little bastard I was talking about at the beginning of transmission. And Jameson says, that's good. Oh, why is that? Just to get her out of here? Just to get her out of the United States? He says, one less dumbass alive. I do hope she dies down there. Now, I'm also seeing here that migrant women were sent to Mexico without birth certificates for their U.S.-born children, so they wouldn't be able to prove that their children were American citizens. Okay, this is another Trumpwellian tactic that, of course, just generates no end of irritation. This is like, and as Mexico is reopening its economy, I'm seeing here the crematorium is busier than ever. Death is working overtime in Mexico right now. I can see that. This is alarming. All of this is alarming. Obviously, Mexico doesn't deserve this. Life was hard enough already. There's our man, Jameson. Yes, do come on. And, it's Peter Moon. Peter. Oh, do join us. That is Peter, right?
Yeah. No, this is me.
Oh, okay,
Jameson.
cool. Yes, so there you are. It sounded like Peter because that's usually what he does. He turns off the mute and he goes on the keyboard. Yes. I can't really speak to Mexico right now, and I'll try and make up for it. But I do appreciate this wonderful individual who's asking about it, and it's something I'll have to digest a little bit more about to respond to. Amor Fadi is saying, I am from Tijuana, San Angeles, and of course that's deeply appreciated. Mexico's president has been a complete failure against the pandemic, incompetent to such a degree, I would say it is an almost corrupt level of incompetence. And he says, speak to how Mexico can be good for North America. And good to you too, Douglas. Gosh, don't tempt me. Yes, I know. God, I'd like to go back. I've been down there a few times and never long enough. And unfortunately, the times that I was down there, I was dealing with something that demanded immediate attention and really couldn't enjoy what I wanted to, which was a more relaxed time down there. I never saw the areas that I wanted to see, which would be the beach areas, the really pleasant areas. I was in the Mexico City, of course, which is just has its issues, and it at least seems a little cleaner these days from what I can see of it than it was before. When I was down there, it wasn't that long ago, so it wasn't as bad as it had been in the old days. But definitely, thank you for bringing it up. A lot of memories there, and I really should brush up on my Espanol. God knows. I'd had dreams of resettling down there, even thought about that at points in the past. I'm sorry, so I'll get into it again in the future soon. More Fati, thank you. What about it, Jameson? You were also talking about, I'm sorry, what was it before I went on that kind of memory, that trip down memory lane? What was it we were talking about, you and I?
Yeah, you had, I think you were, you were talking about the political stuff with the Republican Party and. No,
I meant you and me. What were we talking about? You came on for a little while and you were talking about. I thought you were Peter Moon because you were keyboarding with, you were off mute and you were keyboarding, which is something he always does, kind of like passive aggressive and.
No, I only went on because you had called me on, right?
Oh, I was kind of like checking if you were there. And what we can do is we can check to see if our man George Knight is around. Amor Fadi says, I care very much for you and your well-being. We all love and care about you, Douglas. God bless you. I love you too. I love you too. Thank you. That's so wonderful. That's delightful. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And Amor Fadi, I hope you and yours have a wonderful Asian Lunar New Year. I know there's Chinatowns in Mexico, and there are Chinese people who grow up in Mexico speaking Espanol. Let's check in with our man George Knight and see if he's there. And yeah, I was kind of probing for you, Jameson, but I was just, it was just more out of curiosity if I could get you on stage with me just so I could buy myself some time because my throat is shot. No cold or anything. It's just, I just wore it out from my wrath. So let's check in with George Knight. Let's say, be there. I hope we can get him on. Yeah, and that would be fun. And let's see if he responds. Other than that, usually around this time he comes on, kind of checks into the chat room. Of course, he's playing Daddy, and so glad, I'm sure you're as grateful as I am that that's not a part of your life.
Yes, that's the thing I fear the most. So when Crystal River was saying, the thing you fear the most is what you invite, I'm like, oh, hell no. Should certainly hope not.
Oh my God. That's like a curse. Oh, holy shit.
I fear that worse. I honestly fear that worse than some of the most horrific ways to go and die.
I hear you. I hear you.
That's how bad it is.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you. There was this one man who was in the delivery room with his wife. He stayed there long enough to make certain his child came into the world. He walked out of the hospital, pulled out a firearm, and blew his brains out. And that is something I could see myself doing if I were. Yeah, that's not even. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. At the same time, I'm serious. I couldn't deal with a child at all. I mean, they're scary as hell to me. Just the amount of responsibility they entail is beyond. I've had enough. You know, when it came to caring for my parents in the last decade of their lives. I wouldn't want to go through that, bringing a child into the world. And worse yet, it never ends. I mean, you put them through college, right, is the ultimate hope. I mean, Jesus, at that point, it's like, you know, you're sacrificing all your life for these things.
Not only that, for me, I would view it as being the ultimate cruelty.
Yeah. Well, I understand what you're saying. The world's in such a shape today. Is kind of the angle where you're coming from. Is that it?
Well, no, it's just that, you know, maybe it's just my depression, but life is just so much suffering to me that I don't want another human being to go through this.
I understand. I felt that way at various points in my life. By the way, Amor Fati says, God bless you and protect you. I have also thought of you coming to Mexico, maybe to live your golden years. Yes, thank you. I mean, that's wonderful. But then again, Mexico's also an exciting enough place where it's also one that I can easily imagine myself enjoying in the peak of health. By the way, have you ever thought of going south of the border for a trip, Jameson, at some point in your life?
Absolutely not.
Amor Fati says, Douglas, where would be the best place to send you a quick message that is not public? Oh, well, my Facebook timeline messenger. Send me a message via the messenger service on Facebook or my email, douglasdwayne.dietrich@gmail.com. In fact, I'll enter that here. I mean, it's something that everybody has publicly. So let me enter that here. And Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com. And do forgive me if I. And Amor Fati says, Jameson, you should really consider. Yeah, I mean, heck, I mean, Mexico has got great weather. You know, I mean, hell, it's, you know, and the people really in general, they're very friendly. It's not like, you know, as appalling as the violence can be when it happens, if you stay in the right place.
See, I don't go to a place for its people. I don't care about people.
Mm-hmm. Understood. I
care about the ambience, the atmosphere, and I'm glued to New York.
Understood. Amor Fati says, especially when you have Mexican friends, it is a safer place to be, a more enjoyable place to be. Says, perfect, Douglas. God bless you. By the way, that's one thing I did get a hold of back when among the Mexicans, I could act as if I were startled well enough where. Let me see if I can say it just right, like I could back in the day. Madre de Dios, you know, Mother of God. That's what they will say when they're startled. Madre de Dios. See if I got that out right. And anyhow, it looks like our man George Knight is not answering right now. He's playing Daddy. And I understand why, Jameson Reese is married to New York. He's, many people are. It's hard to imagine,
It's the architecture. It's purely the architecture.
What's the energy, too? Don't
I
forget
can
it's the
fall
energy.
in love with the architecture.
Yeah, the architecture is fabulous. I mean, the architecture is, there's, people in New York, they can't imagine any place else. New York is incredible. Now, but there's that fabulous new structure they've got overlooking Central Park, which is this very thin kind of residential skyscraper. Have you seen it? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Oh, incredible. I mean, what is it, $1 million a month to rent a room there or something? I'm not exaggerating. It's something crazy. Only the elite of the elite live in that building. And that should make for a drama in and of itself. A kind of a soap opera could be made around that. It's kind of like a Snowpiercer in place. It's Snowpiercer in place. It's stationary, pointed up towards the sky. And just the wealthy have ensconced themselves there, and they overlook a world of homeless misery and pain in Central Park below. There's something disgustingly appealing about that. You can see why people do it. Or there's an energy they derive from that. They're feeding off it. And that's the energy that you feel that so attaches you to New York. You're not going to feel that anywhere else. You there?
Yeah, I definitely. Oh no, yeah, I'm busy getting my ass handed to me right here, right now.
Oh, on the game. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. This absolutely sucks. This is absolutely not what I had in mind for this match. I damn near had the guy beaten, and he just came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden I'm like, just what the fuck? How the hell how do we even stand against this now? Holy fucking shit!
What game is this?
This is Magic: The Gathering.
Okay, but that's normally a card game. And how do they translate that into video? How do they translate that into the electronic interaction?
Oh, you just see the cards on the screen.
Okay.
And, there's little animations of like the card characters and whatnot. I don't care about the animations. It's just that I'm losing my ass off. And, I'm enough of a nerd where it could have no animation and still be okay for me.
Wow. Cool.
But yeah, this is okay. I'm not married to this. I can probably leave this and safely say I got my ass whooped. Okay. There we go.
There we are.
There we go. But yeah. I there's nothing I really would want to go to Mexico for. There's nothing I would really want to go to anywhere else for. Unless I was fairly certain that the East Coast was about to get wiped out.
Yeah.
Then I may reconsider.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, hopefully that doesn't happen. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I appreciate your kind of joining us with all your attention. I'm not quite sure that... Yeah, my attention at this point is pretty much shot, but let's see now. Going to look around in the chat again, and Amor Fati is saying, "Hey Jamo," and he says, "Oh yes, what's he saying?" He's saying, "Yes, there is violence, but many Mexicans find a way to enjoy all of Mexico and avoiding the violence. Being precautious is automatic." Yes, Douglas, brush up on your Espanol. You still speak well, though. It's understandable. Maybe there's a Latina girlfriend in your future, Douglas. Oh, I can hope. And he says, "Hey, JMO, do you have an Xbox, PlayStation, or PC?" He says, "I haven't played video games in like 10 years, but I still study video games for their usefulness. You should look into a game called Death Stranding." I've heard of that. Death Stranding. Yeah, and you must have heard of it as well, Jameson, I'm sure.
Not really. I'll Google it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the actual name of it, Death Stranding. And of course, some of these names are they're odd. You don't get them until, you're involved with the game. It says, incredibly prophetic video game from the greatest video game designer, Hideo Kojima. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Amor. Yes, Douglas. And so I understand where he's coming from. I don't play video games either, but many of these games I don't play. I'm interested in the mechanics or interested in the concepts, what they're about, and kind of like, I don't know if usefulness is the word for it. I guess it can be applied, but he says it's very, very interesting. The same creator from the Metal Gear Solid series. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I never liked the Metal Gear theme myself, but thank you for bringing that up. It had its good points. Most of it wasn't, as far as I'm concerned. But then I never gamed it. But I don't feel I've missed anything. I do know people can sink their lives into some of these interactive games, like World of Warcraft. And I know that some people,
Yeah, I was like that with Guild Wars 2. Only, time goes on, and after after 5 or 10 years of playing it, it's like, okay, what else?
Mm-hmm.
What I can say is nothing compares to having a woman, but
yeah, yes, that's true.
I would drop video games for that, but
Good. I'm glad to see that's healthy to hear. Yes, I would hope.
Of course, the only thing is there's the complications that would come with doing that, such as what STDs do you have? Do you have coronavirus? So yeah, I think I'll just stick with gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck it.
Yeah, well, I understand.
And then there's also the guess what? One day I want to have babies. It's like, why did you have to bring that up? Honestly,
there's plenty of young ladies who don't want that. That's becoming quite the norm in some cases. So
there was one woman who I could not fuck. The most I could do was eat her out because she was going on while we were. Well, it didn't help that she drove like she was driving drunk, and she drove me to New Jersey to her place, whatnot. But she was talking about how she wants to have a baby someday, and so, and there was something instinctively inside me that said, you don't want to fuck her, you don't want to fuck her, you don't want to fuck her, you don't want to fuck her.
I get it.
And I didn't do it. And she was like, and I was like, yeah, it's drugs, it's the cold and cough, because she saw me popping the pills and shit. But I was like, honestly, a woman says she wants to have a baby, and she already has another kid who someone else has custody of because she's not a responsible parent.
Ooh.
It's like, okay, I don't want to go into that.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, that's frightening.
This is like a nightmare walking.
Yeah,
I don't care how beautiful she is.
Yeah, I hear you. Amor Fadi says, I very much like Metal Gear and haven't even played it. Ha ha ha. Well, to be honest, I played on game in the series, the one game in the series, the fourth one. So that was the one where he was disintegrating, wasn't it? Was that Metal Gear Solid where Solid Snake is disintegrating and shit? He's like dying? Why would anyone like that? Oh my god. That's how the arc of narrative went in that series, right? It says, I think there's something useful in these video games that actually can help explain the unexplainable, like occult phenomena. Maybe. Yeah.
Well, doesn't he get like cloned like 100 times or something? Snake?
I don't know enough about it. It never even captured my imagination to that extent. I thought it was an outgrowth of the whole what was it? There was that Call of Duty bullshit that went way out in left field. It says, yes, he was injected with accelerating aging. Yes, there we are. Yes. Oh my God. It depends on what game. Okay. Yeah. And I remember that it wasn't part of Call of Duty, but Call of Duty had that kind of feel to it because they kept recycling it. He says some games totally suck and have no value. Yeah, of course. It's always going to be that. We could say that about films, right? There's some films that totally suck and have no value.
And there's quite a bit of people who do as well.
Yeah, I'll go for that too. There's quite a bit of people who fall into that category. Oh shit, we got an hour left before 12 approximately. But on the other hand, some are very interesting and I think maybe important. Yeah, sure. I mean, I agree. Yeah, the video games, some of them, have impacted us enormously. And some of them are even educational. But the majority of games out there are not. They're just time eaters, time pits. And it says there's many TED Talks by the lovely Dr. Jane McGonigal about how important video games can be. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I mean, seniors should get more into them. Can help seniors maintain their reflexes and hand-eye coordination and all that. Yeah, there you go. So, aside from that, Jameson, how many hours before the clinic opens?
I have no idea. I'm probably going to sleep.
I had that feeling. I know how you feel. Oh
I'm
my
probably
God.
going to sleep at like 8, and I'll probably wake up in like 2 hours after that, which usually happens on nights when I broadcast. But yeah, there was that thing with the Florida raid that led to 2 FBI agents' deaths.
Uh-huh. By the way, before we go there, Amor Fadi says, incredible video by Jane McGonigal for trauma, therapy, and yes, very educational. And she argues that if done well, can help educate the world and save the ecology and the planet. Also, great YouTube channel called Futurasound Productions, making analyses of the themes in some video games. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, movies can also be very educational. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Oh, hey, somebody's responding in Messenger. Let's see if it's our man. Now I gotta scroll up. Good. Is this? Oh, hey, I am only for about 5. Mind, I am afraid. Oh God! Oh, let's see if we can drag his ass on during that short period of time. Get back into the call here. See if I can add George Knight. There we are. Go ahead, George Knight, and add on. Here we are. And let's see if he comes on. I'll tell him I'm calling. He'll probably come on before us. Okay, enter. Okay. And, let's see. Is that him? No, that's us.
Yep.
You said
Hello, Douglas.
Oh, yes, hello. Yes. Well,
Hello.
So, catch us up on everything, what you can. The stage is yours.
Oh God, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I've been so busy, I'm afraid, and I haven't even tuned in tonight. I just came on just to like the video, and so I can watch it later. Oh God, it's just been a roller coaster, just ups and downs, and just been busy, fatherhood and raising children, and it's just surviving for a pandemic, all sorts, Douglas.
Yeah, and what I've been wondering is.
Yes.
You finally tagged me in one of your posts, and I can't understand why you haven't tagged me in the rest. You've got about half a dozen posts at least that you should have tagged to my timeline. So do tag those to my timeline.
Oh, yes.
All the rest of them.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, absolutely, Douglas. Yeah, I am sorry. I always feel like I should really get your permission first.
Oh, no, you don't need it. You don't need it. Just do it.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, yes.
Yes, oh my God.
Beg your pardon. It's so important, aren't they? They are so important. That's why I do it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, God.
Thank you for all you do. I mean, oh my God. It's, but
I'm just but the good news is it seems like you're busy in a good sense. Everybody seems to be good in general. Everything's going well.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and Sarah's hematoma is completely it's disappearing. It's about the size of like a little blueberry now, so it's really fading away, which is a good sign. And yeah, we're just just taking it day by day, getting just surviving. Like we're all doing.
Yes.
Oh God, and and oh God, how have you been, Douglas? Because it's been a while, isn't it, since we last spoke together? Have you been okay?
Yes, thank you very much for asking. I appreciate your asking. Nothing overwhelmingly negative, so that's good. I mean, just some,
No, brilliant.
Yeah, little peeves here and there, but yeah, nothing overwhelming. So thank you very much for asking. Compared to, the millions of Americans out of work and borderline, I'm doing great. So, we have nothing to complain about. You and I and Jameson.
No.
We're all doing okay. In times like this, oh my God. So I'm just so glad
exactly.
I'm just so glad that Sarah is away from the front lines right now while that variant is going around. Oh my God, that must be... Does she ever talk to some of her nurse friends who are still working and get an idea of what it's like to be working right now?
Yes.
Oh God.
Oh yes, Douglas. Yes, she does. She does remain. She does. Keep a communication with them, and so she is still waiting for a vaccination. So she is due it, and she's entitled to it. So she'll be receiving hers. Fortunately, my parents and that have got theirs. I think my dad's still waiting for his, but most of them, they've been vaccinated, which is brilliant. So they got the first jab.
Yeah.
And it's the Pfizer one they've received. So yeah, it's all going well, Douglas. Actually, yeah.
Wonderful.
Come to think of it, it's the same. It's all positive.
Yes.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Thank God. We're all doing well then, comparatively speaking. And I love you dearly. I'm glad you were able to come on for a few minutes. And please talk about anything you feel like when what time you have. Anything that you.
Oh
feel...
God, yes. Douglas. Oh, and quick question, because we said we were going to speak, possibly over that weekend that just gone, but I know we've been so busy. I was going to ask you just briefly. I don't know if we can talk now or maybe in private another time about the Hitler Jugend.
Yes.
I was going to ask you about that. The pilots.
Yes.
I was going to see if there's any context about it. There was a guy who I came across. His name is was it William? Beg your pardon. What's his surname? William Lynn.
Okay.
William Lynn. Have you heard of him, Douglas?
I have not.
He speaks of the.
Yeah.
No.
I have not.
He speaks.
Yeah.
He speaks of the technology being sourced from the Third Reich during the Second World War.
Okay.
And he does say that they were piloted by the Hitler Jugend. They were small children, and he was talking about the Furballs, the fireballs, that the Allies came across in Europe and in the Pacific, and they were operated by small children. He was saying, but I don't know, because as far as I was aware, they were remote controlled, and they were operated by Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels under his propaganda ministry.
Yeah, William Lynn.
Yeah.
What is his? Is it spelled L-I-N? His surname?
Yes, L-I-N-E. Yes, that's it. Lynn. Yes, L-I-N-E. William Lynn, and you can't. Yes.
Okay. I'm looking up William Lynn, and I'll see what I can find. But I was interested in that because are you there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Beg your pardon,
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Now, what I can tell you is that what was happening was that towards the end of the war, when it came to basically dealing with the American bombers, in particular over Germany, what the Germans did was they developed some very unconventional aerocraft like the Natter. And if you look up Natter, or the Natter, that was definitely a plane that the Hitler Youth were taught to fly. There was a number of aircraft like that, but when it comes to the Flügelrad or the Hanabu, we're not. That definitely wasn't the case. When it comes to the Vierballs or the Fireballs, it was not the case as I understood it, because the heat would have simply been too intense for a human being to have survived within that craft, as I understand it. But this is based on what I saw. There's no doubt
there was so much experimentation with some unconventional craft. There may have been a few that they felt children could have been trained to fly, but it doesn't, the Natter was different. I mean, let me spell it for you in the messenger box. I'm going to spell that in there for you to look up.
Oh, my head.
Yeah, and there we are. So Natter, and that would be the craft to look up. And when it comes to that, that is a different kind of plane. And so when I looked it up, I do get images of the Natter. That was something that the Hitler Youth were taught to fly. And there was a few other planes like that were intended for use against incoming American bombers. But in general, that's not something that, how would I say this? It's just not, the Fearballs were the way I described them. But if you can give me some information on this individual, I'll look into what he's saying and I'll give you what analysis I can, okay?
Yes, thank you, Douglas. I will do. Yeah, I have saved the link. I've got some interviews on YouTube that I can send you as well that he's presented.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yes, thank you. It's sort of like you said with Doc Marquis. You both go along, you're both the narrative goes along. Yeah. The difference is we only speak facts. Right. So they're outsiders looking in, so they're not getting the full picture of it. So they're trying to piece together the puzzle. So he was from an outside perspective where they do collaborate together, but then you can see, just like with Doc Marquis, you get he speaks some facts and then all of a sudden it then crashes and burns. He just contradicts himself.
Right.
It's just like,
To put this
he's the same thing.
Right. To put this into some perspective for you, if you take a look at the images in the link that I entered into your private messages, you'll see the Natter aircraft, and you could see why children would be trained in the use of that aircraft, because that aircraft was just like, you'd fire it up into the sky, they would fire off their rockets and then try to land the craft. This is comparatively simple in terms of this up and down, as opposed to something like the Fearballs. You're talking about, at that point, you're really flying, as opposed to, you're not just launching and landing. You're not just launching and landing, launch, fire, land. Instead, you're talking about flight over, just distances, and that involves real piloting, as opposed to just the mechanical manipulation or pushing gears, so to speak. So for that reason, that's what would tend to not, normally that would not involve children, because most children have not developed the adult coordination to that level yet where they can do that. Of course, it depends on how young the child is. Children can have remarkable reflexes and speed and all that, but most of the time, the coordination and the mastery of their themselves, their body, isn't there yet. This is why there's only so much you can do with children. They're excellent in some regards for deployability, but not in others. So I tend to not intuitively, I don't feel that would be the case where they could be in a craft like the Fearballs, because even though they could fit, the question is, and the heat aside, if they found some way to deflect the heat from internally from just roasting the person alive inside, the problem would be just the ability to control the craft is mostly what comes into question. So definitely, I love you dearly. Share that love with your family.
I love you, baby.
And
thank you.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, stay as long as you can. I mean, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yes, Douglas. Yeah, I will. I'll stay a bit longer. No, it's no problem. I'm not getting disturbed or anything. Everything's up to it's keeping everything up together in the household.
Yes.
So it's all good.
Oh
thank you.
God,
yes.
yeah.
No, thank you so much, and it makes so much more sense as well. It makes because that's why I had to ask you about it, because it took everything that I've learned from you, and then he said that they were operated by small children, and that didn't make any sense, because as far as I understood, they were remote controlled.
Right.
And I don't think they're remote control from the ground. Even when you look at them today, you always see a craft and you see the Fearballs still. You will still see them in the sky even to this day, but it looks like they're operated from the air. It looks like they're remote control from the air, and they're being controlled from the air itself. So not, because he was saying they can't be controlled from the ground, but as far as I'm aware, whenever you see these lights in the sky that portray the Fearballs, like you've got the they form symbols, or they form like triangles in the sky. The way they maneuver, and it looks like you will always see a craft next to them operating them, and that's how they operated during World War II, as well as the present day. Yeah. And so it's so much, isn't there? There's just so much that goes into it.
Yes.
And oh God, and do you know what I've been doing, Douglas? But before I go to bed at night, because we've got the Amazon Prime, so I stick on all these videos that are on Amazon Prime, all saying that it's all ET terrestrial sourced. And you see people like Stephen Greer, right? And of course, I watch these people, you can tell they're just charlatans and shills, and they're just propagandists. So and the thing is, what that Stephen Greer does, he sources documents that I have in possession, when he goes, it's psychological warfare. What he portrays it as, it's the Americans portraying psychological warfare. They're saying that this is the extraterrestrials, or the Americans portraying it as psychological warfare or reconnaissance. But he doesn't, like people like him, he doesn't understand that these are not extraterrestrial, or these are not military, black budget, project budget, industrial military complex, inventions or technologies that the military industrial complex have. This is all sourced from the Third Reich in exile. So the documents that I have, and I was like, no, because I can, I was watching them last night, and it says, these were used for psychological warfare. No, they're not. This is what they do to this day. That's what they kept the Americans in the concessions, to keep them at bay, so they wouldn't attack them in exile. So it was and they're still doing it to this day, as we know, and that's what the documentary will be presenting and talking about. And it's just because it's just how many videos are on Netflix and Amazon Prime, and they all say that these are extraterrestrial.
The fact that they're married to that, it bears really, how would I say it? I really can't overemphasize how empty our universe is when it comes to signals. That if we were to search for extraterrestrial intelligence, which is what they are doing, honestly, it's not even a question where you need to search. The signals, they travel the universe. We would have gotten them by now from civilizations at some point. It's like, it's amazing how people are simply ignoring reality itself. They are.
Thank you.
Yeah, but please continue, because I'll drag out of my brain some of the things I was trying to remember about that, because it's in terms of the so-called life in the universe, and I would just more or less continue to say why that's not the case, or why we're not in a universe that's teeming with life. I mean, you and I just talking now with Skype. Even if you and I were sitting across from each other on a coffee table, where the energy we're releasing from our conversation goes into the universe, and ultimately at some point, even casual conversation is intercepted by some kind of receiving mechanism, if there is a mechanism there to receive it. And we just don't have.
Absolutely, Doug.
Yeah. And please go on with what you've been dealing with.
Oh God, yes, Douglas. It's like when I have this conversation with people, and I explain to them that it doesn't matter what you or I and what anyone believes, what the government believes. It's what the government believes that matters, and they have invested money, whereas other people, just the general public, don't invest any money into the research for extraterrestrial intelligence, where they have the technology and the investment to do so, and they spend millions and millions of dollars, or British pound sterling, which we have done. The British government has done this. Their search for extraterrestrial intelligence, and when the further they look into the universe, the deeper they go, the further back they go in time. And with the organizations, these agencies such as CETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, these organizations or agencies will not exist, because what they're doing is searching for signals. And when we transmit signals, as you were saying, it's like a bubble, and goes until you're, through a transmitter that is released through the electromagnetic spectrum, and you will have a receiver on the other end that receives that call or the signal. And in terms of, signals itself, they travel at the speed of light, and they're much brighter than stars. And so if there were signals out there that were bursting from other exoplanets or solar or external solar systems, or, galaxies out in the cosmos, then we will be receiving these signals on a daily basis, and we'll be tuning out of their signals, because we'll have to invest millions and millions of, of our nation's currency into to counteract these signals.
Yes.
We would have to, because we'll be bombarded with signals every single day where our technology will be rendered useless.
Yes.
And they wouldn't work. We wouldn't be able to make or receive calls like a normal average day call, from a cell phone or a mobile phone. We won't be able to make or receive calls because we'll be bombarded by these extraterrestrial or, from, these sentiences or xenomorphs from other star systems.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I said
thank
xenomorph.
You've got it down. Yeah,
Yes.
except for
Yes,
a few
thank
terms.
you.
Yeah, except for a few terms
Yes.
for you yourself now.
Yes.
Yeah, you've got it down.
Yes.
Yeah. It's incredible. And it's true. Yes, this is and so it's and scientists are trying to, there are scientists, not all of them, of course, just, scientists out there who try and rationalize this one way or another, to try and say, well, the extraterrestrial civilizations are all sleeping. But this is also stupid, because no matter when they were conscious, at some point, their signals of when they were conscious and communicating would still be floating around. So
yes, thank you, Doug.
Yeah.
Oh God, and one guy who oh my God, and you've spoken about him before, Douglas. So when you mentioned him, I was like, oh my God, now it all makes sense. This Michio Kaku individual, nuclear physicist, always said we are like the termites. He compares us to termites.
Yes, he's so disgusting.
Which is dehumanizing.
Yes.
Yes, yes, it's really vile. And he will say like, oh no, it's like us. Would we go to them and present depleted uranium? Would we give them nuclear energy? Would we give them this or this? Would we give them resources? And he goes, no, we don't. So why would they look at us and think, oh, let's give them our technology? That's not how it works.
No,
that's not the reality. And these guys are just, it's really disgusting.
Yes,
to be honest.
Thank you, and
it's really offensive.
Yes, thank you. In terms of the your ability to understand what I've been speaking about all these years, you're one of the few people out there who's really. Did you get the manuscript or the text for the book from Peter Moon so far? What we've done so far? Or?
No, Douglas. You know what he did? That's a very good point you mentioned that, because he did say. He goes, watch this space, or something like that. He goes, watch this space. I'm going to send you a copy of the book. So because he sent me through a progress a couple times, so I've read them twice. And he goes, if you see any errors in that, just please, with the best of my knowledge, I always say it's best to talk to Douglas, go through him first. But and then I just read through it. But he hasn't sent it. Sorry, beg your pardon. He hasn't sent it to me yet.
Okay.
So I will get in touch with him.
Yeah, I'll talk to him about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I'll talk to him about that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, and definitely, he and I are still working on it. So he's probably waiting until he and I, perfect it, so to speak, or polish it.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be a good time when I release that documentary. I won't make it too long, because I know a lot of people don't like watching things for an hour or so. So I'll make it like maybe half an hour, 45 minutes, narrow it down. Something, it's just to so people can watch it, because I do know whenever I've made videos in the past, they say, oh, it's so good that you keep it under 10 minutes, because people just don't like listening to it if it's too long. It's awful, because it does take a lot of time, and it's like me, I've invested hundreds and hundreds of hours listening to you for all these years just to understand, just so I can get an understanding of history.
Well, maybe
and where we're at today.
Maybe you and I are not giving people enough credit. I think that. By the way, I want everyone to know this is a prayer request for Jameson Reese. His foot's all fucked up, and
We want to maintain him in our thoughts and prayers that his foot heals, and that he doesn't have to get his leg amputated. So,
oh God.
yes, so we all have that. He was walking, like he does for miles and miles in the snow, and then, he burns anger off by walking, and then he injures himself, and so he's going to the clinic, and so he's getting a few hours worth of sleep, and then he'll go to the clinic. But in the meantime, so everybody,
Jesus.
yeah, do keep him in thoughts and prayers, and I'm sure he'll be okay. As for Amor Fadi said, cheers, mate. So cheers unto he. Sounds almost Australian. Maybe he relocated to Mexico. This is a person in the chat room. And but in terms of George Knight, one thing I would say is that maybe you're not giving people enough credit in what I think that you need to make it as long as you feel it needs to be, and you don't need to work on making it so succinct and so short for people's attention spans. I mean, fuck it, if they're really interested, they'll watch an hour. They'll watch an hour.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Doug. Yeah, but I do. Sorry to keep interrupting you, Doug.
No worries. No worries.
You're absolutely right, though, in the sense that, when I do talk, and some people in the past, especially a year or two ago, they were really getting they question me on how do you know this and where do you get your information from? And then I tell them, and then they just think I'm part of some sort of cult, which is just hilarious.
Stupid fucks. Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah, which is just hilarious, because I said, well, no, if I was part of a cult, I wouldn't be talking like this. I wouldn't be saying this, because that's what the term cult means. It's cultivated, which means you seclude information. Yes. I'm given information that I've learned, and that's the thing. I'm not a researcher. I've not investigated this. I've been educated, so that's how I know. Otherwise, I would never know any of this, because there's nowhere I can learn this. You can't read any amount of books to learn this. It's not out there.
Yes.
So it's very difficult to know all this information. Yes. So I had to have been taught by someone who, with an intellectual degree, a level of, say, as you, Douglas, who've worked with all three levels of government, the federal, the state, and the municipal level. Yeah. There's no other way of me learning any of this. Yeah. You wouldn't learn it anywhere. So and that's what I mean. And then I've learned from people's reactions. Then they understand. Oh wow, you are. Then they start to realize. I tell them, well, no, these are the facts. Here's the government facts. This is where you can verify it. And then there's no argument. They can't contradict anything. They can't, counteract or, dispute or refute anything. Yes. Then it's irrefutable. And so then they learn, all right, maybe George is telling the truth.
Yes.
So this is why I should give him more credit. You're absolutely right. I should, because it's not trying to persuade the majority. It's about the few that matter. They're the ones who are important, the ones that do take this in, and the ones that do have an interest. And it was just like with Tom Heath, when I started saying that there's no such thing as extraterrestrial life out there, he became, he came at me to say that there is, and then he presented all these questions, and then I presented what the government has investigated and their conclusion to it, and then he understood that I was telling the truth. He understood it, and he agreed eventually, because he saw it. Because you can't dispute, you can't dispute things that are facts when you're talking facts. It's irrefutable. You can't argue with it. So then people start to realize. So I should give people more credit, but I just feel like, I'm not getting anywhere of what I do. And it's really quite frustrating sometimes.
Well, you feel that way now, but I think that that's going to change eventually. I mean, you just have to be patient. I mean, honestly, we've come so far in a sense, and certainly it can only get better, really. I mean, our world is being forced into such a change, so many changes right now, that people are going to have to accommodate paradigm shifts. I mean, really, our world is falling apart, and we're going to have to deal with a radically different world than what we've had before, just based on everything that's happening in England with the Brexit combined with the pandemic, and they're going to accept millions of Hong Kong refugees. They're preparing to accept millions, which I think will only do the best for England. I mean, England can do nothing but improve by accepting all of these Cantonese-speaking Hong Kong refugees. Many of them, of course, will settle in places like Barbados or in English Commonwealth areas. They don't necessarily have to go to England directly. but we'll see what happens. This may be a kind of renaissance for England, but you're aware, of course, of what's going on with England's policy to accept Hong Kongers as who are escaping communist China now, right? You're aware of this?
Oh yeah, I have been for a little while, Douglas. Especially because in the news, when you look at just the normal news media, the mainstream media, you'll see them talking about democracy, and then they're very heavily promoting democracy in places like Hong Kong. Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. So yeah, and the British government is very sympathetical towards them. So they have said they have. It's not like what's the term? It's not repatriation, is it? Where it's refugees overseas that are citizens of your nation. It's to bring refugees into the nation. So I don't know what term they call it, but yeah, they are. They're going to bring them. As far as I'm aware, Douglas. Yeah, but I've not seen it recently, mind you. This was going back last year. I saw them talking about it on the news. So yeah, the hope that will. And you're right, it will be a positive. You know. It's so good for them, and that's what you have to do. You have to do it with these nations that these people are suffering.
Well, I mean, if Britain's trying to make it sound like it's some support of democracy, it's basically, however the government tries to spin it, it's basically the least they could fucking do for a former crown colony. That's my God, that they basically turned over to the communists. So in terms of what the British are doing now, I mean, there's so much more the British could have done concerning the Hong Kong situation, but they've been well, at this point there's no point in blaming them, because with all the problems and challenges they're dealing with now, it's amazing that the government is still functioning. So
yes. Oh God, yes, Doug, and especially after the two opium wars, wasn't it?
Yes. Essentially two major opium wars, but it was like several different conflicts. It was almost chronic conflict until
oh, absolutely.
Yeah, but one of the things that I thank you for reminding me of is just to try and speak a little bit in the future about the extraterrestrial life factor, and why we have these scientists that are arguing against reality itself, and why I'll just deconstruct what they're saying just based on the common sense of the physical reality. And of course you understand it, and in terms of and you understand so well, like you say, the fact that a person can have a narrative that touches onto what I'm saying and exposing, and then veers off. I'll be very anxious to look at what this Lin individual is saying. Yes. And that way I'll figure out where it is that he might be splitting off into his own world. Where is it that he goes way out? Where is it that he kind of goes off? Like, what's his other thematic?
Just a bit like same as Dr. Marquis, Douglas, where he will say like the technology sources from Germany, from the Reich. He talks about the full society and the Vril society. Sorry, the full, what's it called? The full refuge and the Vril society. He goes into that, which I've never gone into. I don't know anything about it, so that's something maybe we can discuss in the future. About those two groups, but he goes into, he is quite intellectual when it comes to, I believe he's some sort of engineer or physicist, and he worked for the CIA, I believe. But yeah, he goes into that direction, and then he'll veer off to say that this is now the what we see in the sky today with the phenomenon. It is military budget. It is black budget military operations. From Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Oh, I see. Okay. So his
Airfield. Yes. So he will say that the Americans stole it. He will say the American government stole the technology, and then it's like those videos that I've been, and I don't watch it very long because I just laugh at it. And Sarah will be like, "What are you laughing at?" She goes, "What are you watching that for? Because you know the truth." Right. I'm like, "Yeah, I know, but I'm just watching it because I'm trying to see where they go off." I'm trying to, because I know, and then I just watch it for like comedy reasons. So yeah, and then just to see the footage, because if they got some great footage, then that's what I take, because I know what they are and what they look like, and you can see the 40 and the hoaxes. But yeah, that's where that's where most of them steer off. They always say, oh yeah, this is technology they stole from the Germans, just like with the rocket technology, just like they, what. Oh God, and I don't want to go off into like talking about Robert Goddard or anything like that, because he was, oh God, it's just going into a different part of history, so I won't go into that. But what they'll do is, when we had the Odysseus program where they brought him over, and the paperclip, Operation Paperclip, what they all propagandized, they brought like Werner von Braun over, and then this was the predecessor to NASA, and so they'll go off into this tangent where they took the technology from the German people, from the German scientists that they brought over, and then they've got all these, they've got all this free energy technology. They will say it's free energy, it's unlimited free energy, but they don't. But it's not out there. It's not out there. The Americans don't have this technology. No. It's just it's absurd.
Yeah, it's the. I'm sorry. Was that another voice came in? I almost like heard another voice there.
Beg your pardon. No, I don't think it was.
Oh, okay. That was just kind of like it had that sound to it. I thought it might be Derek had woken up or something. Because every once in a while, sometimes that'll happen. We'll get somebody who just wakes up and suddenly rejoins the call. That's what'll happen every once in a while when I'm on. But in terms of so apparently, without seeing what he's saying, my impression from what you're relating is that what this Lin character, or individual, I shouldn't use the term character, what he's saying is basically that the Americans now monopolize this, that they took it and now they've reverse engineered it. And so what we see is American technology. And of course, what the Americans have is some elements of this technology, but the reality is they really are not applying this in any aggressive way. What people, like what I've explained before, many of the weapon systems that the Americans make, like the stealth bomber, these are so atrociously expensive that America at the absolute most has like 20 such bombers in its entire arsenal. It's like the Americans just do not really have the industrial capacity to manufacture weapons of this level of sophistication, even at the level of a stealth bomber, to the point where this can be mass produced in the World War II sense, where you can just fill the sky with bombers. This sort of thing just isn't. They basically just do not have those capabilities anymore. So even though there's experiments in all kinds of wild areas, experiments in extra-dimensional kind of reconnaissance in the sense of just trying to look into other dimensions, perceive them, or the idea of dealing with gravity or time travel or any of this. I mean, these things are worked with conceptually, but they're never really applied. So there's no real application of these researches. They're just kind of like these money pits where the Americans are certainly conducting experiments, but there's no real practical payoff, nor do they really intend to use them for any practical payoff. They're just, it's pretty much at the end point of the American civilization or culture. We're just like, if we last, it will be in the British sense, in that there's a renewal of the culture, only in the sense that there's a kind of total revamp, a reset, kind of like that's the term they're actually using in Britain, actually, is the Great Reset.
Yes.
So, sort of.
I know.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh God, the receptionist I work with she's been babbling on about the reset.
Oh, what did she say? Yes. What did she say?
Oh God, what's it called? The Great Reset. And
yes.
To me, it sounds a bit conspiratorial. Yeah. Is that right, Douglas? Is that all? Is it just
actually
one of these?
Some people might take it in that direction. I mean, basically, it may be because a few people like Prince Charles or Prince Charles. I think Prince Charles is the one who's eventually going to become king when the Queen retires, right? Yeah. I think
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, he used that term, and because of that, a lot of people become suspicious of it, and they peddle it in the conspiracy circles. But it's really just an economist term for the fact that we're going to have to greatly alter
our social and economic system in order to kind of survive. The culture will just radically change. It's kind of like the difference that you had between Elizabethan England and Victorian England. I mean, these are just like you know, very different worlds. And so that's what they're saying. It's like the difference between the age of sail and the age of steam. That's so when you take a look at the Great Reset, that is the name of the 50th annual meeting of the World Economic Forum held in June 2020. If you look that up, and most of that had to be virtual.
Yes.
And so what they're saying is now is the time for a great reset of capitalism to achieve a better outcome. So there, you know, I mean, it's interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting that the receptionist is excited about that. That's incredible. So are you back at work now? Is that how you're talking to her?
Oh yes, I am, Douglas. Yeah, I went back Monday, just gone. So a week ago today, actually. It's Monday here in England now. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so yeah, I have. She spoke about it before I went on my paternity leave for the month. She was peddling it as a conspiracy towards it was COVID-19 was a deliberate.
Oh my God!
You know, it's like that. Yeah, that's where she got it from. So she's been listening to these podcasts from these people that she listens to, and she goes, "Oh yeah, George, it's, you know, this is, and it's to it's to do with the ecosystem also." That's what she was peddling it towards. Nice. The reason why, you know, so that we've got no airplanes in the sky, so it's great for the greenhouses. You know, it's preventing the CO2 emissions and reducing the carbon footprint. And I was like, that's not the case at all. It's actually increasing. September was the hottest September in 200 years.
Yes,
it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, I've just sent you.
No.
Yeah, I've just sent you a link that will take you to an article that probably describes it best. So this article will describe it best.
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
That way you can kind of, I don't know if you feel a need to set her straight, but this way you can talk to her about it in such a way that maybe you can alleviate some of her fears, some of her anxieties.
Yes, Yes, thank you, Doug. Oh God, and can I please bring up something with you?
Please.
When I was speaking to her the other day, I mentioned it to Sarah because we were talking about euthanasia and we were talking about eugenics, the eugenics program that the Third Reich was doing in the Second World, prior to the Second World War, I should say. So I beg your pardon. Yeah, and I was saying about it being a positive. They were doing it as a positive to try and eradicate diseases, and birth defects and disabilities. And oh God, and she just took it the complete wrong way. It was just like. I just didn't say anything after that. After I was trying to present it in the positive, because we were talking. How did it come up again? It was just we were talking about. I can't even remember now, but it came about because I saw an article on Facebook about it, about the euthanasia program that the Reich had established. But it was used as a positive, and I said if in this country it's illegal, and you can only go to a few Scandinavian countries where euthanasia is legal, and it's assisted suicide. So it's not like they're just killing anyone who has any disability or Down syndrome. It's people who are willing to, that want to. It's for their own, because when an animal is suffering, then we take them to the veterinary, and we can get them put down, so they don't suffer. But it's not like that in these countries. It's not like that in the West. And so it's taken very offensively, and I did. I was like, I didn't say anything. I just backed off and just went off course.
That's the right thing to do. Oh yes. Oh my God. Yes. You don't want to. Yeah. You don't want to continue with something that is just that sensitive. And it's. Yeah. And so. But I'm definitely glad that otherwise she's so much appreciative and accommodating, accommodating to your your relation with me, and the relationship that you and I have in that sense.
Yes.
And certainly I remember Judith Agert helped myself in terms of basically coming to terms with times that I was just very upset, and she helped me basically get back to speaking with you, and I really owe her for that.
Oh yeah,
she's this wonderful person.
Oh God, yeah, Douglas.
Yes.
Oh yeah, because that's the last thing I ever want to do is Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. Yeah. No, I did. Yeah, no, thank you. No, thank you for bringing that up, Douglas.
It's a pity that the only way that you were able to speak to her was on the Facebook, right? right? That was pretty much how you spoke to her. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Doug. Was. Oh, and I do have a quick question for you, Douglas. And it's something, you know, because like the one thing I've always grown up to do is never to relay any. If someone talks to me in private, I never relay to another. If it's especially about someone, you know, I don't like to, you know, go back and forth and stir anything, you know, stir in the pot, as they say. I've never been one to do that. But I do remember. Do you remember you? Because this is the thing, and this is what people don't understand about you. You're the most considerate, nicest person in the world. And whenever you've never asked me to do anything, and that's the one thing I can say. Douglas has never asked me to do anything for him. You've never asked me for anything in this world, and it was like when Lena Shea, when she asked me to could you transcribe this transmission that Douglas said about Taiwan, and can you transcribe it into text, and then when I relayed that to you, and you said, oh, it's really like, oh my God, you know, that's a lot of work.
Right.
You were quite concerned. Oh no, don't do that, George. You know, you've got a lot of, you know, you shouldn't have to do that. And you said to me, no, don't worry about it.
Yes.
You know, because you're so considerate. But I remember when you asked me to, with Judith Ager, could you ask her to, you were sending your love to her,
right?
And that maybe she can communicate back with you. And I remember, you know, Lena Shea asked me, oh, could you not do that? Because I can see the messages that you send. Yeah, and she says, oh, can you not ask her that? And I said, well, you know, I didn't want to cause any trouble or anything, so I just, you know, I didn't say anything or do anything. I just didn't react to it.
So oh, don't worry about that. I don't believe you're able to contact her now, right? You have no means of contacting her.
I don't know. I don't know, Douglas. I don't know if I can. I don't know if she's on Facebook anymore. I have no idea. She was, and then she wasn't.
Yeah, she's like that. And no worries. Don't dwell. I know what happened was Lena, yes, she discouraged you from relaying that and
communicating.
From communicating. And just the way these things work out. You know, these ladies, they all that they want me for themselves, and then then other things happen, and the drama.
Oh God, yes, Douglas, yes.
Well,
there is, Douglas.
Yes, we'll see what happens. I was going to have Maria Michaela Grigorich help me with trying to get something, but to Judith out of Canada. But because she lives up in Canada, but she seems to have disappeared. So I'll ask of my listeners to maintain Maria Grigorich in thought and prayer, because, oh God, when she disappears like that, it's scary. So, but the one thing that I'm very glad of is thank you very much for asking. Thank you for asking about what was going on with Judith and Lena at that time. And you did the right thing. I mean, you did the right thing.
I didn't even talk to you about it, Douglas. Yeah, I didn't know what to say, because I didn't want to be like, you know, come between you and Lena, you know, upset Lena either. It was like, I didn't want to upset anyone. It was really like,
I understand. Yeah, I'm sure it will all work out in the end.
Yes, it will, Douglas. Yes.
But
and the funniest thing, one other thing. This is someone else I've never spoken to you about, Douglas. Is you remember that whole thing with that? Oh, what's his name? Pavel Edward Pravara guy. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Oh God, I remember when he broke off, when he, we did what he did, and we don't need to go into it because, it's out of my memory anyway, with him. But I do remember, when he broke off, and I said to him, I just wanted to hear what he said. I said, oh yeah, so what? I did ask him. I said, so how is Douglas a liar then?
Yeah.
And then he goes, oh, because he says Adolf Hitler isn't gay, and he is gay. I was like, what? I've got this all in messages, Douglas. I've got this all in messages. I said, well, come on. I said to him, Pavel, come on. I just want to know the truth. What's going on? And, so how is Douglas a liar then? And he just said, well, he kept saying, he goes, oh, Douglas says about the Spanish flu being a weapon, and he got it from this person. I was like, And then I looked this guy up and I was like, no, he didn't. This guy's saying it was a German weapon. Douglas doesn't say that.
God.
Oh God, he was just like, I was like, come on, give me the bit. And he goes, no, George. He goes, you shouldn't be involved with him. He's dangerous. Go away. You know. And I was like, no, you're just a silly. I've got it all in text as well.
That's amazing. If you get a chance and you're able to send some screenshots or some cut and paste is fine. Don't overwork yourself on that. That doesn't deserve it doesn't deserve like an hour's worth of time. But if it takes just a few minutes to relay some of that to me, I'd like to look at it just for the sake of morbid entertainment.
It is Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because
he's just as insane as that.
Yeah.
Sorry, you carry on.
No, go on. He's just as insane as that.
The other guy. I wwon't mention his name. He doesn't deserve his name mentioned. The main guy. Yes.
Yeah, true enough.
Yes.
True enough. No, you're doing right. No, with Pavel, it really does go to show me then that he is like, there are so many things he could have said. And by the way, just so the audience knows, and in a single sentence, what happened with Pavel Pravara was that he had basically, he was like the producer, and he had a bunch of my videos that he was accumulating onto his own little YouTube channel, which he called Dietrichology. So there was this YouTube channel called Dietrichology that he had, I found out later on, he had copyrighted my name, Douglas Dietrich, and he was basically intending to take all of my intellectual property that he could access. He was downloading my entire Google account. So since I keep so much on the cloud, he was, and he had the passwords to everything because he was the producer. And I didn't know how to work so much of electronics in those days and had to learn the hard way, which with each successive severance, then what he did was he basically, I caught him trying to download my entire Google account. And because it was so super massive, all the information in it, it was taking all night. It literally an overnight exercise. And so I discovered it while it was ongoing. And that's when I severed with him. But it turned out he was trying to take all that and basically say that he had control of it as intellectual property because he had copyrighted my name. And so he was trying to take that and put the YouTube videos on his Dietrichology YouTube channel, which later on John Warrington and I shut down. We basically stole everything back from him. John Warrington did it. He siphoned it off that channel and then put it in his hard drive where we were able to reconstitute much of it. And so, most of it. So yeah, it's a worthy experience in the sense that it's a life lesson. But what's surprising to me is the stupid angles of attack that he took. They're very bizarre. I don't understand why he couldn't come up with something more substantial or more.
Yes.
Yeah. So that alone is bizarre.
Nothing made sense. Nothing at all made sense. It's just like the main, that guy who I don't want to mention his name. It's just like him. It doesn't make any sense. Nothing. And he just contradicts himself all the time.
Right.
There's nothing. And, they're trying to discredit you. But yet you got people who, like myself, who, I'm sorry, but history is history and it's all written and you can't change history. So it's like, I don't understand. And these are all verifiable facts. Facts are facts. And that's the only thing I work with. I don't work with anything unless it is. And Douglas has never said anything that's not a fact. It is all verifiable. That's what I didn't get. So anyone who said otherwise, I'm like, what? You're obviously got an objective, a mission. And it didn't matter what you... And the funniest thing is because... You listen to him and they try to say that Douglas is a liar. He's a liar. Everything he says is a lie. But then when Douglas comes on and he say, well, I'm taking, for instance, narcotics. Yeah. Then they used to turn around and say, oh, God, he takes narcotics. Well, I thought you said he's a liar. So are you saying he's telling the truth? Yes. That's just an example. But this is, that's why I don't, ever since you, because the thing is, Douglas, you were absolutely right when you explained to me, George, don't go on that horrible website. Don't go on there because, for your own mental well-being, do not go on there. And I was like, do you know what? That makes a lot of sense. So I better not go on there. But that's how I discovered that Pavel was talking to the guy because he was on there. And the link he sent me, he put on that website. And that's how I knew it was Pavel, because he was going by a different alias. And I was like, and that's when I sent that message to you, Douglas. Oh, that's Pavel. He's talking to him. So obviously they're in line with one another. Right. They were talking to one another. Yeah, and when he was trying to say that Adolf Hitler was a homosexual,
Right.
I was like, no, he wasn't.
Right. Yeah, this is like, so that's their trip. I mean, that by the way
Yes.
was the trip of like I said, the asshole Baptist ministers who went to Uganda and triggered that genocide based on homophobia.
Scott Lively.
Yeah, Scott Lively.
Yeah.
Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out
Yes.
without you. That son of a
Thank
bitch
you.
and his gay lover went over there and basically triggered a auto genocide among the Ugandans, where they were conducting witch hunts for homosexuals and burning them alive and killing them. Yes, it's horrific what people do. And so that's the angle they're coming from about Hitler, and this is what you're going to see as a kind of running theme among these kind of white supremacist, mindless cultists, and they and you were I really appreciate what you've done. At the same time, maybe it's better I just don't even look at that, even for the sake of morbid entertainment, but file it, but make certain to keep it in the file in case for future reference. And
you're absolutely right, Douglas. You know, you're the best teacher in the world. You know, you've just really helped me. Like, even me doing stupid things, but of course I will make mistakes. You know,
we all
time
do.
for time. But I haven't done that for a couple of years, which is good. Thank God.
Oh no, you're fine. One of the things that I want to send to you. Let me see if I can send this to you now. Sent box, and I'll see what I sent to. Let me see if you can receive this now. Let me see. This is sent box where. Let me see, to Skybooks, and I'll try and send this to yourself. Okay, so this is something that I'll try to send to you. Let me forward this, and are you comfortable with giving your email on air like this? I mean, if you don't.
No, is that all right, Douglas? Do you want me to send it to you? Sorry, beg your pardon.
Oh no! I'm trying to send you something. I'm trying to send you something.
Yeah.
So, give me your email in the message box here on Facebook, if you would.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes, of course I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and do you know what I came across the other day?
Sure.
I remember I kept hold of that screenshot where the guy, you know, the main guy that we don't want to mention, he said, I sent Aquino the video and I got a response.
Yes, that's right. Yes. That's.
I was like, I'm so glad I still got that.
Yes.
That just proves everything.
Oh yeah, and I've, thanks to you, I have a copy of that as well. I mean, believe me, you've been invaluable. Honestly, the time that you spent doing some reconnaissance into that sewer was worth it for that, and a few other items. So
sewer, that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's it.
and it's amazing how that otherwise just pollutes the mind of so many people when they go in there and they don't emerge. But I've asked other people that I've told other people they're free to just look at that. I mean, most people can just look at it once and they say, "Wow, this guy's crazy," or "These people are crazy." They can just tell.
Absolutely.
So I've just sent you something from Walter Hobe, and I'll send you something else as well when I find it.
Thank you.
Walter Hobe was a survivor of the Bataan Death March who responded very positively to what I had to say. I will send you the other one now, forward, and